The first day of school, the cold, aloof female CEO corners me, looking furious. She even tosses a cute little girl at me. Take care of your own daughter. Seeing the little girl, who looks somewhat like me, I am instantly dumbfounded. Wait, my Barrett hasn't even been unpacked yet. Where did this daughter come from? However, what I didn't know was that this cute little girl really is my daughter, and she traveled here from the future. This story starts a few days ago, when a little toddler suddenly skipped into the lobby of the Akikawa Corporation. She threw her arms around Yuki Akikawa and shouted, "Mommy." Everyone present was stunned. That little toddler actually called the CEO Mommy. Yuki is the eldest daughter of the Kaminari family, and more importantly, the CEO who works 365 days a year without a break. She actually has a child? Yuki Akikawa quickly regained her composure. She gently pulled the toddler away, crouched down, and her icy aura softened instantly. She flashed a smile and asked softly, "Little one, you shouldn't call strangers Mommy. If you miss your mom, I'll have my assistant help you find her, okay?" As soon as these words left her mouth, her assistant behind her widened her eyes. Where did my icy female CEO go? The toddler tilted her head, her voice soft and sweet. "Why won't you let Nana call you Mommy?" As she spoke, Nana's fair little face was full of confusion. She didn't understand why Mommy wouldn't let her call her Mommy. Did Mommy not want Nana anymore? Thinking of this, her little lips pouted, looking very aggrieved. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa felt a bit helpless. But for some reason, looking at the aggrieved little one in front of her, her own heart began to ache. This feeling was very strange, but one thing was certain. She definitely could not have a child. Because in the 26 years since she was born, she had never been in a relationship. Although she knew many wealthy heirs, she didn't have feelings for any of them. However, this little toddler looked truly like her when she was a child, as if she were cut from the same mold. Moreover, from the moment she first saw the child, she had a strange feeling deep in her heart. "Mommy, are you not wanting Nana anymore?" Seeing Yuki Akikawa silent, Nana looked at her with red eyes, looking so pitiful and endearing. Seeing her look so pathetic, Yuki Akikawa's heart tightened. She instinctively reached out to comfort her. "Nana, I really am not your mother." Nana burst into tears, crying loudly. "Mommy doesn't want Nana. Nana is going to find Daddy and tell him to hit Mommy tonight." Yuki Akikawa chuckled at this. Before she could say anything else, the assistant standing by spoke up. "Ms. Akikawa, the speech at Kaminari University starts in half an hour. If we don't leave now, we'll be late." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa sighed softly. She stood up and turned to the 4 people at the front desk, ordering coldly, "Keep an eye on Nana. If her parents don't come later, call the police." After speaking, Yuki Akikawa glanced at Nana, who was still crying loudly. She felt uneasy, but she didn't stop and walked quickly toward the exit. Seeing her mother leave, Nana's crying quieted down. She turned her head slightly, looking at her mother's back with teary eyes and sniffing. Her little face was full of resentment. Feeling the gaze on her back, Yuki Akikawa felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. Just as she was about to step out the door, she stopped abruptly. Under the confused gaze of her assistant, she turned around, walked quickly toward Nana, and whispered softly, "Nana, come here to Mommy." The moment she spoke, everyone around was dumbfounded, looking at Yuki Akikawa in disbelief. Yuki Akikawa was also stunned for a moment. These words had escaped her lips without even passing through her brain, but she didn't offer any explanation. Hearing her words, Nana wiped away her tears and ran quickly toward Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa bent down and scooped Nana up into her arms. Seeing how pitiful the little one looked in her arms, a smile appeared on her face, and as if possessed, she pinched her cheeks. Nana pouted her little lips and huffed, turning her head away, as if saying, "I'm angry, come coax me," which was incredibly cute. Yuki Akikawa's eyes curved into crescents as she extended a slender finger and stroked the girl's chin. Nana shrunk her neck and buried her little head into the crook of her neck. Yuki Akikawa felt absolutely no resistance to this. In fact, she found herself enjoying the closeness with the little toddler, which she found quite incredible. Yuki Akikawa held Nana, bent down, and sat in the back seat. The assistant closed the door for her and then took a seat in the front passenger chair. Inside the car, Yuki Akikawa raised her hand to wipe the tears from Nana's face and asked softly, "Nana, why did you run here alone to find Mommy? Where is Daddy?" Nana shook her little head and replied in a babyish voice, "Nana doesn't know. I was just outside, and then I was here." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa fell silent and raised her eyes to look at the assistant in the front seat. The assistant felt a chill run down her spine and quickly handed over a tablet, saying, "I just checked the surveillance. This child appeared out of thin air." Yuki Akikawa took the tablet and quickly finished watching the entire process of Nana's appearance. Just as the assistant said, Nana seemed to materialize out of nowhere. 1 second she wasn't there, and the next, she was in the lobby. The word time travel crossed her mind. She thought about it, but it didn't seem realistic, yet the natural sense of closeness she felt upon seeing Nana couldn't be faked. This caused her to knit her delicate eyebrows together. But before she could speak, Nana reached up with her chubby little hand to gently smooth out her furrowed brow. Yuki Akikawa looked at the little toddler in front of her for a long moment. Unable to say a word, Nana also looked at her mommy. Seeing her unresponsive, she tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Mommy, why won't you kiss Nana?" Before, when Daddy did this, Mommy would hug Daddy and kiss him endlessly. She took the initiative and planted a kiss on Yuki Akikawa's cheek. The assistant in the front seat heard this and covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh. She thought, who would have guessed that the CEO had such a womanly side? What if she kills me to silence me? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder, wishing she were a bit duller. Yuki Akikawa was also shocked that she could have such an obsessed side. Almost instantly, she extinguished that thought. Clearly, she didn't believe it. After all, she had never placed much importance on family ties. One could even say she was indifferent to them. She believed that even if she had a child and a husband, that wouldn't change. Although she thought this, she couldn't help but be curious about the father Nana kept mentioning. Shaking off the messy thoughts in her mind, she spoke up. Go check if Nana is their illegitimate child. Regarding time travel, she was more inclined to believe Nana was an illegitimate child of some business rivals, but looking at the toddler in her arms, she inexplicably didn't want to believe that. After thinking for a moment, she said, "First, go to the hospital." Just as the assistant looked confused, Yuki Akikawa's voice sounded again. "Assistant Hina, notify Dr. Sato to arrange a DNA test. Delay the meeting at Kaminari University by 15 minutes. Hearing this, Assistant Hina's eyes widened in disbelief. Without waiting for her to react, Yuki Akikawa asked, "Do I need to repeat myself?" Assistant Hina snapped back to reality, shook her head, and replied, "No, Ms. Akikawa, I'll go arrange it right away." Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly, then looked at the little toddler in her arms and asked softly, "What is your name, Nana, and how old are you?" "Makionai." "They ma of Makionai. They o of Makionai. They nai of Makionai." Nana replied with a smile, holding up 4 fingers. "Nana is 4 years old this year." Yuki Akikawa chuckled, her eyes full of doting affection, and reached out to stroke her forehead. "Then, does Nana know the names of Mommy and Daddy?" Of course Nana knew. Daddy is called Mugi, and Mommy is called Yuki Akikawa. When talking about her parents, Nana's face was full of dependence and happiness. One could tell how much her parents spoiled this little treasure. This made a flash of envy pass through Yuki Akikawa's eyes, something she had never felt before. However, the feeling of envy was buried deep in her heart almost instantly. Yuki Akikawa whispered softly, "I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." But she couldn't recall it for the moment. But she was certain she didn't know this man. She looked at Assistant Hina and said, "Assistant Hina, go look up a man named Mugi, age 20 or older, and send their photos to my phone." "Yes, Ms. Akikawa," Assistant Hina quickly replied. Yuki Akikawa was quite curious about what kind of man could conquer her. Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled Nana's words earlier. That man would hit her. Could it be that he was a domestic abuser? No way, she thought. Even if her taste was bad, she couldn't possibly be with an abusive man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow hard. "Mommy, when are we gonna find Daddy?" Nana rubbed her forehead against Yuki Akikawa's cheek, her voice soft and sweet. She nodded with a smile, but didn't answer immediately. After thinking about it, she said, Mommy can take you to find Daddy, but I have a few questions to ask Nana. You must not lie, okay? Upon hearing this, Nana nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Yuki Akikawa coughed lightly, her tone carrying a hint of tension she hadn't even noticed herself. Nana, does Daddy often hit Mommy? When she asked this question, her heart began to race with inexplicable nervousness. Nana didn't even think about it before nodding vigorously, saying in a babyish voice, Daddy hits Mommy every night, making Mommy cry out, Bobo. Sometimes Mommy even throws Nana to Grandma and Grandpa just to go find Daddy to be hit. Before she could continue, Yuki Akikawa reached out and covered her little lips. Simultaneously, she finally understood why it was at night, and her face couldn't help but flush red. At this moment, Assistant Hina in the front seat slammed the partition shut. Then, the partition was lowered slightly, and a voice sounded, Miss Akikawa, we didn't hear anything. Once the words were spoken, the partition was quickly pulled back up. Yuki Akikawa coughed dryly, feeling somewhat flustered, and quickly changed the subject. Are Mommy and Daddy's relationship good? Well, sometimes their hearts go thump thump, but Mommy always makes Daddy kneel on a board, just like Grandma. Although, Grandma makes Grandpa kneel on the board. Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa giggled. It seemed she still had a high status in her future family. She didn't know why, but she suddenly wanted to see her future husband. Even she didn't realize that unknowingly, she had silently accepted the fact that Nana was her future daughter. The car slowly stopped at the hospital entrance. As soon as they entered, the three of them walked toward the DNA testing center. When Yuki Akikawa and the others arrived at the center, Dr. Sato happened to be ready. When he saw Yuki Akikawa holding a little girl, he was stunned. Before he could speak, Yuki Akikawa took the lead. Dr. Sato, please help me run a DNA test on me and this little girl. I need it rushed. I want the results this afternoon. Dr. Sato blinked, snapped back to reality and nodded, saying yes, of course. Yuki Akikawa didn't linger. She turned and walked outside, taking the car straight to Kaminari University. Meanwhile, in the auditorium at Kaminari University, Ren Tanaka grabbed me and said excitedly, Mugi, I have good news for you. It's said that the CEO of Akikawa Corporation is attending this freshman orientation speech. I said nonchalantly, the CEO of Akikawa? Is that a big deal? Ren Tanaka rolled his eyes at me and said, You pay no attention to the world outside, so it's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you, the Akikawa family is the leader of all the wealthy clans in Kaminari. More importantly, Yuki Akikawa is stunningly beautiful, a famous beauty in Kaminari, and she's only 26. Forget it. There are so many stunning beauties online. How many are real? This is probably fake too. It'll be a miracle if she's not ugly. If she's really as stunning as you say, I'd eat a coal heater. Ren Tanaka tugged at his lips and stopped dwelling on the matter. He pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it to me, showing a lecherous smile. I looked at the envelope Ren Tanaka handed over with a shocked expression, tightened my glutes, and shifted away silently, pulling my zipper up a bit. Ren Tanaka, although I am full of charm, there is no chance for us. Ren Tanaka was stunned for a moment. No, big brother, what are you thinking? This is from the class monitor Haruka Sato. She asked me to give it to you. Hearing this, I let out a long sigh of relief and cursed. You idiot. If you're delivering a letter, just deliver it. Why are you smiling so lecherously at me? Do you have any idea how creepy that is? I snatched the envelope from him, didn't even look at it, crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into my pocket. Ren Tanaka looked speechless. Seeing my actions, his eyes were filled with confusion. He spoke up. Mugi, we're in college now. Aren't you planning on getting a girlfriend? Why? Is the class monitor not pretty enough to move your heart? I was about to say something when the auditorium suddenly erupted in a stir. A gorgeous woman holding a little toddler was standing at the entrance. If I could marry her as my wife, I'd even be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Ren Tanaka heard this, rolled his eyes at me, and said irritably, So you're saying you don't want to suffer at all, right? I chuckled and looked away, saying, I'm just joking. These things are just something to dream about. Just then, my phone vibrated twice. I looked down. It was a message from Haruka Sato asking to meet up. I sighed softly, got up, and prepared to sneak out. Ren Tanaka, seeing this, asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "To cut off some bad luck in love," I replied casually, just as I was stealthily preparing to slip out through the back door. A pair of eyes caught my figure. "Mommy, it's Daddy!" Nana looked at my back and shouted loudly. Yuki Akikawa had just finished exchanging pleasantries with the school leaders and was preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, she immediately looked in the direction Nana was pointing and saw a handsome figure disappearing through the back door. She signaled to her assistant and quickly left the auditorium. "Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else?" Yuki Akikawa asked while holding Nana and rushing forward. Nana was full of confidence. "That is Daddy. Nana wouldn't mistake him." Yuki Akikawa looked at Assistant Hina. "Have someone look up everyone at Kaminari University named Mugi immediately. Send me his photo as soon as possible." Assistant Hina nodded and took out her phone to dispatch people for the search. At this moment, I didn't realize anyone was following me and walked into the cherry blossom forest according to Haruka Sato's message. From afar, I saw Haruka Sato wearing a white JK uniform. She had light makeup on and was very pretty. But unfortunately, I felt absolutely no ripple of emotion in my heart. Just as I was about to open my mouth to decline, Haruka Sato spoke first. "Mugi, I like you. I've liked you since high school." At this moment, Yuki Akikawa, holding Nana, had just arrived and happened to hear this statement from Haruka Sato. For some reason, a strange feeling welled up in her heart, and her delicate brows furrowed unconsciously. Nana looked at her daddy in the distance, then at her mommy holding her. At 4 years old, she couldn't read the atmosphere yet, but she could feel that Mommy was very angry. Although she didn't know why, it had to be Daddy's fault. After thinking for a moment, she said in a crisp voice, "Mommy, don't be angry. Tonight, we'll punish Daddy by making him kneel on the board." I, however, felt a chill run down my spine for no reason, sensing a vague unease. However, I didn't pay it much mind and was about to refuse when Haruka Sato seemed to sense something. Not giving me a chance to speak, she turned and walked away quickly. I sighed and turned to walk out as well. Yuki Akikawa's lips curled into a cold sneer as she walked toward the school exit with Nana. After a few steps, she suddenly realized she hadn't even confirmed if she was Nana's mother yet, so why was she feeling so jealous? Although she thought this, she felt inexplicably hurt, as if a toy she cherished had been snatched away. "Mommy? Aren't we going to find Daddy?" Nana asked, watching her daddy walk in the other direction. Yuki Akikawa dotingly rubbed Nana's little nose. "Be good, Nana. Shall we come find Daddy again tonight?" Nana nodded without hesitation. At this time, Assistant Hina handed her a phone. "Ms. Akikawa, there is only one student named Mugi at Kaminari University. He is a freshman and the top scorer in Kaminari's college entrance exam." Yuki Akikawa took the phone. It showed a photo of me playing basketball. The boy in the photo had sharp features and clear eyes. He was very handsome, but looked a bit dull, especially those eyes full of the clear stupidity of a college student, which made her lips curl. She held the phone up to Nana and asked, "Nana, is this a photo of Daddy?" Nana happily nodded her little head. She recognized the man in the photo as her daddy at a glance. Yuki Akikawa smiled slightly. "No wonder the photo was a candid shot. It seems this little man is quite charismatic. Go check. I want his full background." Not long after, Yuki Akikawa returned to her Ocean View apartment with Nana. Nana kicked off her shoes and socks, running barefoot across the floor to the kitchen to grab a yogurt from the fridge. Then she ran to the living room, turned on the TV, and sat on the sofa. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and natural, as if she were in her own home. Yuki Akikawa, standing in the entryway, blinked. She now believed that this little girl was her daughter. Watching the little toddler in the living room, she felt a sense of satisfaction she couldn't explain. She went to the kitchen and boiled a large bowl of noodles with a little bit of sesame oil, then brought it out. "Nana, time to eat." Hearing this, Nana ran to the dining room and sat obediently in the chair. Yuki Akikawa watched the cute toddler in front of her, the smile on her face deepening. She picked up the bowl and set it down in front of Nana. Nana looked at the noodles, and instead of eating, she pushed the bowl toward her mommy. "Mommy, you eat. Nana isn't hungry." However, her little stomach chose that moment to grumble loudly, creating an awkward silence. Nana giggled, picked up the spoon, took a bite of the noodles, and after struggling to swallow them, didn't forget to praise her. "Mommy, the noodles you made are delicious." Listening to Nana's white lie, Yuki Akikawa laughed helplessly. Her cooking skills were average, but surely not that bad. However, she took a bite herself, and a second later, the noodles were in the trash. Clearly, she had overestimated her culinary skills. She had to message Assistant Hina to bring 2 meals. She couldn't let the little one go hungry. Not long after, Assistant Hina arrived with the food. Nana, perhaps starving, ate in big mouthfuls, her cheeks bulging. Yuki Akikawa felt a pang of pity and amusement. Assistant Hina held a tablet and reported, "Ms. Akikawa, these are Mr. Mugi's full records." Yuki Akikawa looked at the tablet. Mugi, 18 years old. Father, Hiroshi. Mother, Fumi. Older sister, Uru. When she saw Fumi's photo, she was stunned. She knew Fumi, and quite well, because she was her homeroom teacher during her 3 years of high school. No wonder the name Mugi sounded so familiar. In other words, in the future, she married her teacher's son. Reaching this conclusion, she felt a bit dizzy. She vaguely remembered that during her senior year, due to certain circumstances, she had even looked after her teacher's son for a day. Just as she was in a daze, Nana pointed at the photo on the tablet happily. "Mommy, it's Grandma and Grandpa's photo! But they look so young." Yuki Akikawa smiled and patted her head. "Be good, Nana. In a little while, Mommy and Daddy will take Nana to see them, okay?" At that moment, a notification buzzed on her phone. Assistant Hina looked at the tablet and said, "Ms. Akikawa, the DNA test results are out." Yuki Akikawa took a look. It clearly stated a 99.99% match as mother and daughter. She wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she felt a sense of joy that she would eventually give birth to such a cute little one. Immediately, she looked at Assistant Hina and said, "Make sure no one spreads rumors about this at the company." "Understood, Ms. Akikawa. About the afternoon meeting." Before she could finish, Yuki Akikawa interrupted her. "Reschedule it. Rearrange everything." Assistant Hina nodded without hesitation. At this point, Nana patted her bulging little tummy. "I'm full. When are we gonna find Daddy?" Yuki Akikawa fell silent, a look of hesitation appearing on her face. This matter was truly difficult. She might not have had many qualms, but Mugi was the son of her former teacher. He was only 18, and most importantly, she had held him when he was a baby, and had even seen him without his clothes on. How could she bring this up? Should she just show up and say, "I am your future wife, you are my husband, and this is our daughter"? That was too shameful. She couldn't bring herself to say it. "Mommy," little Nana nuzzled her cheek, acting coy in a soft voice. Yuki Akikawa's heart softened at Nana's pitiful, wide eyes, and she nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go find Daddy now." Upon hearing this, Nana clapped her little hands excitedly, her face full of anticipation. The 3 of them soon drove to the apartment complex not far from Kaminari University. They found Building 6, Unit 2, took the elevator to the 6th floor, and stood in front of apartment 606. Yuki Akikawa felt a sudden wave of nervousness, but before she could react, Nana had already clapped and knocked on the door, shouting, "Daddy!" Yuki Akikawa smiled and shook her head. She would have to face it eventually. After all, he was Nana's future father. I opened the door with messy, bedhead hair and sleepy eyes. A flash of distaste crossed Yuki Akikawa's eyes, though she quickly assessed me. I had to admit, this young man was quite handsome, even better looking in person than in the photo. Little Nana saw me, immediately opened her small arms and sweetly shouted, "Daddy!" I rubbed my sleepy eyes and widened them in disbelief. The CEO of the Akikawa Corporation? Yuki Akikawa? I squinted, full of shock, but quickly collected myself, muttering, "This must be a dream. How could the CEO of Akikawa be at my doorstep? I better go back and sleep some more." Without giving them a chance to react, I slammed the door shut. Yuki Akikawa stared at the closed door, feeling a bit annoyed. This little guy looked so slow. How on earth did he charm her into becoming his wife and willingly bearing him a daughter? She gritted her teeth. As a CEO, no one had ever dared to turn her away. Yuki Akikawa handed Nana to Assistant Hina. "Nana, Mommy needs to have a private talk with Daddy. so you can't listen in, okay? Nana immediately covered her ears and answered loudly, Mommy, Nana will definitely not listen. A smile appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face. She stretched her body. She had studied martial arts, and breaking down a door was quite simple for her. The next second, she raised her leg and kicked. With a loud crash, the door fell off its hinges. I heard the commotion and turned around only to see my own front door had been kicked down by this woman. Yuki Akikawa pulled her leg back, dusted off her clothes, and looked at me as if I were trash. I met her gaze, the one that made me feel like trash, and for some reason, it felt a little satisfying. Why? I wondered. Wait, when did I get so masochistic? Is this really the time to be thinking about that? My door! I shouted in horror. Yuki Akikawa didn't care at all and strode inside. Assistant Hina followed, stepping tentatively into the apartment. I saw her enter and took a few steps back. Hey, what are you doing? This is trespassing. Careful. I'll call the police. Yuki Akikawa looked indifferent, her cold eyes scanning over me. Seeing she wasn't the least bit afraid, I huffed. A dog is kept for 1,000 days to be used for one. I gestured for my dog to bare its teeth at Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa merely gave a faint glance at the silly dog beside me. The dog was instantly startled, as if a mouse had seen a cat, and it tucked its tail and cowered against the wall. I looked at the dog huddled by the wall and gave it a kick in the backside, cursing, "Waste of food." Then I looked at Yuki Akikawa. Before I could speak, Yuki Akikawa took the lead. Can we talk properly now? I looked at the door lying on the floor and fell silent. Soon, however, my survival instincts took over, and I nodded repeatedly, fearing the consequences of being too slow. Yuki Akikawa showed a sweet smile, walked directly to the living room sofa, and sat down. Assistant Hina sat beside her, holding Nana. Seeing me still standing there like a fool, she raised an eyebrow and said, in a flat tone, "Are you going to stand there while we talk?" I let out a nervous laugh, then walked over to the other sofa and sat down, feeling very stiff. Yuki Akikawa noticed this, and as she looked away, she shot a glare at the dog still huddled in the corner. The dog felt her gaze, lowered its head even further, tucked its tail, and tiptoed toward the balcony, sneaking into its cage and closing the door behind it. Yuki Akikawa looked at Nana, who was in Assistant Hina's arms, and a soft, gentle smile appeared on her face. "Nana, come here." Seeing Yuki Akikawa like this, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Is this woman's personality too fickle? If I married her, wouldn't she scold me like I were her son? Before I could dwell on it further, Nana moved her hands away from her ears, looked at me, and said sweetly, "Daddy." I blinked, looked at the little girl, then pointed at myself and laughed as I explained, "Did you make a mistake? How could a guy like me be your dad?" Although I said that, I felt quite happy inside, even satisfied. I had an urge to hold this little girl in my arms. Nana heard this and looked aggrievedly at Yuki Akikawa, asking in a soft, trembling voice, "Mommy, does Daddy not want Nana anymore?" She remembered that Daddy wasn't like this. He had always loved her very much. Did he not want her now? Seeing Nana on the verge of tears, Yuki Akikawa felt a sudden pang of heartache. She cupped the little girl's face and comforted her with a smile. "How could that be? Nana is so cute. How could Daddy not want you? Daddy is just playing a game with you." "Really?" Nana looked doubtful. Yuki Akikawa nodded with absolute sincerity. "Of course it's true." Meanwhile, I watched the little toddler and felt an inexplicable heaviness in my chest. This development was so bizarre that I felt a bit at a loss. Yuki Akikawa tapped Nana's little nose, then raised her eyes to look at me. As I met her gaze, I felt a chill run down my spine, as if a cold aura was enveloping me. It made me feel like I was sitting on needles. What for? This is a society ruled by law. Do you think just because you're from a wealthy family you can bully an honest guy? Yuki Akikawa rested her chin on her hand, feeling the urge to punch her husband. She took a deep breath, telling herself, "Don't lose your temper. He said he's your future husband. Just endure it." Forcing down her anger, she let out a sigh. "Nana is our daughter from the future. I know you might not believe it, but it's the truth." As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened a saved video, and placed it in front of me. The video was the surveillance footage from my company lobby this morning, showing Nana appearing out of thin air. Seeing Nana materialize in the Akikawa lobby, I was shocked, but I quickly regained my composure. What if this video was edited? Before I could speak, Yuki Akikawa guessed my thoughts and glanced at her assistant. Assistant Hina understood immediately, quickly taking 2 files out of her bag and placing them on the table. One was a DNA test, and the other was a medical report. She continued, "The surveillance is real. I have no need to lie to you. This is a DNA test between me and Nana, along with my medical report from last month. I haven't had any sexual activity, nor do I have any records of childbirth." I soon realized that while my family was reasonably well off, it couldn't possibly compare to the Akikawa family. This woman truly had no reason to lie to me. So this little toddler really was my daughter, or, to be more precise, our future daughter. Seeing that I remained silent, Yuki Akikawa assumed I didn't believe her and continued, "If you don't believe it, we can perform another DNA test. If you don't want to acknowledge her, I can raise the child myself." Before she could finish, I interrupted sharply, "Who said I don't want her? She's my daughter." After saying that, I looked at the little girl, cleared my throat, and said in a gentle tone, "Nana, come here." Hearing this, Nana hopped off the sofa and threw herself into my arms, her eyes filled with joy. I scooped her up, and looking at the little one in my arms, my heart completely melted. "Daddy is bad. I want a kiss." Before I could say anything, Nana pouted and acted coy. Without thinking, I planted a kiss on her cheek. How should I put it? It was such a peculiar feeling, waking up one day to find out I was a father. Yuki Akikawa watched the interaction between father and daughter and felt a wave of displeasure rise in her heart. She was shocked at her own reaction, shook her head, and said, "Let's go to the hospital to perform a DNA test first." She thought for a moment and added, "Don't worry. You don't have to pay for the test." Upon hearing this, I huffed and said with feigned arrogance, "No need, I have money." As I said this, I pulled out my phone and opened a payment app. The balance displayed exactly 20 yuan and 90 cents. However, a second later, a notification popped up. "Respected user, your music subscription has expired and has been automatically renewed, deducting 14 yuan and 90 fen. Seeing this message, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. School had just started, and my money was already gone. At this moment, Assistant Hina reminded me, "Sir, the minimum cost for a DNA test is between 2,000 and 2,500 yuan. The balance on your phone doesn't seem to be enough." I was stunned into silence for a long time. Then I silently dialed my mother's number, got up awkwardly, and walked to the balcony. The call was answered quickly, and before my mother could speak, I jumped right in. "You little brat, you're a money-eating beast." Fumi's voice from the other end was quite irritable. I didn't care at all and said nonchalantly, "Then you should prepare to be a grandmother." As soon as those words were out, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. I handed the phone to Nana, who held it happily and said sweetly, "Grandma!" Fumi was about to start scolding, but upon hearing the sweet child's voice, she rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Don't try to pull these tricks on me. Go play somewhere else." Clearly, Fumi didn't believe me and hung up the phone. However, she still transferred 2,000 yuan. She knew her son well. Although he spent money quickly, it was usually just on games, sneakers, and the like. She didn't mind much, but she was used to asking and didn't believe this little brat actually had the guts to produce a grandchild for her. "Daddy." Grandma hung up, Nana said, looking at the phone and then at me. The moment the words left her mouth, a notification sound from the payment app rang out. I pinched her nose with a smile. "Nana, you're a genius." Then I set Nana down and said, "Nana, go play with Mommy for a while. Daddy will make you something delicious later, okay?" Nana was thrilled to hear she would get to eat Daddy's cooking. She nodded, planted a kiss on my cheek, and said, "Yay!" Then she ran into the living room and threw herself into Yuki Akikawa's arms. I didn't rush out, but instead dialed my father's number. The phone rang for a long time, and just as I was about to hang up, it was answered. I said righteously, "Dad, I need some gold coins." "You little brat, isn't your mother in charge of the family finances?" "Why are you asking me for money?" Hiroshi retorted. "Well, then I have no choice but to tell Mom that you've been secretly hiding a slush fund." Before I could finish, Hiroshi interrupted with a laugh. "My good son, we're family. Everything is negotiable. How much do you need?" His tone was filled with gritted teeth by the end. I didn't care at all and laughed. 2,000. 2,000? You're crazy. Your mother only gives me 200 a week for allowance? Before he could continue, I interrupted. What if Mom finds out you've been stealing my birthday money every year? Good son, 2,000 is too little. Let's add 500. You're in college now, so you should treat yourself well. Spend what you need to spend. Don't save your old man money. With that, he hung up, tearfully and angrily transferring 2,500 to his rebellious son. A few minutes later, the notification sound from WeChat rang again. Only then did I click Receive with satisfaction. In less than 10 minutes, I had made a clean 4,000. Inside the living room, Yuki Akikawa watched my back, her expression complicated. The balcony wasn't soundproof, and since I hadn't closed the door when Nana came out, she had heard the entire conversation between father and son clearly. I walked into the living room, shook the phone in my hand, and laughed. Yuki Akikawa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She looked me up and down and said, "Are you planning on going out like that?" I scratched my messy bedhead hair, looked down at my outfit, and gave an awkward smile. Give me 15 minutes. With that, I ran straight into the bedroom to wash up. Yuki Akikawa held her forehead and turned to Assistant Hina, saying, "Contact someone to have the door replaced." Assistant Hina nodded and replied, "Understood, Miss Akikawa. I will arrange it immediately." Afterward, Yuki Akikawa began to look around the small apartment. Although it was small, it was very cozy. Compared to her large luxury apartment, it felt more like a real home. Looking around, her gaze caught the dog in the cage, and remembering the dog's reaction earlier, she couldn't help but chuckle. Nana also saw the dog in the cage. With a look of confusion, she asked, "Mommy, why did the little puppy get dirty?" As she spoke, her little hand pointed toward the dog in the cage. Yuki Akikawa instantly guessed that the little puppy was a pet I kept, so she smiled and explained, "Little silly, that's not a puppy, that's the puppy's mother." "Then where is the puppy?" Nana nodded her little head and continued to ask. "The puppy is still inside the mother's belly and hasn't been born yet. In a few years, the puppy will be born. For now, let the mother dog play with Nana, okay?" she patiently explained. Nana felt a bit sad, but it didn't last long. Although she couldn't play with a puppy right now, she had the mother dog. Soon after, I walked out of the bedroom. My hair wasn't fully dry yet, and a few droplets were still dripping from the tips. Yuki Akikawa looked up and caught sight of this. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason. She hadn't expected that when I was serious, I actually had a certain charm. I tilted my head and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing my voice, Yuki Akikawa snapped back to reality, a blush instantly creeping onto her face. However, she maintained a calm demeanor, raising her hand to tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. "Nothing, let's go." Nana reached out her little hands toward me and acted coyly. "Daddy, hold me!" Hearing her, I didn't think twice, and smilingly took Nana from Yuki Akikawa's arms. The movement was so natural, as if I had done it countless times before. Yuki Akikawa coughed slightly and said, "Assistant Hina will watch the place. Someone will come to replace the door shortly." I nodded with a smile, and the three of us took the elevator down to the first floor. I walked in front holding Nana, with Yuki Akikawa following beside me. Her gaze stole glances from time to time at this man who was a head taller than her. She was now even more curious as to why she would ever fall for this man. I naturally noticed her frequent glances, but I only assumed she was looking at Nana. Although I was confident in my appearance, I wasn't narcissistic enough to think a multi-billionaire CEO would fall for me. However, thinking about how she was my future wife and had given birth to such a cute daughter, I couldn't help but keep a smile on my face. Just as I was feeling smug, Nana, who was lying on my shoulder, reached out and cupped Yuki Akikawa's face, saying in a babyish voice, "Mommy, why do you keep sneaking peeks at Daddy? Look at Nana too." As soon as these words left her mouth, Yuki Akikawa's already rosy cheeks turned into the color of a ripe apple, truly enticing. She awkwardly fidgeted with her fingers. She hadn't expected her daughter to call out her little secret, and an indescribable sense of shame washed over her. I turned my head slightly to look at Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa met my gaze, shifted her eyes away, and coughed lightly, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just think Nana looks a lot like you." Hearing this, I lifted Nana into the air and frowned in thought. "Nana looks 70% like you. She's like a carbon copy of you." Other than these big eyes, little lips, and eyebrows, I really don't see where she looks like me. Yuki Akikawa took a deep breath, clenched her fists, ignored me, and strode out of the residential complex. Nana and I watched her back and exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. "Daddy, Mommy seems angry. You're gonna have to kneel on the board tonight." Nana sighed, acting like a little adult. Hearing her words, I immediately caught the keyword, kneel on the board. Wait, as a Sigma male, how could I ever end up kneeling on a washboard in the future? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Once outside the complex, the driver by the car quickly opened the back door. Yuki Akikawa bent down and got in. I placed Nana into the back seat first. The little one sat down obediently and patted the seat next to her. "Daddy, sit!" I sat in as told. The car was spacious, and the air was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance that made my heart flutter. Yuki Akikawa said coldly, "To the hospital." The driver nodded, pulled up the partition, and the car slowly moved, merging into the traffic. It became quiet inside the car. I glanced at Yuki Akikawa, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Miss Akikawa?" Yuki Akikawa turned her head slowly, her gaze calm as she looked at me, as if she had turned back into that decisive female CEO from the business world. Seeing her cold expression, I still asked the question weighing on my mind. "Do you think our future selves know that Nana has traveled back in time?" Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa finally reacted. Her daughter had vanished into thin air. Her future self must be going crazy with worry. But she was helpless, and she looked up at me, not knowing how to answer. The two of them stared at each other, and the air fell into an eerie silence, making them both feel somewhat awkward. Nana looked at her father and mother's strained expressions, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Why aren't Mommy and Daddy kissing?" she wondered. "Mommy always likes to kiss Daddy. What's going on?" Not long after, the car pulled up smoothly in front of the hospital. I got out first, holding Nana, followed closely by Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa frowned slightly, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sun. "This way," she directed, pointing toward the hospital lobby, and took the lead. I acknowledged her and hurriedly followed with Nana in my arms. Yuki Akikawa stole a glance at the father and daughter pair, feeling like she was bringing a son and daughter for a checkup rather than a husband and daughter. It wasn't entirely surprising. After all, I was only 18 and dressed quite youthfully, giving off the look of a son being brought along by his mature, sophisticated mother. Yuki Akikawa gathered her thoughts, pushed them aside, and headed straight for the paternity testing center. Soon, the three of them arrived. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out nearby. "Mugi?" A female doctor in a white lab coat was staring at me in shock. I blinked, unable to believe I would run into my older sister, Uru, here. Before I could explain, Nana chirped sweetly, "Auntie?" Hearing this, Uru was stunned. She looked at me, then up at the sign for the paternity testing center, feeling as if the sky were falling. "You're only 18. How can you already have a daughter this big?" Uru stared at me in disbelief. I hurriedly tried to explain, "Sis, it's complicated. I can't explain it in a short time, but Nana is my daughter from the future." Uru rolled her eyes at me, giving me a look like she was staring at an idiot. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Yuki Akikawa spoke up. "You go ahead and do the paternity test with Nana first. I'll explain everything to your sister." I looked at Yuki Akikawa and thought, my sister should be tough enough to handle the truth, right? After a moment of silence, I decided not to dwell on it and walked toward the testing center with Nana. Once the father and daughter left, Yuki Akikawa looked at Uru and said awkwardly, "Shall we talk in your office?" Uru nodded, not refusing. Her office wasn't very large, and the air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant. Uru closed the door behind her and demanded, "What exactly is going on?" Yuki Akikawa replied calmly, "Nana is the daughter of your brother and me from the future." Uru frowned, clearly disbelieving her. She would have rather believed that I was being kept by Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa handed over the two documents. "If you don't believe me, you can look at these two reports." Uru suspiciously examined the paternity test report. Seeing mother-daughter relation clearly written on it, her brain hit a standstill. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the paper. "Is Nana really from the future?" Yuki Akikawa nodded. "I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth." Uru stared at the two reports, her mind a mess. What was happening before her eyes was completely outside the scope of her understanding. Not long after, the office door was pushed open, and I walked in with Nana. Uru suddenly grabbed me and dragged me out of the office. With a loud slam, the door shut, cutting off the view from inside. "Mommy," Nana asked, "why did Auntie and Daddy go outside?" Yuki Akikawa patted her little head. "Daddy and Auntie have things to talk about. He'll be back in a moment." Uru's gaze was sharp and probing as she interrogated me. "Confess, are you being kept by her, acting as some cheap father for money?" Several black lines appeared on my forehead as I looked at my sister, speechless. "Have you been reading too many CEO romance novels? What's going on in that head of yours?" Today is the first time I've ever met Yuki Akikawa. I didn't know her before. Besides, our family isn't short on money. Why would I sell myself out? Uru didn't say anything, but she seemed to believe me a little. I added, "Once my paternity test with Nana comes out, won't everything be clear?" Uru stared at me for a few seconds. "Fine, whatever. I'll bring the results to your apartment tonight." Inside the office, the little one sat on a chair, swinging her legs, looking very happy. Seeing Uru come back in, Nana immediately flashed a sweet smile and shouted clearly, "Auntie!" Hearing that soft voice, Uru couldn't help but soften. A rare, gentle smile appeared on her face. "Nana, be a good girl. Tell Auntie what's your name." Nana raised her little face and said in a babyish voice, "My name is Maki-onai, and I'm 4 years old." Uru pinched Nana's little cheeks, finding her adorable. "Nana is so sweet. Can Auntie come visit you tonight?" Hearing this, Nana's eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes!" As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Uru's cheek. Uru was delighted by the little one's kiss, her smile becoming even more indulgent, and her gaze incredibly gentle. But when her eyes shifted to me, the smile vanished, and her expression returned to its former sharpness. I couldn't help but twitch my lips at my sister's rapid mood swing. I gave an awkward smile. "Sis, we'll be going now." Uru gave a faint nod. I quickly scooped up Nana and took Yuki Akikawa's hand, walking briskly out of the office. "Goodbye, Auntie." Nana waved her little hand to bid Uru farewell. A smile appeared once more on Uru's face as she waved back, watching us leave. Come to think of it, she thought, Nana's eyes and brows really do look a bit like my little brother's. Yuki Akikawa noticed our joined hands. Instead of pulling away, she subconsciously gripped them a little tighter. In this moment, she seemed to feel a different kind of warmth. Reaching the car, I let go of her hand and opened the back door, gesturing for Yuki Akikawa to go in first. Yuki Akikawa paused for a moment, but quickly composed herself and sat inside. I followed right behind her. Nana rested her little head on Yuki Akikawa's shoulder, her short legs resting on mine, her face glowing with happiness. Yuki Akikawa couldn't resist pinching Nana's nose, making her giggle. Seeing this scene, I felt a sense of peace, as if time had stood still. I glanced at Yuki Akikawa and couldn't help but ask, "It seems like you know my sister?" Yuki Akikawa's tone was indifferent as she nodded. "Your sister arranged my physical examination last month." I was suddenly enlightened. No wonder her reaction was so strong when she saw us appear at the testing center with Nana. I pushed those thoughts aside and looked at Nana, an involuntary, gentle smile appearing on my face. "Nana, what delicious food do you want to eat tonight?" As soon as the mention of food came up, Nana perked up, swinging her little feet and looking up at me with shining eyes. "Sweet and sour pork. Nana wants to eat sweet and sour pork." I was amused by my daughter's cute demeanor and reached out to playfully stroke her little nose. "Little glutton will have sweet and sour pork tonight." After saying that, I looked at Yuki Akikawa and asked somewhat awkwardly, Ms. Akikawa, what would you like to eat?" Yuki Akikawa's tone remained indifferent. "Anything is fine. Also, you don't need to call me Ms. Akikawa." "Then, can I call you Yuki?" I felt a bit nervous after saying it. After all, I had never been in a relationship since I was a child, and didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. I couldn't exactly treat my future wife like my own mother, right? Yuki Akikawa's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gave a soft, gentle, which I took as her consent. We soon arrived at the apartment complex. "You go take Nana back up," I said. "I'll go buy the groceries." Before Yuki Akikawa could answer, Nana spoke up first. "Nana wants to go too." I smiled and patted her little head. Be good, Nana. Daddy will be back very soon. Nana didn't answer. She just looked up at Yuki Akikawa and tugged gently on her hand, looking pathetic. Yuki Akikawa had zero resistance to this and spoke without a second thought. Let's go together. It's not like I have anything else to do. Yay! Mommy, give me a kiss! Yuki Akikawa laughed helplessly and planted a kiss on her little cheek. I cleared my throat. Let's go. I led Nana and Yuki Akikawa through the various vendor stalls with familiarity. It was clear that Yuki Akikawa had never been to a wet market before. She followed me, looking lost. She never imagined that as a dignified CEO, she would have a moment where she didn't know how to handle things. Nana asked about this and that along the way, and I patiently explained everything to her. Afterward, I took them into a supermarket. Why are we coming to a supermarket? Yuki Akikawa asked, puzzled. Of course, to buy clothes for Nana. Otherwise, what will she wear after her bath tonight? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face. She hadn't expected this little man to be so thoughtful. Nana saw some pretty clothes, and her eyes lit up immediately. She pulled us along. Very quickly, she took a fancy to a little rabbit costume. I took a look and thought it was quite cute, but then I saw the price and was startled. 1,000 yen for one piece of clothing. My whole outfit didn't even add up to 500. Nana didn't even look at me. She went straight to Yuki Akikawa and acted coyly. Nana wants to be a little rabbit. Yuki Akikawa smiled and took the outfit, holding it up against Nana to check the size, then picked out another large coat. She didn't even look at the price tags before handing them to me. I took the clothes, suddenly feeling that being a CEO's kept man wasn't such a hard thing to accept. Then we bought some daily necessities and toys before heading home together. When we returned to the apartment, the new door had already been installed. I looked at the new brown smart door in surprise. This was too luxurious. If she had kicked down my door, at least I would have saved the cost of renovations. Thinking about this, the smile on my face couldn't be contained. Yuki Akikawa furrowed her brows. Is this husband of mine a fool? It's just a new door. Assistant Hina stepped forward quickly. Ms. Akikawa, the door has been reinstalled. You just need to register your fingerprints. Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly, signaling for us to register our fingerprints. I complied, holding Nana while we registered. Yuki Akikawa suddenly stepped forward and very naturally registered her own prints as well. I have to work and don't have that much time to care for Nana. I'll be sending her here when necessary. I didn't say much to that. After all, she was the child's mother, and I still had school, so I didn't have much time to look after Nana. The responsibility naturally had to be shared. Seeing me remain silent, Yuki Akikawa breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Assistant Hina. Charge the door replacement to my private account. Then have the driver take you back. Assistant Hina smiled meaningfully and nodded. Yuki Akikawa saw her off and closed the door. I carried the groceries into the kitchen and started cooking. Nana ran to the balcony to let the dog out of the cage. Yuki Akikawa stood at the entryway watching this scene, a sense of happiness welling up in her heart. For the first time in her life, she felt the meaning of home. It felt somewhat surreal, like a dream that might vanish in the next second. Mommy, come play with me, Nana called out sweetly to Yuki Akikawa. A smile appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face, and mother and daughter sat on the floor playing with blocks, surrounded by sounds of laughter. I couldn't help but peek curiously into the living room, only to see Nana lying in Yuki Akikawa's arms, acting spoiled. The evening sun cast a soft glow on Yuki Akikawa, rendering her in a gentle light. At this moment, she wasn't her usual cold self. Her whole demeanor softened, and her face was filled with smiles. I was mesmerized by this heartwarming scene. Yuki Akikawa looked up and caught me staring at her like an idiot while wearing an apron. The smile on her lips faded, and a complicated expression filled her eyes. Just how desperate am I to have fallen for him? I felt embarrassed and turned around in a panic, washing the already washed vegetables again, pretending to be very busy. Yuki Akikawa couldn't help but chuckle softly. About half an hour later, I brought out the last dish and set it on the table. Time to eat! Upon hearing this, Nana and Yuki Akikawa stopped playing, stood up, and hurried toward the dining room. Watching the mother and daughter running toward me, I felt a sense of pride swell in my chest. Having been busy for so long, it felt as though I had been waiting for this very moment. Nana quickly climbed onto her chair, swinging her 2 short legs while waiting for the meal to start. Yuki Akikawa then spoke up. "Nana, go wash your hands first." Nana looked at me and pouted, acting coyly. "Daddy, Nana is hungry." But before I could say a word, Yuki Akikawa's face turned serious as she called out, "Nana." Seeing this, my gaze immediately shifted to the dog in the living room. I muttered to myself, "I haven't fed the dog yet," and walked toward the living room. Nana pouted, looking very unwilling, as she jumped off her chair and followed Yuki Akikawa to the kitchen to wash her hands. After I finished feeding the dog, I walked back to the dining table. Just as I was about to sit down to eat, a glare shot toward me. My hand, which was holding the bowl and chopsticks, paused. Realizing what was wrong, I immediately got up and headed into the kitchen to wash my hands. Yuki Akikawa shook her head. Now she knew exactly who Nana had inherited this bad habit from. After washing my hands, I returned to the table. Nana had long been impatient. She skillfully used her spoon to scoop a piece of sweet and sour pork into her bowl and began to feast. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa couldn't help but chuckle. She picked up a piece of pork for herself. She had expected my cooking to be average, but it was unexpectedly delicious. It could even rival the skills of professional chefs. "I never imagined your cooking would be this good." She looked at me, wanting to offer a compliment, but saw me burying my head into my bowl, devouring the food. The full bowl of rice was already half gone. Now she understood perfectly well why they were father and daughter. Nana's way of eating was simply a miniature version of my own, which gave her a headache. It seemed that, other than her face, Nana didn't take after her at all. "No," she thought. "Such a cute daughter of mine can't be a little fool like her father." With that, she set her bowl and chopsticks down on the table. Nana and I looked up, staring at Yuki Akikawa with confusion. Yuki Akikawa's tone became a bit more serious. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Nana and I looked at each other and laughed inexplicably. I explained sheepishly, "I just got out of high school. I'm not used to it yet. I'll pay attention next time." Yuki Akikawa helplessly held her forehead and sighed softly. "Why does it feel like I'm not just raising a daughter, but a son as well?" However, she didn't say much more and continued eating. With Yuki Akikawa's guidance, the father-daughter pair ate much more elegantly. Before long, all 3 had finished. My cooking was quite a success. Nana had eaten nearly half a bowl. As for Yuki Akikawa, she ate an unprecedented bowl and a half. Usually she didn't eat much, even when hungry, but today she had eaten quite a bit, which surprised even her. Afterward, she took Nana to the living room to rest, while I stayed in the kitchen to clean up the dishes. It took me only 2 or 3 minutes to finish. I put the dishes away, wiped my hands clean, and stepped out of the kitchen. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 8:10 p.m. I looked at Yuki Akikawa and asked, "Yuki, it's still early. Do you want to go walk the dog together? Of course, if you're busy, I can just take Nana." Before I could finish, Yuki Akikawa interrupted. "Sure, it'll be good for digestion." I was stunned that she had agreed so readily. I retrieved the leash from the entryway cabinet and skillfully harnessed the dog, who was wagging its tail at the door. Nana also trotted over on her short legs, looking up at me with shining eyes. "Daddy, are we going to take the dog for a walk?" "That's right. Does Nana want to come along?" "Yes." Nana nodded vigorously and took the initiative to hold Yuki Akikawa's hand. Yuki Akikawa looked at the little hand her daughter had reached out to hold, felt a warmth in her heart, and gripped it back a little tighter. The 3 of us walked out of the apartment building and took the elevator down. The riverbank at night was filled with a cool breeze. I held Nana's hand with one hand and the dog's leash with the other, as the dog happily sniffed the green grass along the path. The river breeze blew through Yuki Akikawa's hair. She turned her head to look at her daughter bouncing happily beside me, and the corners of her mouth curled upward. Such a night, such companionship, allowed her tense heartstrings to relax involuntarily, as if they were truly an ordinary family of 3, enjoying their leisure time after dinner. After walking for about half an hour, Nana's footsteps slowed down. She tugged on my trousers, her little voice tinged with sleepiness. "Daddy, Nana can't walk anymore." I smiled and bent down. "How about Daddy carries you on his back?" Nana immediately and happily extended her little arms. I easily hoisted her onto my back, supporting her little bottom steadily. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa very naturally took the dog leash from my hand and walked silently beside us. Returning to the apartment building, the dog seemed played out and followed us obediently into the elevator. Once inside, Yuki Akikawa leaned toward Nana, who was nearly asleep on my back, and whispered, "Nana, let's go take a bath, okay?" Nana gave a dreamy, Yuki Akikara carried her toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water and the cheerful chatter of mother and daughter drifted from the bathroom. "Mommy, here are bubbles! So many bubbles!" Not long after, Nana's little eyelids began to flutter. The little one let out a dainty yawn, her head bobbing. She was clearly exhausted. Yuki Akikawa watched her sleepy, cute daughter, and a tender smile couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth. She wrapped Nana in a large bath towel and carried her out of the bathroom. Seeing Nana bundled up like a little silkworm and drifting off to sleep, I said, "It's getting late. Why don't you let Nana sleep with me tonight?" Before Yuki Akikara could answer, Nana suddenly opened her hazy eyes, as if she had suddenly perked up. With a thick, sleepy nasal tone, she exclaimed, "Great! Nana can sleep with Daddy and Mommy!" Once those words were spoken, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. My ears began to heat up, and my gaze drifted involuntarily toward other things. Yuki Akikawa froze for a moment as she held her daughter, a flush of unnatural pink appearing on her face. She cleared her throat, nodded slightly, and without refusing, followed me into the bedroom with Nana. The room wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy, with a faint scent of soap lingering in the air. She helped Nana change into the new little tiger pajamas and placed her on the bed. The little one rolled around happily, but her energy was quickly spent. I sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted her little tummy. Yuki Akikawa watched my somewhat awkward movements, her gaze softening. Neither of us spoke. We just quietly watched Nana. Before long, Nana had drifted completely into dreamland, her breathing steady and deep. I stopped my movements and carefully withdrew my hand. We exchanged a look and tiptoed out of the room. Sitting on the sofa, neither of us said a word for a moment. The atmosphere was surprisingly like that of an ordinary couple enjoying a brief moment of peace after their child had fallen asleep. Just then, a loud knock, knock, knock sounded abruptly at the door. I jumped, instantly realizing who it was, and quickly got up to open the door. Uru scanned the brand new door, looking confused. "Why did you change the door?" A flash of Yuki Akikawa's kick from that afternoon crossed my mind. I squeezed out a dry smile. "I just happened to replace it with a new one." Uru didn't think much of it, and walked straight into the apartment. She spotted Yuki Akikawa sitting on the sofa immediately, and didn't seem too surprised. "Is Nana asleep?" Yuki Akikawa and I both nodded. Uru walked over, sat on the sofa, and took a file folder out of her bag, handing it to me. I opened it to find a paternity test report clearly stating that a biological relationship existed between Nana and me. Seeing the result, I wasn't surprised at all. The connection between our bloodlines was hard to explain otherwise. Yuki Akikawa also caught a glimpse of the report. Although she already knew the outcome, a strange feeling stirred within her. Uru's gaze swept over our faces, her tone a mix of helplessness and disbelief. "So Nana really is from the future?" I nodded. At this point, there didn't seem to be a more logical explanation. Uru took a deep breath. Even though she had been mentally preparing for this, it still felt unreal. "So what are you two planning to do now?" I blurted out without even thinking. "Raise her, of course. What else can we do?" Yuki Akikawa's eyes brightened. She looked at me and nodded in agreement. Uru sighed. "I suppose that's the only way. Are you not planning to tell Mom and Dad?" "Definitely not. You know how Mom is. She won't believe in any daughter from the future. She'll 100% think I was out messing around, got someone pregnant, and then abandoned them. If she finds out, she'll break my legs." Yuki Akikawa, listening from the side, instantly pictured her old teacher and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The teacher's fiery temper hadn't changed at all. However, she also began to worry. If the teacher found out that her diligent student had run off with her son, would she break her legs too? At that thought, Yuki Akikawa shivered. I looked at Yuki Akikawa in confusion, not understanding what she was laughing at. Uru looked at her younger brother, feeling both annoyed and amused. "Fine, fine. I'll keep your secret for now. But this won't stay hidden for long. Be prepared and think about how you'll handle it. After saying that, she gave us a meaningful look and stood up to leave. All right, you two get some rest. She sighed inwardly. Her brother's life was basically over. She knew what kind of character he had better than anyone. A strong, independent woman like Yuki Akikawa would probably have him wrapped around her little finger. Originally, she had intended to tell me to stay away from Yuki Akikawa, but since we were destined to be husband and wife in the future, they couldn't exactly be forced apart. Brother, may luck be on your side. After she closed the door, it was just Yuki Akikawa and me in the entryway. We could immediately smell each other's faint scents, making the moment feel somewhat awkward. Yuki Akikawa hesitated for a second before asking softly, "Don't you find me familiar?" I was stunned, staring at her with complete confusion. What? Seeing my look of total ignorance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yuki Akikawa's eyes, though she quickly masked it. She shook her head slightly, knowing I must have completely forgotten the events of our childhood. It's getting late. I'll head back. I'll come by tomorrow morning to see Nana. I nodded instinctively, then realized, it's so late, why don't I drive you home? It's not safe for you to go alone. Yuki Akikawa raised an eyebrow. You drive me home? What if Nana wakes up? I fell silent, realizing I hadn't considered that. Yuki Akikawa chuckled. It's okay. Go back. I'll be fine on my own. A flicker of subtle disappointment crossed my eyes as I muttered a quiet, Yuki Akikawa caught my slight change in expression, and the corners of her lips curled up in a faint, imperceptible smile. After washing up, I returned to the room and looked at Nana sleeping soundly on the bed. Her tiny body was curled up, and a sweet smile still lingered on her lips. My heart melted. I tiptoed to the other side of the bed and lay down, trying my best not to make a sound. Yuki Akikawa returned to her luxury ocean view apartment in the city center. Looking at the vast, brightly lit but empty and cold space, a sense of indescribable loneliness washed over her. Her mind kept drifting back to Nana's sleeping face, and my look of disappointment. As she thought of me, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl upward. The next morning, Yuki Akikawa woke up very early. After a quick wash, she immediately drove to a breakfast shop, packed some steamed buns and soy milk, and headed to the apartment. She carried the breakfast and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. The house was quiet. Yuki Akikawa stood in the entryway and looked around. I wasn't in the living room, and neither was that tiny figure. It was clear that we, father and daughter, were still sleeping in. She smiled helplessly and reached for the shoe cabinet out of habit, only then realizing there were no slippers for her. Last night, I had only remembered to buy clothes and slippers for Nana, completely forgetting that she needed a pair too. For some reason, it left a slightly bitter taste in her mouth, but she quickly composed herself and set the breakfast on the dining table. At the same time, she took out her phone and called Assistant Hina. I'm working from home today. Bring my laptop over later. Assistant Hina responded on the other end, understood Ms. Akikawa. Also, bring a pair of women's slippers for me. Hanging up the phone, Yuki Akikawa cast a glance toward the closed bedroom door. She walked toward it, but suddenly stopped. Would it be inappropriate to go in directly, considering he was still sleeping? But on second thought, she was Nana's mother. Wasn't it only natural to check on her child? Thinking this, she gave up on hesitating, turned the doorknob, and walked straight inside. The two figures, one large and one small, were lying in a tangled mess. Nana was lying right on the pillow, with one chubby little foot resting on my face. As for me, I was sprawled out in a star shape, taking up more than half the bed. The corners of Yuki Akikawa's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. A flash of helplessness crossed her eyes, mixed with a gentle smile. She reached out and carefully removed Nana's little foot from my face. She then smoothed out the messy hair on Nana's forehead. As her fingertips touched her daughter's tender skin, she couldn't help but pinch her cheek, her heart melting. She whispered softly, "Your sleeping posture. No wonder Mommy and Daddy don't let you sleep with them." Nana seemed to feel the touch on her cheek and opened her eyes in a daze. The little girl's gaze was still bleary. Seeing Yuki Akikawa so close, she first rubbed her eyes, then her little mouth pouted, and with a heavy, sleepy tone, she stretched out her small arms in a pitiful manner. "Mommy, hug! I want a hug." Her soft, milky voice carried a hint of acting spoiled. Yuki Akikawa's heart was instantly melted. She bent down and scooped the little one into her arms, kissing her soft, pink cheek the next second. The little one giggled immediately, her small hands wrapped around Yuki Akikawa's neck, rubbing against her face while repeating, "Mommy," in her sweet, childish voice. Yuki Akikawa felt her heart swell with joy. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, filling her with wave after wave of contentment. I was awakened by the commotion and rubbed my sleepy eyes, only to see Yuki Akikawa sitting on the edge of the bed, holding Nana and interacting intimately. Today's Yuki Akikawa was exceptionally gentle, adding a touch of tenderness that gave her the air of a sweet, mature older sister. I couldn't help but stare, thinking, if only I could marry a beauty like this. "She's my daughter's mother. Why did you come so early?" Yuki Akikawa raised an eyebrow and countered, "It's already past 8 o'clock. Is that early?" Hearing the time, I abruptly grabbed my phone to check. The screen clearly displayed 8:40 a.m. "Damn it!" I couldn't help but curse. "I have an 8 a.m. class!" I shouted in alarm, throwing off the covers and jumping out of bed. Ignoring everything else, I rushed into the bathroom with the fastest possible speed, followed by the chaotic sounds of washing up. Nana was startled by my reaction, her little face wrinkling as she looked at Yuki Akikawa aggrievedly. "Mommy, what's wrong with Daddy?" Yuki Akikawa couldn't help but chuckle and patted Nana's back comfortingly. "It's nothing. Daddy is just going to be late for school." Nana nodded, as if she understood, her big eyes blinking as she looked toward the bathroom. A moment later, I rushed out of the bathroom in a flurry. My hair was still dripping and my clothes were slightly disheveled. Clearly, I was in too much of a rush to tidy up properly. Yet, this didn't affect my looks in the slightest. If anything, it added a sense of youthful vigor and energy. I picked up my school bag from the floor and said, "Nana, Daddy has to go. Listen to Mommy at home, okay?" Nana nodded obediently. "Nana will be good. Bye-bye, Daddy." The little one blew me a flying kiss. My heart was instantly melted. Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed Nana's cheek. Then I looked up at Yuki Akikawa, but words failed me. In the end, I just mumbled, Nana is... I'll leave her to you." Yuki Akikawa watched my back as I fled in a panic. The smile on her face deepened, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks. She held Nana, finished washing up, and then they began to eat breakfast. Nana sat in her high chair, looking at the steaming buns and soy milk on the table, with disappointed tears, practically drooling from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa laughed and flicked her little nose. "Little glutton, hurry up and eat!" Nana couldn't wait any longer and picked up a bun, eating it in small, eager bites. Yuki Akikawa watched her, her heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. On the other side, I sprinted all the way to the classroom building. Panting heavily, I reached the back door and saw the room was already full of students, including the gray-haired figure standing at the podium. I felt a chill and, crouching low, planned to sneak in through the back door. However, just as I pushed the door open a crack, an old but full-voiced sound rang out. "That student at the door, what are you doing being so sneaky?" Every eye in the room turned toward me. My body stiffened, and I slowly looked up, meeting the old Professor Tanaka's sharp, piercing gaze at the podium. "I'm done for." The professor pushed up his reading glasses, looked me up and down, and asked, "What is your name?" I said awkwardly, "Mugi." Hearing this name, a smile appeared on the old Professor Tanaka's face. "I know you. You're this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, right?" I felt even more embarrassed, and could only give a few heh-heh laughs, not daring to respond further. The old Professor Tanaka looked at my expression, his smile deepening as he said slowly, "I remember when your parents took my classes, they never dared to be late even once." When he said this, I was completely dumbfounded. My own parents had taken classes from this old professor, and just as I was lost in thought, the old Professor Tanaka slowly added, "It looks like I'll have to call your mother tonight and ask her how she taught you. All right, find a seat and sit down." I was covered in sweat. Great, just great. My life is looking bright, isn't it? Seeing my friend Ren signaling to me from the corner, I walked over helplessly and sat in the empty seat next to him. No sooner had I sat down than he leaned over, lowered his voice, and whispered with a face full of schadenfreude, "Not bad, kid. You've got guts, skipping Professor Tanaka's class in the very first week of school." I rolled my eyes at him, grabbed a bun from his desk, and stuffed it viciously into my mouth. "What is wrong with you?" Ren asked curiously. Don't tell me that after falling in love at first sight with Yuki Akikawa yesterday, you spent the whole night at home over-practicing your manual labor skills? I glanced at him with a look reserved for idiots. Ren didn't mind at all and gave a cheeky grin. Seriously, though, what could possibly make a top student like you late? I was silent for a moment, then lowered my voice. You're actually not far off. This matter really does have something to do with Yuki Akikawa. Ren's eyes widened instantly, and he nearly dropped his pen. No way! Are you telling me you've become someone's kept boy? Look, we may be poor, but we have our pride. Unless the allowance is $100,000 a month, don't even talk to me about it. I was speechless. What kept boy? I'm telling you, she and I have a 4-year-old daughter. We were putting our daughter to sleep last night, and I forgot to set my alarm. That's why I overslept. Ren's jaw dropped, and he stared blankly for a full 3 seconds. Then, as if he had heard the greatest joke in history, he burst into laughter, picked up the remaining bun on the table, and shoved it straight into my mouth. All right, buddy, I know you've been single for a long time, but let's try to keep the dreams somewhat grounded. A 4-year-old daughter? Wake up! I chewed on the bun and shrugged vaguely. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ren naturally couldn't believe a word I said. If I really had a daughter with Yuki Akikawa, he would basically be a rich second generation by proxy. He changed the subject. By the way, did Mei Sato really confess to you yesterday? I nodded in response. I rejected her. Ren's face lit up with joy, and he excitedly threw an arm around my shoulder. I knew it! That's why you're my best brother. Before I could say anything, Professor Tanaka at the podium pushed up his reading glasses, his gaze locking onto us. The 2 students in the back seemed to be having a very happy conversation. Why don't you come up to the stage and share your insights with everyone? Everyone's eyes focused on us once again. Ren and I shrank our necks in unison, lowered our heads, and wished we could bury our faces in our books. For the rest of the class, neither of us dared to move a muscle, sitting on pins and needles. When the bell finally rang, Ren and I exhaled in relief, wearing looks of survivors. However, before we could fully relax, Mugi, come with me to my office, Professor Tanaka said coldly as he packed up his textbooks. Great, I thought. At this rate, I won't be able to go home for months. Ren patted my shoulder, wearing an exaggerated expression of grief. He wiped away imaginary tears and said, Brother, go in peace. I'll make sure to finish all the money on your meal card for you. I pushed his hand away, speechless, and braced myself to follow Professor Tanaka to his office. It was only after leaving the office that I learned he actually knew my grandfather. However, I didn't know that the moment I left, he had immediately called my mother to snitch on me. Seeing me come out, Ren immediately stepped forward. My brother, you finally made it out. Did Professor Tanaka do anything to you? I shook my head. It's fine. Professor Tanaka is actually quite a decent person, and he's an old friend of my grandfather, Ren whistled. Wow, you actually have that kind of connection? All right, let's go. We had only walked a few steps when we ran into 2 girls. One was wearing a white dress, making her skin look fair and delicate. The other wore a black and white JK uniform, looking incredibly charming. Ren's eyes went straight, completely entranced. I, however, just took one look and lost interest. I admitted they were both beautiful, but compared to my Yuki, they were lacking. All right, stop staring. You have no taste, Ren grumbled indignantly. That's the famous campus beauty of the art department. The one in white is Haruka, and the one in the JK uniform is Airi. Before Ren could finish his introduction, I had already walked quite far ahead. I didn't want to look at anyone. I just wanted to go home and see Nana. I wondered what Nana was doing at home, if she was being good for her mother, and if she missed her daddy. Seeing me walking away without looking back, Ren ran to catch up. Just as we passed the 2 girls, the girl in the white dress paused for a fraction of a second. Her eyes fell on my back as I walked away, her brows furrowed slightly, a flash of suppression and confusion in her eyes. It's him. Haruka clearly remembered seeing Yuki Akikawa following this boy from a distance, holding a beautiful little girl who looked remarkably like Yuki. So what was the relationship between them? What are you looking at, Haruka? You look like you've lost your soul, Airi asked, waving a hand in front of her. It's nothing, Haruka replied after a pause, feigning indifference. Do you know that boy who just walked by? I feel like he looks familiar. Airi looked in the direction Haruka pointed, seeing only our retreating figures. Our campus beauty is finally waking up? You've taken a liking to a freshman? Don't talk nonsense, Haruka snapped at her. I just feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Irie teased. Handsome guys are always easy to remember. All right, I'll stop messing with you. His name is Mugi. He's a freshman and the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Haruka watched my retreating figure, her gaze lingering for a long time, lost in thought. Seeing her reaction, Eri joked, He's already gone and you're still looking. Your soul has flown away with him. Haruka came back to her senses, a subtle, unnoticeable trace of embarrassment crossing her face. She shook her head and prepared to leave. Hey, didn't we come here to find someone? Eri asked, confused. Haruka's lips curled into a faint smile. I already found them. Eri's eyes widened. Found them? Don't tell me you came here specifically to find that Mugi guy. Haruka didn't answer directly, just smiled and turned to walk in the other direction. What the heck? Don't tell me you've fallen for him. Meanwhile, Ren nudged my shoulder. That Haruka girl kept looking over our way. Based on my 10 years of experience reading romance novels, she's definitely into you. I don't have that much charm, I replied grumpily. It's probably because I'm this year's top scorer, so I get a bit more attention as a freshman, that's all. Ren waved his hand, dismissing the topic, and asked, I don't have afternoon classes. Do you want to go to the internet cafe and play some games? No thanks, I said. I have to get home. After all, I have a wife and child waiting for me. Who has the free time to play games? Ren didn't think much of it, and waved goodbye as we parted ways. Back at the apartment, Nana was rolling around on the floor, cuddling her fluffy toy dragon. On the sofa nearby, Yuki Akikawa was working on her laptop. Every now and then, she glanced toward her daughter, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Mommy! Nana suddenly lifted her little face and asked in a milky voice, When is Daddy coming back? Nana is hungry. Yuki Akikawa glanced at her watch. It was nearly 12 p.m. I hadn't returned yet, so she instinctively reached for the phone on the coffee table to call and ask if I was coming home for lunch. But her movement froze. She realized she hadn't saved my phone number yet. Yuki Akikawa rubbed her temples. It seemed she would have to make lunch herself. She closed her laptop and walked toward the kitchen. Is Mommy going to the kitchen? Nana, watching her mother's actions, instantly remembered the noodles from the day before. A trace of subtle panic flashed in her big, round eyes. The little one scrambled off the rug, ran on her short legs to Yuki Akikawa's side, and tugged at her hem. Mommy! Nana isn't very hungry. Nana can wait a little longer for Daddy to come back. Yuki Akikawa felt her heart warm at her daughter's thoughtfulness, assuming Nana was just being considerate and didn't want her to tire herself out cooking. She gently stroked the cowlick on her daughter's head. Nana, be good. Daddy might be busy with something. Mommy will have lunch ready in no time. Why don't you go play with your toy dragon for a bit? Watching her mother disappear into the kitchen, Nana sighed softly, her little brows knitting together. Nana's tummy is doomed again. Yuki Akikawa opened the fridge, found very few ingredients she recognized, and silently closed the door. Finally, she opened the cupboard next to it and searched around until her eyes landed on a package of dried noodles. Her face lit up. She took them out, ran some water, and lit the stove, her movements efficient and fluid. Before long, a large pot of steaming plain noodle soup was ready. Yuki Akikawa carefully carried the pot to the dining table. Nana, come over to eat. Nana sat in her high chair, looking at the noodles in her bowl, which lacked even a drop of oil. Her small brows furrowed again, and she gripped her chopsticks tightly, showing no intention of starting. Yuki Akikawa served herself a bowl as well. Seeing her daughter hadn't touched the food, she asked, Why aren't you eating? Just as she spoke, the apartment door opened. I walked in, carrying several shopping bags. I bought some groceries, sorry I'm late. Nana's eyes lit up instantly. She slid off the chair, ran on her short legs, and hugged my leg, looking up at me with a sweet, bright voice. Daddy! My heart softened immediately. I bent down and picked her up with one hand. Did Nana listen to Mommy? Did you miss Daddy? Nana giggled and planted a firm kiss on my face, chirping, Nana was very good today. Watching the intimate interaction between father and daughter at the door, Yuki Akikawa gave a faint smile. I thought you weren't coming back for lunch, so I just boiled some noodles. I glanced at the noodles on the table and nodded. It's fine. Noodles are great. I'll save these groceries for dinner. I set Nana down gently, carried the shopping bags to the kitchen, put the vegetables and meat in the fridge, and then returned to the table to grab a big bowl of the noodles to start eating. Watching me lift the noodles, Nana's big eyes were filled with pity. She tugged on my hem, her tone sullen. "Daddy, I'm sorry." My hand froze as I looked at my daughter in confusion, then at Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa looked equally blank, not understanding why Nana would say that. "Why is Nana saying sorry to Daddy?" Nana looked down at her bowl without speaking. I was lost for a second, but then I realized why. I swallowed the bland, stiff, and somewhat hard noodle in my mouth. "Nana, Daddy forgives you, but promise, Daddy. Next time, even if you're starving, don't let Mommy cook, okay?" Nana nodded her head seriously. Yuki Akikawa furrowed her brows slightly, picked up her chopsticks, and tried a small strand of the noodle. The taste was indeed bland, and the noodles were a bit hard, but surely they weren't that bad. She looked at me, annoyed. "You ate plenty when you were a kid. Why are you so picky now?" Then it suddenly hit her. When Nana was tugging at her earlier and saying she wasn't hungry, it wasn't because she was being considerate. She was just avoiding the bad food. Yuki Akikawa had felt moved for nothing. This little kid had her whole wait for daddy plan mapped out from the start. Still unwilling to give up, Yuki Akikawa looked at me and asked, "Is it really that hard to eat?" Seeing her slightly uneasy expression, I gave a firm, survival-driven shake of my head. "It's not hard to eat. It just has a lot of room for improvement." Yuki Akikawa couldn't help but laugh at my careful, cautious manner. "I'm not very good at cooking." "It's fine. I'll cook from now on. I guarantee both of you will eat well." Nana, who had been eavesdropping, heard me offer to cook and her eyes twinkled like stars. She straightened her back and patted the tummy she had just claimed was not hungry, saying in a milky voice, "Daddy, Nana is hungry. Daddy is going to cook right now." I turned and headed into the kitchen. Yuki Akikawa watched my busy figure in the kitchen, the corners of her lips curling upward. Soon, the sizzling sound of frying came from the kitchen, and an appetizing aroma drifted into the living room. Nana sniffed the air vigorously, her little nose twitching, her face practically screaming, "I want to eat that." Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter and smelled the increasingly tempting fragrance, and she couldn't help but feel her own appetite whetted. I brought the last dish out of the kitchen. "Time to eat!" Looking at the table full of dishes, Nana's eyes sparkled. She climbed into her chair, picked up her little spoon, and waited impatiently to start. Yuki Akikawa took a bite of the tomato and scrambled eggs. The eggs were tender and smooth, and the tomatoes had the perfect balance of sweet and sour. She then tasted the minced pork with eggplant, which was soft, savory, and went perfectly with rice. She looked at me with some surprise. "Have you always been this good at cooking?" I was in the middle of serving Nana and looked up when I heard her. I had a hint of pride on my face. "It's all right. Practice makes perfect." I paused, as if remembering something. I didn't used to cook either. It's mainly because I had a traumatic experience when I was a child. Upon hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's face filled with curiosity. Without waiting for her to ask, I continued. "When I was little, my parents went to take care of my grandfather, and my older sister was at school, so my mother hired a girl to take care of me. I had to eat the food that girl cooked." At this point, I put on an expression of horror and disgust. The taste was truly indescribable. I still remember it to this day. After that, I learned my lesson and started pestering my father to teach me how to cook. I looked at Yuki Akikawa and added jokingly, "Speaking of which, that girl's cooking skills were really on par with my mother's." The smile on Yuki Akikawa's face froze for a second. A girl? Bad cooking? Wasn't the person he was talking about actually herself? She remembered that it had been her first time trying to cook back then. She had been flustered and chaotic. She couldn't quite remember if she had made noodles or fried rice, only that the taste was definitely not good. The girl who had cooked such terrible food and left him with childhood trauma was none other than her. Yuki Akikawa felt her cheeks burning, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. She tried to force a somewhat stiff smile. Is our mother's cooking really that bad?" She was referring to my mother, her future mother-in-law. Before I could answer, Nana, who was sitting next to us, immediately raised her little spoon. "Grandma's cooking is too bad." Last time we went to Grandma's house, the braised pork she made was so hard that Nana couldn't chew it at all. As the little one spoke, she nodded her head vigorously, looking very serious. I couldn't help but laugh as I looked at my daughter. Yuki Akikawa silently looked down and continued eating. After the meal, I said to Yuki Akikawa, "I don't have any classes this afternoon. If you're busy, I can just take care of Nana." "Yay, Nana wants to play with Daddy." Nana happily pounced on my side, her eyes sparkling. I smiled and stroked Nana's head before bending down to pick her up. Yuki Akikawa's fingers paused on the keyboard. Her gaze held a hint of suspicion. For some reason, she thought of the girl who had confessed to me yesterday, which made her inexplicably irritated. Her tone was unreadable. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" The smile on my face stiffened. "No, not at all. I just saw that you were quite busy." Before I could continue, Yuki Akikawa interrupted. "Is that so? I thought you wanted to push me away so you could go on a date with that girl who confessed to you yesterday." I immediately thought of Misato. My eyes widened as I looked at Yuki Akikawa in disbelief. "How did you know?" Remembering how she had followed me yesterday while holding Nana, Yuki Akikawa felt her confidence waver. She looked away, her tone becoming somewhat unnatural. "You don't need to worry about how I knew." When she looked back at me, her gaze had returned to being calm and her tone was cold. "Logically, I shouldn't interfere with your private life. However, since Nana is here, I hope you will be mindful of the influence you have. During the time Nana is with us, I hope you won't be dating anyone." I quickly explained. "The girl from yesterday is my class monitor. She confessed to me, but I wanted to reject her, but she ran off before I could answer. I had no chance to decline. Besides, I never intended to date, and now that I have Nana, it's even less likely." I paused. "I said what I said earlier just because I saw you working hard and thought you were busy. I didn't mean to drive you away." When Yuki Akikawa heard this explanation, the inexplicable unhappiness in her heart quietly dissipated. So that was it. He hadn't even thought about accepting that girl's confession. Realizing she had misunderstood me, Yuki Akikawa's cheeks turned slightly red involuntarily. She felt embarrassed. Her words earlier really did sound like she was being unreasonable. Looking back, she was shocked that such words could come out of her own mouth. Just as Yuki Akikawa was feeling awkward, her phone rang. She felt relieved and quickly answered. "It's Assistant Hina," she said, reverting to her usual CEO persona. "I understand. I'm coming over now." After hanging up, she stood up, grabbed her bag, and looked at Nana and me. "The company has an urgent matter that requires a meeting." She then leaned down to hug Nana's soft little body. "Nana, be a good girl and listen to Daddy. Mommy will be back soon." Nana will be good and listen to Daddy." Yuki Akikawa's gaze lingered on my face as if she wanted to say something, but she ultimately just pursed her lips and stayed silent before hurrying out of the apartment. I watched her figure disappear behind the door, feeling puzzled. Her reaction earlier clearly showed she had misunderstood something, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with what I said. How did she arrive at that conclusion? 2.5 hours later, Yuki Akikawa and Assistant Hina walked out of the conference room. "Organize the points mentioned in the meeting and send them to the heads of each department this afternoon." Assistant Hina placed the files on the table and turned to leave. Yuki Akikawa suddenly called out to stop her. Her eyes drifted, avoiding Assistant Hina's gaze. I have a friend who seems to have misunderstood something about her husband." She later realized it was all in her head. Now she feels embarrassed and doesn't know what to do or how to smooth things over. As she said this, her ears were visibly heating up. Assistant Hina was struggling to keep from laughing. She had been with Yuki Akikawa for so many years and didn't know she had any friends. So this friend was clearly Yuki Akikawa herself. She asked softly, "Did you misunderstand him?" Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa acted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and quickly denied it in a flustered tone. "It's a friend. Really just a good friend." Yuki Akikawa looked at Assistant Hina's face, which was struggling to hide a smile, and her ears turned even redder. "All right, you can go now." Assistant Hina walked to the door, still struggling to contain her laughter, but couldn't help turning back to add, "Miss Akikawa, actually, if there is a misunderstanding between a couple, just talking it out is enough, or perhaps an apology. After all, the old saying goes, a husband and wife's quarrel ends before the night is over." Yuki Akikawa thought that made sense. Although they weren't a married couple yet, they would be in the future. In her mind, she suddenly imagined a scene where she apologized to me. However, the next second she imagined a scene where she was being disciplined by me in the future. No, no, men are fickle. I can't be too nice to him. Besides, when had she, Yuki Akikawa, ever apologized so humbly to anyone? She scratched her head in frustration, and her eyes landed on the computer screen. Driven by an impulse, she typed into the search bar, "How to ease the relationship after a misunderstanding between partners." The search results were a mixed bag. Communicate, apologize, give gifts, or even something about getting some exercise in bed. Seeing that, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. She covered her face, ignoring the search results that made her adrenaline spike. And finally, her gaze rested on the word, give gifts. Buying something seemed like a reliable method. It could express an apology without having to say those 3 difficult words. Yuki Akikawa's eyes lit up slightly. She thought this was a good idea. But what should she get? She carefully tried to recall, only to realize she knew pitifully little about me. What did I like? What did I use in my daily life? She had no idea. After thinking it over and coming to no conclusion, Yuki Akikawa gave up for the moment, pushing the thought aside and refocusing her attention on her work. On the other side, I spent the afternoon playing with Nana and the dog at the neighborhood park, returning home at 4 in the afternoon. I was thinking about dinner and wondered if Yuki Akikawa would be coming home to eat, so I wanted to ask, only to suddenly realize that I didn't seem to have her contact information. I looked at Nana and asked softly, "Nana, how about we go pick up Mommy from work?" As soon as Nana heard we were going to pick up her mom, she bounced off the sofa. Her fatigue vanished instantly. "Nana wants to go pick up Mommy!" I laughed at my daughter's happy reaction, took the excited Nana by the hand, left the apartment, and hailed a taxi straight to the Akikawa group. I walked into the company lobby holding Nana's hand. "Hello, is Yuki Akikawa in?" The receptionist smiled. "May I ask if you have an appointment, sir?" I shook my head. "No appointment. I'm a friend of Yuki. My name is Mugi." The receptionist kept her smile, but her tone became a bit distant. "I'm sorry, sir. Without an appointment, we cannot let you go up directly." "Why can't we go up? Nana wants to find Mommy." Upon hearing she couldn't go up, Nana's face fell instantly. She tugged at my hem, her voice full of obvious disappointment. I stroked her head to explain, "Nana, be good. You can't just go into the place where Mommy works to bother her. We'll see Mommy as soon as she's off work, okay?" Nana nodded, as if she understood, and muttered softly, "Okay, then we'll wait here for Mommy to get off work." Just then, an observant receptionist recognized Nana. She recalled the little girl she had seen at the company entrance the day before and linked it to the man saying he was a friend of Yuki. Realizing what was going on, she didn't dare delay, picked up the internal phone, and quickly dialed a number. "Assistant Hina? There's a Mr. Mugi downstairs with that little girl from yesterday, saying he wants to see Ms. Akikawa." Assistant Hina, on the other end, reacted instantly upon hearing Mr. Mugi and the little girl from yesterday. She hung up and headed straight for the CEO's office. Yuki Akikawa looked up at her assistant, who appeared slightly hurried at the door. "What is it so urgent?" "Mr. Mugi is here with the little girl, Miss Akikawa. They are in the lobby downstairs." "What?" Yuki Akikawa stood up almost instinctively, bypassed her desk and headed outside. The thought that her daughter might be waiting downstairs made her pace quicken involuntarily. Assistant Hina immediately picked up Yuki Akikawa's phone, coat, and bag to follow. She didn't believe for a second that Yuki would stay to work once she saw her husband and daughter. The elevator pinged on the first floor, and the doors slid open. Yuki Akikawa stepped out first, her gaze sweeping quickly across the lobby. Assistant Hina followed close behind, carrying her coat and bag. Near the entrance, she saw the 2 backs, one tall, one small, about to walk out. Yuki Akikawa's heart skipped a beat, and she called out instinctively. The small figure froze and then turned around quickly. Seeing it was Mommy, a brilliant smile bloomed on Nana's little face. Her soft, sweet voice rang out, and she let go of my hand, moving her short legs to run, giggling toward Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa rushed forward, bending down before her daughter could throw herself into her arms, catching her soft little body firmly and hugging her tightly, a genuine smile lighting up her face. I walked over and stopped in front of them, my expression soft as I looked at the mother and daughter hugging. Yuki Akikawa stood up holding Nana, her gaze landing on my face. The previous awkwardness hadn't completely dissipated, but her tone was much calmer. "Why are you here?" My eyes flickered, and I looked at my daughter to explain. "Nana kept talking about wanting to come and pick you up from work." "That's not true." Nana, in her arms, immediately countered, her little head shaking like a rattle. "Daddy said he wanted to come pick up Mommy from work!" Yuki Akikawa's gaze shifted back to me, catching the momentary embarrassment on my face. An indescribable sense of joy welled up in her heart, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl upward. Caught in the act by my daughter, I felt uncomfortable. My ears turned slightly red, and I gave a light cough, avoiding Yuki Akikawa's amused eyes. "I just wanted to come over and ask if you were coming home for dinner." Yuki Akikawa didn't answer right away, just watched me in my slightly embarrassed state, the smile on her face deepening. "Giggle, giggle!" Nana watched her father and couldn't help but laugh in Yuki Akikawa's arms. I gave my daughter a helpless and amused glare, thinking to myself that this little padded jacket, a term for a beloved daughter, was definitely leaking. Nana immediately felt her father's dissatisfaction. She buried her head in Yuki Akikawa's neck and gripped her collar tightly, her voice full of cooing. "Daddy is bullying me." Yuki Akikawa instantly wiped the smile off her face and looked at me, her eyes clearly signaling that I was a jerk, silently scolding me not to bully her daughter. The receptionists and employees passing by were stunned. They looked at each other, filled with shock and confusion. Was this really their boss, Yuki Akikawa, who was usually cold, powerful, and could freeze people with a glance? How had she turned into such a gentle wife and mother? Yuki Akikawa noticed the employees' gazes and regained some of her cold composure. She turned to them and said coldly, "From now on, they don't need an appointment. Let them come up to see me directly." The receptionists nodded in unison. Yuki Akikawa then turned to Assistant Hina. Assistant Hina understood immediately, stepping forward to hand her the phone, coat, and bag. Yuki Akikawa was about to reach out to take them. "I'll do it," I said, naturally reaching out to take the coat and bag from her. Yuki Akikawa looked at me but didn't refuse. After all, her future husband helping her with her bag. What was wrong with that? At this moment, she thought having such a husband wasn't too bad. We walked out of the Akikawa group, where a car was already waiting outside. In the car, Yuki Akikawa turned her head slightly to look at me, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. She took a deep breath and said, "About this afternoon, I misunderstood you." Her voice wasn't loud, carrying a trace of imperceptible stiffness. Although it was just a simple sentence, it seemed to take a great deal of effort for her to say it. I was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "It's all right. It was my fault for not rejecting her immediately." The more I said that, the more awkward Yuki Akikawa felt. She forcefully changed the subject. "It's still early. Let's take Nana to buy a few clothes first." "Yay! Buying pretty dresses!" Nana immediately hugged Yuki Akikawa's neck excitedly. "Mommy is the best!" Yuki Akikawa was amused by her daughter, and the awkwardness in her heart dissipated quite a bit. Before long, the car pulled up at a luxurious, large shopping mall. The three of us walked into the mall together. A dazzling array of goods and exquisite decor caught our eyes, and the air seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance. Yuki Akikawa was clearly very familiar with this place. She led us directly up the escalator to the third floor. The third floor was the children's clothing section, and every shop was decorated like a fairy tale world. When Nana saw these beautiful clothes, her eyes lit up. "Mommy, look at that dress. It's so pretty." Yuki Akikawa smiled and nodded. It's very pretty. Let's go inside and take a look." A sales clerk immediately greeted us enthusiastically. "Welcome. Is there anything you'd like to see? I'd like to pick out a few dresses and daily clothes for my daughter." Nana had already impatiently run to a rack of fluffy dresses, gently touching the soft tulle with her small hands, her eyes filled with joy. My gaze landed on a powder blue dress. The design was quite nice, and the fabric looked very comfortable. But when my eyes swept over the price tag, I paused slightly, blinking in disbelief. A child's dress actually cost $20,000? But looking at Yuki Akikawa's expression, she seemed accustomed to it. Well, she is the CEO of the Akikawa Group with a net worth of billions. This amount of money wouldn't even register for her. Wait, I am her future husband. Does that mean by extension I'm also very wealthy? Just as I was thinking this, Nana ran out wearing a brand new pale yellow dress looking like a happy little butterfly. She darted straight to my side. "Daddy, look! Do I look pretty in this dress?" The little one lifted her face, her skirt swaying gently with her movements, making her little face look even more pink and adorable. I was somewhat dazed looking at her. These brows, this expression. She was a miniature version of Yuki Akikawa. Pretty! Nana looks pretty in anything she wears. Hearing this, Nana became even happier, giggling as she twirled around a few times. Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter's joyful appearance, her eyes filled with smiles. She nodded to the sales clerk nearby. "Wrap this one up." The clerk immediately agreed, her face full of a professional smile. Meanwhile, at the other end of the third floor, Irie held Haruka's arm. "Help me check, my little niece's birthday is coming up soon. I need to get her some decent clothes. You have good taste, help me take a look." Haruka's lips curled into a faint smile. "I can help you choose clothes, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" "Don't tell me you're asking about Mugi." Haruka smiled non-committally. "Don't worry about that, just tell me if you're helping or not." "Helping? Of course I'm helping. Our Haruka has finally taken an interest in someone. I definitely have to help. Leave it to me." Airi scratched her head helplessly, not asking any more questions. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked into a similarly luxurious children's clothing store. Irie began picking out clothes with great enthusiasm, occasionally holding up a small dress or jacket to ask for Haruka's opinion. Haruka responded absent-mindedly, her gaze scanning the store for styles that might suit a young girl. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a familiar figure in the shop opposite. That woman had a graceful silhouette and a cold temperament. Even from a distance, one could feel that unique air of aloofness. It was Yuki Akikawa. Haruka frowned slightly, a flash of confusion crossing her eyes. Why is Yuki Akikawa here? Just as she was puzzled, the next second a little toddler ran back to Yuki Akikawa's side, lifting her little face with a crisp voice. "Mommy, look! Do I look pretty in this dress?" Haruka's gaze instantly froze. "Mommy? Since when did Yuki Akikawa have a daughter? She didn't know about this at all." A storm surged in Haruka's heart. Her eyes locked onto the two opposite her. Yuki Akikawa was bending down, gently smoothing the hem of the little girl's skirt, her eyes full of tenderness. She had only met Yuki Akikawa a few times, but the woman had always been an iceberg. How could she possibly have a side like this? Just as she was beyond shocked, the little girl wearing the pretty dress turned around again and called out crisply toward another direction. "Daddy, you think it looks pretty too, right?" Following this call, my smiling figure appeared in Haruka's line of sight. I seemed to say something, causing the little girl to giggle. Haruka felt her brain go buzz, as if something had hit it hard, and her mind went blank for a moment. She stared in disbelief at that happy family of three. They have a child? As soon as this thought emerged, she quickly rejected it herself. "No." Haruka forced herself to stay calm and analyze quickly. "Mugi is only 18, and this child looks to be at least 4 or 5. The timeline doesn't match up. And besides, Yuki Akikawa didn't even have a boyfriend, or even any friends. How could she have given birth to a child? Moreover, if Yuki Akikawa really had given birth to a child, such a huge matter couldn't possibly be unknown in their social circles. Maybe she was adopted? This guess seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. It must be adopted. Only that could explain it. But if she was adopted, what was the relationship between the two of them now? Haruka's mind raced, her eyes turning deep and thoughtful. No matter the situation, the relationship between these two was far more complex and intimate than she had imagined. She curled her lips. "This is interesting. Haruka, what do you think of this one?" Irie walked over, holding a small pink jacket. Seeing Haruka staring blankly at the other side, she couldn't help waving her hand in front of her. "What are you daydreaming about? You look like your soul has flown away." Haruka came back to her senses, quickly concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. She shifted her gaze toward the clothes in Irie's hand, as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing," she replied calmly, her tone devoid of anything unusual. "I just thought I saw an acquaintance. A bit unexpected." Irie didn't think much of it, her attention returning to the clothes. "Then help me look at this one. Is it suitable for my little niece? The color is too pale. Children have fair skin, so maybe try a brighter color." Haruka shifted the topic naturally and pointed to another rack. That pale yellow dress over there looks nice, and the fabric is comfortable. Let's go take a look. Saying this, she pulled Irie toward the other side, completely moving her gaze away from the store across the way. On the other side, Yuki Akikawa picked out a few more daily outfits for Nana. Total is $61,800. The sales clerk reported the total price with a beaming smile. Yuki Akikawa didn't even blink. She handed over a card with a smooth, natural movement. Watching the number, I felt another wave of shock. A few children's clothes cost as much as what a normal person earns in 1 or 2 years. Looking at Yuki Akikawa, I couldn't help but sigh. I still knew nothing about the world of the wealthy. After paying, Yuki Akikawa had the clerk send everything to my apartment. Let's go! She took Nana's small hand and walked out of the store first. Nana was holding a small teddy bear the clerk had just given her other hand held by her mommy, bouncing along happily. Mommy, where are we going now? Yuki Akikawa glanced at me, her tone calm. We're going to buy something for Daddy, too. Buying for Daddy? Nana looked up at me, her little face curious. Daddy, what are we buying? I was also a bit confused, but before I could ask, Yuki Akikawa had already led us to the 4th floor. She walked with a clear purpose, straight toward a custom suit shop. The shop's decor was understated, yet luxurious. A well-dressed staff member saw us and immediately came over, their attitude respectful without being obsequious. Take him to get measured, Yuki Akikawa instructed the clerk while looking my way. I finally understood why she brought me here. I instinctively took a half step back, refusing, no need, I have clothes to wear. This kind of suit clearly cost a fortune. If my mother saw this, she would definitely start asking endless questions. Yuki Akikawa seemed to have expected my refusal. Her eyes turned slightly cold. Just as she was about to speak, a playful woman's voice came from the side. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's our dear Ms. Akikawa gracing us with her presence. A woman in a vibrant red dress and exquisite makeup walked in. Her gaze swept over Yuki Akikawa and me before landing on Nana, who was held by Yuki. A playful smile appeared at the corners of her lips. I didn't expect our Ms. Akikawa to have such talent. Not only are you hiding a man, but your daughter is already this old. You really are blessed, she said, her tone carrying a clear provocativeness. The woman was Akiko, the eldest daughter of the Takagi group. Although the Takagi and Akikawa groups had business partnerships, as the heirs of their respective families, Yuki Akikawa and Akiko had been at odds since childhood. You could even say they were like fire and water. Upon hearing Akiko's words, Yuki Akikawa's cold eyes darkened instantly. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Nana, who was being held by Yuki Akikawa, saw Akiko and her eyes suddenly lit up. She let go of Yuki's hand, moved her short legs, and ran toward Akiko. Godmother. The soft, sweet, childish voice echoed through the quiet shop. The mocking smile on Akiko's face froze. Watching the little toddler running toward her and smiling so brightly, she was completely stunned, her mind blank. God, who? Yuki Akikawa was also completely bewildered. Looking at her daughter, who was being held by Akiko and acting so affectionate, she was utterly shocked. I was also stunned, looking back and forth between Akiko and Nana, then at a dumbfounded Yuki Akikawa, failing to grasp the situation. Just then, the inner door pushed open and a man dressed in a custom suit walked out, looking quite fancy. How does this look? Ren's voice stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes as he saw a little tot hugging his older sister. Sis, who did you steal that kid from? As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to sense something. He looked over and saw me standing beside Yuki Akikawa. He froze on the spot, never expecting to see me here. I was startled at first. Then I looked back and forth between Ren and Akiko and pointed at Akiko, asking Ren, "Is she your older sister?" Ren's face twitched. He managed a smile that looked worse than crying and nodded stiffly. Yes, she is my sister." I rushed up to Ren and grabbed him by the collar, my voice filled with uncontrollable fury. "You grandson, you're really something else. Since junior high, you've been using my toilet paper, going to internet cafes on my dime, always saying you were a few dollars short, eating instant noodles and stealing my sausages every single time." My words were fast and sharp. I was furious. And the most ridiculous part is you running to my house to eat for free every single week, eating like it was a feast. And now you're telling me your sister is the heiress of the Takagi group and you're a rich second generation? Ren, listen to me. Give me a chance. There is a huge misunderstanding here. I glared at Ren, my anger rising. You've been pretending to be poor for years. Did you really think I was a total fool? Give you a chance? You better explain this clearly. Ren exhaled in relief, just about to speak. Yuki Akikawa's cold voice rang out, "Let's find somewhere to talk. This isn't the place." Akiko immediately nodded in agreement. I'm curious myself. When did I get a goddaughter? As she spoke, she hesitantly touched Nana's head. The little one immediately rubbed against her palm, calling her godmother even more sweetly. Akiko felt her heart soften completely upon hearing that, a smile appearing on her face, though she quickly reined it in and snorted at Yuki Akikawa. Nana looked from one to the other, then happily took Yuki Akikawa's hand with one hand and firmly grabbed Akiko's finger with the other, walking toward the exit, humming a little tune. Although Akiko didn't like Yuki Akikawa, she wouldn't take it out on the child, so she could only let the little one lead the way. Ren and I followed behind the three of them. Ren leaned toward me and lowered his voice. "What's going on?" "You're shopping with Yuki Akikawa and have a child with you. Don't tell me you've become a stepfather." I glanced at him and gave a cold snort, ignoring him. Seeing that I didn't deny it, Ren immediately thought he had guessed right, a pained expression on his face. "Brother, it's been hard on you." "But don't worry, I'm the young master of the Takagi group now, a total rich kid. You don't have to rely on a woman anymore." I raised an eyebrow and looked at him sideways. "Really?" However, before Ren could pat his chest in assurance, Yuki Akikawa, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around. Her cold gaze shot straight at Ren as she said, "No need. I'll provide for my own husband." As soon as these words were out, the air seemed to freeze once again. Akiko and Ren's eyes widened almost simultaneously. I flashed an awkward smile, my ears heating up, and I looked away uncomfortably. I hadn't expected Yuki Akikawa to say that. Although it was likely because of Nana, I couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy. Yuki Akikawa was also stunned. What did I just say? She wondered. How did those words from her heart slip out so subconsciously? But since the words were out, she took Nana's hand and pretended as if nothing had happened, saying, "Let's go." Akiko looked down at the little one holding onto her finger, then back at the expressionless Yuki Akikawa, and ultimately decided to say nothing and followed them out. The group arrived at a coffee shop and sat in a private booth. The gazes of Akiko and Ren barely left Yuki Akikawa and me, nor did they leave Nana, who was sitting cutely between us. Akiko got straight to the point. What exactly is going on here? Yuki Akikawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned her head to look at me, her eyes filled with an unspoken question. I met her gaze, suddenly feeling like the head of the household. Unconsciously straightening my back, I looked at Ren and Akiko and said, "You've seen it now. Staring doesn't change anything. Besides, she will be Nana's godmother in the future." Getting my confirmation, Yuki Akikawa nodded and said to the siblings in a calm tone, "Her name is Nana. She is the daughter of Mugi and me." What? Akiko and Ren almost jumped off the sofa upon hearing this. Ren's eyes went wide, and he pointed back and forth between me and Nana, his voice cracking. "Daughter? You're only 18. Where did such a big daughter come from?" "Are you kidding me?" Faced with Ren's shock, I chuckled, reached out, and ruffled Nana's hair. "Not kidding, Nana is our daughter, but she came from the future." Ren squinted, looking at Nana, and fell into a silence. Nana noticed his gaze, smiled at him, and asked in a sweet, soft voice, "Uncle, have you still not found a girlfriend?" Ren was taken aback. What does she mean by that? Am I destined to be a single dog in the future? Before he could react, Nana climbed onto the table, patted his shoulder, and spoke like a little adult. "It's okay, Uncle. In the future, I'll let my toy dragon keep you company so you won't be lonely." Ren was left speechless, his face full of black lines. He looked up at me, only to see me trying to suppress a laugh on the side. Seeing this, I patted his shoulder as well and sighed. "Just take the toy dragon home tonight, and start building a connection. Ren cursed at me indignantly. Akiko looked at Ren and rubbed her temples, feeling completely speechless. How can my brother be such a fool? He believes whatever he's told. She sighed and spoke up. Yuki Akikawa, even if you want to hide the child's identity, couldn't you make up a more realistic excuse? Claiming she traveled from the future, even a fool wouldn't believe that. Yuki Akikawa looked at Akiko, her cold voice sounding again, calm and unwavering. Nana is my daughter. I have no reason to lie to you about this. Her gaze was steady, looking directly at Akiko, not like she was lying. Akiko opened her eyes wide, meeting Yuki Akikawa's gaze, then looked back down at Nana, who was sitting quietly. The little one was eating a snack bit by bit, with a little cream on her face, looking completely innocent. Akiko couldn't help but believe her a little. It was true. Yuki Akikawa had no reason to weave such an outrageous lie. Yet the facts were just too bizarre. She looked at Nana and fell silent. Yuki Akikawa sipped her coffee and continued. As for becoming Nana's godmother... She paused, looked at Nana, and continued. If you don't want to, I won't force you. At these words, Akiko felt a wave of relief. She had intended to say no immediately, but seeing Nana looking at her with those big, wide eyes, the words wouldn't come out. The atmosphere in the booth became awkward again. I looked at one and then the other, feeling that I couldn't let these two women stay in a stalemate. I cleared my throat and turned to Ren. Anyway, how did you suddenly become the young master of the Takagi group? Ren scratched his head, looking embarrassed and helpless. It's a long story. Actually, I only found out a few days ago. He sighed. Simply put, after my mom divorced my dad, she realized she was pregnant with me. She wanted to tell my dad, but she found out he had already hurriedly married that other woman. My mom was heartbroken and felt there was no point in saying anything, so she just took me and lived alone. Ren's voice dropped, carrying a trace of lingering bitterness. After listening, I couldn't help but twitch my lips, and I whispered, not to be rude, man, but them finding you now, are they after something? Like money or something? Nonsense! Akiko frowned and glared at me, then explained. Dad has actually always felt guilty toward Ren's mother, but he had no idea Ren existed. I was the one who accidentally uncovered what happened back then a while ago, so I told him. The atmosphere in the booth became heavy. I looked at Ren with a bit of worry, just about to say something, when Yuki Akikawa's cold voice suddenly cut through the silence. It's getting late. We should go. She stood up, didn't look at Akiko or Ren, and reached out to hold my hand with one hand, while grabbing Nana, who had finished her snack and was playing with her empty milk cup, with the other. Ren and I were both startled. Akiko looked up in surprise. Yuki Akikawa didn't give them a moment to react, leading us toward the door. Nana didn't forget to turn back and wave vigorously at Akiko with her little hand, her voice clear and bright. Goodbye, godmother. Akiko looked at the little one's innocent, joyful face and heard that, godmother, feeling a pang in her heart. Yuki Akikawa didn't stop her pace, pulling me and Nana straight out of the coffee shop. Once we were a distance away, Yuki Akikawa stopped, took a card out of her small bag, and held it out to me. I was stunned and looked at her, confused. Why are you giving me this? Yuki Akikawa looked at me with a calm expression, her tone firm. This is my supplementary gold card. Take it. I understood even better, and blinked. My own man? I will provide for, Yuki Akikawa said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She spoke again, pushing the card further toward me. I finally reacted and quickly waved my hands to explain. No, I was just joking with Ren earlier. How could I spend your money? I'm serious. You are my husband, so what's wrong with spending my money? Yuki Akikawa's tone remained calm, but she had no intention of taking the card back. Seeing that I wouldn't take it, she grabbed my hand and stuffed the gold card into my palm. I held the card, looking at Yuki Akikawa, not knowing what to say. Yuki Akikawa seemed somewhat unnatural, her earlobes tinged with an imperceptible blush. She didn't look at me again, cleared her throat lightly, let go of my hand, turned, and picked up Nana, who was watching them curiously, before walking quickly ahead. I stood in place, looking down at the gold card in my hand, then back at Yuki Akikawa's retreating figure. A strange feeling welled up in my heart. Had I just been kept? I couldn't help but rub my nose, while the corners of my lips rose uncontrollably. Hey, the feeling of being a kept man actually isn't too bad. Back home, I conscientiously put on an apron and walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Yuki Akikawa played with Nana in the living room, where the crisp sound of our daughter's laughter and the excited woofs of the dragon dog drifted in from time to time. Before long, the three of us finished dinner, and Nana couldn't wait to fish the dragon dog's leash out of the corner. She ran to the door and squatted down, looking expectantly at Yuki Akikawa and me with her milky voice. "Daddy, Mommy, Nana wants to take the dragon dog out to play." The dragon dog wagged its tail cooperatively, letting out an expectant whimper. Yuki Akikawa looked out the window at the sky. It was still early, and the evening breeze was gentle. It was the perfect time for a stroll. She nodded and looked at me. I naturally had no objections and replied with a smile. "All right, let's go walk the dragon dog together." Afterward, the family of three, holding the dragon dog's leash, walked slowly along the paths of the residential complex. The streetlights cast warm halos of light, and everything seemed quiet and beautiful. After walking for a while, I looked at Yuki Akikawa walking shoulder to shoulder with me, then at Nana, who was skipping ahead with the dragon dog. I hesitated for a moment before asking, "Yuki, about Nana, should we find a time to tell your parents? I mean, Nana's grandparents?" However, the moment the words left my mouth, Yuki Akikawa's steps faltered. The softness on her face instantly faded, replaced by an icy coldness. She curled her lips into a nearly imperceptible cold sneer, her tone indifferent and distant. "No need." I clearly sensed the change in her tone. That sudden coldness made me feel as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. I turned my head to look. The light of the street lamps outlined her beautifully sculpted side profile, but it was now covered in a layer of untouchable aloofness. My confusion deepened, but I wasn't stupid enough to press the issue now. Silence spread between us. I wanted to say something to comfort her, but I didn't know where to start. I lifted my hand, pausing midair. As the light fell on her slightly thin shoulders, I thought about reaching out, but as soon as the idea popped up, I chickened out. If I actually touched her, would she lash out and give me a punch? I felt very hesitant. My hand hovered and then gently dropped back down. I steadied my nerves and raised my hand again, moving even slower than before. If you looked closely, you could see my hand trembling slightly. She saw me lift my hand and then drop it, a cautious look of wanting to touch but not daring to, and couldn't help but find it somewhat funny. What a coward. Just as I hardened my heart and raised my arm again, before I could make another move, Yuki Akikawa reached out, grabbed my hand, and placed it directly on her shoulder. I was stunned. Before I could process what happened, Yuki Akikawa shifted half a step closer to me and tilted her head slightly, resting it gently on my shoulder. Her soft hair brushed against my neck, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. My whole body stiffened instantly. I could feel the softness and warmth on my shoulder. The scent of her hair filled my nose. For a moment, my mind went blank. I subconsciously continued walking, but because of extreme tension, my steps were uncoordinated, and I ended up moving my arm and leg on the same side at once. Yuki Akikawa clearly felt the stiffness of my body and those clumsy steps. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, leaning on my shoulder, hearing my slightly irregular breathing. Her mood inexplicably improved quite a bit. At this moment, Nana turned around with the dragon dog, and seeing her mommy leaning on her daddy's shoulder, she smiled and reached out her little arms to me, saying sweetly, "Daddy, hug." Looking at my daughter's cute appearance, I couldn't help but smile, bent down slightly, and picked her up with one arm. Nana, held in my arms, mimicked Yuki Akikawa's pose, resting her little head on my shoulder and rubbing against it comfortably, giggling. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yuki Akikawa, as if showing off that she got a hug from Daddy. Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter imitate her movements and smiled, the gloom in her heart dissipating. But, for some reason, she felt a bit dissatisfied, and instinctively gave a light snort. Woof woof. At this point, the dragon dog looked at the three of us and barked twice in dissatisfaction, circling around our feet, its fluffy tail wagging vigorously, trying to get their attention. Hearing the dragon dog, Nana noticed the little guy being left out. She lifted her head from my arms and looked at the dragon dog. "Daddy, Does the dragon dog want a hug too? I laughed out loud at my daughter. I turned to look at Yuki Akikawa and found she was looking at me too, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes reflecting the warm and soft light of the street lamp. The coldness and distance from earlier seemed to have quietly melted away. I smiled and gently patted Nana's head. Time to go home. Nana, though a bit reluctant, nodded obediently. Yuki Akikawa also gently withdrew her head from my shoulder and stroked Nana's hair. Let's go home. Mommy will give you a bath and tell you a story. Yay! Nana immediately became happy. I carefully placed Nana back on the ground, and the little one immediately took the dragon dog's leash again. Yuki Akikawa naturally took Nana's other hand, and the family of 3, with the dragon dog in tow, walked toward home. Back home, the entryway light turned on, and I changed my shoes. Yuki Akikawa took Nana and the dragon dog into the living room first. Nana, let's go take a bath, Yuki Akikawa's voice came from the living room. Okay, Nana replied, putting down the leash and trotting after Yuki Akikawa toward the bathroom. As I tidied up the entrance, I could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, and Nana's occasional giggles. I walked into the living room and saw the dragon dog lying on the rug, flicking its tail out of pure boredom. Before long, the bathroom door opened. Yuki Akikawa walked out with Nana, who had been washed until she smelled fragrant, and was wrapped in a large bath towel. She carried Nana to the large bed in the master bedroom, carefully dried the water droplets on the little one's body, and put her in clean, soft pajamas. Nana lay on the soft bed, hugging Yuki Akikawa's arm, rubbing her little face against it dependently, and acting spoiled. Mommy, Nana wants to sleep with you. I happened to walk into the room, and upon hearing my daughter's request, spoke up subconsciously to dissuade her. Nana, be good. Mommy has to work tomorrow and will be very tired. You can't. Before I could finish my sentence, Yuki Akikawa had already lowered her head, looking at the little one in her arms and responding gently. Nana immediately laughed happily, wrapping her arms even tighter around Yuki Akikawa's neck. Yay! Mommy is the best! She stuck her tongue out at me with a triumphant look on her face. Watching this scene, I froze for a moment, seeing the indulgence and tenderness Yuki Akikawa showed toward our daughter. Something in my heart seemed to be lightly touched, and then the corners of my lips rose uncontrollably. Before I could think too much, Yuki Akikawa looked up, her gaze calm as she looked at me, her tone carrying a hint of a smile. Well, then I'm afraid you'll have to be wronged and sleep on the sofa tonight. The smile on my lips stiffened instantly. I opened my mouth to say something, but nothing came out. I had to nod helplessly. All right. I turned and walked to the closet, opened the door, rummaged for a clean, thin quilt, and clutching it to my chest, I left the room with reluctance. Yuki Akikawa watched my retreating figure as I walked out of the room, looking a bit dejected while clutching the quilt. She couldn't help but let out a snicker. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Nana, who was already getting drowsy on the bed, and patted her little bottom gently. Nana, be good. Mommy is going to take a shower, and will be right back to accompany you. Come back quickly, Mommy, Nana said, rubbing her eyes and responding obediently. Yuki Akikawa got up and walked out of the master bedroom. Seeing me preparing to spread out the quilt on the living room sofa, she paused and asked, Do you have pajamas here? My movements as I spread the quilt froze. I turned to look at her. I'm a grown man. Where would I have pajamas? I scratched my head, seemingly trying hard to think. Oh, right. As if remembering something, I put down the quilt and beckoned to Yuki Akikawa. Come with me. Yuki Akikawa followed me back into the master bedroom. I walked to the closet, opened the door, and pulled out a brand new towel, then found a neatly folded white shirt and a pair of trousers that looked like athletic shorts, and handed them to Yuki Akikawa. I've only worn the shirt and shorts once. They were washed and put away. No one else has worn them. The towel is new and unused. Take a look and see if they'll work. I looked at her with uncertainty, fearing she might find them unsatisfactory. Yuki Akikawa's gaze landed on the folded shirt and shorts, then looked at me, seeing my slight nervousness. She took them, her tone calm. Yes, this will work. After saying that, she took the clothes and towel, turned around, and walked into the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. I watched the bathroom door close and finally let out a sigh of relief. I walked to the bed and looked at Nana, who was almost asleep, and carefully tucked the quilt around her, The sound of splashing water from the bathroom drifted into my ears, and my heart began to beat a little faster for no reason. My mind uncontrollably filled with the soft sensation of Yuki Akikawa leaning on my shoulder and the faint fragrance of her hair earlier. I shook my head, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts, though my face felt hot. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door clicked open. I subconsciously looked toward the sound, and Yuki Akikawa walked out. She was wearing the slightly oversized white shirt, which covered her down to the middle of her thighs, revealing a pair of straight, slender, and fair legs. Her long hair clung to her cheeks and neck, making her skin appear even more translucent and white. Having just bathed, her face carried a natural flush, and her eyes were moist and bright. Like a lotus flower emerging from the water, she was elegant while possessing an unconscious sexiness. I was a bit dazed, my gaze landing squarely on her without moving away. Yuki Akikawa noticed my undisguised gaze and looked up. She met my somewhat dazed eyes. Far from feeling offended, a sense of inexplicable joy arose in her heart. The corners of her lips curled up slightly with a hint of playfulness, and she asked softly, "Does it look good?" The words came out before I could think. Once spoken, I suddenly snapped out of it. Realizing what I had just said, my cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Like a thief caught in the act, I hurriedly averted my gaze, my eyes drifting, not daring to look at her again, stammering nonsense. It's not early. You guys should get some rest. I'll head out first." Having said that, I walked out of the master bedroom as if fleeing, even my back showing a hint of awkwardness. Yuki Akikawa watched me scramble away and couldn't help but chuckle lowly. She walked to the bed and sat down, reaching out to pinch Nana's chubby little cheek. Nana, feeling a bit tickled, opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Yuki Akikawa, asking in a milky voice, "Mommy, Nana." She stroked Nana's little head and lay down beside her, pulling Nana into her arms. Nana smelled the familiar scent and quickly fell back into a deep sleep. As for me in the living room, I had no sleepiness at all. I lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of Yuki Akikawa wearing my shirt would clearly float into my mind. Her slightly damp hair, her fair and slender legs. I could almost feel my cheeks heating up again. I scratched my hair in frustration and changed positions, my brain in a mess. One moment it was the soft touch of Yuki Akikawa leaning on my shoulder. The next, it was her fresh yet sexy appearance just now. And so I tossed and turned until the sky outside the window turned pale, and sleepiness finally descended. The morning sun shone through the window, illuminating the living room. I was awakened by the glaring sunlight, rubbed my eyes, sat up, and looked at my phone. It was already past 7. I threw off the quilt, grabbed my wallet and keys, and quietly opened the door to leave, intending to buy some breakfast. Shortly after I left, Yuki Akikawa was awakened in the bedroom by a heavy feeling. She opened her eyes in a daze and felt as if there were a small stone on her stomach. Looking down, she saw that Nana had rolled onto her at some point, with her little head resting on her stomach, sleeping soundly, with drool almost flowing out. Yuki Akikawa was between laughing and crying. She reached out and patted her daughter's little bottom gently. "Little sleepyhead," she whispered with a smile. She carefully moved her daughter onto the pillow beside her and stretched out with a big yawn. This sleep had been exceptionally comfortable, and all the fatigue in her body had been swept away. She felt relaxed and energized. She picked up her phone and checked the time. It was already 7:30. Yuki Akikawa was slightly stunned. Her biological clock had always been precise. She would wake up at 6 every morning, a habit she had formed from a very young age and had never changed. Moreover, she was very particular and usually suffered from insomnia or restlessness when sleeping in a different place. Yet in this unfamiliar room, she had actually slept soundly until now, and she had slept sweetly. She tucked away the thoughts in her mind and gently lifted the thin quilt. After a quick wash, Yuki Akikawa changed back into her own clothes and put my shirt and shorts into the laundry basket. Afterward, she walked out of the master bedroom. The living room was empty. My figure was nowhere to be seen on the sofa. Only a messy pile of quilts remained. Where did he go? Yuki Akikawa felt a flash of suspicion. Just as she was thinking this, there was a soft click at the door lock. Immediately after, the door was pushed open, violently. I rushed in like a gust of wind, carrying several plastic bags filled with steaming buns and soy milk. However, the expression on my face was clearly panicked. What happened? Yuki Akikawa looked at him like this, her heart tightening, and she asked subconsciously. I threw the breakfast onto the dining table. The soy milk almost spilled, and rushed to Yuki Akikawa in a few steps. I lowered my voice, speaking urgently. My mom is here. She'll be here any second. The old lady is here? Yuki Akikawa's eyes widened instantly, and a wave of panic surged in her heart. What should I do? Yuki Akikawa's voice also carried a hint of imperceptible nervousness. In her current state, staying here with Nana, how could she explain it to her former teacher? I obviously didn't have time to think carefully. My brain was racing as well. I glanced toward the bedroom, then at Yuki Akikawa, and made a decisive choice. You need to hide. Before Yuki Akikawa could react, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the master bedroom. Quick, come on, Mommy? At that moment, Nana called out while rubbing her eyes, her voice filled with just woken-up nasality. My footsteps faltered, and I slapped my forehead hard. I had forgotten about the little one. I let go of Yuki Akikawa and picked up Nana, who had just sat up on the bed and was rubbing her eyes. The little one wasn't fully awake yet, wrapping her arms around her daddy's neck in a daze. Carrying Nana, I walked quickly to Yuki Akikawa's side and, without explanation, shoved Nana into her arms. You hold Nana, I said. Go hide inside first. Hide where? Yuki Akikawa asked, holding her warm and soft daughter. The wardrobe, quick! I pointed at the large wardrobe on the side. Knock, knock, knock! Just then, a knocking sound came from outside, scaring both Yuki Akikawa and me. Hurry, get in! I urged, pushing Yuki Akikawa toward the wardrobe. Right, I whispered. Don't make a sound. Don't make even the slightest noise. My mom has ears like a bat. If she finds out I'm hiding a beauty in a golden house, she'll definitely break my legs. Yuki Akikawa couldn't worry about that anymore. Holding the still sleepy Nana, she quickly slipped into the wardrobe. She also hadn't figured out how to face her former teacher, especially in this kind of situation. I carefully closed the wardrobe door, leaving only a tiny crack for air. I wiped the sweat, which wasn't even there, from my forehead, straightened my clothes, and tried to look as calm as possible. Then, I walked quickly to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Outside the door, Sayaka stood holding a thermos, a hint of displeasure on her face. She asked, "Why did it take so long to open the door?" I scratched my head and chuckled, explaining, "I was just changing my clothes. I have a class at 10. By the way, why are you here so early in the morning?" Sayaka walked into the apartment and handed me the thermos. "Your uncle sent over a salamander yesterday. Your dad cooked it this morning and thought you'd like it, so I brought some over for you." I took the thermos, feeling touched, and said with a smile, "Mom, you're so good to me." Sayaka rolled her eyes at me with a look of disdain and ignored the comment, instead asking, "Why did you change the door?" I almost thought I was at the wrong apartment. I opened the thermos and sniffed it. I couldn't help but swallow some saliva. I explained, "The old door had some issues, so I had someone install a new one." Sayaka nodded without asking further. She bent down, preparing to change her shoes. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a pair of exquisite high heels at the entrance. I also saw the high heels on the floor, and my heart jumped to my throat. I cursed myself for being so careless and forgetting to pack them away. Before Sayaka could ask, I quickly interrupted. "Oh, my sister. She's so messy, always leaving her things everywhere." As I spoke, I moved with slightly rough motions, trying to hide my panic. Sayaka looked at me suspiciously, but didn't press the matter, knowing her daughter's character. She put on a pair of indoor slippers and walked straight into the apartment. I followed behind, my heartbeat still not fully recovered. I glanced at the high heels I had kicked into the corner, secretly feeling relieved that I had bluffed my way through it. Sayaka walked into the living room and immediately saw the messy quilt on the sofa. Her brows furrowed slightly. She turned and asked me, "Did you stay up late playing games with Ren again last night?" I looked at the quilt on the sofa and nodded with a dry laugh. Yeah, we played a bit late. How many times have I told you? Don't stay up late. It's bad for your health." Sayaka scolded, her tone filled with both annoyance and concern. I know. I replied perfunctorily, while internally praying that Mom wouldn't discover any flaws. Sayaka walked to the sofa and bent down to start folding the quilt, her movements skilled. While folding, she asked casually, "By the way, what was going on yesterday?" I was stunned, my heart tightening instantly. I asked back somewhat guiltily, "What do you mean?" Sayaka paused in her folding, snorted coldly, and gave me a sharp look. "Don't play dumb with me." Her tone became serious. She finished folding the quilt, placed it on the corner of the sofa, stood up, and looked me in the eye. "Think about it carefully, and then tell me." As soon as she said this, a cold sweat broke out on my back. Did Mom find out? Impossible. Other than Yuki Akikawa and me, nobody else knew. My brain raced, various possibilities flashing through my mind, my heart pounding like a drum, but I had to force myself to stay calm. Just as I was sweating and wondering how to deal with this, Sayaka looked at my shifting expression and asked, "Mugi, are you dating someone?" I looked up, momentarily dazed. "Dating?" I stammered, and then instantly understood. It must be Professor Tanaka. Yesterday, Professor Tanaka talked to me and asked for my mom's phone number. That old man must have snitched to my mom. I grumbled in my heart. Stinky old man, he has no integrity. However, after figuring out that Mom was asking about this, I felt a secret relief. At least the situation with Yuki Akikawa wasn't exposed. Sayaka glanced at me, immediately seeing through my little tricks. She reached out and patted my head, neither too hard nor too soft. "You child, you can't even tell what's well-intentioned and what's not." Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Professor Tanaka is only showing concern for you because of your grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about your trivial matters." Sayaka sighed, her tone softening. "You are an adult now. I won't stop you from dating or having a girlfriend. That's your own business." She paused, her eyes becoming serious as she stared at me. "But there is one thing I must make clear to you. You must practice safe sex." She looked me up and down and warned, "If you dare to make me a grandmother now, I will beat you until you are a grandson. Even if your grandparents came to stop me, they wouldn't be able to protect you. Mark my words." The corners of my lips twitched, and I quickly raised my hand to promise. "Mom, don't worry, I'm not even dating anyone yet, and even if I were, I wouldn't have the guts for that." Sayaka nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Then she folded the quilt on the sofa in a few swift motions, picked it up, and headed toward the bedroom. Let me. Seeing this, my heart jumped again, and I hurriedly took the quilt from Sayaka's hands. Sayaka didn't fight me for it. She handed it to me and then naturally started walking toward the master bedroom. "Put it in the bedroom." I didn't dare to refuse, so I replied and headed toward the bedroom. At the same time, inside the dark wardrobe in the bedroom, Nana's small body leaned tightly into Yuki Akikawa's arms, her warm breath spraying against her neck. The little one looked up, her large, grape-like eyes peering through the darkness at her mother, her voice whispering like a little kitten. "Mommy, why are we hiding in the closet?" Yuki Akikawa felt a shiver of tension and hurriedly raised her index finger to her lips, gesturing for her daughter to be quiet. She leaned close to Nana's small ear and whispered, "Shh, we are playing hide-and-seek with Daddy. We can't let him find us, or we'll lose." Children are always full of interest in games. Nana understood immediately, nodded vigorously, and covered her mouth with her little hand, her eyes shining brightly. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open. I walked quickly to the wardrobe, not looking closely, and reached out to pull open a gap, quickly shoving the quilt inside before slamming the closet door shut again. Almost simultaneously, Sayaka's voice drifted in from the bedroom door. "If you're dating, don't hide it. Just tell Mom. If you need money, just say so. Don't make the girl feel slighted. Every child is the apple of their parents' eye." Standing with my back to the door, a warm current passed through my heart. Mom really did care about me. But then I thought, Yuki Akikawa is the president of the Yuki group. Slighted? She'd be slighted? Before I could respond, Nana moved in the closet, the The little one had heard everything clearly. She knew that voice too well. She pulled her little hand away from her mouth and whispered into Yuki Akikawa's ear. "Mommy, it's Grandma." Yuki Akikawa reacted quickly. Almost as soon as Nana spoke, she reached out and covered her daughter's little mouth. Not too hard, just enough to stop any more words. Her eyes filled with unprecedented tension as she shook her head firmly at her daughter and gestured for silence again. Nana was startled by her mother's serious expression. Her large eyes blinked. Though she didn't understand why she couldn't call her grandma, she obediently kept her mouth shut. However, this tiny sound did not escape Sayaka's ears. She was about to say something more when she suddenly stopped in her tracks, her brows knitting together as she tilted her head to listen to the movement in the bedroom, speaking with some confusion. "Mom, what's wrong?" I asked, my heart pounding, though my voice remained calm. She paused uncertainly and said, "I just thought I heard the sound of a child talking." A flash of uncontrollable panic crossed my face. I felt my heart skip a beat and cold sweat broke out on my back. I forced myself to stay calm and squeezed out a somewhat exaggerated smile, trying to cover it up with a joking tone. "Mom, you aren't wishing to be a grandma already, are you? If you want to, don't count on me. You can count on my sister instead." Hearing this, Sayaka was speechless. She huffed, "Don't mention her to me. She scared away 3 boyfriends in 1 week. I don't have a daughter like that." I awkwardly dropped the smile, but my mind was racing to change the subject. "Right, Mom, it's Friday today. Don't you have classes to teach at the university?" Sayaka checked her watch and said, "No classes today." As soon as she finished, she seemed to remember something and slapped her forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have an appointment with your aunt to go for a checkup today. I have to go now." With that, she opened the door and left. I let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as though my back was soaked in cold sweat. I wiped my forehead and realized my palms were sweaty too. Not daring to hesitate, I quickly turned and walked back to the bedroom, went to the wardrobe and pulled open the door. The door revealed Yuki Akikawa's slightly pale face. Her taut nerves finally relaxed, and realizing the teacher had left, she also let out a breath of relief. She climbed out of the wardrobe holding Nana. I noticed Nana's little hands were still tightly gripping her own eyes. I looked at Yuki Akikawa and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Nana?" A look of helpless amusement appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face as she whispered, "Just now, so she wouldn't make a sound, I told her we were playing hide and seek with you." I laughed, reached out, and gently tickled Nana's armpits. The little one held it in for a long time before finally bursting into giggles, letting go of her eyes to reveal her teary, shining eyes. Seeing Daddy, she immediately reached out her arms and called out in a milky voice, "Daddy, hug!" I smiled, picked up my daughter, and kissed her soft little cheek. I looked at the little person in my arms and said softly, "Come on, Daddy will take you to wash your face and brush your teeth." I walked to the dining table in the living room, picked up a brand new toothbrush and toothpaste, and turned to walk into the bedroom. I handed them to Yuki Akikawa and explained, "I bought them this morning while I was getting breakfast. They are all new." Yuki Akikawa looked at the items in my hand, stunned for a moment, before a warm feeling washed over her heart. She took them and said in a low voice, "Thank you." I smiled, held Nana, and walked toward the bathroom. Yuki Akikawa followed them. The bathroom was not large, and the 3 of us squeezed inside. I held Nana in one arm, while using the other to patiently squeeze toothpaste onto the small brush for my daughter. Yuki Akikawa stood to the side, holding the unwrapped toothbrush, watching the father and daughter in the mirror. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. The space was cramped, and our arms occasionally touched, bringing a subtle, imperceptible warmth. After finishing, I used a towel to wipe Nana's face clean. The little one's skin was as smooth as a peeled egg. I held Nana as we walked out of the bathroom, with Yuki Akikawa following behind. I placed the thermos on the table and gently lifted the lid. Instantly, a rich, savory aroma filled the room, carrying the unique scent of stewed medicinal herbs and ingredients. "Wow, it smells so good!" Nana's little nose sniffed hard, and her eyes stared at the thermos, bright and shining. She almost drooled. Yuki Akikawa, smelling the mellow and tempting fragrance, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. I smiled, turned to the kitchen to get 3 clean bowls and spoons, and carefully served 3 portions of the soup. The broth was rich, and the ingredients inside looked soft and tender from the long stewing. I placed one bowl in front of Yuki Akikawa, pushed another to where Nana could reach it, and finally sat down with my own. I gave a brief instruction, my gaze sweeping across the mother and daughter. Yuki Akikawa picked up her spoon, blew on it gently, and took a small sip. The soup was delicious and mellow. Warmth slid down her throat. I watched her expression with a hint of anticipation and asked, "How is it? Is it good?" Yuki Akikawa raised her eyes, met my gaze, and nodded sincerely. "Yes, it's very delicious." Over there, Nana mimicked her mother, blowing on her spoon before taking a small, careful sip. Yummy." The little one's eyes turned into crescent moons. She lowered her head to take another sip, her little lips surrounded by a ring of oil. She looked completely satisfied, her face full of happiness. Looking at my daughter's satisfied little expression, a sense of indescribable pride welled up in my heart, as if I had made the soup myself. Yuki Akikawa put down her spoon and looked at me with a touch of curiosity. "I didn't expect your father's cooking to be this good." I nodded, looking proud, and said, "He loves to experiment with food. My own cooking skills are mostly taught by him." Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly without asking more. Back when she was a student, she had heard more or less from her teacher that my father's cooking was excellent, but she hadn't expected it to be this good. Before long, after the three of us were full, I cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and returned to the living room sofa. I naturally took out my phone and let my fingers slide across the screen. I was scrolling through my phone when my gaze inadvertently swept over Yuki Akikawa, who was sitting quietly by the dining table. I realized I still didn't have her contact information. I looked up at Yuki Akikawa and spoke in a natural tone, "By the way, let's exchange contact info so we can stay in touch." Saying that, I unlocked my phone and handed it over, screen facing up. Yuki Akikawa was slightly taken aback, then nodded and reached out to take the phone. Her fingertips were cool. When they touched the edge of the phone, she smoothly entered a string of numbers on the dialer. After a pause, she opened WeChat to search for her own number and added me as a friend. Having finished all this, she handed the phone back to me. I took the phone and instinctively swiped the screen. I saw the new contact, Yuki Akikawa, and saw that name added to my address book. Yuki Akikawa's WeChat profile picture was a pure blue sky. On a whim, I clicked into her moments. It was a blank slate, not a single post. I looked at that void, and my curiosity about Yuki Akikawa deepened. I remembered the evening before, when we inadvertently mentioned her parents, and the way her mood had dipped instantly. I moved my fingers and clicked on the chat interface with Ren. I quickly typed a line, "Ask your sister if she knows anything about Yuki Akikawa's family situation, especially about her parents." The message was returned almost instantly. A message popped up on the screen from Ren containing only a provoking emoji, captioned with the words, "Call me daddy." A vein throbbed on my temple. I was speechless. This kid, give him an inch and he'll take a mile. I took a deep breath, my fingers hovering over the input box, ready to start typing a reprimand. Yuki Akikawa's cool, clear voice suddenly rang out with a hint of inquiry. "Mugi, Nana is already 4 years old. Do you think we should send her to kindergarten?" Hearing Yuki Akikawa's words, I looked up from the phone screen and pondered for a moment. I felt she had a point. Since I had to attend classes and she had to work, we couldn't keep the child with us all the time. At her age, Nana did need to interact with peers and build her own little social circle. I nodded in agreement. "You're right. It is time for Nana to go to kindergarten. It'll be good for her to meet more children." As soon as I finished, I remembered a critical issue and frowned slightly. However, I looked at Yuki Akikawa with a hint of uncertainty. Nana's current situation. Can she attend school without a household registration? Upon hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's expression remained calm, as if she had already considered this issue. "You don't need to worry about that," she said softly. "The Yuki group has invested in several excellent kindergartens. I can arrange for Nana to be enrolled directly." I felt a slight relief and also gained a clearer understanding of Yuki Akikawa's capabilities. I nodded. "That's good." I turned to look at the little one, who was curiously watching us, and showed a gentle smile. "Nana, would you like to go to kindergarten and play with other kids?" Nana's large eyes instantly lit up, her little face full of anticipation and excitement. "Yes, Nana wants to go to kindergarten." As she said this, she even clapped her little hands happily. Seeing my daughter's happy expression, my mood brightened. I subconsciously glanced at the time on my phone screen. It was already past 9. I stood up. "I have to go to university. I have a class this morning." Yuki Akikawa stood up almost instinctively. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her voice dropping a notch. "I'll take you." I picked up the backpack from the sofa and shook my head. "No need to bother. I'll take the bus, it's fast." I stood up straight and looked at Yuki Akikawa, instructing her. "There is fruit in the fridge. If you're hungry, have some. Wait for me to come back at noon. I'll cook for you." Yuki Akikawa's gaze shifted, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly, though a trace of imperceptible disappointment passed through her heart. She soon dissipated it and nodded gently. "All right, Mugi, be careful on the road," I replied, slung the backpack over my shoulder, waved at them, and turned toward the door. I opened it and stepped out. Yuki Akikawa stood where she was, looking at the closed door, a feeling she couldn't quite name rising in her heart. Half an hour later, my figure appeared in the multimedia classroom of a university. The room was already filled with students. Whispers and the sound of flipping pages intertwined, creating a unique pre-class atmosphere. I scanned the room, found an empty seat in the back, and walked over. I placed the backpack on the chair next to me. I had just settled down. "Yo!" a familiar voice sounded next to me. Ren appeared at my side out of nowhere, sat down and tossed his bag onto the table. I turned my head to look at him and lowered my voice to ask, "About the thing I asked you to find out. How did it go?" Ren twisted off the mineral water cap, took a large gulp, and then spoke slowly. "My sister said that Yuki Akikawa's parents are known in the circle as a famously loving couple. They haven't fought in decades, and there have never been any rumors about them." He paused and shrugged. "More specific details, like what happens in private, she isn't clear about." I furrowed my brows slightly and subconsciously shook my head. "Impossible." Ren was about to take another sip, but paused at my words. He looked at me curiously. "Why impossible? Could my sister be lying to me?" I lowered my voice to explain. "Last night, I walked through the neighborhood with Yuki Akikawa and inadvertently mentioned her parents. Her reaction was very flat, maybe even a bit cold. Not how someone would sound when talking about close parents." Ren touched his chin, thoughtful. "That is interesting." He rolled his eyes, lowered his voice, and speculated. "Hey, Mugi, what if it's like in the novels? A couple in appearance only, just a business marriage with no real feelings." My heart stirred at his words. That possibility wasn't non-existent. After all, who can truly know what happens in wealthy families? I shook my head again. "If it were really like you said, Yuki Akikawa would definitely be a yandere. Lovesick/psycho. But she seems normal. I haven't noticed any such signs while being with her, so she probably didn't grow up in that kind of environment. I couldn't figure it out, so I decided to stop obsessing over it. I looked at Ren and changed the subject. "What about you? When are you going back to the Ren family?" Ren twisted the cap back on and replied casually, "Tomorrow, maybe." As if remembering something, his eyes lit up. He pulled out his phone, opened a luxury car brand page, and pushed it toward me. "Come on, take a look. Which style do you like?" I looked at the phone screen, confused. It was full of cool sports car pictures. "What is this for?" "To give to you, of course." Ren said it as if it were only natural. "I said I'd support you for a lifetime, so I'll support you for a lifetime." Hearing this, my heart trembled, and my eyes instantly turned red. A warmth welled up from the bottom of my heart. I looked at Ren's expression and knew he wasn't joking. I was even more touched. "Good brother, you're a real one." Just as I was immersed in the emotion of our brotherhood, the back door of the multimedia classroom was pushed open gently. Two beautiful figures walked in, one after another, instantly attracting the attention of most people in the classroom. Walking in front was a girl wearing a white dress, long hair draped over her shoulders, with a gentle and graceful temperament. Following her was a girl in a black JK uniform with a high ponytail, looking lively and playful. "Holy crap!" Ren's eyes widened and he elbowed me hard. He lowered his voice, his tone full of surprise. "The art department's goddess Haruka and... Wait, why are they here in our Chinese department class?" I followed his gaze. They were indeed two very striking girls, but I didn't care. I glanced at them twice, took my eyes off, and said in a flat tone, "Don't know them." As I was about to lower my head to check my phone again, I realized the two girls were walking straight toward our side. The eyes of the surrounding students focused as they moved, and whispers erupted one after another. "Who are they looking for? Looks like they're heading toward the top student." Under everyone's gaze, Emmy, the girl in the white dress, actually stopped right in the empty seat next to me and sat down gracefully. Hinata sat down next to Emmy. I was completely bewildered, my brows furrowed slightly. Ren, next to me, was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. His mouth opened into an oh shape, looking from Emi to me, his eyes full of disbelief. What is happening? Could the goddess actually like him? Emi didn't seem to care about the surrounding reaction. She turned to me, showing a perfectly sweet smile, and spoke softly. "Hello, fellow student." I nodded politely. "Hello. My name is Emmy from the art department," Emmy said by way of a simple introduction, as if everyone was listening, waiting for my answer. Ren clenched his fists nervously, even more excited than if he had been asked for his own contact info. However, I just looked at her calmly and shook my head directly. "Sorry, I don't use WeChat." Emi's smile froze significantly. A flash of shock and disbelief crossed her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected to be rejected so cleanly and decisively. There were plenty of people at A University who wanted her contact info. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask for someone else's, and she had been rejected. Emmy had seen her fair share of situations, so she quickly adjusted her emotions. She realized she might have been too direct. She took a deep breath. A sweet smile returned to her face, and she explained sincerely, "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions." She paused to organize her words. "It's like this. My younger brother is about to take the college entrance exam, and his grades haven't been ideal, especially in Chinese. I heard you are the top student in the Chinese department. So I wanted to ask for your help to be his tutor and guide him in Chinese," she said, looking at me with sincere eyes. "Of course, the compensation will definitely not disappoint you." "A tutor?" I was slightly stunned, quickly guessing her intent. I wasn't an idiot. I shook my head again, my tone still calm, even carrying a hint of distance. "Sorry, my grades are actually quite average, and I might not be able to tutor your brother." After a pause, I added, "Besides, I don't really need money lately." A double rejection, crisp and clear. The smile on Emi's face went completely rigid. Those beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Her carefully prepared speech and the request she thought was reasonable had been rejected by the other party without any hesitation or face. She was Imai, the goddess of A University's art department. Her family was well off, and her appearance was outstanding. She had been the center of attention since childhood. When had she ever received such cold treatment? The surrounding male students were in an uproar. Although their voices were very low, the glares they shot at me were enough to set me on fire. Seeing the atmosphere become increasingly awkward, Hinata, who was next to Emi, reacted quickly. She suddenly said, "Ouch," and covered her stomach, showing a pained expression. "Emi, my stomach hurts suddenly. Can you take me to the restroom?" Emi seemed to have found a lifeline, immediately standing up to support Hinata, her face showing perfectly timed concern. "What's wrong? Come on, I'll take you." She didn't even look at me again as she hurriedly led Hinata out of the classroom, leaving behind a flurry of whispers and complex stares. The two walked quickly out of the classroom and left the building. Hinata immediately let go, straightened up, and exhaled. "Phew, that was so awkward just now." Imai was still immersed in the feeling of being rejected. She bit her lower lip, brows slightly furrowed, and looked at Hinata with disappointment. "Hinata, do you think I'm really that unattractive? Why was he completely uninterested in me?" Hinata immediately retorted, grabbing her arm to comfort her. "Amy, you are the goddess of our art department. The people chasing you could line up from here to the school gate. It's him who has no taste." Listening to her friend's comfort, Amy felt a little better, but the unwillingness in her heart grew stronger. Why is it that she, Yuki Akikawa, can bewitch him so thoroughly, but I can't? I'm younger than her, more vibrant than her. Thinking of this, Emi took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm again. Why can't I? She silently cheered herself on, a confident smile returning to her face. "Just you wait, Mugi. I won't give up so easily." Back in the classroom, Ren finally recovered from his shock. He leaned close to me, his lowered voice full of gossip. "Hey Mugi, give it to me straight. Why did the goddess come to flirt with you? Since when do you know her?" I furrowed my brows, looking at him helplessly. "I told you, I don't know her." My tone was frank. "I don't know why she came over either." Ren scrutinized me suspiciously, asking, "You really don't know her?" "Really don't know her," I replied firmly. Seeing that I didn't look like I was lying, Ren finally believed me. He retracted his investigative gaze, his expression turning serious. He grabbed my shoulder and warned me earnestly. "You are a man with a wife and child now. Although I know the goddess is beautiful, you cannot mess around with other girls." The child, he mentioned, naturally referred to Nana. Although the situation was complex, in Ren's simple understanding, I was already a married man with a family. Before I could retort, Ren quickly pulled out his phone and shoved it into my hand with a mournful face. "This is my WeChat. If she looks for you again, just give her my contact info. I am willing to bear this pain for my brother." He patted his chest, looking righteous. I looked at the phone in my hand and then at Ren's righteous expression, unable to laugh or cry. Halfway through the class, I couldn't help but yawn, tears of exhaustion welling up in the corners of my eyes. Ren next to me lowered his voice and nudged me with his elbow. "What's going on with you? We just started class, and you're already this sleepy?" I rubbed my eyes and mumbled. "Didn't sleep well last night." Ren immediately showed an "I understand" expression. His voice dropped even lower, carrying a hint of a tease. Understand. Young people are energetic, but you have to show some restraint." The corners of my mouth twitched, knowing he had misunderstood. I glared at him. "It's not what you're thinking." I opened my mouth, nearly blurting out the fact that I had been kicked out to sleep on the sofa. But the words stopped at the tip of my tongue. If this kid knew my true status at home, wouldn't he laugh at me for a lifetime? No, I couldn't let him know. I simply stayed silent and didn't speak. Seeing me not explain, Ren revealed a knowing, wicked grin and patted my shoulder. "Bro, I'm a wealthy kid. I'll find you an old doctor later to help you get adjusted." I don't know how much time passed before I woke up with a start. I opened my eyes, and the view before me was empty. There wasn't a soul in the multimedia classroom, only the sunlight from the windows slanted in. The class was over, and everyone had left. I subconsciously turned to look to the side. Ren was tilting his head, sleeping soundly, with drool even hanging from the corner of his mouth. I was speechless. He was completely unreliable. Just then, the phone in my pocket vibrated. I pulled it out and saw a message from Yuki Akikawa. "Is class over? Nana and I are waiting for you at the school gate." Seeing this message, my heart jumped. A sense of indescribable joy instantly dispelled all my sleepiness and helplessness. I quickly replied, "Coming out now." Then I neatly stuffed my books and notebook into my bag. I didn't even look at Ren, who was sleeping soundly, stood up, and ran out of the classroom without looking back. I sprinted toward the gate of A University, my eyes scanning the road until they locked onto a red Beetle parked by the side. The window was half down, and a small figure was leaning on the edge, her little head turning and peering around. Just then, that little figure spotted me, her eyes lighting up instantly. A crisp, childish voice full of undisguised joy called out loudly, "Daddy!" My heart jumped, and my pace slowed subconsciously. I looked around as a reflex. Fortunately, there weren't many people at the gate at this time, and the few scattered students didn't notice this side. I pulled open the car door and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Before I had settled in, Nana in the back seat leaned her little head over, leaned into my ear, and said in a spoiled tone, "Mommy and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Listening to my daughter's soft voice, I remembered that I had fallen asleep in class, and a trace of embarrassment swept across my face. I explained, I had something to take care of." Yuki Akikawa in the driver's seat turned her head to look at me. On my side profile, there seemed to be a faint mark left behind, as if it had been pressed by something. She was slightly stunned, and then, as if thinking of something, a very faint smile touched her lips. However, a trace of imperceptible guilt flashed in her eyes. "Is it because you didn't sleep well on the sofa last night?" Especially when she saw the mark on my cheek and her subtle expression changed, I felt a bit guilty, as if my embarrassment had been seen through. I quickly turned my gaze to the front and asked casually, "Why did you guys come over?" Yuki Akikawa withdrew her gaze and started the car. Her tone was calm as she explained. I took Nana to see a nearby kindergarten this morning. It felt quite good. It happened to be on the way back, so I thought I'd come pick you up. I nodded to show I understood. Daddy! Daddy! Nana in the back seat immediately took over the conversation excitedly, her little face beaming with joy. There's a slide and so many children! Watching my daughter's excited look and listening to her chattering about what she saw at the kindergarten, the embarrassment from sleeping through class and being caught by Yuki Akikawa vanished instantly. I turned my head, looked at the excited little one in the back, and showed a genuine smile. The car drove smoothly down the road. Nana continued to share interesting things from kindergarten, her childish voice full of vitality. Yuki Akikawa listened to her daughter's innocent words, her lips curling slightly, and the tenderness in her eyes deepening. Back at the apartment, I walked into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Yuki Akikawa took Nana to the living room to play. Soon, the sounds of ingredients hitting pans and the clinking of dishes came from the kitchen, and along with the aroma of food, a cozy atmosphere spread through the small apartment. Yuki Akikawa settled Nana down, walked to the kitchen door, and looked at me busy by the stove, asking softly, Mugi, are you going to the Ren family banquet tomorrow night? I didn't turn my head. My movements didn't stop as I chopped vegetables, answering firmly, Of course. It's the first day Ren returns to his wealthy family. How could I be absent? I have to go and support him. Yuki Akikawa's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this, but before she could speak, Nana ran to the kitchen door after playing with her toys for a while, curiously watching her parents. She tilted her little face and asked in a milky voice, Daddy, Mommy, what are you talking about? Is it something tasty? Nana wants to go too. Yuki Akikawa and I heard this and turned to look at Nana at the same time. Nana blinked her big eyes, looking at them expectantly, her little face full of the desire to go. Yuki Akikawa looked at Nana and then at me, as if seeking my opinion. Her identity was special. If she brought the child, it might attract unnecessary attention. Yuki Akikawa hesitated for a moment and said, How about I don't go? I stopped what I was doing and frowned slightly, thoughts racing through my mind. Suddenly, an idea emerged. My lips curled into a smile, and I turned to Yuki Akikawa and said easily, Don't worry, we can all go. As for Nana, someone will naturally help us watch her tomorrow. Yuki Akikawa heard this and looked at me with some confusion, asking uncertainly, Someone will help us watch the child? For a moment, she couldn't think of who else would volunteer to take care of Nana besides them, but I smiled mysteriously and said, Just rest assured it'll be fine. If we leave Nana with her, I guarantee you'll be 100% at ease. Yuki Akikawa looked at my confident appearance. Although she still had some doubts, seeing me so sure, she immediately thought of one person, and the worry in her heart vanished instantly. Nana saw that her parents hadn't answered her for a long time, so she pulled on Yuki Akikawa's sleeve and said in a spoiled way, Nana wants to go too, okay? Yuki Akikawa looked down at her daughter's pitiful little look, and her heart softened instantly. She squatted down, gently touched Nana's little head, and smiled in agreement. Okay, our Nana will go too. As soon as Nana heard that her mother had agreed, she jumped up happily, her little face blossoming into a radiant smile, the earlier disappointment vanishing instantly. Watching the heartwarming interaction between mother and daughter, I couldn't help but show a look of relief. Before long, the aroma of the meal filled the air. I untied my apron and called toward the living room. Dinner's ready! Yuki Akikawa put down the tablet she was holding and took the hand of Nana, who was still fiddling with her toys. Come on, Nana, let's go eat. Okay? Nana responded crisply, following her mother to the dining room. The three of us sat around the dining table, looking at the home-cooked dishes that were both fragrant and appealing, a cozy atmosphere flowing naturally between us. I picked up my chopsticks, ready to grab some food, but my movement stopped abruptly. My brows furrowed slightly. Wait, did I forget something? Yuki Akikawa, sitting beside me, noticed my anomaly and asked softly, What's wrong? I shook my head, feeling a bit dazed, and said, I just have a feeling I forgot to do something. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the phone I had placed on the edge of the table suddenly vibrated intensely. The screen lit up repeatedly, making a buzzing sound as if it were a death warrant. I picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. A dense flood of unread message notifications popped up, almost all from the same person, Ren. Where are you? Damn it, Mugi, where did you disappear to? I woke up and the classroom was empty. You scared the hell out of me. Did you forget about me? Answer me! Looking at the messages full of resentment and frantic tones, I realized with a jolt. Crap. I was in too much of a hurry when I left and forgot to wake that kid Ren up. The corners of my mouth twitched, and I silently set Ren's messages to Do Not Disturb. I put down my phone as if nothing had happened and picked up my chopsticks to start eating, as if the bombardment of messages moments ago never occurred. Yuki Akikawa saw my little maneuver, but didn't ask questions. She just held a faint, subtle smile at the corners of her lips. After lunch, the family of 3 returned to the living room. Nana played energetically with her toys. Yuki Akikawa and I each occupied a corner of the sofa. I took out a professional book I hadn't finished in the afternoon, occasionally looking up at our playing daughter. Yuki Akikawa held her tablet, dealing with some company emails and documents. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows on the floor. The two of us didn't intentionally converse, yet it didn't feel awkward. Yuki Akikawa's gaze would occasionally move away from the screen, inadvertently sweeping over me as I read intently. Her eyes would linger briefly on my profile, just like any ordinary couple enjoying a quiet afternoon. After playing for a while, Nana got a bit tired. She let out a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, climbed onto the sofa, and nestled into my arms, falling into a deep sleep shortly after. Evening came in the blink of an eye. The little one in my arms stirred, her long eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Nana, just waking up, was still a bit dazed. Seeing me holding her, she immediately reached out her little arms to hug my neck and whispered in a soft, spoiled tone, "Daddy, hug." I put down my book and gently patted her back, coaxing her softly. "Nana, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" Although I had only coaxed Nana a few times, I was already quite practiced, something I hadn't even noticed myself. Nana buried her little head into the crook of my neck, rubbing against me, her voice filled with deep dependence. Yuki Akikawa sat to the side, quietly watching this scene. Watching our daughter depend on me without reservation, and seeing the tenderness and patience naturally revealed on my face, a strange emotion surged in her heart. It was a very odd feeling. She actually felt a bit envious, or even jealous, wanting to be like Nana, held and coaxed by me with such tenderness. As soon as this thought popped up, Yuki Akikawa was startled, her cheeks instantly burning. What am I thinking? Being jealous of my own daughter? She uncomfortably shifted her gaze, the tips of her ears turning slightly red. After a moment, Nana fully woke up from my arms. She wiggled her little body, tilted her head, and looked at me with her large grape-like eyes shining brightly. Her voice was still soft with sleep. "Daddy, Nana wants to eat crawfish." Hearing this, I looked down at the little foodie in my arms, then turned to look at Yuki Akikawa on the other end of the sofa and suggested with a smile, "Then let's go out for dinner tonight." Yuki Akikawa put down the tablet, her gaze falling on our daughter's expectant face, and nodded, her voice gentle. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of a popular seafood restaurant near the apartment. The shop was bustling, filled with the lively atmosphere of daily life. I found a window seat and ordered skillfully, "Boss, 3 pounds of spicy crawfish, plus some skewers, roasted eggplant and chicken wings." Yuki Akikawa listened quietly, her gaze sweeping across the shop. She wasn't repulsed by it. Rather, she found it somewhat novel. This was her first time eating in such a place. Soon, a steaming bright red basin of crawfish was served. The rich, spicy fragrance filled the air instantly. "So many shrimp!" Nana clapped her little hands excitedly, her eyes practically glued to the basin of crawfish. My appetite was also piqued, and I picked up a pair of disposable gloves with a smile. Seeing that large basin of bright red crawfish, Yuki Akikawa's gaze paused slightly. She seemed to recall some distant event, a complicated emotion flashing across her eyes, and her interest faded for a moment. But seeing Nana's excited little face and my eagerness, she still curled her lips into a faint smile. However, she didn't touch the crawfish, picking up the roasted chicken wings instead and eating them in small bites. My attention was entirely on the crawfish, so I didn't pay much attention to Yuki Akikawa's strangeness. I picked up a crawfish, ready to peel it. Just as I picked one up, I saw Nana doing the same next to me, struggling to put on a small pair of disposable gloves. That serious little look was incredibly cute. After putting on the gloves, Nana also grabbed a crawfish, placed it on her small plate, and began to peel it just like Daddy. This little one had even learned my secret technique. I found it quite novel, and a sense of warmth and pride welled up in my heart. Seeing that my daughter could take care of herself and was having fun, I smiled and deftly peeled a shrimp. The meat was complete, plump, and glistening. I naturally placed it into Yuki Akikawa's bowl. Yuki Akikawa was taking small bites of her skewer when a piece of tender, white shrimp meat suddenly appeared in her bowl. She was slightly stunned and looked up at me. I was looking down, continuing to peel the next one as if it were an subconscious action. Yuki Akikawa looked at the shrimp meat in her bowl, then looked at me. A strange feeling surged in her heart again, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. However, before she could contemplate this feeling, a small hand wearing a transparent little glove clumsily placed a piece of shrimp meat, not peeled quite perfectly, but filled with the same heart, into her bowl. "Mommy, eat!" Nana tilted her little face, giving Yuki Akikawa a brilliant smile, her large eyes full of anticipation. "Praise me!" Yuki Akikawa's gaze instantly shifted from me, landing on her daughter's innocent little face, then looked down again at the two pieces of shrimp meat, one large, one small, in the bowl. An indescribable wave of warmth rushed to her heart, and her nose felt slightly sore. Her eyes uncontrollably brimmed with a thin mist of tears. Growing up, this was the first time someone had peeled shrimp for her. She had always thought she was independent and strong enough to not need such things. But right now, looking at the shrimp meat in her bowl, feeling her daughter's pure affection and the man's casual thoughtfulness beside her, she realized that deep down she also longed for family love. I finished peeling a shrimp and looked up, just in time to see Yuki Akikawa's reddened eyes. I was slightly stunned, then saw the shrimp meat Nana had placed in her bowl. I realized with a smile. It seems she was moved by our daughter's filial piety. Yuki Akikawa sniffed, trying hard to hold back that sudden surge of sourness. She picked up the piece of shrimp meat that belonged to Nana's heart and gently handed it to her daughter's lips. "You eat it, Nana." Nana shook her head vigorously, her little face serious. "Mommy, eat," Daddy said. "Good things must be given to Mommy first." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa subconsciously looked up at me opposite her. Of course, she knew this couldn't have been taught by the me of the present. It could only be that me from the future. I was stunned by my daughter saying, "Daddy said so," and then realized this was taught by my future self. I squeezed out an awkward smile, internally grumbling, "What the heck? Am I a total simp in the future to even teach such things?" My gaze drifted involuntarily to Yuki Akikawa, to that face that appeared increasingly soft due to being moved, and then I thought of the black card in my pocket. Maybe it's not entirely unacceptable. "Hey!" I gave a dry cough, quickly composed myself, and deftly peeled another shrimp. This time, I placed it directly into Nana's small bowl, changing the subject. All right, Daddy peeled this for Nana too. Eat up, the crawfish won't taste good once it cools down." After saying that, I didn't look at Yuki Akikawa anymore and buried my head to continue battling with the crawfish. My movements were extremely fast. With nimble fingers, complete pieces of shrimp meat were cleanly peeled and piled onto the plate. Thanks to years of being tortured by my older sister, if I didn't peel shrimp for her, I'd get a beating. Over time, this shrimp peeling craft had become mastered. Soon, a small pile of shrimp meat piled up on the plate. Nana got the shrimp peeled by Daddy and immediately beamed with joy. She grabbed the shrimp meat with her little hands and stuffed it into her mouth, eating with greasy little lips and bulging cheeks, her sense of happiness practically overflowing. Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter's happy appearance, and her lips held a gentle smile. She didn't eat much. The flavor of this spicy crawfish was still too pungent for her, making the tip of her tongue tingle slightly. Her gaze fell on me, who was still lowering my head to peel shrimp, looking at my serious profile and the shrimp meat piling higher and higher on the plate. Her heart skipped a beat. Almost subconsciously, Yuki Akikawa extended her chopsticks, picked up a piece of shrimp meat that had just been peeled and was still warm, and on a whim, brought it to my lips. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. My shrimp peeling motion stopped abruptly. I looked up, somewhat stunned, looking at the shrimp meat inches away and at Yuki Akikawa, who showed a hint of imperceptible panic after extending the shrimp. I paused for 2 seconds. Then, as if a play button had been pressed, I subconsciously opened my mouth and ate the shrimp. It carried the spicy, numbing flavor, along with an indescribable, strange feeling. Yuki Akikawa's hand remained in midair until the shrimp was eaten. Only then did she pull it back as if burned. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a faint red spreading even to her earlobes. Her eyes darted away, not daring to look at me again. Nana, sitting beside us, had witnessed the entire scene. The little one blinked her large, grape-like eyes, looking at her mother's shy profile, then at my somewhat dazed expression. She then looked at her mother, opened her own little mouth, and pointed to her lips. Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's gaping, adorable mouth, and the shyness caused by feeding me was instantly diluted. She reached out and lightly poked Nana's smooth little forehead, smiling. Little glutton, Yuki Akikawa picked up her chopsticks again, clamped down on a piece of intact shrimp meat, and carefully fed it to her daughter's lips. Nana chewed contentedly, her large eyes blinking with happiness. Seeing that she liked it, Yuki Akikawa fed her several more pieces. Only when Nana shook her little head to indicate she was full did she put down the chopsticks and pull out a tissue, gently wiping the grease from her daughter's little mouth. There, your mouth is clean. Before Yuki Akikawa could pull her hand back, Nana turned her body, picked up the pair of small-sized disposable gloves from the table again, and began to put them on carefully. I found it strange and couldn't help but ask, "Does Nana want to eat more?" Nana shook her head. After putting on the gloves, she picked up a crawfish, placed it on her small plate, and bowed her head to peel it seriously. She carefully pinched the piece of shrimp meat, which wasn't perfectly peeled but was filled with sincerity, and placed it into my bowl. "Daddy, eat!" Nana raised her little face, her large eyes shining brightly at me, her tone filled with a bit of pride. I looked at the small piece of shrimp meat in the bowl, then at my daughter's expectant eyes. My heart warmed instantly, and a sense of indescribable emotion and relief surged up. "Thank you, Nana. Nana is so kind, knowing how to peel shrimp for Daddy." I picked up the shrimp meat and put it in my mouth, chewing solemnly as if I were tasting a rare delicacy. "The shrimp peeled by Nana is the best I've ever eaten." Getting Daddy's praise, Nana's eyes curved into little crescent moons, and she sat there giggling. Because of this sudden heartwarming interaction, the meal was exceptionally enjoyable. After the three of us were full, I paid the bill, and we left the seafood restaurant, walking slowly back to the apartment. Back at the apartment, the three of us found comfortable spots to sit. Nana had played all day and was full of crawfish. Now, drowsiness washed over her. Her little head leaned against Yuki Akikawa, nodding off like a sleepy little chick. I picked up the remote control, wondering what to watch to relax, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At this hour? Who could it be? I muttered to myself, stood up, walked to the entryway, and pulled the door open. Assistant Hina stood at the door, with a silver suitcase standing beside her. I looked at her, then at the large suitcase, my brain not quite catching up. I was confused. What is this situation? Delivering things? Is President Yuki home? Assistant Hina bowed slightly, a professional smile on her face. Yuki Akikawa had already heard the commotion and walked over. She glanced at the assistant and the suitcase at the door with a calm expression. She naturally reached out to take the suitcase handle. "Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Hina." She paused and added, "Postpone all of tomorrow's schedule." Assistant Hina nodded immediately. "Understood, President Yuki. I will take my leave then." Assistant Hina turned and left. I was still standing at the door, watching Yuki Akikawa pull the suitcase past me, heading straight toward the master bedroom. The script isn't going this way. She is planning to live here? Although she is the future mistress of this home, isn't this progress a bit too fast? Wait, why am I stressing over this? The point is, if she lives in the master bedroom, won't I have to sleep on the sofa again? Thinking of the possibility of being with the sofa every night, I felt my world go dark. I felt terrible. But what could I do? I couldn't really kick my future wife out. I looked at the sofa in the living room, which didn't look very comfortable, and couldn't help but sigh. What a mess. Nana had sharp ears and heard her father sigh. She lifted her dazed little face and asked curiously, "Why are you sighing?" I bent down, reached out, and rubbed the top of my daughter's soft hair, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. It's nothing. Daddy is thinking about important life matters. Nana is still too young. You wouldn't understand. Nana nodded as if she understood, yawned, and didn't ask again. Just then, Yuki Akikawa walked out of the master bedroom. As soon as she appeared, her eyes landed on the man sitting on the sofa looking full of sorrow and indignation. The corners of her mouth curled up imperceptibly. She naturally knew what I was thinking but didn't say anything. It's getting late. Time for a bath and bed. Yuki Akikawa looked at Nana with a gentle voice. Want mommy to carry me? Nana immediately extended her two little arms toward Yuki Akikawa, acting like a spoiled child. Yuki Akikawa smiled, bent down to pick up her daughter, and turned toward the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water and the faint, low laughter of mother and daughter drifted from the bathroom. I sat alone on the sofa, listening to the sounds from the other room, feeling a mixture of emotions. A bit disappointed, yet filled with a strange sense of warmth. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Yuki Akikawa walked out, carrying Nana, who was wrapped in a large bath towel and radiating the scent of baby body wash, and placed her on the bed. Daddy. Nana lay in the soft bedding, with only her little head exposed, her large, grape-like eyes shining as she looked at me, dragging out her voice in a spoiled tone. Daddy is coming to tell you a story. I had no resistance to my daughter's spoiled behavior and stood up immediately. I didn't know who this little one inherited her coquetry skills from. But it certainly wasn't the ice-cold CEO. I had just walked to the bed and sat down. My seat hadn't even warmed up when the bathroom door opened once more. Yuki Akikawa had also finished her bath and come out. She had changed into a purple silk nightgown. The style looked simple, but the silky fabric clung to her skin, making her already fair complexion look even more translucent, like jade. Her long, smooth hair was draped over her shoulders, carrying the steam of her bath and a faint, sweet fragrance. The nightgown loosely outlined her exquisite curves, relaxed yet alluring. My eyes fell on her involuntarily, and my Adam's apple couldn't help but roll up and down. I suddenly felt my throat go dry. Yuki Akikawa sensed my overly direct gaze but only slightly tilted her head, avoiding my eyes. Her expression remained unchanged. She walked to the bed and picked up the hairdryer to dry Nana's hair. You go take a bath first, she said in a calm voice. I'll tell Nana a story later. Hearing this, I quickly withdrew my gaze, my face feeling hot and nodded awkwardly. Okay. I picked up my change of clothes and scrambled into the bathroom as if I were fleeing. Yuki Akikawa sat on the head of the bed, gently drying Nana's hair. Warm air hummed. The little one squinted her eyes in comfort. After drying her hair, Yuki Akikawa picked up a fairy tale book and began to whisper stories to Nana. Halfway through the story, the water in the guest bathroom stopped. Not long after, I walked out, wiping my hair, wearing a clean t-shirt and shorts. I moved skillfully, went to the wardrobe, pulled open the door, took out a neatly folded thin quilt and a pillow, and walked toward the living room. The days of living and dying with the sofa begin tonight. Just as I was hugging the quilt and pillow to head out of the bedroom, Yuki Akikawa's voice suddenly rang out behind me, her tone seeming to carry a hint of imperceptible hesitation. My footsteps stopped abruptly. I hugged the quilt and turned around, looking at her in confusion. What does she mean? Did she take my bed and still want something else? At that moment, my resentment was heavier than a ghost's, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. Yuki Akikawa stood to one side, the soft light outlining her silhouette. Her fingertips curled unconsciously, and her face seemed to be stained with a faint blush, her earlobes even feeling hot. She averted her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with me, her voice lower than before. The bed is big enough. Why don't you sleep here? Whoosh! I felt my brain crash instantly. I stood there holding the quilt, seriously wondering if my brain had been flooded with water while bathing, causing me to have auditory hallucinations. I looked at Yuki Akikawa's slightly red profile and her eyes, which clearly didn't know where to look. My heart skipped a beat without warning, and then started to race uncontrollably. She. What does she mean? Calm down. This is definitely a test. A naked, straightforward test. Which official could withstand such a test? However, the next second, I threw the thin quilt back into the wardrobe, hugged the pillow, walked quickly to the bed, and lay down next to Nana. My movements were fluid and seamless, fearing that if I were even a second late, Yuki Akikawa would change her mind. Yuki Akikawa looked at my impatient appearance, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl into an imperceptible smile. But her own heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. After all, this was her first time sharing a bed with a man, even if there was a Nana in between. She took a deep breath, suppressed the inexplicable tension in her heart, walked to the other side of the bed, and gently lay down, protecting Nana in the middle. I reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The bedroom instantly fell into darkness, leaving only the faint moonlight outside the window. The darkness magnified my senses. I could clearly smell the faint, sweet scent drifting from Yuki Akikawa's side. That scent was like a feather, gently tickling my nerves, leaving me restless. I tilted my head slightly and could vaguely see two blurry silhouettes beside me, one big and one small, breathing steadily. I lay stiffly, keeping my breathing light, fearing to disturb this strange tranquility. Yuki Akikawa didn't move either. She could feel my presence beside her. That warm body temperature filtered through our daughter's small body made her feel quite uncomfortable. She even began to regret why she had been possessed to say that line earlier, leaving things in such an awkward limbo. The two of us were lost in our own thoughts, yet we shared this uncanny silence. I don't know how much time passed, but perhaps physical exhaustion finally overcame the tension in our minds, and we both drifted into a deep sleep at nearly the same time. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight poked through the gap in the curtains, casting a thin beam of light into the room. My eyelids fluttered, and I slowly opened my eyes. My consciousness was still hazy. I only felt that I was holding something warm and soft in my arms. I looked down subconsciously. The next second, I was wide awake. Yuki Akikawa had rolled over toward me at some point and was curled up tightly in my arms. Her head was pillowed on my arm, her face peaceful and serene. Her long eyelashes trembled gently with her breathing, and the soft sunlight washing over her face cast a warm glow upon her. Seeing her in this quiet, well-behaved state, my heart softened inexplicably. I suddenly had the urge to make her cry, to see her eyes redden and her expression turn tearful. The thought was too dangerous, so I shook my head violently to force it away. However, my gaze was soon drawn to another sight, one I couldn't look away from. Perhaps due to her sleeping position, her purple silk nightgown had ridden up, piling up around her chest and revealing a large expanse of delicate skin. My gaze moved downward, clearly seeing her waist, which was so slender it seemed like it could be snapped with one hand. Below the hem of her gown, those long, fair legs shimmered with a dazzling, porcelain-like quality in the morning light. Gulp. I felt my throat tighten, and I swallowed involuntarily, my eyes frozen as if pinned in place. Yuki Akikawa's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that met her sleepy gaze was my face, mere inches from hers. She was still half asleep, but almost subconsciously she followed my gaze downward. The next second she snapped into full consciousness. She saw her purple silk nightgown had somehow hiked up to below her chest, exposing a large area of skin and her long, white legs. Yuki Akikawa let out a low gasp, her cheeks turning bright red instantly. She scrambled, pulling the hem of her nightgown down to cover herself completely. I was startled by her gasp, and like someone receiving an electric shock, I snapped my head away, not daring to look back. I felt a surge of heat in my nasal cavity, and then a trickle of warm liquid began to flow out uncontrollably. Yuki Akikawa had just straightened herself out, and as her racing heart calmed slightly, her peripheral vision caught my averted face and the glaring red trickle under my nose. She froze, immediately realizing what it was. The blush that had just faded from her face rushed back, but seeing my pathetic, flustered state, unable to even look at her, the corners of her lips curled up into an imperceptible smile. She quickly reached out and grabbed a few tissues from the nightstand, leaning over toward me. Her voice was husky with sleep, but also carried a hint of suppressed laughter. "Hurry, wipe it off." Only then did I feel the nosebleed. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, I quickly took the tissues and shoved them against my nose. My face burned, and I avoided her gaze, my voice muffled from behind the tissues. I didn't mean to." Yuki Akikawa looked at my reddened ears, and the shame in her heart dissipated quite a bit, leaving only a strange feeling lingering. She gave a soft and looked down, saying quietly, "I know." I snuck a quick glance at her, but saw only her lowered head and those slightly red earlobes. An awkward atmosphere filled the bedroom, broken only by our slightly uneven breathing. Just then, both of us seemed to recall something and looked at each other simultaneously. In that exact moment, we both realized something was wrong. The space between us was empty. "Where is Nana?" we asked, almost in unison, our voices tinged with imperceptible panic. We began searching the bed, eventually finding Nana curled up on my pillow. She was clutching her small pillow, a smile playing on her lips, sleeping very comfortably. Seeing this, we both breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously, followed by a shared, awkward glance. I cleared my throat. "I'll go wash up." I scurried off the bed and dashed toward the bathroom. In the bathroom, the water hissed. I stood under the showerhead, letting the cold water pour over my overheated skin. I closed my eyes, trying to banish the images burned into my mind. That expanse of dazzling white skin, that impossibly slender waist, and those long, straight legs. They wouldn't go away. I opened my eyes wide and shook my head hard, spraying cold water everywhere. Yuki Akikawa's face, dazed from sleep, and then instantly flushed with shyness, felt as clear as if she were standing right before me. I touched my nose. Although the bleeding had stopped, the heat seemed to linger in my nasal passage, keeping my face burning. After staying under the cold water for a while, the agitation finally subsided. I turned off the water, wiped myself down, threw on clean clothes, and after lingering for a while, finally took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door. In the bedroom, Yuki Akikara was already fully dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently helping Nana, who had just woken up and was still groggy, fix her little dress. Upon hearing the door open, Yuki Akikara looked up instinctively. Our eyes met briefly, and then, as if burned, I quickly looked away, my gaze drifting to somewhere else. I cleared my throat, my voice dry. "I'm going downstairs to get some breakfast." Yuki Akikawa watched as I practically fled the room. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile, and she gave a soft acknowledgement. Then she looked back down to fasten the last button on Nana's dress, her voice soft. "Are you awake? Shall we go wash our faces and brush our teeth?" Came the milky response. Yuki Akikawa laughed softly, bent down to pick up our daughter, and headed toward the bathroom. By the time the mother and daughter finished freshening up and walked out of the bathroom, I had just returned with breakfast: soy milk, fried dough sticks, mochi, and a small strawberry cupcake I'd bought specifically for Nana. The aroma instantly filled the small space. The three of us sat around the small table for breakfast. The mood was much more relaxed than before. Nana ate her cupcake in small bites, getting a bit of cream on her little face, looking like a cute little flower cat. She suddenly looked up at me, her eyes shining. "When are we going to play?" My movement of drinking soy milk paused as I suddenly remembered. I put down the cup and said, "Right now." Yuki Akikawa was taken aback. "Now? Is it that urgent?" She had thought we would at least wait until the afternoon. I picked up a bun and explained, "My older sister is impossible to find once her vacation starts. If we don't go now, she'll probably run off to hang out later, and we won't be able to find her." My tone was firm. I clearly knew my sister well. Yuki Akikawa nodded and didn't ask further. After breakfast and a quick tidy-up, the three of us left. Yuki Akikawa drove us toward an upscale residential complex in the city center. The car parked smoothly downstairs at a building. The place where Rain lived was a spacious, high-view apartment. I led Yuki Akikawa and Nana into the unit and took the elevator up. In the confined space of the elevator, as the numbers slowly climbed, I suddenly squatted down. Looking at the expectant Nana, I flashed a gentle smile. "Daddy needs to tell you something." Nana blinked her big eyes. "Daddy?" "Mommy and Daddy have to go get some shots later," I said in a very low voice. Hearing this, Nana's little face fell instantly, and her lower lip poked out. She was clearly very afraid of shots. Seeing this, I hurriedly said, afraid the little one would start crying at any second, "If Nana doesn't want to go, how about you stay with Auntie today? Auntie will take Nana for yummy food and play with you." Nana's attention was immediately diverted. Her eyes lit up again. She nodded vigorously, her voice crisp. "I want to play with Auntie." I stroked her hair, satisfied. "Good girl." Yuki Akikawa leaned closer to me and whispered, "Isn't it a bit mean to lie to a child like that?" I grabbed her hand, looking completely at ease. "I'm just letting Nana learn about the harsh realities of life early. Besides, a little white lie isn't really a lie." Yuki Akikawa's mouth twitched, speechless, but she didn't say anything more. The elevator dinged as it reached the 15th floor, and the doors slowly opened. I held Nana's little hand, with Yuki Akikawa following behind, and walked to the door at the end of the hall. I hammered on the doorbell. Almost the moment the bell stopped, I suddenly let go of Nana's hand. I grabbed Yuki Akikawa, who was still confused, and turned to walk quickly toward the elevator. My movements were fast, giving her no time to react. Yuki Akikawa was dragged along by me, swaying. By the time she realized what was happening, we were already inside the elevator. We left Nana all by herself, wearing her pretty dress and carrying her little backpack. Standing in front of that closed door, there was no fear on her face, as if this had happened many times before. As the elevator door slowly closed, Yuki Akikawa finally reacted. She looked at me with concern. "What if your sister isn't home?" I let go of her hand and leaned against the wall of the elevator, my tone much more relaxed. "Don't worry, she's definitely home. I know her schedule too well. At this hour, she's absolutely still in bed. There's no way she's gone out." Yuki Akikawa was still uneasy. After all, we had left a child alone in front of someone else's door. "But," she started, wanting to say something more. My phone suddenly vibrated. I picked it up, saw the screen, and turned it to show Yuki Akikawa. The screen clearly displayed the name Sis. "Looks like Nana has been picked up," I said with a smile, and then naturally hung up the phone. Yuki Akikawa saw the incoming call, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "Aren't you going to answer it?" I shook my head and said, "Why answer it? I'll deal with it tonight." Meanwhile, on the 15th floor, Rain was sleeping groggily until she was awakened by the sound of rapid, urgent doorbell ringing. She tossed and turned irritably, covering her head with her quilt, trying to ignore the noise. The doorbell rang persistently, sounding more like a death knell with every ring. Who could it be at this time of the morning? Rain couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her messy hair, swearing as she climbed out of bed. She walked barefoot across the floor, opened the bedroom door, crossed the living room, and walked to the entryway, muttering as she went, "It better be something important, or I'm going to knock your front teeth out." She yanked the door open, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse, but saw the doorway was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Just as she was puzzled, she looked down. A tiny figure wearing a beautiful pink dress and carrying a cartoon backpack was standing there quietly. Nana looked up, her large eyes fixed on her. Rain understood instantly, her mind going blank for a moment. "Auntie, hug!" Nana extended her little arms, her voice soft and sweet. She came back to her senses, her face showing pure disbelief. "Nana?" She squatted down, picked Nana up, walked inside, and shut the door behind her. She set Nana on the soft sofa in the living room and squatted down in front of her. The two of them stared at each other. Nana sat there swinging her little legs, blinked, took a mochi from the bag in her hand, and held it out to Rain. She said in her milky voice, "Auntie, eat." Rain took the mochi, which was still warm. She quickly guessed that I had dumped Nana on her so I could go on a date with Yuki Akikawa. A surge of anger flared up. But looking at Nana, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to run downstairs and beat me to a pulp right now. She squeezed out a smile that wasn't too ugly, handed the TV remote to Nana, and said, "Auntie needs to wash up. Could you watch some TV for a little while, Nana?" Nana took the remote and nodded vigorously, responding obediently. Rain felt her heart soften. She couldn't help but reach out and stroke Nana's fluffy little head. Must say, it feels really good. Afterward, she got up and walked toward the bedroom, grabbed her phone from the messy nightstand, and dialed my number. After ringing for a long time, the other end hung up directly. Rain held the phone, standing there in a daze. He actually dared to hang up on me. "Fine, just you wait, Mugi. Let's see how I handle you tonight." With a resigned sigh, she threw the phone back onto the bed and walked into the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the side of the road by the complex, Yuki Akikawa and I had just sat in the car. As she was about to start the engine, a black Volkswagen pulled up steadily in front of us. I saw the vehicle and frowned subconsciously. Leaning forward slightly, I muttered, "Why does this car look so familiar?" My eyes were filled with doubt. Before I could finish, the driver and passenger doors of the Volkswagen opened, and a middle-aged man and woman stepped out. Seeing those two figures, my pupils contracted sharply. I hurriedly grabbed my jacket and shoved it over my head. Yuki Akikawa, seeing my strange behavior, frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Through a gap in the jacket, I pointed at the two people walking toward the building. My voice was tense and slightly strained. "My parents." Yuki Akikawa's heart jumped. Her body went stiff, her hands gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. She stared straight ahead, holding her breath, terrified they would turn around. We held our breath, not moving until their figures disappeared into the building's entrance. Only then did I pull off the jacket, exhale a long, heavy breath, and collapse against the seat. Yuki Akikawa also loosened her grip on the steering wheel, feeling her palms were a bit damp. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, her expression shifted again. "Nana is still at your sister's." I remained unusually calm. I waved my hand dismissively, my tone relaxed. "It's fine, don't worry. My sister's mouth is tighter than a drum. She'll never betray me." Yuki Akikawa thought about it. "I suppose there's no need to worry. After all, Nana is their biological granddaughter, even if she did come from the future." She steadied herself, restarted the car, and drove out of the complex. On the other side, Hiroshi and Fumi arrived at the 15th floor in the elevator and rang the doorbell. Rain was in the shower in the bedroom and didn't hear the bell. However, Nana, who was watching cartoons in the living room, heard it clearly. The little one thought it was her parents back to pick her up. She slid off the sofa and trotted on her short legs to the door. She stood on her tiptoes, barely managing to reach the doorknob. With a hard shove, click, the door opened a crack. Outside the door, Hiroshi and Fumi were waiting for their daughter to open it. The moment it opened, they didn't see their daughter, but instead, they saw a beautifully carved little girl. The little girl was wearing a pretty white princess dress and had two cute little buns in her hair, looking up at them curiously, with a pair of big, black, liquid-like eyes. Hiroshi and Fumi were stunned. Their expressions froze, their brains going blank. Where did this child come from? Just as they were bewildered, Nana got a clear look at their faces. Her eyes lit up and her face blossomed into a radiant smile. She threw her little arms open and lunged toward them, her voice sweet and soft. "Grandpa! Grandma!" This form of address was like a lightning bolt, shaking Hiroshi and Fumi to their core. They subconsciously took a small step back, faces full of shock and confusion, looking at each other. Both saw the same, "Who am I and where am I?" look in the other's eyes. Hiroshi steadied himself, checked the apartment number and the floor. "That's right, 1502 on the 15th floor. It's our daughter's place. But then, who is this child?" Seeing her grandparents back away, Nana tilted her head in confusion. Then with a clear target, she hugged Fumi, who was closer to her, and looked up, once again acting spoiled in her milky voice. "Grandma! Hug!" The soft, sweet sound instantly struck Fumi's heart. She had dreamed of having a sweet, soft daughter who would act spoiled and cute with her. However, although she had a daughter, that daughter was headstrong and even more stubborn than a mule. She was the opposite of sweet and soft. All the shock and confusion were melted away by that one, "Grandma, hug!" Fumi's heart turned to mush. Instinctively, she squatted down with a gentle smile on her face and reached out to stroke Nana's little head. "Whose little treasure is this?" "You're so pretty," she asked softly, her tone full of joy. Nana hugged Fumi's neck happily, just about to answer. "Mom? Dad?" A surprised voice came from inside the room. Rain heard that something was off and walked out of the bedroom quickly. She saw the scene at the door at a glance. Her parents were standing at the door looking completely lost, while Nana, who should have been watching TV, was hanging on her mother. She was also stunned. "Why did you guys come here so suddenly?" Fumi, holding the sweet little bundle in her arms, set her questions aside for the moment. She looked up at her daughter and gestured toward the little one in her arms. "Never mind us for a second. You explain to me first. What is the meaning of this little muffin?" Rain felt her heart skip a beat. Crap. She tried to stay calm, quickly stepping aside to let them in. "Come in first. Why are you standing outside?" she said, taking Nana from Fumi and closing the door behind her. Rain sat Nana on the sofa, cleared her throat, and said, "Nana is the child of a friend of mine. They had an emergency today, so they left the child with me to help watch her for the day." Hiroshi and Fumi still trusted their daughter, so they didn't doubt her. Oh, so that's it. Fumi let out a sigh of relief, then her attention was completely captured by the well-behaved, cute Nana on the sofa. She walked over, fished a few candies from her bag, and handed them to Nana. "Here, little treasure, have some candy." Nana extended her little hand to take them and thanked her sweetly. "Thank you, Grandma. So polite." Fumi was overjoyed by that Grandma and couldn't help but pinch Nana's chubby little cheek again. Hiroshi also walked over, unable to stop the smile on his face. However, he found Nana's features somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Fumi played with Nana while sighing. "This child is so likable. She looks so clever. I wish I had a granddaughter like this." Hiroshi nodded in agreement. Yeah, or a niece like this would be nice too. Listening to her parents, Rain stood to the side with her arms crossed, her lips twitching uncontrollably. "If I told you right now that this is your future granddaughter, would you be so happy you passed out? Or would you break your son's 3 ribs first?" It's probably the latter. Hiroshi and Fumi teased the little one on the sofa, finding her more adorable by the minute. Nana was a bit embarrassed by the praise, but felt sweet inside. She looked up at Hiroshi with her large, grape-like eyes and said in a soft, milky voice, "Nana wants to eat pork knuckle for lunch." Hiroshi beamed upon hearing this. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared heroically, "You want pork knuckle? I guarantee you'll be wiping grease from your mouth until you're satisfied." He patted his belly with the air of a master chef. Rain, standing nearby, felt her temple twitch and quickly interrupted. "Dad, there isn't any food in the house, let alone pork knuckle." Fumi gave her daughter a look of annoyance. "If there's no food, just go buy some. What's the big deal?" She turned to Nana, her tone instantly softening by several degrees. "Nana wants it? Grandma will go buy it right now." "Nana wants to go too." Upon hearing they were going to buy food, the little one excitedly slid off the sofa, pattered over to Hiroshi, and grabbed his large hand. "I'll go with Grandpa and Grandma." Good, good, good. Grandpa will take you." Hiroshi was moved by Nana's enthusiasm and couldn't stop smiling. He took her small hand. For a moment, he felt like he was back to taking care of kids after retirement, but it felt quite nice. The best part was having such a cute granddaughter. Rain stood there watching, her internal alarm bells ringing. No, what if Mom and Dad ask about Nana's parents? If Nana slips up, it's all over. She quickly followed them, saying, "I'll go too. I happen to need to buy a few things as well." They arrived at the farmer's market near the complex. It was the morning peak hour. The market was bustling with noise, filled with hawking and bargaining. Fresh vegetables and fruits were neatly stacked. Nana found everything novel, her little head turning from side to side, her dark, liquid eyes filled with curiosity. Hiroshi held Nana's hand with one hand and protected her with the other, afraid she would be jostled by the crowd. Looking down at her excited little face, his heart melted, and he couldn't stop smiling. As they walked, he suddenly paused and leaned toward Fumi, lowering his voice. "Dear, do you think," he gestured toward Nana, "this child's features look a bit familiar?" Fumi heard this and began to examine Nana carefully. The little one was standing on her tiptoes, curiously watching the jumping fish at a nearby stall. Sunlight fell on her delicate pink face and her long eyelashes flickered like 2 little fans. "Now that you mention it, maybe a little," Fumi mused, deep in thought. "Especially these brows. Why do they seem like—" She paused, another young, tender face appearing in her mind. Her tone became uncertain. "They look like our son when he was a child." Hiroshi's eyes lit up. He slapped his leg, his voice trembling with excitement. "Yes, that's it. It looks just like that brat when he was a kid." I was wondering why she felt so familiar. Those brows. I'd believe it if someone told me she was his daughter. Rain, following behind, heard this exchange and nearly choked on her heart. My God, they can see that? Is the power of genetics really that strong? Terrified, she rushed forward, pretending to be calm as she laughed it off. "Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? My brother is barely a man. How could a 3-year-old daughter just pop out of thin air? You must have seen wrong." Hiroshi and Fumi turned to look at her in silence. Fumi sighed and poked her daughter's forehead. "We know it's impossible, of course. Do you think your parents are stupid?" Hiroshi nodded. "Exactly. It just looks like him, that's all. I was just saying." Although they said that, their gaze toward Nana now carried more curiosity and an indescribable sense of intimacy. On the other side, Yuki Akikawa drove through winding streets, finally parking in front of an expensive-looking men's suit shop. I followed her out, looked up at the shop name, and then at Yuki Akikawa. "Why are we here?" I asked, my voice filled with clear confusion. Yuki Akikawa glanced at me, her eyes lingering on my casual sports jacket for a moment before she replied unhurriedly, "Buying you clothes." I was stunned, and then shook my head. "No need, I have clothes to wear." Yuki Akikawa seemed to hear something funny. The corners of her lips curled into a faint curve. She stepped forward and stood in front of me, raising her hand to straighten the collar of my jacket. "Are you planning to go to the banquet wearing this?" I looked at Yuki Akikawa standing so close and couldn't help but swallow. Hearing her words, I hurriedly withdrew my gaze and looked down at my own attire. It was indeed completely out of place for a banquet. I opened my mouth to argue, but found I had nothing to say. I had to close my mouth in silence. Seeing my expression, a flash of amusement appeared in Yuki Akikawa's eyes. I didn't refuse again, taking a step past her and pushing open the heavy glass door. A well-dressed sales clerk immediately greeted us with a smile. "Welcome. How may I help you two?" Yuki Akikawa remained calm and composed. She swept her gaze over the display before saying to the clerk, "Measure my husband for a suit first." I heard her words and raised an eyebrow. "Husband? Well, looks like I'm officially being kept." The clerk's voice was gentle and polite. Her gaze shifted between us, finally landing on the more composed Yuki Akikawa. "Very well, sir. Please follow me." I stood in front of the mirror, watching the clerk take measurements with a soft tape, feeling awkward. I was used to loose sportswear. A suit that required me to keep my back straight and look meticulous felt restricting. Yuki Akikawa sat on a nearby sofa, elegantly flipping through a catalog, occasionally glancing in my direction with a calm gaze. The clerk finished the last measurement and stepped back respectfully. "The sir's proportions are excellent. He is a very standard clothes hanger." Yuki Akikawa closed the catalog and stood up. "We need an off-the-rack set. We need to have it by this afternoon." The clerk's smile faltered slightly, showing a bit of difficulty. "Ma'am, I'm very sorry, but high-end custom suits have complex processes and usually require—" Yuki Akikawa interrupted her, her tone even. "I know the rules." She took a black card from her bag and handed it over. "Pay for the rush fee. Use the best fabric and the fastest tailor. We will be back to pick it up at 4 this afternoon." Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly, not saying another word, and turned to walk out. "Let's go." I glanced at the card being gingerly held by the clerk, then at Yuki Akikawa's back, and followed silently. This being kept life seems to be getting better and better. We sat back in the car. The cabin was quiet, save for the soft sound of the air conditioning. Yuki Akikawa gripped the steering wheel, eyes straight ahead, and suddenly asked, "When do you plan to tell your parents about Nana's existence?" My body stiffened, and I remained silent for a few seconds. Seeing I wouldn't speak, she continued, "Things like this cannot be hidden. They will find out one day. It won't be long." I exhaled. Naturally, I knew Yuki Akikawa was right. Dad can't stay in hiding forever, and she shouldn't be unable to meet her grandparents openly. I rubbed my temples. "I know, it's just too sudden. I'm afraid of scaring them. And explaining Nana's origin is also an issue." I paused, then tentatively said, "How about we let them spend more time together first? Once they get familiar with Nana, we can find a suitable time to slowly explain it." Yuki Akikawa thought about it and felt it was a sound solution. After all, a 3-year-old granddaughter appearing out of thin air would be a shock. She nodded gently. "Okay." Then the car fell into silence again. Not long after, the car pulled up in front of the apartment complex. We stepped out. I looked at Yuki Akikawa with a hint of nervousness. "There's no food at home. I need to go to the market. Do you want to come?" Yuki Akikawa's lips curled up, and she didn't refuse, nodding instead. I felt an inexplicable sense of relief, the corners of my mouth lifting involuntarily. We walked side by side toward the farmer's market not far away. My peripheral vision kept darting toward Yuki Akikawa. After some hesitation, I couldn't help but ask, Is your relationship with that Yoko really that bad? Yuki Akikawa didn't stop walking. She nodded, then shook her head. Or perhaps, I don't know why it's bad. Since we were little, she never gave me a pleasant look. I was surprised. You've known each other since childhood? Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly, her tone flat. Yes. The Yuki and Yoko family villas are very close. From elementary school to university, we were always in the same school. That was strange. Logically speaking, they should be childhood friends. Even if not friends, it shouldn't be this icy. Thinking of this, I was even more confused and asked, did you have any major conflict? Yuki Akikawa shook her head, her bright eyes dimming with a hint of unnoticeable loneliness. No, she isn't my friend. I don't have friends. Her voice was very soft, carrying an indescribable emotion. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her. I clearly saw the fleeting loneliness in her eyes. In that instant, my heart felt like it had been pricked by something. I never imagined that someone like her, a star among stars, would have no friends. This made me even more curious about Yuki Akikawa's past. Noticing the change in atmosphere, or perhaps realizing the emotion she had just revealed, Yuki Akikawa quickly gathered herself. I quickly withdrew my gaze and muttered, since your relationship is so bad, why did she become Nana's godmother in the future? This also troubled Yuki Akikawa. She, too, wanted to know why. Neither of us probed further into the matter. After all, who can really say what the future holds? We walked in silence for a distance and then stood at the crosswalk waiting for the traffic light to change. I turned my head to look at Yuki Akikawa beside me. Her profile had soft lines and the sunlight sprinkled onto her hair, gilding it in pale gold. Acting on impulse, I reached out and tentatively wrapped my hand around her slightly cool one. Yuki Akikawa was stunned, but she didn't pull away immediately. She simply turned her head, raised her eyes to look at me and asked, "What are you doing?" My cheeks felt hot, and I didn't dare to look her in the eye, shifting my gaze away. I gave a dry cough, trying to hide my unease with a clumsy excuse. There are a lot of people in the market. I'm afraid you'll get lost. Yuki Akikawa didn't answer. Instead, she looked ahead at the entrance to the market. It was nearly 9 o'clock now. The morning rush had passed, and there were only a few elderly people slowly picking out vegetables, while the stall owners leaned against their stands, boredly scrolling through their phones. Far from being crowded, it was practically deserted. She withdrew her gaze, looked back at me, and asked with a wry smile, "Are you sure?" I followed her line of sight to the empty entrance, the sparse figures, and the leisurely vendors. The heat on my face climbed instantly, as if it could boil an egg. The embarrassment spread from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, making me want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I opened my mouth, trying to think of a less humiliating reason. My brain raced, searching for any excuse that sounded even remotely reasonable. Watching my flustered state, Yuki Akikawa finally stopped hiding the amusement in her eyes. She let out a light laugh, crisp and pleasant, like wind chimes swaying in the morning breeze. She tightened her grip on my large hand, feeling the warmth radiating from my palm, her eyes filled with smiles. The green light changed just then, and she took the initiative to pull me into the market. Being pulled along by her, my steps felt a bit clumsy, and I was still a little startled. I looked down at our joined hands. Hers remained in mine without pulling away. My heart jumped violently, and an indescribable joy surged up. I subconsciously tightened my fingers, completely enveloping her small, cool, soft hand in my palm. The delicate sensation from her fingertips was clear, yet felt unreal, like a sudden beautiful dream. "What vegetables do you want to buy?" Yuki Akikawa's voice sounded in my ear. But I seemed not to hear her, still lost in my own world. She turned her head, looking at the tall man beside her. At first glance, she saw me grinning, unable to suppress the joyful, slightly silly smile on my face. Seeing this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. She hadn't expected this guy to be so innocent at heart. Sensing her gaze, I suddenly snapped out of it, and as I looked up, I happened to meet Yuki Akikawa's smiling eyes. In the moment our gazes met, the heat on my cheeks climbed again and my eyes darted away. "What's wrong?" My voice carried a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Yuki Akikawa raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. "Aren't we here to buy groceries?" I finally realized, hurriedly nodding. Right, groceries." I cleared my throat to hide my lapse, scanned the surrounding stalls, and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Yuki Akikawa thought for a moment and replied quite simply, "Anything is fine." For her, it didn't matter what she ate, as long as it wasn't lethal. I responded and gripped her hand again, this time feeling much more natural. I led her to choose from various stalls, picking through each one as if on purpose. Yuki Akikawa naturally saw through this little scheme, but she didn't say anything, letting me hold her hand, seemingly enjoying it. We came to one stall, and the middle-aged woman looked at us, quite annoyed. "Hey," I said, "are you two here to show off your love, or to buy vegetables? I've been watching you hold hands for ages, and you haven't even bought a single scallion." My little scheme was exposed, and I felt embarrassed. I hurriedly picked up some vegetables and had the woman bag them, not daring to say much, especially not daring to look at Yuki Akikawa beside me. Deep down, however, I was cursing the woman. She really had no sense of the moment, and my reputation was ruined. Beside me, Yuki Akikawa didn't say much, but the curve of her lips deepened quietly. An unprecedented feeling began to spread in her heart. After that, I didn't dare to harbor any more schemes and honestly bought some vegetables before heading back to the apartment. Not long after, we arrived back at the apartment. Standing in the entryway, I looked at our still joined hands, feeling a bit reluctant to let go, but eventually, I slowly released her hand. "I'm gonna start cooking." With that, I turned and walked quickly into the kitchen. Watching my back, Yuki Akikawa suddenly felt a desire to hold me and act spoiled, just like Nana. This thought surfaced involuntarily in her mind, and by the time she realized it, her pretty face was already flushed. Fortunately, I didn't see it. She breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the living room sofa, but couldn't help but glance toward the kitchen. She looked down at her empty palm, and a subtle sense of loss quietly spread. This feeling reminded her of some bad childhood memories, but she hadn't felt this way since junior high. It made her feel unsettled. Yuki Akikawa's phone rang abruptly, pulling her out of her cluttered thoughts. She checked the caller ID. It was Assistant Chizuru. She answered, her voice returning to its usual cool and efficient tone. "Do you want the banquet gown delivered to your apartment now?" Assistant Chizuru's voice was respectful. Yuki Akikawa thought for a moment. "I'll go to the shop myself this afternoon. Send the driver to the apartment at 4 o'clock to pick me up." "Understood," Assistant Chizuru immediately replied. After the call ended, the living room fell silent again, leaving only the faint sounds drifting from the kitchen. Yuki Akikawa set her phone aside, opened the tablet on the table, and began handling her work. In the kitchen, there were soft sounds of pots and pans colliding, and the sizzling of ingredients in the pan. A faint aroma of home-cooked food began to drift out, curling around the tip of my nose. I brought the last soup out from the kitchen and called toward the living room. "Dinner's ready," Yuki Akikawa responded, closed her laptop, and stood up to walk toward the dining table. 3 dishes and a soup were already laid out. Simple, home-cooked, and appetizing. We sat opposite each other, eating in silence. Without much conversation, there was a strange harmony. Occasional eye contact was quickly broken, accompanied by an imperceptible awkwardness. After eating, we returned to the living room sofa. This time, we didn't sit very close, leaving the distance of a throw pillow between us. Yuki Akikawa didn't notice, reopening her laptop to continue with her unfinished work. I, on the other hand, was on my phone, but my mind wasn't on it at all. I didn't even notice when Kenji sent a message. Time slipped away, and in a blink, it was 3:50 p.m. Yuki Akikawa gently closed the laptop, and the screen went dark. The living room was quiet, with only the sound of shallow breathing nearby. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the sofa beside her. I had fallen asleep against the sofa at some point. I was leaning sideways, my cheek cushioned by the soft backrest, breathing deeply. She stood up gently, bypassed the coffee table, and walked to the sofa. She squatted down, looking closely at my sleeping profile. My eyelashes were very long, casting a small shadow under my eyelids. I have to say, I looked kind of cute when I was asleep. This made Yuki Akikawa think of how I had held her that morning. That feeling of safety was unforgettable. Her gaze drifted downward, landing on my slightly parted, thin lips. They must be nice to kiss. The thought popped into her mind without warning. When she realized it, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks turned slightly warm. She then felt it was a bit improper, taking advantage of someone while they were asleep. But then she thought, I am her future husband. It was all perfectly legitimate. She could sneak a kiss. It wouldn't be excessive, right? After all, she had already given birth to a daughter for me. What's a little kiss? At this moment, her heart felt like it had two little people arguing fiercely, one representing reserve, the other impulse. In the end, impulse won. Anyway, I'll just kiss him once, a light one. He won't notice. With that thought, she held her breath and swallowed, leaning toward me cautiously. As the distance closed, her nose nearly touched my cheek. At that moment, she could clearly feel my warm breath, carrying a faint scent that belonged uniquely to me. Her heart beat wildly in its chest. Tension gripped her, and her limbs felt weak. Just a second before her lips were about to touch mine, ring, 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 the harsh phone ringtone rang out abruptly, breaking the silence and the kiss. Yuki Akikawa jumped, her body stiffening instantly as if a pause button had been pressed. Almost simultaneously, she saw my eyelashes tremble slightly, my brows furrowing. I seemed to be waking up. She shot upright as if ejected, her heart still racing. She stepped back quickly, putting distance between herself and the sofa, but the blush on her face hadn't faded. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She reached out and picked up the phone that kept ringing on the coffee table. The caller was none other than Assistant Chizuru. Yuki Akikawa curled her lips. What a time to pick. She suppressed her displeasure, swiped her finger across the screen, and answered. What is it? Her voice regained its usual cool and efficiency, even carrying a hint of anger. Assistant Chizuru on the other end heard her voice and her heart sank. She acutely noticed that her boss's tone didn't seem right. She sounded angry. Having followed Yuki Akikawa for nearly 4 years, this was the first time she had heard her speak in such a tone, which made her feel a bit fearful. Could it be that she had interrupted something important between Mugi and Yuki Akikawa? She didn't overthink it, quickly pulling herself together and saying respectfully, "The driver is already downstairs at the apartment building." Yuki Akikawa replied with 3 words and hung up the phone immediately. What's wrong? Just then I rubbed my eyes and sat up, my voice husky from just waking up. Yuki Akikawa turned around. When she faced me, the coldness on her face dissipated instantly, reminding me that it was almost time to leave and prepare for the banquet. I glanced at the wall clock, the hands pointing clearly to 4 o'clock sharp. I looked at Yuki Akikawa with a puzzled expression. Doesn't the banquet start at 7? It's only 4. Yuki Akikawa nodded and explained. Traffic might be heavy, and we still need to change into our formal wear and get styled, so we have to leave early. Hearing this, I nodded without further questions, patted my cheeks, then got up, walked to the dining table, picked up the glass of water I hadn't finished, and took a large gulp. Okay. Afterward, the two of them arrived in front of a shop without any prominent sign. The storefront was made of deep-colored frosted glass, exuding a sense of mystery and sophistication. They stepped out of the car, and Yuki Akikawa walked straight toward the shop door with a calm pace. I paused slightly, followed her lead, and pushed open the heavy glass door. A faint, subtle fragrance rushed to meet me. A middle-aged woman with elegant posture and well-tailored clothing came to greet them. When she saw Yuki Akikawa, a familiar smile immediately bloomed in her eyes. Ms. Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa nodded, turned her gaze toward me, and said, "Give him a makeover." The middle-aged woman followed Yuki Akikawa's gaze to me and nodded. "Very well, Ms. Yuki Akikawa." Yuki Akikawa didn't say anything more and followed the middle-aged woman toward the dressing room. I stood where I was. Before I could figure things out, 2 young staff members in uniforms immediately walked over, gestured for me to follow, and led me to an independent styling room on the other side. About half an hour later, I looked at the person in the mirror, feeling somewhat like a stranger. My previously casual hair had been trimmed and styled, perfectly highlighting my tough yet gentle features. It was as if I had shed my boyish immaturity, gaining a sense of crisp, clean maturity. To use internet slang, it was like a dramatic makeover effect. My presence had been elevated by more than just a notch. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels came from outside, and I subconsciously turned my head. Yuki Akikawa walked out slowly from the direction of the dressing room. She had changed into a dark-colored evening gown. The style was simple and grand, yet it clung perfectly to her exquisite figure. As she walked, the hem of the dress swayed gently. Her hair was carefully swept up, revealing her slender, fair neck, with a few strands hanging by her ears, adding a touch of softness. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, making her features look bright and stunningly beautiful. I couldn't help but swallow, my gaze fixed firmly on her. My pupils dilated slightly, and my heartbeat skipped a beat in that moment. Yuki Akikawa watched my somewhat dazed expression, and a sense of pride surged in her heart. She curved her red lips, deliberately walking toward me with elegant steps. The hem of her evening gown swayed gently with her movements, bringing a faint, delicate fragrance that swirled around my nose. "Does it look good?" Her alluring voice, tinged with an imperceptible smile, tapped lightly against my eardrums. I was startled, snapping out of it. I subconsciously nodded. "Good," I replied, only then realizing my voice sounded a bit dry. My cheeks flushed with a faint warmth I couldn't hide. My eyes darted away, not daring to meet her gaze, yet drawn to her as if by invisible threads. Yuki Akikawa clearly captured the fleeting shyness and amazement in my eyes, and the curve of her lips deepened. Just then, Assistant Chizuru walked over, holding a neatly pressed suit in a garment bag. "Sir's clothes." Yuki Akikawa moved her gaze away from me, turned to the suit, and then looked at me. "Go change into this." I felt as if I had received an order, almost fleeing as I took the suit and walked quickly back to the styling room. Sitting in the chair, I took deep breaths. That was too intense. Good thing I have self-control, or I might have lost it. About 5 minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open again. I walked out. The tailored dark suit fit my frame perfectly, highlighting my tall shoulders and smooth waistline. I felt quite restrained, not knowing where to put my hands, occasionally tugging at my hem or adjusting my collar. Compared to my earlier fresh look, I now seemed more composed, yet had a touch of aloofness. Yuki Akikawa's eyes lit up the moment she saw me. She had to admit, this outfit made me look even taller and more dashing. The transition from a casual, student-like boy to a young man in a suit was quite a visual impact. An inexplicable sense of pride rose in her heart, much like watching a son grow up. She set aside her cluttered thoughts, stepped forward, and naturally reached out to straighten my slightly crooked tie. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against my neck, and a scent, even clearer and richer than before, instantly entered my nostrils. It was her unique, natural fragrance. My breath hitched. My gaze slid downward, and at such close proximity, I could clearly see the graceful curves of her dress and the delicate, fair skin beneath. Remembering the sight from this morning, my Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. I abruptly looked away, my ears turning red, my heartbeat becoming unruly again. Yuki Akikawa's fingers paused. She clearly felt the pulse in my neck and noticed my bobbing Adam's apple. Her lips curved into a very faint, almost imperceptible smile. Very handsome. Hearing this, my heart felt like it had been gently tapped by something. An indescribable joy spread quickly. It was strange. I'd been complimented by girls before, but I'd rarely felt anything special. Yet, hearing the same words from Yuki Akikawa made me uncontrollably happy. I tried to suppress the corners of my mouth from rising, maintaining a calm facade. "You look beautiful, too." Yuki Akikawa raised her delicate eyebrows, her gaze falling on my flushed face. "If I'm so beautiful, why don't you dare look at me?" I blinked, took one look at her, and then quickly withdrew my gaze as if burned, looking elsewhere. My throat felt tight. Seeing me so pure and flustered, the amusement in Yuki Akikawa's eyes deepened. She let out a light laugh, and without making it harder for me, she took a step forward and naturally wrapped her fair arm around mine. "All right, it's about time. Let's head to the banquet." The soft, warm sensation seeped through the thin fabric of my clothes, clearly imprinted on my arm. My whole body stiffened instantly. The unique, elegant, and slightly sweet scent surrounding her was even more intense than when she'd adjusted my tie. My heart pounded like a drum against my chest, making my ears ring. My brain seemed to stop functioning, completely occupied by the strange sensation on my arm. I didn't even hear what Yuki Akikawa said, just nodded subconsciously. Afterward, the two of them walked out of the shop together. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my erratic heartbeat, and followed her into the back seat. The door closed, and the car merged into the traffic. The car was very quiet. I could clearly feel Yuki Akikawa's presence beside me. Her body heat and her fragrance were seducing me every moment. I stared ahead, trying to look calm, but my tight jawline betrayed my inner turmoil. About half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a manor gate. After the security guard confirmed the vehicle information, the automatic gate opened slowly. Assistant Chizuru got out first and opened the back door. Yuki Akikawa stepped out elegantly. I followed her out. The evening breeze brought a touch of chill, brushing against my face and slightly cooling the temperature on my cheeks. Yuki Akikawa glanced at me sideways, naturally took my arm, and walked toward the villa entrance. At the same time, Kenji, who was crouching by the flower bed, spotted them immediately. When he saw my transformation, his eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did this guy look so handsome? I also saw Kenji crouching by the flower bed. He was wearing a well-tailored silver-gray suit, and his hair had clearly been styled. He looked much more spirited, quite sharp to be honest. Yuki Akikawa also saw Kenji. She looked around but didn't see Yoko's figure, so she withdrew her gaze. She turned to look at me and said, "Don't be nervous. Just be yourself. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Hearing this, a warmth flowed through my heart. I felt my posture straighten up involuntarily. I nodded. "Okay." I released my arm from Yuki Akikawa and walked toward Kenji. Yuki Akikawa watched my retreating back with a smile, then turned and walked into the villa with an elegant gait. I reached Kenji, unable to hide the smugness on my face. Seeing my small-minded triumph, Kenji stood up, struck my shoulder firmly, not too hard, not too soft, and said in an annoyed tone, "Come on, you look so handsome. Who's actually here to acknowledge their father? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the protagonist tonight. You're going to steal all the spotlight." I was amused by him and couldn't help but laugh as I explained, "I can't exactly make my wife look bad, can I?" When Kenji heard the word wife, he let out a sneering laugh, his tone full of sarcasm. "Can't make your wife look bad? Disgusting." I didn't care about his sarcasm and changed the subject. "Why are you crouching here? Why don't you go inside?" Kenji pulled his face away, the playful tone fading, replaced by an undefinable emotion. "My sister asked me to wait for her here. She said she'd take me to see the old man soon and get the whole acknowledging the father thing over with." I nodded slightly. So that was it. Just as I was about to say something else, a clear female voice came from behind us. Kenji and I turned around simultaneously to see Yoko walking toward us quickly. She was wearing a well-tailored beige tweed skirt set, her long hair carefully pinned up, revealing a slender and graceful neck. She wore a polite smile, her pace steady, and her demeanor elegant. She stood in stark contrast to Kenji, who looked slightly unkempt crouching by the flower bed. Kenji replied and stood up straight. Yoko walked up to them, her gaze lingering on her brother for a moment before shifting to me. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. She nodded in greeting, then said to Kenji, "Let's go. I'll take you to see father first." Looking at the siblings, I figured I didn't know anyone else here anyway, so I followed along. Afterward, the two of them followed Yoko, bypassed the main hall, and headed straight for a small lounge on the second floor. On the way, Yoko turned her head to me and asked casually, "Where is Nana? Didn't you bring her today?" Without thinking, I explained, "My sister has her." Yoko nodded, feeling a bit disappointed, though she didn't pursue it. Even she hadn't realized this hint of disappointment herself. The three of them soon arrived at the second-floor lounge. Yoko led them to a corner of the small parlor, stopped, looked at Kenji, and whispered, "Wait outside for a moment." Kenji nodded indifferently. Yoko took a deep breath and turned to walk into the lounge. The conversation inside lasted for over an hour. From the corner, Kenji and I could hear the dialogue in the small lounge clearly. Kenji tilted his head to look at me and whispered in shock, "Mugi, you wouldn't really be the kept man Yuki Akikawa keeps by her side, would you?" I was speechless and retorted irritably, "Get lost," even though I didn't believe it. I couldn't help but let my mind wander. The massive class difference between me and Yuki Akikawa was an undeniable fact. Even just thinking about those words made it hard for me to breathe. Seeing his expression, Kenji quickly took out his phone and opened a web novel app. He shoved the screen in front of me. "This is how it's always written in novels. Those wealthy families always have an arranged fiancé or wife of equal status, and they all just do their own thing after marriage." I pushed his hand away without a word, though my heart remained far from calm. Just then, Yoko's voice sounded from the lounge. She seemed to interrupt the old Mrs. Yang's words, questioning in a deep voice, "Shouldn't you be concerned about your son?" The conversation in the lounge ceased abruptly. Hiroshi was visibly stunned, his gaze toward Yoko full of confusion. What do you mean? Yoko took several photos and a document from her bag and threw them onto the coffee table, saying coldly, I am talking about this son of yours. As soon as she finished, everyone present froze, their eyes fixed on the photos. At a single glance, he knew for certain this was his son. This was his son with Rin. An indescribable, wild joy surged through his limbs like an electric shock. But following that was a deeper, heavier regret, like a cold tide, drowning out that momentary joy. Yoko's voice held a hint of unnoticeable choking as she tried to explain. Humph. A cold, disdainful snort interrupted her. From the head of the table, the old Mrs. Yang merely glanced at the photo and said coldly, her voice sharp as ice, Where did this mongrel come from? We in the Yang family do not recognize such disgraceful things. Around the corner, the old Mrs. Yang's derogatory use of the word mongrel reached Kenji's ears clearly. Every expression on his face froze. His dark eyes churned with rage. Which old hag was insulting his mother? A fire burned in his chest, making him tremble with rage. Instead of shouting, the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely cold, sneering smile. Kenji cursed softly, and, no longer able to hold back, walked straight into the lounge. Kenji charged in like an enraged leopard, his eyes bloodshot. Amidst the startled looks of the crowd, he rushed to the coffee table, grabbed the edge, and flipped it over with a loud crash. You old thing. What the hell do you think you are? Kenji pointed at the old Mrs. Yang, who had jumped up from the sofa, face white with shock. Who are you calling a mongrel? What right do you have to talk about my mother like that? His chest heaved violently as he glared at the old woman, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. I don't give a damn about being recognized by this shitty Yang family. Whoever wants to be recognized can go right ahead. After the final roar, Kenji walked out of the lounge without looking back, and I followed closely behind. At this moment, Kenji and I walked down from the second floor, still seething. Seeing an exquisite cake nearby, Kenji let out a cold laugh and kicked the trolley under the cake base with all his might. The massive cake collapsed. Cream, fruit, and shattered decorations splattered all over the clean marble floor, creating a scene of complete disaster. The air froze instantly. Kenji, don't go! Yoko rushed down, shouting, and grabbed his arm. Before she could finish, he violently shook her off with such force that Yoko stumbled and nearly fell. Get lost! He looked at Yoko with deep hatred. That old hag insulted my mother like that. Why stay here? To keep getting humiliated by her? Before Kenji could finish, several figures slowly appeared at the top of the stairs. The old Mrs. Yang stood at the front, her face livid, her aged eyes filled with resentment. She looked down at the messy scene below, her gaze finally landing on Kenji. She was shaking with anger, her voice even sharper and more vicious. Unbelievable! This is absolutely unbelievable. You shameless mongrel, you really think you're part of the Yang family? Let me tell you, as long as I am still alive, you will never step through the doors of the Yang house. A young master of the Yang family? You aren't even worthy. Hearing this, Kenji laughed mockingly, full of disdain. The Yang family? Do you really think I give a damn? With that, he kicked the cake trolley again. Kenji's indifferent, defiant attitude thoroughly enraged the old Mrs. Yang. She trembled so hard that her finger pointing at him shook. Fine, fine, fine. I want to see how you and your mother are going to survive in this city after offending my Yang family. And you lot, I'll remember all of you. Her gaze swept over me and Yoko. I blinked, looking confusedly between Kenji and Yoko, then at the old Mrs. Yang, and snapped back. Hey, you old bat, how arrogant are you? You think you can just ruin us? Do you even know who my wife is? The moment the words left my mouth, I felt a little unsure. After all, the Takahashi and Yang families had a partnership. Would Yuki Akikawa really destroy her relationship with the Yang family for my sake? I felt lacking in confidence and a bit regretful for being so reckless. Yet, the old Mrs. Yang caught that fleeting insecurity. She seemed to have heard the greatest joke, her livid face now flooded with deep disdain and mockery as she looked me up and down. I was wondering who you were. Turns out you're just a little coward who relies on women. What, are you trying to use your wife to scare me? The old Mrs. Yang sneered even more deeply. I'll tell you this. It doesn't matter who your wife is. Today, you offended my Yang family. Every last one of you. Don't think you'll ever be able to survive in this city. Just then, a slight stir rippled through the crowd. A cold, elegant figure stepped out. Under the lights, the woman in a well-tailored long dress looked cold, beautiful, and noble. She walked straight to my side and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Her appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Yuki Akikawa ignored the surrounding stares, only raising her eyes, her cold gaze fixed on the old Mrs. Yang at the top of the stairs. Her voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly through the entire hall. Mrs. Yang, I'd actually like to hear how the Yang family plans to make it so the Takahashi family cannot survive in this city. This was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. At the top of the stairs, the arrogance and vitriol on the old Mrs. Yang's face froze instantly. She looked at the cold, proud young woman below, then back at me in disbelief. Her wife is Yuki Akikawa? The old Mrs. Yang's voice began to stutter, her eyes wide, filled with shock. Standing to the side, a flash of undeniable joy crossed the face of old Mr. Takahashi. His beloved granddaughter had actually found a man. He looked at the two standing side by side below and thought the couple looked more pleasing the more he looked at them. He almost clapped his hands in approval. Old Mrs. Kuroda was also filled with joy, but she noticed her husband's excitement and quickly gave his arm a discreet pull and a look. Mr. Takahashi reacted immediately, quickly restraining his overly obvious smile, but he could not hide the satisfaction in his eyes. Downstairs, I was stunned for a moment. Yuki Akikawa had actually come and even turned against the Yang family for my sake. A wave of immense surprise and warmth surged in my heart, instantly washing away the bit of insecurity and regret I had felt earlier. I looked at Yuki Akikawa's cold and beautiful profile, and my heart pounded violently. At this moment, time seemed to pause. I had eyes only for her. Soon I came to my senses and, almost subconsciously, reached out and grabbed Yuki Akikawa's slender waist. Her waist felt warm and soft to the touch, carrying the unique fragrance of a woman. Yuki Akikawa's body stiffened visibly. A searing heat radiated from where our waists touched and spread rapidly, causing even her fair earlobes to flush slightly red. This sudden intimacy made her a bit uncomfortable, but strangely, being held by me with such a sense of possession felt rather pleasant. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned into my embrace ever so slightly. Old Mrs. Kuroda pointed at Yuki Akikawa downstairs, coughing violently, but could not utter a word. The word Takahashi family felt like a giant stone blocking her throat. Subconsciously, she turned her head to look at Mr. and Mrs. Takahashi beside her for help. However, Mr. Takahashi acted as if he didn't see her look, looking away on his own and calmly adjusting his cuffs. Of course, he wouldn't go against his beloved granddaughter for the sake of an outsider. Just in this suffocating silence, the sound of slightly hurried footsteps approached. The crowd parted automatically, and a young man in a suit with a slightly pale face stepped out quickly. He walked straight through the crowd, his eyes locked firmly on Yuki Akikawa. In those eyes, there was unbelievable hurt and pain. "Sister Yuki Akikawa," he said in a husky, trembling voice. "What do you mean by this?" Yuki Akikawa frowned slightly upon hearing this. Her indifferent gaze fell on the man's face, cold and disgusted. Her voice held no emotion, but carried a sense of detachment. "I'm not that close to you. Don't call me that." She paused, her gaze sweeping over old Mrs. Kuroda behind the man, her tone becoming even colder. "Furthermore, I have absolutely no relationship with you. Please do not say such misleading things, especially not in front of my husband." Hearing this, I stood up straight and raised an eyebrow at this man who had suddenly appeared. He bore a striking resemblance to Hiroshi's face. He must be Kenji's half-brother, Ren Kuroda. I sized him up. He was almost a head shorter than me and quite average-looking, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. But the thought that the old hag wanted to arrange a marriage between him and Yuki Akikawa made me inexplicably annoyed. I tightened the arm wrapped around her waist. Yuki Akikawa was taken off guard as her whole body was pulled deeper into my embrace by an irresistible force. Her back was pressed against my warm, firm chest, and in the next second, a large hand squeezed the soft flesh of her waist. Not too hard, not too light, with a sense of claiming ownership. Yuki Akikawa's breath hitched imperceptibly. Through the thin dress, the heat of my palm was shockingly hot, as if trying to brand that skin. She hadn't expected me to be so bold in this setting. Her body tensed subconsciously for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Strangely, she didn't reject this touch full of intense possession. In fact, she instinctively leaned even closer to my warm, solid chest. At the top of the second-floor stairs, Mr. and Mrs. Takahashi took in all the little movements of the young couple below. A glint flashed in their eyes, and their mouths curled upward uncontrollably. He nudged his wife beside him with his elbow, grinning. A clear smile bloomed in Mrs. Takahashi's eyes. She whispered softly, teasingly, "Look, Yuki Akikawa's face is completely red." Mr. Takahashi looked at his granddaughter's slightly flushed earlobes and profile, nodding with great satisfaction, his smile growing ever more benevolent. Yuki Akikawa seemed to sense something and instinctively looked up, caught off guard by the smiling eyes of her grandparents on the second floor. Her cheeks burned even hotter, like they were on fire. She quickly lowered her eyes, not daring to look again, a strange sense of shame welling up in her heart. This scene, however, was like a thunderbolt to Ren Kuroda. He stared fixedly at the figures huddled together. The fleeting shyness on Yuki Akikawa's face was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing him in the heart. She actually showed that kind of expression toward that man? A wave of despair instantly swallowed him, and his face turned even paler than before. I saw the devastated expression on Ren Kuroda's face, and my arm tightened around Yuki Akikawa even more. I lifted my chin slightly, the corner of my mouth curling into an undisguised look of triumph and provocation. Damn it, a guy like you dares to covet my wife? My heart felt incredibly comfortable. Yuki Akikawa saw my triumphant look, and the corners of her mouth curled up. This feeling of being cared for by someone was truly wonderful. She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, her eyes had returned to their usual cool sharpness, her gaze like ice blades shooting straight at old Mrs. Kuroda on the stairs. Her voice was low, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness that echoed clearly through the silent hall. "Mrs. Kuroda, I would actually like to hear how the Yang family plans to make the Takahashi family unable to survive in this city." Once these words were spoken, they caused an even greater stir than when Yuki Akikawa had first identified herself. Everyone present knew exactly what suspending all cooperation meant. Yuki Akikawa paused, her cold gaze sweeping across the room, including several new projects that had been tentatively discussed, which would also be shelved. As for whether cooperation would be resumed later, her gaze swept over the pale Ren Kuroda, her disgust undisguised. That will depend on when the Yang family resolves its internal issues. After all, the Takahashi group never cooperates with enterprises that lack integrity. Upon hearing these words, old Mrs. Kuroda's finger, pointing at Yuki Akikawa below, shook like a leaf in the wind. She squeezed a word out through her teeth, full of endless resentment. As soon as she finished, the deathly silence in the hall was broken. Gasps were heard one after another. The forced composure on many people's faces instantly dissolved, replaced by a sense of incredulous, ecstatic joy. They had all been wanting to cooperate with the Takahashi group. Now that the Takahashi group was suspending all cooperation with the Yang family, to them, it was like a pie falling from the sky, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they not be excited? That uncontrollable agitation spread rapidly through the crowd like an electric current. Old Mrs. Kuroda's face could no longer be described as pale. She opened her mouth, and a clicking sound came from her throat, but she couldn't utter a complete word. Her chest heaved violently, as if she might pass away at any moment. Just then, I bent my arm and scooped Yuki Akikawa up into a princess carry. Yuki Akikawa gasped in surprise, not expecting me to make such a sudden move. By the time she reacted, her body was already airborne. She instinctively reached out and wrapped her arms around my neck, pressing close to my shoulder, and a faint masculine scent instantly surrounded her. Her cheeks burned instantly. I looked up at old Mrs. Kuroda on the second floor. I smiled triumphantly. "Old woman, didn't you just say you wanted to make sure I couldn't survive in this city? I'll be waiting for you to make sure I can't survive in this city." This sentence was the final straw. Old Mrs. Kuroda's already precarious body shook violently. She widened her eyes, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She ultimately failed to catch her breath, rolled her eyes, and collapsed, fainting on the spot. I, however, ignored it, not even bothering to spare a glance at the farce over there. After all, with such warmth and fragrance in my arms, I carried Yuki Akikawa, not stopping my pace for even a second, and walked straight toward the hall entrance. Passing by the deathly pale Ren Kuroda, I paused slightly, looked down at Yuki Akikawa, and called out, "Wife, let's go home." This sentence was like a loud slap on Ren Kuroda's face, and like a heavy hammer, shattering the last bit of hope in his heart. Yuki Akikawa felt a tremor in her heart at being called wife by me. She felt strange, but her heartbeat became uncontrollable. More importantly, she didn't reject this Princess Carrie. She didn't even have the thought of wanting to leave this embrace. Instead, she instinctively pressed her forehead gently into the crook of my neck, her nose lingering on the fresh, pleasant scent on me. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her like a warm tide. In this security, there seemed to be a hint of hidden fluttering that she hadn't even noticed, making her lose herself in it. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Nana loved being held by her father so much. Kenji and Yoko exchanged glances and followed silently. Walking out of the villa, the night breeze was cool, brushing against my cheeks. I suddenly sobered up, but the soft touch in my arms and the fragrance lingering on my nose were all reminding me of the impulsiveness in the hall just now. Now that my reason had returned, I seemed to have just realized. Was I being a bit too presumptuous just now? My arms loosened slightly, and I carefully set Yuki Akikawa down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Yuki Akikawa's hand, which had been wrapped around my neck, tightened subconsciously for a split second before slowly releasing. As the warm hollow of my neck suddenly left her, a trace of loss she herself hadn't noticed flashed through her eyes, fading as fast as wind blowing over water. I cleared my throat, a slight sense of awkwardness filling the air. I wanted to say something to explain, trying to break the subtle atmosphere. "Thank you," Yoko's voice spoke first. Yuki Akikawa glanced sideways at her, her tone returning to its usual indifference. Actually, I didn't do much. Coming forward was also for his sake. Hearing this, I felt as if I had eaten something sweet that melted in my heart. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, and a soft smile brimmed in my eyes. Just then, a hand rested on my shoulder and pulled me aside 2 steps. Kenji leaned in close to me and whispered, with unmasked admiration on his face, "A real man. You just walked out holding Yuki Akikawa like that." I rubbed my nose and explained, "Actually, I was scared too. It's just that in that moment, the feeling took over. I had to do it, regardless of whether I could or not." Kenji gave me a thumbs up, the respect in his eyes deepening. I forced a smile and said nothing. I was wondering if I'd have to spend the night with Nana. Just as I was thinking about it, the sound of an engine approached from afar, and a Ferrari pulled up slowly in front of the villa. Yuki Akikawa looked toward the car, and then turned her gaze to my face, saying, "Let's go." Her voice was very light, revealing no emotion. Kenji patted my shoulder hard. He showed a sorrowful expression and said in a mournful tone, "Brother, go in peace. I will take care of your sister for you from now on." I rolled my eyes and followed Yuki Akikawa into the car. The atmosphere inside was inexplicably awkward. I sat in the car, and for a long time, neither of us spoke. Yuki Akikawa leaned back against the seat and looked out the window. Through the reflection in the glass, she saw me sitting beside her, stealing glances at her from time to time, but not daring to speak. She felt quite speechless, so she chose to close her eyes and ignore the fool. I secretly glanced at Yuki Akikawa beside me. She had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting small shadows on her cheeks, and her side profile was exquisite. The corners of her lips were slightly raised. My heart was beating a little fast now. Earlier in the hall, I had called her wife. Did I overstep? My Adam's apple bobbed, and my body moved toward her involuntarily, almost to the edge of the seat, as I cautiously tested the waters. Regarding the falling out with the Kuroda family today, will that cause major trouble for the Takahashi group? My voice was very soft, tinged with a bit of unease. Yuki Akikawa didn't even open her eyes and replied, "No." Her voice was flat and calm, devoid of any emotion, like stating a simple fact without any extra explanation. I sensed her attitude and stopped trying to move closer. I began to mutter to myself, "Is she angry? Wasn't she perfectly fine just a moment ago?" The next second, I suddenly remembered that when I was pulling her waist earlier, I seemed to have pinched her soft flesh. Could it be because of that? I really hadn't done it on purpose. It was just a reflex. Thinking of this, I looked at Yuki Akikawa, wanting to explain, but decided to keep my mouth shut. The vehicle smoothly entered the residential complex and finally pulled over to the side of the road. Just as I was about to open the door to get out, the corner of my eye caught a car parked not far away. I was all too familiar with that license plate. My movements froze, and I turned my head abruptly, a flash of surprise and panic crossing my face. "What's wrong?" Yuki Akikawa noticed my strange reaction and asked, turning her head. I grabbed her hand just as she was about to open the door and whispered, my tone urgent, "Wait a second. My parents' car is still here." I pointed to the car nearby. They must still be at my sister's place. Yuki Akikawa looked in the direction I pointed and then retracted her gaze, looking at my tense face. After a moment of thought, she spoke calmly. "Then stay in the car. I'll go up and get Nana." I was stunned for a moment, then reacted, a look of grateful relief appearing on my face. I nodded firmly. Okay. Yuki Akikawa walked into the elevator alone and pressed the button for the 15th floor. The elevator rose steadily, and soon it reached the 15th floor. She stepped out, walked to the door of Uru's apartment, and pressed the doorbell. In the living room, Nana was snuggled between her grandparents, watching a cartoon with total concentration. Fumi was holding a small piece of sliced apple, occasionally feeding it to the little granddaughter's mouth, her face full of affection. Hiroshi watched the interaction between the grandmother and granddaughter with a smile. Nana giggled, the atmosphere warm and happy. Only Uru, who was sitting on a single-seat sofa, felt a bit helpless as she watched this harmonious scene. What time is it? Why haven't Yuki Akikawa and my little brother come to pick her up yet? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she had a sudden jolt of realization. Oh no, my little brother has no idea that Mom and Dad are here today. If he came up with Yuki Akikawa to pick up Nana and ran into them, Uru could almost instantly imagine the tragic scene of her brother being double-teamed by their parents. She couldn't help but shake her head and quickly pulled out her phone, intending to send me a text message as a reminder. Her fingers had just touched the screen, but the interface hadn't fully unlocked yet. Ding-ling-ling. The doorbell rang again, interrupting her action. Uru was shocked and looked up at the door. Hiroshi, Fumi, and Nana in the living room all looked toward the door at the same time. Is it Mom and Dad? Nana was the first to react, shouting excitedly, and tried to slide off the sofa. Before anyone else could move, Uru stood up from the sofa as if by reflex and walked quickly toward the door. She opened it to see only Yuki Akikawa standing in the hallway. Uru's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively leaned out to peek behind Yuki Akikawa. The hallway was empty. She didn't see her brother. Yuki Akikawa saw her nervous look and immediately understood what she was worried about. She said quickly, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "He is in the car." He didn't come up. Uru breathed a long sigh of relief, her tensed nerves instantly relaxing. She quickly moved aside to let Yuki Akikawa in and close the door. Yuki Akikawa walked into the living room, her gaze turning soft as she looked toward the sofa and called out, "Mom!" Nana, who was being fed apple by her grandmother, heard the familiar voice and immediately slid off the sofa, running toward Yuki Akikawa. The small figure threw herself into Yuki Akikawa's arms, tilted her little face up, and looked at the door with her grape-like eyes full of anticipation. "Mom, where is Dad? Why didn't Dad come?" Yuki Akikawa tightened her arms around her daughter, still wearing a gentle smile, but her voice was calm. "Dad has some things to handle. He can't come up to pick up Nana today." She patted her daughter's back gently and walked toward the center of the living room with her. A look of obvious disappointment flashed across Nana's little face, but she nodded obediently, resting her head on her mother's shoulder. Yuki Akikawa held Nana and turned her gaze toward Hiroshi and Fumi on the sofa. At this moment, Hiroshi and Fumi were also looking at her. The two elderly people both had expressions of confusion and curiosity. They frowned almost at the same time and looked at each other. They both seemed to find this young woman with the outstanding aura somewhat familiar. Yuki Akikawa displayed a perfect smile, polite and gentle. "Mrs. Fumi, Mr. Hiroshi." Although she had graduated years ago, she still remembered that Hiroshi and Fumi had been her high school teachers. Fumi was the first to react, a surprised smile instantly blooming on her face. She stood up abruptly and walked over quickly. "Yuki Akikawa?" Yuki Akikawa nodded with a smile. "It's me, teacher." "Oh my, it really is you, Yuki Akikawa." Fumi seemed exceptionally happy. She took a step forward and affectionately took Yuki Akikawa's free hand. "Come over and sit. Quickly, sit down." As she spoke, she pulled Yuki Akikawa to sit by the sofa, looking back and forth between Yuki Akikawa and the Nana in her arms, her smile deepening. "I was just wondering why, when I first saw little Nana, I felt her features were so familiar. It turns out she's your daughter." Yuki Akikawa nodded with a smile and said nothing. Fumi liked her more the more she looked at her. Holding her hand, she asked curiously, "You child, when did you get married? How come we didn't hear a word about it?" The smile on Yuki Akikawa's face paused slightly, and the fingers holding Nana tightened involuntarily. She fell silent, her eyes flickering, not knowing how to answer. After all, she and I were not married yet, and we weren't even officially boyfriend and girlfriend. Fumi, who was very observant, immediately sensed Yuki Akikawa's distress and that fleeting look of embarrassment. Her heart sank, and she instantly imagined a bitter story of a young, talented girl meeting a cad, being deceived by a scumbag, getting pregnant out of wedlock, and being ruthlessly abandoned. Seeing Yuki Akikawa so outstanding, yet seemingly having unspeakable troubles, Fumi felt a surge of pity. What a pity, she thought, intending to quickly change to a lighter topic so as not to poke at anyone's wounds. Who knew that Hiroshi next to her didn't notice these details? Looking at Nana held in Yuki Akikawa's arms, out of concern, he asked naturally, "Yuki Akikawa, Nana's father is too irresponsible, isn't he? It's so late at night, how unsafe." Hiroshi's words were direct. Yuki Akikawa's smile stiffened further, and her arms around Nana tightened. She opened her lips, about to deliberate on how to answer. Uru, who was sitting on the side, saw this and immediately spoke up to smooth things over. "Oh, Dad, why are you asking about that?" Uru looked at Hiroshi, her tone slightly teasing. "That's their private business." Fumi also heard that Hiroshi's words were inappropriate. She glared at him and lifted her hand to give his arm a light pinch. Hiroshi winced in pain and realized he had indeed been a bit abrupt. He quickly looked at Yuki Akikawa, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, Yuki Akikawa. Look at this old fool. Why am I asking these things?" He paused and explained, "I just saw how late it was and was worried about you all. It's not safe on the road." Yuki Akikawa felt a sense of relief and shook her head, indicating it didn't matter. "It's okay, Mr. Hiroshi. I understand." She thought for a moment and added, "The driver is waiting downstairs." Hearing this, Hiroshi and Fumi finally relaxed. Fumi held Yuki Akikawa's hand and said gently, That's good. Yuki Akikawa glanced at the clock on the wall. It was indeed getting late. "Mrs. Fumi, it's getting late. I'll take Nana home now." Hiroshi and Fumi nodded. "Drive slowly on the way back. Stay safe." Yuki Akikawa gently patted her daughter's bottom and said softly, "Nana, say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma." Nana wriggled out of Yuki Akikawa's arms, ran over to Fumi and Hiroshi, hugged Fumi's neck, lifted her head, and kissed her on the cheek. Then she turned to hug Hiroshi and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek as well. "Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma," Nana said in her milky voice, her grape-like eyes full of anticipation. "You have to come visit Nana, okay?" A wave of warmth flooded Hiroshi and Fumi's hearts, and their faces beamed with joy. Fumi lovingly pulled Nana into her arms. "Goodbye, baby. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely come to see you." Having received their promise, Nana returned to Yuki Akikawa's side, feeling satisfied, and took her mother's hand. "We'll be going now, teachers." Yuki Akikawa said goodbye again. Then, with Uru accompanying them, she took Nana's hand and walked toward the door. Uru saw them out and breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the mother and daughter step into the elevator, then turned and closed the door. In the living room, Hiroshi and Fumi remained seated on the sofa with complex expressions. Fumi let out a soft sigh, leaning back into the sofa with a look of heartache. That child, she really has it rough. Uru and Hiroshi were both taken aback when they heard this, and looked at Fumi with confusion. "Why do you say that?" Uru asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Hiroshi added, "Yeah, how is Yuki Akikawa struggling? She looks like she's doing quite well." Fumi rolled her eyes at her husband and daughter and said irritably, "You two are so oblivious." She paused and continued, "When Nana asked her earlier why her dad didn't come, didn't you see how disappointed the child looked? We asked her about her partner twice, and both times she clammed up, and her expression changed. Doesn't that tell you something?" Hiroshi scratched his head upon hearing this and muttered, "That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Maybe her partner is just busy with work and didn't have time to come." Uru nodded in agreement from the side. "Yeah, exactly." Listening to them, Fumi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Looking at her husband and daughter with disdain, she sneered, her voice full of certainty. "I'd bet anything she was tricked by some scumbag." Hiroshi and Uru widened their eyes in shock at the statement. The more Fumi thought about it, the more convinced she was. Her tone became more certain. A girl as wonderful as Yuki Akikawa. She was excellent in school, and she still carries such an air of distinction. How could she end up raising a child alone? She must have met a heartless scumbag who deceived her feelings and lied to her, got her pregnant, and then abandoned her. Hiroshi listened to his wife's analysis. Although it sounded a bit outlandish, upon reflection, Yuki Akikawa really hadn't mentioned the child's father and did seem to have things weighing on her mind. It really did seem to make sense. Hiroshi's face darkened instantly. He slapped the armrest of the sofa and cursed angrily. "Damn it! Which bastard is so despicable to do something so heartless?" He became more and more indignant, snarling, "If I ever find out who that man is, I'll beat him to a pulp. How could he just abandon such a cute daughter? He deserves to die." Hiroshi even swung his fist in the air as he spoke. Uru stood by, watching her parents, righteous indignation, and listening to them curse the scumbag they were berating. She didn't dare say a word. She couldn't even imagine the consequences if her mother found out that the scumbag they were tearing apart was actually her most beloved son. On the other side, inside the car, it was pitch black. Nana was lying on my back like a little koala, her small hands tugging restlessly at my short hair. The father and daughter peered out the car window, watching Hiroshi and Fumi get into their car, chatting and laughing. Nana asked in her milky voice, "What were Grandpa and Grandma talking about just now?" They seemed very happy. My body stiffened slightly. I didn't answer immediately. I silently looked at Yuki Akikawa, who was sitting opposite me. Yuki Akikawa sat with her arms crossed, looking at me sideways. The corners of her lips curled into a smirk, her eyes filled with a mix of playfulness and coldness. She spoke slowly, her voice low but clear in the narrow space. "Childhood sweethearts." Those two simple words made my scalp tingle. I shivered, a chill creeping up from the bottom of my heart, making my spine cold. I hurriedly defended myself. You have to listen to my side. I really have nothing to do with that, Amy. It was just Kenji. That guy kept dragging me to hang out with her. I don't know her at all. If anyone is a childhood sweetheart, it would be me and Kenji, not her." My tone was clearly panicked, as if I were terrified that Yuki Akikawa might misunderstand something. "Oh?" Yuki Akikawa raised an eyebrow. Just then, Nana, who was on my back, blinked her large eyes and interrupted them curiously. "Mom, what does childhood sweetheart mean?" Yuki Akikawa withdrew her gaze from me and turned it gently toward her daughter. She reached out and touched Nana's fluffy little head, her voice softening as she patiently explained. "Childhood sweethearts means a boy and a girl who grew up together, and they really, really like each other." As she said this, her eyes darted toward me, who was beneath Nana. I met her gaze and only felt a chill running down my spine. I felt miserable, almost wanting to cry. Hearing the words, childhood sweetheart, made my head spin. I had truly been done in by my parents. Why did they have to say that? And they didn't even explain it clearly. Kenji was right there too. Why didn't they count him? Now I could never clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. If this ruined my chances of getting into bed tonight, I would be more wronged than anyone. Seeing me like this, Yuki Akikawa's lips curled slightly upward. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing me so anxious to explain made her feel quite happy. She wasn't sure why she felt that way, nor did she know why she had said those sarcastic things. But when she heard the teacher say she wanted to introduce a girl to me, she had felt an inexplicable anger and annoyance, as if her favorite childhood toy had been snatched away. For a moment, she even wanted to hold Nana, walk up to the teachers, and tell them directly that Nana was their granddaughter. It was all very strange. I looked at Yuki Akikawa, cleared my throat, and changed the subject. How about we go up first and discuss with my sister how to help Nana spend more time with her grandparents? Yuki Akikawa set aside her thoughts and looked at me, her eyes tinged with resentment. She gave a slight nod, agreeing to it. I met her gaze and actually felt a sense of guilt, as if I were abandoning my wife and daughter. Wait, am I being serious? I shook my head, got out of the car first, and then helped Nana down from my back. The cool night breeze blew by. Yuki Akikawa stepped out of the car, stood beside it, and smoothed her wind-tousled hair. She took Nana's hand and walked toward the complex. Seeing this, I hurriedly followed, taking Nana's other hand. However, I stole a glance at Yuki Akikawa, a wild thought rising in my mind. Is she jealous? I took a deep breath, trying to dispel that unrealistic thought. I looked at Yuki Akikawa by my side and Nana, whose hand I was holding, and felt settled. The three of us walked into the building and took the elevator to the 15th floor. The doors opened and I walked out first, arriving at my sister's door and pressing the doorbell. After a long wait, a sound of impatient footsteps came from inside. Then the door clicked and was yanked open. Uru was wearing pajamas, her hair a bit messy, obviously annoyed at being interrupted after just relaxing. Her face showed clear displeasure. Who is it at this time of night? Before she could finish, she saw me, Yuki Akikawa, and Nana standing outside. She paused, then her brows knitted even tighter. What is it now? I immediately plastered a flattering smile on my face, stepped aside to let Yuki Akikawa and Nana enter first, and followed them in. Sis, it's nothing, I just wanted to discuss something with you. Uru looked at me skeptically, then glared at the silent Yuki Akikawa following behind. She huffed irritably, turned around, and walked toward the living room. Speak up. What is it? As soon as Nana entered the room, she familiarly let go of my hand and ran to Uru, hugging her leg. Auntie! Uru looked down at the little one at her feet, and the impatience on her face melted slightly. She reached out to pet Nana's head, but when she looked at me, her expression returned to the unwelcoming one from before. I rubbed my hands together and spoke cautiously. Sis, it's like this. Mom and Dad were here earlier, right? Uh-huh. Uru sat on the sofa, grabbed a throw pillow, and gestured for me to continue. I was thinking, could we get Nana to interact with them more? I carefully chose my words, watching my sister's expression. You see, they're getting older, and they definitely want grandchildren. Let's help Nana get comfortable with them first, build a bond, and then when the time is right, tell them the truth, that Nana is their real granddaughter. What do you think? I looked at Uru, feeling quite nervous. Uru listened to my words, her face showing no expression, but her eyes flickered slightly. She remembered the scene earlier of Mom and Dad sitting on the sofa, heartbrokenly cursing the scumbag who got Yuki Akikawa pregnant out of wedlock. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a meaningful smile. She looked up at me and asked slowly. Her smile made my hair stand on end. I felt like something was wrong, but for the sake of my daughter, I gritted my teeth and nodded vigorously. Definite. Absolutely definite, sis. As long as you agree, just tell me your conditions. Anything I can satisfy, I will. Before I could even finish my sentence, Uru interrupted me with unusual bluntness. Okay. The mouthful of prepared rhetoric instantly got stuck in my throat. I was dumbfounded. I stared at Uru in complete disbelief. Sis, you just agreed like that? This reaction wasn't right. Based on my understanding of my sister, shouldn't she have belittled me first and then laid out a bunch of harsh conditions? Why was she so easy to talk to today? The more I thought about it, the more bizarre it felt. I couldn't help but step forward to scrutinize Uru, asking suspiciously, "Tell me the truth. Were you possessed by something?" Uru was so annoyed by my behavior that she laughed. She rolled her eyes and said, "Get lost. You're the one who's possessed." She took Nana, who was clinging to her side and pulled her into her arms, rubbing her cheek affectionately against Nana's little face, her tone instantly becoming incredibly gentle. "I'm telling you, if it weren't for the sake of our Nana, I wouldn't bother with your mess. Nana and I are the best of friends in the whole world." Nana was overjoyed to be in her aunt's arms. She reached out her little arms to hug Uru's neck and chimed in with her milky voice. "Yeah, Nana and Auntie are the best of friends in the whole world." A smug smile immediately appeared on Uru's face. She looked up at me, still standing there in shock, and huffed. "You heard that? Just make sure to bring Nana to me on time every week and quit the chatter." "Oh, okay, sure," I nodded subconsciously. Although I was happy about the smooth progress of the plan, looking at my sister's uncharacteristically easygoing attitude and that previous eerie smile, a chill inexplicably ran down my spine. I felt like some kind of disaster was looming. Nana was full of anticipation when she heard she could see Grandpa and Grandma every week. "So happy! I can see Grandpa and Grandma again!" Seeing Nana so happy, I didn't think too much of it, just attributing it to the childhood trauma my sister had given me. I ruffled my daughter's hair, stood up, and looked at my sister. "Then it's a deal. We'll bring Nana over every week." Uru held Nana with an expression that said, "Well, obviously. Fine, I got it." Although my sister's attitude was still not exactly welcoming, the goal had been achieved, and I had a relaxed smile on my face. "Great, sis, I'm heading back." I turned to Yuki Akikawa. "Let's go." The door clicked shut. The smile on Uru's face instantly collapsed. She breathed a long sigh of relief and threw herself into the soft sofa, lying spread-eagled with an incredibly satisfied and blissful expression. She grabbed a throw pillow and tucked it behind her head, the corners of her mouth curling upward uncontrollably. Being able to eat Dad's sweet and sour pork ribs and braised pork every week, and the best part, having Nana around meant she wouldn't get scolded. This was just too good. "My dear little brother, don't blame your sister. This was your own idea. I didn't force you. I didn't want this either, but who else but me can be such a great sister?" Meanwhile, downstairs in the complex, I was carrying Nana. Yuki Akikawa was walking beside me. With a major concern off my chest, I felt light and my steps were nimble. I looked down at my daughter, who was lying affectionately in my arms, and couldn't help but kiss her soft little face. "Nana, you really are Daddy's little lucky charm. You managed to convince your aunt as soon as you showed up." Nana was delighted to be praised by her father. She grabbed my neck and kissed me loudly on the face. "Daddy's little lucky charm?" The father and daughter laughed together. Yuki Akikawa, walking alongside, felt an indescribable sensation in her heart, a bit sour and a bit stifled. Looking at the kiss marks the daughter had left on my face and my unmasked, happy smile, a thought uncontrollably popped into her head. I don't think I've ever kissed him myself. This thought made her cheeks feel slightly hot. She hurriedly looked away, cursing herself for having such wild thoughts. But that faint feeling of annoyance was like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples that wouldn't fade away. Soon after, the car pulled up slowly beneath the apartment building. Nana was already fast asleep in Yuki Akikawa's arms, her little head tilted to one side, her breathing even and steady. "Let me carry her." I opened the car door, stepped out, and carefully took my daughter from Yuki Akikawa's arms. The little one seemed to sense the movement, mumbled something, nuzzled into her father's chest with her little lips, and fell back into a deep sleep. Yuki Akikawa followed into the car and closed the door very gently. Back at the apartment, the room was quiet. I gently placed Nana on the bed and tucked her in. Afterward, Yuki Akikawa was the first to go to the bathroom to wash up. Once she was finished, I went to wash up as well. When the two of us lay on the bed, the room wasn't lit, and the moonlight from outside the window reflected softly into the room through the curtains. Nana was sleeping in the middle, her small body taking up a fair amount of space, acting like a natural barrier, separating the two adults on either side. My eyes moved past our sleeping daughter and landed on Yuki Akikawa on the other side. She was lying flat, her long hair spread out on the pillow, her face looking exceptionally gentle. I cleared my throat, breaking the silence. I pretended to adjust my posture casually, raised my arm, and pushed Nana along with her little pillow toward the head of the bed. Yuki Akikawa sensed the movement behind her and the change in Nana's position. Her eyelashes trembled, but she kept her eyes closed, pretending not to notice, while secretly curious about what I was trying to do. Seeing that she didn't react, I grew bolder. I raised my hand again and moved Nana toward the head of the bed more obviously, even shifting her little body sideways to clear a gap between the two of us. After doing all this, I held my breath, and my hand, as if it had a mind of its own, secretly and tentatively reached out toward Yuki Akikawa. My fingertips touched her arm, and my heart skipped a beat. But my hand didn't stop. It slid down her smooth arm and gently grasped her hand. Yuki Akikawa's body stiffened imperceptibly, though the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. She gently pulled her hand away, then turned to pat the back of my hand, which was still resting there. Not too lightly and not too heavily, like a silent warning but with an indescribable meaning. I didn't pull my hand back. Instead, I mustered my courage and firmly grasped her hand again, holding her soft palm in mine. Yuki Akikawa didn't push me away this time, her fingers just curled slightly. My heart leaped. An indescribable excitement and nervousness washed over me. Then, I quietly shifted my body toward her. The distance between the two of us shortened instantly, but Nana, who was lying horizontally between us, was really in the way. I looked at my daughter's sleeping face, gritted my teeth, and carefully and as gently as possible, pulled my daughter and her pillow to the other side of the bed, right up against the edge. Yuki Akikawa clearly felt me moving closer. My body heat radiated through our thin pajamas, carrying a distracting warmth. Her breathing grew slightly faster, and the fingers she had placed at her side tightened quietly. I took a deep breath, and with some awkwardness, slid my arm behind her neck and gently pulled her toward me. Yuki Akikawa sensed my stiffness and nervousness, and the corners of her mouth curled into a tiny arc again, almost invisible in the darkness. She didn't resist. Instead, she cooperatively turned on her side to face me, her cheek nearly touching my chest. My breathing hitched. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest, thumping against my ribs so loudly I was sure she could hear it. I swallowed instinctively, my Adam's apple bobbing, and then I shifted slightly to adjust my position, bringing us even closer. My other hand moved instinctively to her waist, feeling the slender frame beneath my palm. The room was very quiet, quiet enough to hear each other's breathing and those uncontrollable drum-like heartbeats. Our warm breath mingled and brushed against each other's cheeks and ears, sending shivers through us. The air was filled with the fresh scent of shower gel, mixed with our unique personal fragrances, creating an indescribable atmosphere. A sensation unlike anything before hung between us, making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. I leaned down slightly, slowly moving closer to Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa could clearly feel my warm breath spraying against her forehead, carrying a scorching temperature that made her heart race even faster. She held her breath subconsciously, both nervous and secretly expectant. Just as my lips were about to touch her forehead, "Mommy, Daddy, what are you doing?" A soft, sleepy, childish voice suddenly came from above our heads. This innocent little voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in the quiet bedroom. Yuki Akikawa and I froze as if under a spell, then simultaneously opened our eyes, shocked as if by an electric current. Two suspicious blushes instantly spread across our faces. We looked up at the same time in a panic. Nana had woken up at some point and was kneeling on the pillow above our heads. She tilted her little head, her big, pure, grape-like eyes blinking curiously as she watched us huddled tightly together. Pure and innocent, yet it left both of us adults feeling completely terrified. Almost reflexively, as if scalded, both of us sprang apart, panicked, and scrambled toward opposite sides of the bed as fast as we could. Oops. Since I was facing the outer edge, my movement was too violent, and I couldn't break in time. I tumbled right off the side of the bed, landing with a dull thud followed by a short, sharp gasp of pain. Yuki Akikawa rolled to the other side of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly with her back to me. Her cheeks were burning enough to set something on fire. When she heard me fall, she let out a muffled giggle but quickly stifled the sound. On the floor, I didn't even bother to check if I had hurt myself. I scrambled to get up, using both hands and feet to climb back onto the bed as quickly as possible. I huddled close to the edge on my side, pulled the quilt over myself, and lay stiff as a board, facing the wardrobe, eyes squeezed shut, as if nothing had just happened. Yuki Akikawa also faced away from the center of the bed, burying her face deep into the soft pillow. Her heart was still beating abnormally fast, thumping against her eardrums, and the tips of her ears were burning hot. The room fell into an eerie silence once again. The swirling, intimate atmosphere from a moment ago had been completely wiped away by the fright and embarrassment, leaving only our slightly chaotic breathing. Nana knelt on the pillow, looking at her mother with her back turned on one side, and then at her father on the other side, who was also motionless. She blinked her large eyes blankly, her little face full of confusion. She gave a yawn, not caring much, after all. It wasn't the first time she had seen such things, and then lay down between the two of us and fell into a deep sleep. I, on the other hand, didn't close my eyes all night, my mind replaying Yuki Akikawa's blushing face over and over. It wasn't until the sky outside turned a pale gray that drowsiness finally took over, and I drifted into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed when the bed beside me shifted slightly. Yuki Akikawa slowly opened her eyes and secretly turned her head to look at me. Seeing that I was still fast asleep, the memory of last night surfaced in her mind involuntarily. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile before she even realized it. Just then, the little person in the middle woke up with a hum. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Mommy," Nana called out in her milky voice, then turned her head to the other side. "Daddy!" She was about to pounce on me to wake me up when Yuki Akikawa pulled her little arm with lightning speed. "Shh!" Yuki Akikawa put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Be good, Nana. Daddy didn't sleep well last night. Let him sleep a little longer." Nana squinted her eyes. Yuki Akikawa stroked her daughter's hair with a satisfied smile, got out of bed with light steps, and then picked Nana up. "Let's go. Mommy will take you to wash up, and we'll go out to buy breakfast." "Yay! Soy milk and fried dough sticks!" Nana immediately became excited. After the mother and daughter finished washing up, they came to the entryway to change shoes. Yuki Akikawa squatted down and patiently put Nana's little bunny sneakers on her. Nana looked down at her mother's actions, and suddenly a thought popped into her little head. She asked curiously, "Mommy, last night, what were you and Daddy doing when you were hugging each other?" Yuki Akikawa's movements froze instantly. A wave of heat rushed to her cheeks, and even her earlobes started to burn. She looked up, meeting her daughter's clear, innocent eyes, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She steadied herself, pinched Nana's little cheek gently, and feigned a serious tone. "Little kids shouldn't know so much, okay?" A smile appeared on Nana's face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She looked at Yuki Akikawa with an expression that said, "I understand." Yuki Akikawa was even more embarrassed by her daughter's little adult expression, and her heart began to race uncontrollably again. She avoided Nana's gaze, quickly finished putting on her shoes, and took her little hand to head out. After buying breakfast and returning home, Nana sat obediently at the dining table, eating the small steamed buns she had just bought, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's cute appearance, and her mouth turned up involuntarily. She turned and walked lightly toward the bedroom where I was still fast asleep. I was lying on my side, breathing evenly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft light and shadows on my well-defined side profile. Yuki Akikawa stood by the bed, watching me quietly. The kiss that hadn't happened last night suddenly came to mind, which made her cheeks feel a bit warm. As if guided by some strange instinct, her gaze fell upon my well-shaped thin lips. Her fingertips moved slightly, trembling with a trace of imperceptibility, and she gently touched my lips. The warm, soft sensation that came through was actually quite alluring. Yuki Akikawa's heart raced even faster. A bold thought emerged. Why not finish what was left undone last night? Since it's something he owed, it wouldn't be excessive to collect some interest in advance, right? She took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself, then slowly lowered her head, moving closer to those tempting lips, closer and closer, until finally, her lips pressed lightly onto mine. It was a fleeting touch, yet the soft sensation felt like it carried an electric current, spreading throughout her body in an instant. Yuki Akikawa's heart pounded, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a sweet smile. She didn't dare stay long for fear of waking me, so she straightened up and hurried out of the room. Just as she turned around, her footsteps stopped abruptly. Nana was standing at the bedroom door, her small figure leaning against the door frame, watching her with big, bright, smiling eyes. Yuki Akikawa gave a light cough to cover her panic. Being caught in the act by her daughter, even as calm as she usually was, left her feeling a bit at a loss. But upon second thought, she straightened her back. Kissing my own husband is perfectly justified. What do I have to be guilty about? It's not illegal, I can kiss him whenever I want. The tension in her heart dissipated instantly. She met Nana's smiling gaze, held a finger to her lips and made a shh gesture. She whispered, "Nana, Daddy is sleeping, let's be quiet, don't wake him up." Nana smiled and said nothing, just stretched out her little finger to point at her own lips, then pointed at Yuki Akikawa, pouting her little mouth on purpose. Seeing her daughter's action, Yuki Akikawa's face turned red again. This little one, her eyes are too sharp. How could she have seen that? Both shy and amused, she walked over and poked Nana's smooth little forehead gently. Nana wouldn't have it. She lifted her little head, acted a bit spoiled, and threatened in a milky voice, "If Mommy doesn't kiss Nana, Nana will go tell Daddy that Mommy was sneaking kisses with Daddy." Yuki Akikawa widened her eyes in shock. This little one can actually tattle? She helplessly scraped her daughter's pert little nose, her tone full of doting. All right, kisses for Nana." As she said this, she lowered her head and gave Nana's chubby little mouth a peck, then gently pinched her fleshy cheek, adding a serious instruction. "This is a secret between Nana and Mommy. Don't tell Daddy you hear." Nana immediately patted her little chest, promising like a little adult, "Mommy, don't worry, Nana promises not to tell Daddy." Looking at her daughter's sincere appearance, Yuki Akikawa let out a temporary sigh of relief, not suspecting a thing, and held her little hand as they left the bedroom door. The two returned to the dining table to finish the remaining breakfast. Yuki Akikawa opened her laptop and prepared to handle some work matters. In the blink of an eye, the time slipped to noon. The apartment was quiet, with only the crisp sound of keyboard tapping. Suddenly, a shrill mobile phone ringtone broke the silence. Yuki Akikawa stopped her movements, picked up the phone placed to the side, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Assistant Chen. She swiped to answer. Assistant Chen's voice came from the other side of the line. "There is a bit of an urgent situation at the company. You need to come back to handle it." Yuki Akikawa frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. "I know. I'll be there in a moment." Hanging up, she closed her laptop, got up, and looked at Nana, who was focused on playing with building blocks on the living room rug. Yuki Akikawa softened her voice. "Go call Daddy to get up." "Okay!" Nana responded crisply, put down her toy, stepped on her short legs, and ran toward the bedroom. She pushed the bedroom door open, ran to the bed, and crawled up effortlessly to where I was still fast asleep. Her little hands patted my cheek gently, and she called out in her milky voice, "Daddy, get up, Daddy!" My long eyelashes fluttered, and I opened my eyes slowly. What met my eyes was my daughter's magnified little face. I rubbed my eyes and picked up the phone beside me to check the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Nana saw that I was awake, put her hands on her hips, puffed out her little cheeks, and said in a milky voice, "Daddy is a big lazybones. The sun is already shining on your butt and you're still not up." I couldn't help but laugh, reached out to pinch her chubby little face, and said with the laziness of just waking up, all right, Daddy is getting up." The bedroom door was pushed open. Yuki Akikawa walked in. I looked up and my gaze fell on her. The dream of her sneaking a kiss on me surfaced in my mind involuntarily. That touch felt so real, unlike a dream, but it was so fleeting that it left me longing for more. Without knowing it, my cheeks turned warm, and my eyes carried a trace of panic that was hard to detect. Yuki Akikawa did not notice my abnormality. She walked straight to the wardrobe, back to me, opened the cabinet door, and took out a jacket. "There's something going on at the company, I have to go there," she said to me. "I'll have to trouble you to look after Nana." "Okay," I immediately responded, trying to make my voice sound normal. Yuki Akikawa put on her jacket, turned around, her gaze sweeping quickly over my face before shifting away to land on Nana. Her tone was gentle. "Nana, be good at home and listen to Daddy." Nana immediately opened her small arms and threw herself toward Yuki Akikawa. "Mommy, hug!" Yuki Akikawa bent down, pulled her daughter into her arms, and kissed her on her pink, tender cheek. Then, she leaned into her ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't tell Daddy our secret, okay?" Nana nodded firmly, her little expression looking exceptionally serious. Yuki Akikawa put Nana down and turned, preparing to leave. Just as she reached the bedroom door, my voice came from behind her. Be careful on the way. Yuki Akikawa paused slightly, not turning around, and simply gave a soft, However, the corners of her lips curled upward uncontrollably, and a hint of subtle, hard-to-detect sweetness rippled through her heart. She walked quickly out of the bedroom and left the apartment. The apartment door closed gently. A second later, Nana immediately crowded up to my side, smiling mischievously and mysteriously, and said, "I'll tell you a secret." I was just about to get up. Nana leaned in close to me, covering her mouth with her small hand, and whispered, "Mommy secretly kissed Daddy this morning." As soon as these words were out, I froze completely, my face full of shock. I subconsciously raised my hand, my fingertips gently touching my lips. There seemed to be a trace of warmth lingering there. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, muttering to myself, so it was real. It wasn't a dream. Could it be that she likes me too? Seeing her father smiling like a fool, Nana couldn't help but reach out and shake my face. "Daddy, Daddy, let's take Koromaru out to play, okay?" I was pulled back to reality by my daughter's voice. Looking at Nana, the smile on my face deepened. I reached out and ruffled her little head. "Daddy is getting up right now," I agreed with a smile. Because of this secret, I felt incredibly happy. Everything I looked at seemed pleasant. I got up quickly, washed up simply, and changed into clothes for going out. Afterward, I grabbed a few of the meat buns Yuki Akikawa had bought earlier and took Nana and Koromaru downstairs. The father and daughter wandered slowly to a nearby small park. The park was filled with lush green trees, and there were quite a few people around. I found a bench under the shade of a tree and sat down, taking a bite of a bun. The meat filling was fresh and delicious. The taste was excellent. Nana released the leash, letting Koromaru move freely on the nearby grass. The little girl's crisp laughter intertwined with Koromaru's occasional excited barking. Koromaru ran happily, chasing after Nana's short little legs, its tail wagging like a tiny propeller. I leaned back against the bench, watching my daughter and the dog play, chewing on the bun. My heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Life like this was actually quite nice. It would be even more perfect if Yuki Akikawa were here too. Thinking of Yuki Akikawa and that kiss from the morning, the corners of my mouth curled up again involuntarily. I then reacted and hurriedly took out my phone, unlocked the screen, and opened the camera app. I adjusted the angle, aimed the lens at the girl and the dog chasing each other on the grass not far away, and recorded a short video. After recording, I looked at it with satisfaction and, with a light tap, sent the video to Yuki Akikawa. On the other side, in the office of the president of Yuki Group, Yuki Akikawa had just finished a short meeting. Just then, the phone screen lit up, and a message notification sounded. She set down her coffee cup, picked up the phone, saw the message I had sent, and tapped on the video. On the screen, her daughter appeared, wearing the little dress she had chosen that morning, playing happily with Koromaru. The silver bell-like laughter came through the receiver, clear and pleasant. The corners of Yuki Akikawa's lips curled up involuntarily. The weariness in her eyes dissipated a little, replaced by a gentle warmth. Standing to the side, Assistant Chen, who was about to report on subsequent work arrangements, caught a glimpse of the content on Yuki Akikawa's phone screen and the rare, gentle smile on her face. "The young lady is truly adorable," Assistant Chen said with a timely, polite smile. Yuki Akikawa didn't speak, but the pride in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Yet for some reason she suddenly wanted to know if I missed her, if I was thinking of her just as she was thinking of me. Thinking of this, her pretty face was quietly dyed with a blush. Immediately after, the image of that morning kiss flashed through her mind, and a shy expression appeared on her face. Assistant Chen, standing to the side, couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Wait, isn't this just a video? Why is she blushing and acting shy? Is it possible that the video she is watching isn't the same one I am?" Yuki Akikawa noticed Assistant Chen's probing gaze. The blush on her face faded rapidly, and her expression returned to her usual cold composure. She gave a light cough, dimmed the phone screen, and placed it on the table. "If there's nothing else—" "Understood, Miss Akikawa." Assistant Chen was startled internally. How had she not noticed that the president's mood could change so quickly? Although she thought this, she immediately averted her gaze, bowed slightly, and walked quickly out of the office. After the office door was closed gently, Yuki Akikawa picked up the phone again and lit up the screen. Looking at that video that only lasted a few seconds, she felt a bit troubled. How should I reply to him? No thanks? No, that would seem too intentional. This was the first time someone had so proactively shared the trivial details of daily life with her. This feeling was very fresh, carrying an indescribable warmth, yet it also left her feeling a bit at a loss. She stared at the screen for a long time, her fingertips hovering over the input box, but in the end, she couldn't type a single character. After struggling for a long time, she simply locked her phone, set it aside, and picked up the documents again, trying to focus her attention on work. On the park bench, I held my phone, the screen still stuck on the chat interface with Yuki Akikawa. Time ticked by second, and no new messages popped up in the dialog box. I frowned, feeling a bit confused. Did I record it poorly? I tapped on the video and watched it again. The sunlight was perfect. My daughter was laughing brightly. There was no issue. Or perhaps she is very busy right now and doesn't have time to watch it? I couldn't figure it out. Feeling a bit anxious, I looked at Nana, who was still running around crazily with Koromaru in the distance. A thought suddenly popped into my head. I picked up my phone again, my fingers tapping quickly on the screen, and sent another message. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Meanwhile, at the Yuki group, in the president's office, Yuki Akikawa was looking at the documents in front of her, but her eyes kept drifting toward the phone on the corner of the desk. She had clearly decided not to reply for the time being, but in her heart she was still secretly expectant. Just then, a light ding sounded, and the phone screen lit up again. Almost subconsciously, Yuki Akikawa quickly reached out and picked up the phone. On the screen was the new message I had sent. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? This simple sentence made the corners of her lips curl into a beautiful arc involuntarily, and a smile appeared in her eyes. This feeling of being missed by someone other than her grandparents, of being cared for, was something she had never experienced before. She no longer hesitated, tapped her finger lightly, and replied with a single word, yes. After sending it, Yuki Akikawa set down her phone, her heart feeling inexplicably relaxed and happy. She turned to look out the window, her beautiful brows knitted slightly, and murmured to herself, "Why is it not time to get off work yet?" At this moment, she felt just like an ordinary employee, urgently wanting to leave work. She didn't know why, perhaps because of Nana, or perhaps because of me. On the park bench, I saw that simple yes on the phone screen, and the corners of my mouth couldn't be held back from rising. Nana had left. I put away my phone, stood up, and called out to my daughter, who was still playing wildly with Koromaru. "Where are we going?" Nana trotted over with Koromaru. Looking up with curious eyes, "We're gonna buy groceries," I said, smiling as I took my daughter's little hand. "Daddy will make you ribs for dinner. How about that?" "Ribs!" Nana clapped her small hands excitedly, not forgetting to turn back and share the good news with Koromaru. "There are ribs for dinner tonight." Koromaru seemed to understand. It barked in response, its tail wagging even more happily. I took Nana and took Koromaru back to the apartment first, and then we went together to the nearby supermarket to pick out fresh ribs and vegetables. I also bought a few fruit snacks that Nana loved. Only then did the father and daughter return home with bags in hand. Time slipped away silently, and it was soon nearing 5 o'clock in the evening. I tied on an apron and began to busy myself in the kitchen, washing vegetables, cutting them, blanching, stewing. My movements were skillful. Nana sat crookedly on the living room rug, playing with her toy building blocks, looking up from time to watch her father busy in the kitchen. Half an hour later, the apartment door was pushed open. A rich, alluring aroma of cooked food came rushing out. Yuki Akikawa smelled the aroma, and subconsciously raised her eyes to look toward the kitchen. The corners of her lips curled up imperceptibly. A strange feeling welled up from the bottom of her heart. It was very warm, as if she finally had a home, a small home that belonged only to her. This made her eyes moisten involuntarily. Mommy, Nana, in the living room, heard the movement for the first time, called out in surprise, dropped the building blocks in her hand, and rushed toward the door like a little calf. Yuki Akikawa immediately bent down, caught the little person pouncing into her arms steadily, and hugged her up. "Mommy is back," Nana said, hugging Yuki Akikawa's neck and nuzzling her face into her neck, speaking in a milky voice. Yuki Akikawa held her daughter, her heart softening. The coldness on her face faded quite a bit, and she asked softly, "Was Nana a good girl at home today?" "Nana was very good." The little one immediately puffed out her small chest, bragging proudly. Yuki Akikawa was amused by her daughter, reached out, and gently scraped her pert little nose. Just then, I walked out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming braised ribs. I saw the mother and daughter hugging each other at the entryway at a glance, and a gentle smile appeared on my face involuntarily. "Just in time for dinner. Go wash your hands." My tone was natural, devoid of the previous tension. Yuki Akikawa's gaze met mine. Thinking of the kiss from that morning and her own wild thoughts in the office just now, her cheeks felt slightly warm, and her eyes subconsciously drifted away. She nodded lightly. "Okay." She set down the bag in her hand, took off her suit jacket, and then walked toward the bathroom holding Nana. The three of them sat around the dining table, with 3 dishes and 1 soup laid out. "Smells so good!" Nana looked at the table full of dishes, her eyes lighting up. I picked up a piece of rib that was stewed soft and tender and placed it in the bowl in front of Yuki Akikawa. The rib was covered in a rich sauce, emitting an alluring aroma. Yuki Akikawa looked at the ribs in the bowl, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. "Try it. The ribs I bought today are quite good." My voice carried a hint of subtle expectation. Before she could answer, I followed up with, "The video I sent you this afternoon." Yuki Akikawa, who was just about to pick up a rib, paused slightly. Hearing his words, she gave a soft her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Seeing her response, the smile on my face deepened and I asked again, "Was it good?" Yuki Akikawa nodded without speaking, picked up the rib, and took a bite. The meat was soft and tender, and the flavor was indeed excellent. Seeing her nod, I smiled and said, "You didn't reply, so I thought it wasn't a very good video." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa looked up at me and explained, "I was busy with work and forgot to reply." Feeling that this answer was too dismissive, she added, "It was filmed very well. Nana is also very cute." Before I could speak, Yuki Akikawa changed the subject and asked, "Do you have class tomorrow morning?" I was in the middle of eating and looked up at her in confusion, but shook my head anyway. "I don't have class tomorrow morning." "Why? Would you like to take Nana to kindergarten together?" Yuki Akikawa looked at me, her tone filled with expectation. Without thinking, I nodded and agreed. Yuki Akikawa gave a soft, acknowledging it. She picked up the glass of water beside her and took a small sip. After her gaze lingered on me for a few seconds, she set the glass down and spoke again. "In a few days, I want to take you to see my grandparents." I had just taken a mouthful of soup when I heard this. Caught off guard, I bit my tongue and hurriedly grabbed a tissue to cover my mouth, coughing. Yuki Akikawa immediately handed over the glass of water from the side. I took the glass and drank a large mouthful, finally managing to calm down. I looked at Yuki Akikawa in disbelief, with a clear expression of shock on my face. See your grandparents? Isn't that a bit too early?" My heart rhythm went haywire instantly, and a strong sense of unease welled up. Meeting the family was just too fast and too sudden for me. Maybe the future version of myself would have the confidence to stand by her side, but the current me, I am just an ordinary college student, and she is the daughter of the Yuki group. We are like heaven and earth. If it weren't for Nana, I wouldn't even know Yuki Akikawa right now. Yuki Akikawa watched me quietly, taking in the fleeting panic and hesitation in my eyes. Seeming to guess my inner concerns, she softened her tone. "My grandparents are very kind and open-minded. They won't care about those external things." She looked into my eyes and said seriously, "You don't need to feel pressured. I just think that since they know of your existence, it's natural that I should take you to see them. If you feel it's inconvenient or you aren't ready yet, we don't have to go." I remained silent for a moment, not answering immediately. We had to meet eventually, so there was no real difference in seeing them sooner or later. Besides, I had already seen Yuki Akikawa's grandparents from a distance at the last banquet. Although there was no formal introduction, at least we had crossed paths. It didn't seem so scary anymore. Thinking this, I felt less nervous. Just as I was about to answer, I suddenly realized she was taking me to see her grandparents, introducing me to her family. Could it be that she has already accepted me? My heart began to pound uncontrollably. I looked at Yuki Akikawa, my throat feeling a bit dry. "I'll go." Hearing my words, a look of obvious surprise flashed in Yuki Akikawa's eyes. She didn't expect I would agree. "You agreed?" She widened her eyes slightly, her tone filled with disbelief. Looking at her surprised expression, the corners of my mouth curled into a smile, and I countered, "Why? Did you think I would refuse?" Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly. She had only been tentatively suggesting it and hadn't thought I would agree. She had thought about taking me to see her grandparents, just not right now. I looked at her intensely and, bracing myself, said, "I am your future husband. Meeting the family is just a matter of time. Seeing them sooner or later is the same." Future husband? Those two words were like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in Yuki Akikawa's heart. Her cheeks uncontrollably turned a faint pink, and her eyes darted away. I felt a bit shy saying those words. After all, I was still an amateur and hadn't been in a relationship before. I gave a light cough, turned to look at Nana, who was busy putting ribs into her little bowl, and then looked back at Yuki Akikawa to ask, "Do you want to bring Nana along?" Yuki Akikawa heard me, looked at Nana nearby, and nodded without thinking. Naturally, I think they will definitely like Nana. Hearing her name, Nana blinked at Yuki Akikawa, tilted her little head, and asked curiously, "Mommy, isn't it not time yet to go see Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma?" As soon as these words were out, the smile on Yuki Akikawa's face stiffened instantly. How could she not understand what her daughter meant? An indescribable sadness surged in her heart, her eyes dimmed, and her face revealed a touch of sorrow. She looked at her daughter, wanting to smile but finding herself unable to. I saw the look on Yuki Akikawa's face and felt a tightness in my chest. I put down my chopsticks, stood up, and took a few steps over to her side, squatting down. I opened my mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but didn't know where to start. Before I could speak, Yuki Akikawa seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions. She turned her body abruptly, reached out, and wrapped her arms tightly around my neck, burying her face in the crook of my shoulder. The sudden embrace made me freeze. I could clearly feel her body trembling and the warmth of her tears seeping through the thin fabric onto my shoulder. My raised hand paused in midair but finally landed gently on her back. One pat after another, clumsy yet gentle. I offered silent comfort. I said nothing because I knew clearly that any language at this moment would seem pale and powerless. Not speaking was the best form of comfort. On the other side of the table, Nana looked at her suddenly crying mother, then at her father held by her mother. Her little face was full of worry. She put down her little spoon, slid off the chair, and darted under the table. She appeared in front of Yuki Akikawa, reached out, and hugged Yuki Akikawa. Tilting her little face up, she said in a milky voice, "Mommy, don't cry. Nana is hugging you." Yuki Akikawa heard Nana's voice, her heart calmed significantly. She sniffled, rubbed her face against my clothes, and only then looked up at Nana, picking her up with a smile. I was about to raise my hand to wipe the tear stains from Yuki Akikawa's face, but just as I lifted my hand, Nana had already reached up and wiped the tears off her mother's face, and even kissed her on the cheek twice. Seeing Nana's actions, I was stunned. "You've already done all the sweet stuff, so what am I supposed to do?" Yuki Akikawa sniffled, looking at her serious daughter, and also broke into a smile. She reached out and touched Nana's little head, her voice gentle. "Nana is really Mommy's little comforter." Nana was praised and laughed happily, nuzzling into her arms again. Yuki Akikawa held her daughter and looked up at me, who was still squatting nearby, only to see my hand still hovering in the air, my posture stiff, and a look of dissatisfaction on my face. She was taken aback for a moment and asked with some confusion, "What is it?" Being asked by her, I came back to my senses and withdrew my hand. I felt a flash of embarrassment, scratched my head, looked away, and chuckled twice. "Just..." My arm felt a bit sore. Yuki Akikawa looked at me and immediately understood what I had been trying to do. Thinking of my slightly childish expression just now, she couldn't help but laugh. She put Nana back on her chair and returned to her own seat. I also stood up and returned to my seat. The atmosphere eased and the three of us picked up our chopsticks again to continue eating. though I felt a bit sour inside. I picked up a rib and put it in my bowl, but couldn't stop my eyes from drifting toward Nana, who was eating obediently. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. How old is this little girl? How is she so skilled at this? Who exactly taught her? I muttered to myself, my brows furrowing involuntarily. Nana was eating the ribs in small bites when she suddenly felt a gaze landing on her. She raised her little head, happened to meet my eyes, and saw me slightly furrowing my brows. The little one blinked her big eyes, her mouth still full of rice. "Daddy, are you not happy?" I was pulled back to reality by my daughter's soft, milky voice. Looking at her innocent, pure little face, I hurriedly forced a smile, shook my head, and said, "Daddy is very happy." As I said this, before Nana could ask again, I quickly picked up a few more ribs and put them in her little bowl, my tone carrying a bit of annoyance. "Eat your food obediently, okay?" Nana nodded, seemingly understanding, and looking at the small hill of ribs in her bowl, she lowered her head to continue focusing on the food. Yuki Akikawa saw this, the corners of her lips curling into an imperceptible smile. She hadn't expected him to actually be jealous of his own daughter. Not long after, having eaten and drank our fill, I took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Nana was lying on the rug, having a great time playing with Koromaru, who was wagging its tail. Continuous bursts of giggling laughter could be heard. Yuki Akikawa was leaning on the sofa, holding a tablet and reviewing documents. I came out after cleaning my hands and walked straight to the sofa in the living room, sitting down beside Yuki Akikawa. I sat very close, almost touching her, but my gaze was intentionally directed elsewhere. However, the hand I had placed on the back of the sofa became restless, secretly resting on Yuki Akikawa's shoulder. Yuki Akikawa's body stiffened slightly before relaxing, however she could clearly feel his palm trembling slightly. She glanced at me from the corner of her eye, seeing my look of feigned composure, and struggled to keep herself from bursting into laughter. Seeing that she didn't resist, my heart filled with joy and my courage grew a bit more. I gave a dry cough, masking my inner nervousness and excitement, and naturally wrapped my arm around her, pulling Yuki Akikawa gently into my arms. Yuki Akikawa didn't resist. Her body leaned softly against mine, following my lead. My nose was filled with her clean, refreshing scent. Just as her head was about to rest on my shoulder, a sudden change occurred. The pair of small hands suddenly reached out from the side, wrapped around Yuki Akikawa's neck, and forcefully pulled her away from my embrace, hugging her tightly. Nana looked a bit annoyed. Nana had climbed onto the sofa at some point and was now clinging to Yuki Akikawa like a little koala. I hugged nothing but air, stunned, my face full of heartbreak. Wait, wasn't she playing with the dog? When did she run up here? At this moment, a sense of powerlessness surged within me. This child was definitely a troublemaker. Yuki Akikawa hugged the little one and patted her back gently, her voice soft. "Okay, Nana, go clean up your toys first, and then Mommy will take you to bathe and sleep, okay?" Nana nodded obediently, released her mother's neck, and slid off the sofa. She ran over to the rug to tidy up the scattered blocks and dolls, her little figure busy and bustling on the carpet. Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter's busy little figure with a smile, then turned her head to look at me, who was feeling utterly defeated. Her heart stirred. Mimicking my earlier gesture, she reached out, draped her arm over my shoulder, and pulled me into her embrace with a slight tug. I didn't expect her to make such a move. My body leaned toward her, caught off guard. By the time I realized what was happening, my cheek was already pressed against the softness of her chest. This sudden closeness made me hold my breath, my heart skipping a beat before it began to race uncontrollably. Nana, having finished tidying up, turned to look at Mom and Dad, only to see her 1.8-meter-tall father leaning against her 1.7-meter-tall mother. She rubbed her little head, a look of confusion on her face. Is this really reasonable? At this moment, the two of them sensed a gaze upon them. They turned in unison to look, finding Nana watching them with a bright smile. They separated almost instantly, each sitting at opposite ends of the sofa. I looked up at the ceiling, pretending to be oblivious. Meanwhile, Yuki Akikawa looked down, pretending to read her tablet, though the tablet seemed to be upside down. The atmosphere in the living room became somewhat stagnant, until Nana's crisp, childish voice broke the silence. "Mommy, the toys are all cleaned up." Yuki Akikawa felt a sense of relief. A gentle smile spread across her face. She stood up, walked quickly to her daughter, and leaned down to pat her head. "Good job, Nana. Shall we go take a bath and sleep now, okay?" Nana nodded vigorously, reaching out to hug her mother's neck. Yuki Akikawa carried her daughter toward the bedroom with a light step. As she passed the sofa, her gaze swept quickly over me, her cheeks slightly flushed, not daring to meet my eyes. "I'm going to take Nana to wash up first." I replied, watching the mother and daughter disappear around the corner of the hallway. I sat alone on the sofa, my heart still racing. My mind couldn't help but replay that moment of softness. I leaned back against the sofa, the corners of my mouth curving upward involuntarily. On the other side, Yuki Akikawa bathed Nana and then went to wash up herself. After a quick freshening up, she changed her clothes and lay down on one side of Nana. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. I walked out wearing my pajamas, still damp from the shower. I moved very lightly to the other side of the bed, lifted the quilt, and lay down. The bedroom was lit only by a dim bedside lamp. The light was soft. Nana lay between us. Neither of us spoke, only the sound of our shallow breathing intertwining in the quiet space. The next morning, Yuki Akikawa felt a bit of difficulty breathing. Dazed, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a tuft of messy, soft hair. Nana was sprawled across her like an octopus, her small face buried in her mother's neck, fast asleep with a satisfied smile on her lips. Yuki Akikawa felt helpless but amused. She carefully and cautiously moved her daughter's little arms and ears off herself, fearing she would wake her. Then her gaze turned to me, sleeping soundly beside her. I was facing her, breathing evenly and steadily. The morning light outlined my sharp, strong profile, adding a touch of softness. Yuki Akikawa's heart skipped a beat. Looking at my sleeping face so close by, her body moved toward me involuntarily, and she leaned into my warm embrace. My arms seemed to move subconsciously, pulling her closer into my chest. Yuki Akikawa's cheek pressed against my solid chest, clearly hearing my steady, powerful heartbeat. Her nose was filled with my clean, pleasant scent, not the smell of shower gel, but my own unique fragrance, which brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. Her gaze slowly shifted upward, landing on my slightly bobbing Adam's apple. I don't know why, but seeing that protrusion rise and fall with my breath, a strange and bold thought popped into Yuki Akikawa's mind. I really want to kiss it. This thought made her cheeks burn, but her fingers seemed to have a mind of their own. Uncontrollably, she raised her hand, her fingertips touching my Adam's apple tentatively. She held her breath, feeling the warmth of the skin and the slight vibration beneath her touch. The next second, a large, warm hand suddenly covered hers, gently grasping her hand. Yuki Akikawa's breathing hitched instantly. She froze completely and jerked her head up to look at me. I still had my eyes closed, my long eyelashes casting a small shadow over my eyelids. It was impossible to tell if I was awake, yet the hand that held hers tightened slightly, pulling her even closer. Her forehead pressed against my chin. A thicker, uniquely masculine scent of mine completely enveloped her. Instead of struggling, she buried her face into my neck, a strong sense of dependence welling up from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she stretched out her arms and hugged my lean waist tightly. My heart was in my throat. My body was slightly stiff. I had even prepared myself for the next second to be pushed away by Yuki Akikawa, or perhaps even kicked out of bed in anger. But the anticipated resistance never came. Instead, a pair of soft arms held me tight. This sudden response made me tremble all over. I opened my eyes, and the shock in my eyes was quickly replaced by unbelievable joy. I looked down at Yuki Akikawa, who had her face buried in my neck, showing only the top of her fluffy head. My mouth curled upward uncontrollably, the smile in my eyes overflowing. As if afraid to disturb this rare moment of beauty, I gently closed my eyes again. My arms subconsciously tightened, holding her soft body more securely. My breath was full of the fragrance from her hair and the faint scent unique to her. We stayed wrapped in each other's warmth and heartbeats, drifting back into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed. When I blinked again, the clock on the wall had already passed 9. My consciousness returned, and just as I was about to move my somewhat numb arm, I met a pair of eyes that had also just opened, filled with a bit of lazy sleepiness, yet still clear and moving. We looked at each other, only inches apart. The air seemed to freeze, and time felt as if it had slowed down. A moment later, as if a switch had been flipped for both of us, we simultaneously turned our heads away like frightened rabbits, not daring to look at each other. Yuki Akikawa's gaze fell flusteredly onto my chin, while I stared at the ceiling. Although we were shy to the point that our earlobes were burning and our cheeks were dyed with a suspicious flush, neither of us let go of our embrace. A honey-like sense of happiness flowed quietly between us, silent, yet so real it made our hearts tremble. This warm and intimate stillness didn't last more than a few seconds before we both remembered that it was Monday, and we had to take Nana to kindergarten. The next second, the warm quilt was thrown aside, and we both sat up in the bed like springs. I went to wake Nana, finding her sleeping soundly on the other side of Yuki Akikawa, and immediately began to gently pat my daughter. "Nana, wake up! You're going to be late for kindergarten," I said, my voice filled with urgency. Yuki Akikawa also reacted quickly, throwing off her side of the quilt and rushing to the wardrobe to frantically search for the clothes she and her daughter needed to wear today. Nana was shaken by her father. She frowned in protest, making incoherent mumbles in her sleep. Her eyes were barely slits, unfocused, clearly still lost in her sweet dreams. There was no time. Looking at my daughter's confused state, I couldn't afford to be as gentle as usual. I scooped Nana up from the bed and strode toward the bathroom. I brushed Nana's teeth for her and gave her face a quick wash. Then Yuki Akikawa scrambled to dress the dazed Nana in the clothes she had found. Afterward, the two of us changed our own clothes and carried Nana out. By the time Nana's little head was slightly more alert, she was already sitting in the car. Before long, the vehicle stopped steadily at the kindergarten gate. The three of us hurried out. The kindergarten gate was open, and a middle-aged woman with a gentle temperament and dressed appropriately was standing at the entrance. It was the kindergarten principal. Seeing Yuki Akikawa approaching with Nana, the principal's face immediately lit up with a warm smile. She hurried over, calling out kindly, "Miss Akikawa." Yuki Akikawa nodded slightly and explained, "I was held up by something this morning." "It's fine, it's not very late." The principal waved her hand, not minding at all. After all, kindergarten wasn't primary school. There was no concept of being late. Dropping children off at this time was normal, and she was long used to it. Yuki Akikawa squatted down, smoothed out her daughter's slightly messy hair, and adjusted the zipper of her coat. She whispered warmly, "Nana, listen to your teacher at school and play well with the other children. Don't fight, you hear?" I also squatted down, gently patting the top of our daughter's head. My voice was deep and gentle. "Mommy and I will come to pick you up in the afternoon." Nana nodded firmly, reached out her small arms to hug her mother and father one by one. "Goodbye, Mommy and Daddy." A young teacher smiled and took Nana's little hand, leading her toward the school. Nana kept looking back every few steps as she followed the teacher into the kindergarten. Her small figure soon disappeared at the entrance of the teaching building. Yuki Akikawa and I stood where we were, watching our daughter leave until we could no longer see her. We let out a sigh of relief at the same time and turned to walk toward the car. Getting into the car, Yuki Akikawa fastened her seatbelt and started the engine. I sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window in silence. At this moment, both of us felt a sense of emptiness in our hearts, and our moods were inexplicably low. The trip was silent until the car slowly pulled up downstairs at the apartment building. Yuki Akikawa parked the car steadily. After a few seconds of silence, she turned her head to look at me and said, "I'm going straight to the company to work for a while, so I won't be back for lunch." I turned my head to meet her gaze and gave a soft, to show I understood. My expression was calm, but if looked at closely, there was an imperceptible hint of gentleness. I unbuckled my seatbelt and pushed the car door open, preparing to get out. Just as I had one foot out of the car, Yuki Akikawa's voice sounded again. This afternoon I'll come to pick you up." My movements paused. I turned back to look at her, and a smile quickly bloomed in my eyes. Yuki Akikawa's gaze flickered slightly, and she quickly added, "Didn't we agree that we would go together to pick up Nana?" Hearing the second half of her sentence, the smile that had reached my eyes vanished instantly, and I replied in a flat tone. Finished, I got out of the car and closed the door. Yuki Akikawa watched the back of me as I walked into the apartment building, her brows knitted slightly. Why is he unhappy? Did I say something wrong, or does he not want me to pick him up? Thinking of this, her gaze darkened, and she felt a bit stifled. Shaking her head, she didn't think about it anymore, started the car, and drove toward the company. Time flew to the afternoon. Just as I walked into the classroom, I saw Yohei slumped over his desk as if his bones had been removed, his face turned toward the wall, leaving me with only the back of his head that screamed, "Despair!" My footsteps paused, and then I walked over and sat in the empty seat next to him. I put down my books and looked at Yohei, who was still maintaining that position, teasingly. "What's wrong? Even if you didn't inherit the family fortune, you don't have to be like this, right?" Hearing my voice, Yohei looked up at me, giving me a mournful look. "Inheriting the family fortune? That's nothing. Do you really think I care about that?" Yohei's voice was listless. Hearing this, I looked curious, put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Then why? Tell me so your friend can have a laugh." Yohei was speechless, but he said, "Last night, 10 girls added me." I raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised, and laughed. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Why the long face?" Yohei got even more annoyed when he heard this, and said indignantly, "I thought it was a good thing too. I thought my spring of love had finally arrived. Turns out of the 10, 8 were asking for your contact information." The expression on my face froze slightly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I coughed lightly and changed the subject. "Well, there are still 2 left, right? It would have been better if I hadn't said that." Upon hearing this, the expression on Yohei's face became even more indescribable, as if he had swallowed a fly. "The remaining 2? He waved his hand weakly, his tone filled with despair. "One was a salesperson asking if I wanted resources, and the other was a tea seller asking if I liked drinking tea." I fell completely silent. Looking at Yohei's face, which was full of indignation and grievance, I sighed, reached out, and patted Yohei's shoulder, silently conveying my sympathy. Yohei looked up, his eyes genuinely filled with bewilderment and helplessness. He looked at me and asked, "Mugi, do you think I'll never find a girlfriend in my life? Am I going to be alone forever?" I pondered for a moment and looked at him with some difficulty. "Judging by your emotional intelligence, that's indeed very likely." "Are you still my brother?" Yohei wailed, suddenly lunging at me and grabbing my arms, rubbing his head on my shoulder. "I'm so miserable! Even you say that!" "Get off." I pushed away his arm, hanging on me with disgust. "It's not entirely hopeless. You know so many guys. Among those friends of yours, there must be sisters or female friends, right? Just find someone you think is okay and try pursuing them. Maybe it will work out." Yohei froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as if his meridians had been opened. He slapped his thigh. "Why didn't I think of that? You're a true friend." In his excitement, he gave me a bear hug. Just then, Chiyuri and Natsumi walked into the classroom. Chiyuri looked around and soon spotted me sitting by the window, then walked in this direction. Yohei was sharp-eyed. He immediately elbowed me. "Look, the class bell is here," he whispered, reminding me. I followed his gaze and, sure enough, saw Chiyuri and Natsumi walking toward us with light steps. I sighed silently in my heart. Was my rejection from a few days ago not clear enough? Before I could think further, Chiyuri and Natsumi walked straight to the desks. Chiyuri's gaze landed straight on my face, and she was carrying a bubble tea that looked elaborately packaged. "Mugi." Chiyuri's voice was crisp, with a hint of deliberate sweetness. She held the bubble tea out to me. "I bought this especially for you." The sickly sweet smell made me frown slightly. I didn't reach out to take it, but looked up at Chiyuri, my tone calm and distant. "Thanks, I don't like drinking bubble tea." The smile on Chiyuri's face remained unchanged, as if she didn't hear the rejection in my words. She continued, "Try it, this shop is very good." I took a deep breath, and my gaze swept over Chiyuri. My voice deepened. I said, "I don't like bubble tea, and I don't like you. I already have someone I like." The smile on Chiyuri's face finally stiffened for a moment, but she soon returned to that indifferent look. She chuckled lightly, placed the bubble tea directly on my desk, and said, "Whether you like it or not is your business. Liking you is mine." She looked at me with a kind of inexplicable obsession in her eyes. "The bubble tea is here. Drink it or not, it's up to you." Having said that, she pulled Natsumi's arm and turned to leave. I looked at the cup of bubble tea on the table, and my brows furrowed even tighter, my face full of impatience. Could she not understand human language? Or was there a problem with how I expressed myself? Without hesitation, I picked up the bubble tea, which was still warm, lifted my arm, and threw it accurately into the trash can in the corner of the classroom. Clang! The cup landed in the bottom of the bin. Whoa! Yohei was dumbfounded on the side, then gave me a thumbs up. Nice, keeping your male virtues intact. I turned back, glanced at him lightly, and my tone became a bit more serious. This isn't keeping male virtues, this is basic human morality. I organized my books and continued. A moral man wouldn't be fickle-minded and leave his heart everywhere. The playful expression on Yohei's face slowly faded, replaced by surprise and a questioning look. He stared at me for a few seconds before he muttered, "It hasn't even been a few days, and Yuki Mama has already trained you to be this profound?" The crowd at the school gate gradually increased. Most were students who had finished their day's classes and were ready to leave. Just then, a red Beetle slowly pulled up to the side of the road. The small car body was particularly striking among the many vehicles. The car door opened, and Yuki Akikawa got out from the driver's seat. No sooner had she stood steady than a low rumble unique to a sports car came from behind her. A sleek purple supercar followed and parked steadily behind the Beetle. The car door lifted upwards, and Yoko stepped out in high heels. Yoko walked a few steps to Yuki Akikawa's front, glanced into the Beetle without leaving a trace, and asked in an unnatural tone, "Where is Nana?" Yuki Akikawa turned her head to look at her, her tone calm and waveless. "At kindergarten." Yoko nodded, as if she couldn't find any other topics, and a brief silence fell between the two. Yuki Akikawa didn't care. She just raised her hand to check the time on her watch. Just then, two familiar figures emerged from the crowd at the school gate. I spotted Yuki Akikawa standing next to the red Beetle, as well as Yoko beside her. When my gaze landed on Yuki Akikawa, my eyes lit up instantly, the corners of my mouth curled upward uncontrollably, and my pace quickened. Yohei followed me and also saw his sister Yoko. He had no particular expression on his face and just followed my footsteps forward. Almost at the same time, Yuki Akikawa also saw me walking toward them quickly. A gentle smile blossomed on her lips. That smile made Yoko beside her stare in slight surprise. Yuki Akikawa put away her phone, nodded toward Yoko, her tone returning to the coolness of a normal weekday. "I'm leaving first." As soon as she finished speaking, I reached them. Yuki Akikawa stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with me, very naturally. I greeted Yoko and Yohei, and without stopping too long, I got into the car with Yuki Akikawa. The red Beetle started quickly and merged smoothly into the evening traffic, driving toward the kindergarten. I turned my head to look at Yuki Akikawa, who was driving intently. Her focused profile, illuminated by the glow of the sunset, had soft lines. For some reason, I felt Yuki Akikawa was being exceptionally gentle today. My heart stirred, and I wanted to start a conversation. Just as I opened my mouth, a crisp phone ringtone sounded, interrupting me. The ringtone came from the phone connected to the center console. Yuki Akikawa kept her eyes on the road, her hands steady on the steering wheel, but she tilted her head to signal me to help her answer it. I nodded and reached out to pick up the phone. The screen showed Teacher Wang. Without thinking, I pressed the answer button. "Hello?" A slightly anxious female voice immediately came from the other end. "May I speak to Nana's parent? This is Teacher Wang from the kindergarten." "I am," I replied, a bad premonition rising in my heart. "It's like this," Teacher Wang said quickly. "Nana got into a fight with another child at school. Is it convenient for you to come over right now?" In the background, I could vaguely hear crying. I held my breath, my first reaction being disbelief. "Did you say a fight?" After all, Nana is so well-behaved and sensible. How could she fight someone? Yes, Teacher Wang's voice sounded helpless. "The situation is specific. You should come over and see for yourself." "Okay, we'll be there right away," I said in a deep voice and hung up the phone. Yuki Akikawa had been paying attention to my call. Although it wasn't on speakerphone, she had guessed the gist from my changing expression and the word fight. "What happened?" she asked, her voice remaining steady. I turned to look at her and said, "It was Teacher Wang from the kindergarten. She said Nana got into a fight with someone and asked us to come over." Yuki Akikawa's brows knitted instantly, her cold eyes filled with astonishment. "Nana? Fought? Her soft, cute daughter was fighting at kindergarten? Clearly, she found it hard to believe. I nodded, also finding it hard to believe, but the crying on the phone sounded a bit familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. I didn't dwell on it. My daughter was more important. Yuki Akikawa didn't speak again. Both of us wore looks of worry. Soon, the Beetle pulled up at the kindergarten gate. We both pushed open the car doors at the same time, stepped out, and walked side by side toward the teacher's office. The door was ajar. We walked inside and immediately saw a small figure sitting on a small chair, holding a flattened cupcake. She was hunched over, her small head almost buried in her chest. Her red-rimmed eyes and the dried tear tracks on her face were clear under the bright office lights. She looked so pitiful. Seeing her broke my and Yuki Akikawa's hearts at the same time. Nana heard the movement at the door and jerked her head up. When she saw her mother and father walking in together, her little lips quivered, and the tears she had just stopped burst forth again, her face full of grievance. Before Yuki Akikawa, or I could speak, a small figure rushed out from the side like a little cannonball, crashing straight into me. "Brother!" I felt a tug on my leg. Looking down, I saw a chubby little boy hugging my leg and crying earth-shatteringly, with snot and tears all over his face. I understood instantly. Why was my cousin's son being beaten up? I looked at Nana, then at Kaito, feeling an ominous premonition. Was it possible my daughter had beaten up her future cousin? Yuki Akikawa was also stunned, her cold eyes flickering with confusion as she looked at the little boy crying and hugging my leg. Teacher Wang also looked surprised. Clearly, she hadn't expected Kaito to know Nana's father or call him brother. Kaito cried even louder. He let go with one hand and pointed his chubby, trembling finger at Nana, who was still sitting on the small chair. "She bullied me! Boo-hoo! And she knocked out my front tooth!" Yuki Akikawa and I exclaimed in shock at the same time, staring at our daughter. Nana knocked out his front tooth? Both of us were filled with disbelief. Although Nana occasionally had a little temper, she was usually as well behaved as a little angel. How could she be so violent? Seeing this, Teacher Wang quickly stepped forward to explain, "Dad, Mom, it's not that serious. Kaito is currently losing his baby teeth, and that front tooth had been loose for a long time." Although the teacher said this, the fact that a fight occurred wasn't denied. Just then, Nana, who had been sitting sullenly, jumped down and ran over to me. She puffed up her cheeks and stretched out her small hands to pull at Kaito, who was still hugging my leg. "Let go!" Nana's voice was hoarse from crying. She said indignantly, "He is my daddy!" I looked at the chaotic scene and felt a headache coming on. Yuki Akikawa walked over to Nana, squatted down, and looked into her daughter's red eyes. She reached out to gently wipe the tears from her face, her voice soft. "Nana, tell Mommy, what exactly happened?" Hearing her mother's gentle inquiry, Nana's grievance surged again. She pointed at Kaito with a trembling finger and said between sobs, He said he crushed my cupcake." As she said this, she pointed to the mangled little cupcake on the floor next to the chair. That cupcake? It was meant for Mommy and Daddy to eat. Her voice was filled with sadness, and tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. Hearing this, Kaito hurriedly defended himself. "I didn't mean to." Seeing this, Teacher Wang stepped forward to stand between the children and explain the whole story. "Dad, Mom, this is what happened. Just now, when the children were playing in the activity area, Kaito accidentally sat on the cupcake Nana had left on the chair nearby. Nana saw the cupcake was ruined, and that's when she struck him." Teacher Wang paused and added, "Little Kaito didn't fight back, he was just scared and crying." I understood the cause and effect, looking at my daughter's face. I muttered to myself, I didn't expect Nana to look so soft and sweet, but when that temper flares up, she's really a bit like her mother, a bit fierce. Shifting my thoughts, I looked at Kaito, who was still standing nearby, sobbing. I squatted down, smiled at him, and pinched his cheek. "Let brother see, is there anything else that hurts?" Kaito sniffled, his voice thick with congestion, and shook his head. "No, no more." I wasn't completely reassured, so I carefully checked his little face and mouth again to confirm there were no other injuries, only then feeling truly relieved. Seeing that Kaito was indeed fine, Yuki Akikawa felt much more at ease, but then she looked at Nana, who was still crying, and her tone became stricter. "Nana," Teacher Wang said, "little Kaito didn't mean it. Even if he ruined your cupcake, you shouldn't hit him." Nana was already full of grievance, and hearing her mother say this, her little head drooped and her shoulders slumped, making her look even more pitiful. Hearing this, I turned and gently pulled my daughter, who was crying silently with her head down, into my arms. I looked at Yuki Akikawa with a frown, wanting to say something. When my eyes met Yuki Akikawa's, I saw helplessness and panic in her face. Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's extremely aggrieved appearance and then met my questioning gaze, a trace of guilt unconsciously leaking into her eyes. The words on my lips were swallowed back. It was clear that Yuki Akikawa wasn't unconcerned for her daughter, but when it came to raising a child, she didn't seem to know how to manage the method and proportion. I reached out and gently took Yuki Akikawa's slightly cold hand. "It's okay, let me handle this." Yuki Akikawa was slightly startled by the warmth of my palm and felt an inexplicable sense of security, nodding gently. However, the guilt and confusion on her face didn't disappear immediately. I picked up Nana, who was still sobbing, and had her sit on my lap. Nana's small body immediately found support, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck and burying her face in my shoulder, sobbing softly, still carrying a thick sense of grievance. I gently patted my daughter's back with soft, rhythmic movements. After a long while, the crying of the little one in my arms gradually stopped, though her shoulders were still trembling slightly. I lowered my head and used my warm palm to wipe her tear-streaked face. "Nana's cupcake was sat on. You must have been very angry just now." Buried in my arms, Nana nodded gently. I rubbed her soft hair and continued to ask softly, "Then, if Nana accidentally broke another child's favorite toy, how would you hope that child would treat you?" Nana lifted her little head, her red eyes filled with a trace of confusion. She didn't understand why Daddy was asking this, but she frowned and began to think seriously. "That child could be very angry, could ignore her, or even ask her to pay for a new toy," she said. "But they shouldn't hit her, because hitting people really hurts, just like how Kaito was crying so sadly just now." Thinking of this, Nana's little face slowly flushed with shame. She also realized that her behavior just now seemed wrong. I keenly sensed the change in my daughter's expression, but I didn't rush her to apologize. Instead, I smiled, cupped her little face, and said, looking into her eyes, "Nana, because the cake was ruined, we can be angry. Mommy and Daddy are also very sad about that cake, but we cannot use our little fists to solve problems. That will hurt other children and make their mommies and daddies sad too." I paused and continued, "Next time something like this happens, we can go to the teacher for help first, okay?" Nana listened to her father's words, her long eyelashes trembling as she nodded again, but her little lips remained tightly pursed, still not saying a word. The smile on my face didn't fade. I gently pinched her little nose and asked, "So what should we do now?" Nana hesitated for a moment, finally gathering the courage to look up at Kaito on the side and whispered, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you." Kaito was stunned, seemingly not expecting Nana to apologize. He hurriedly squeezed his little hands together, sniffled, and said, "It's okay." Both children's voices were still childish and tear-stained, but the apology and acceptance sounded very sincere. Just then, footsteps sounded at the office door. Teacher Wang looked up and hurriedly went to meet them. "Ah, Kaito's grandmother is here." I noticed the movement at the door immediately. I shot a quick glance at the gray-haired, anxious-looking elderly woman walking in, then quickly lowered my head, moving close to Kaito, who was still standing on the floor. I lowered my voice to a volume only the two of us could hear. "Don't say you've seen brother later, and don't call me that, okay?" Kaito looked at me blankly, not understanding why, and asked, "Why?" I quickly added, "I'll buy you firecrackers for the new year." Kaito's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded vigorously and gave an indistinct response. Having secured his promise, I stood up straight and turned around, leaving my back to the person entering, as if I were comforting my daughter in my arms. Yuki Akikawa saw this and immediately stood up, moving around me to block me from view. The elderly woman spotted her grandson right away and rushed over in a few steps. She grabbed Kaito's little arm, looking him up and down. "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Let Grandma see." Seeing his grandmother, Kaito wiped his nose and shook his head. "I'm fine, Grandma. I'm okay." The elderly woman wasn't reassured and checked him thoroughly. Seeing that there were truly no injuries on his face, she let out a sigh of relief and looked up at Teacher Wang and Yuki Akikawa with a questioning gaze. Teacher Wang quickly repeated to the elderly woman what she had just told me and Yuki Akikawa, clearly explaining the cause and process of the incident. After hearing the teacher's account, Yuki Akikawa wore an apologetic expression and took the initiative to step forward. "I'm really sorry. The child didn't know any better. We will pay for any damages." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman waved her hands and showed a fairly pleasant smile. "No need, no need." She picked up her grandson, turned to Yuki Akikawa, and said quite reasonably, "Kids will be kids. Bumping into each other and fighting is normal." Yuki Akikawa hadn't expected Kaito's grandmother to be so understanding, and didn't know what to say for a moment. After finishing, she exchanged a few polite words with Teacher Wang, then left the office holding Kaito. Once they were gone, I let out a breath and turned to Teacher Wang. "I'm sorry for the trouble, Teacher Wang." Teacher Wang waved her hand, saying it was fine. After a few more pleasantries, I walked out carrying Nana. Yuki Akikawa followed behind the father and daughter, half a step behind, with her head slightly bowed and her mood a bit low. I tilted my head slightly, catching a glimpse of Yuki Akikawa following behind me and sensing her downcast mood. I deliberately slowed my pace until she caught up, then reached out my empty hand and naturally took hers. Yuki Akikawa's fingers were slightly cool. When they were enveloped by my warm palm, she couldn't help but shudder slightly. She subconsciously looked up at me. I was looking straight ahead, holding my daughter with the other hand, as if this were the most ordinary gesture. Yet this simple touch acted like a warm current, silently soothing the unease somewhere in her heart. She didn't pull away and let me hold her hand. Her eyes grew slightly red, but a smile spread across her face. She looked at our joined hands, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. Is this what it feels like, not to be abandoned? The three of us entered the apartment. I set Nana down steadily on the floor and smoothed out her slightly messy hair. "Daddy is going downstairs to pick up a package. I'll be right back to make you dinner." Yuki Akikawa stood aside, watching my gentle profile, and nodded slightly without saying anything. "Daddy, be fast!" Nana tugged on my hem, looking up at me with her little face. I smiled in agreement, stood up, looked at Yuki Akikawa, then turned, opened the door, and left the apartment. As the door closed gently, only Yuki Akikawa and Nana, who was teasing the little puppy, remained in the living room. The air seemed to turn quiet, even a bit awkward. Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's small back, hesitated, and tried to start a conversation. "Do you want some fruit?" Nana didn't look back. She just shook her head, her voice muffled. "No, thank you." With that, she went back to playing with the puppy, ignoring Yuki Akikawa behind her. Yuki Akikawa's hand, which she had reached out, froze in mid-air and then pulled back silently. She could clearly feel her daughter's deliberate estrangement and coldness, and a wave of subtle disappointment welled up in her heart, as if she had been lightly pricked by something. She didn't know how to break this stalemate, nor did she know what to say to make her daughter open her heart to her again. In the end, she just sighed silently, walked over to the sofa, and sat down, her eyes landing on the daughter who was playing happily with Koromaru not far away, her gaze complex. Not long after, the sound of the door lock turning echoed, and I walked in carrying a bulging shopping bag. Yuki Akikawa immediately stood up from the sofa and went to meet me. Hearing the movement, Nana ran toward the door excitedly, wrapped her arms around my leg, and looked up. "Daddy, what are we eating tonight?" I set down the bag, a gentle smile on my face as I reached out to pinch her chubby little cheeks. "What does our Nana want to eat?" "Cola chicken wings." Nana named her favorite dish without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Cola chicken wings it is," I promised with a smile, patting her head. "Go play, Daddy is going to cook." I shifted my gaze to Yuki Akikawa, smiled at her, then picked up the bag and went straight to the kitchen. I took out the ingredients, vegetables, meat, and a beautifully packaged strawberry cake box. I carefully placed the cake in the refrigerator before starting to prepare dinner in an orderly fashion. Yuki Akikawa watched that busy back in the kitchen, her emotions surging. She took a deep breath, followed me, walked into the kitchen, and gently pulled the glass door shut behind her, isolating the sound of her daughter and the pet playing in the living room. The kitchen space was small. I stood at the counter with my back to her, focused on chopping potatoes, the sound of the knife hitting the cutting board rhythmic and steady. Yuki Akikawa stood by the door, watching my back. Her lips moved, her face showing obvious conflict and hesitation. But in the end, she didn't make a sound. I naturally noticed she had come in, but I didn't stop or turn around, just silently continuing to chop. Yuki Akikawa hung her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry." Before she could continue, I put down the knife and turned to look at Yuki Akikawa standing behind me. "Why are you saying sorry to me?" My voice was gentle, carrying a hint of confusion. Yuki Akikawa's gaze darted away. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "I shouldn't have scolded Nana so harshly this afternoon." I looked at her, my tone becoming more serious. "No, Nana did make a mistake. That's a fact. Your initial intention was to instill good character in her. That's not wrong. You don't need to apologize to anyone, understand." Yuki Akikawa blinked, somewhat stunned. She hadn't done anything wrong? She didn't quite believe it and subconsciously looked toward the living room, her voice sounding tearful. "But Nana, she doesn't want to talk to me now." Hearing this, I pulled out a tissue to dry my hands, then walked a step closer to Yuki Akikawa. I gently cupped her face with my hands. Yuki Akikawa was forced to look up, staring at me in a daze as I stood right in front of her. I gazed into her eyes and said, my tone still gentle, "I can tell you responsibly that your essence isn't wrong, but the method was. Because children have feelings too. We need to have more patience and tolerance." I paused, looking at the emotions flickering in her eyes, and continued, "So, we cannot just criticize the child blindly. Children have self-esteem. More important than accusation is understanding their emotions and then guiding them." Yuki Akikawa stared at me blankly, her heart feeling as if it had been lightly tapped. "So, there is more to handling a mistake than just criticism and blame." She slowly came back to her senses, nodded gently, and replied, "I understand." I let go of her face and asked, "Now, do you know what to do?" Yuki Akikawa looked again at that small figure in the living room. She nodded, then reached out to push open the glass door and walked toward Nana in the living room. I was a bit worried, as I could feel from our earlier conversation that Yuki Akikawa was trying to please me, especially when she said Nana wouldn't talk to her. Putting those thoughts aside, I took off my apron and followed Yuki Akikawa toward the living room. Yuki Akikawa sat down beside Nana. She looked at Nana's small back, took a deep breath, and called out softly. "Nana." Nana, who was teasing the nylon toy, stopped. She turned slowly to look at Yuki Akikawa, her little face expressionless and silent. Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's cold expression, a subtle disappointment flashing through her heart. Remembering what I had said in the kitchen, she reached out and took Nana's little hand, her tone gentle and filled with regret. "Nana, you must have felt very wronged earlier, right?" Hearing the word wronged, Nana's little lips quivered. She lowered her eyes and remained silent, but she gripped Yuki Akikawa's hand tightly. Yuki Akikawa felt the pressure of her daughter's grip and knew she wasn't completely resistant. She continued softly, "Mommy was just too anxious at the time and ignored your feelings." Looking at Nana's bowed little face, her voice softened further. "So Nana, can you forgive Mommy?" She looked at Nana, her eyes filled with anticipation. Nana glanced at Yuki Akikawa, then looked up at me, who was sitting to the side. Meeting my daughter's gaze, I sat down beside Yuki Akikawa with a warm smile, reached out to pat her head, and said softly, "Nana, Mommy was just too anxious at the time, which is why she ignored how wronged you felt. Mommy already knows she was wrong, so can we forgive her, okay?" Nana listened to her father's words, lowered her head to think for a moment, and then looked back at Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa's heart was in her throat. She leaned forward slightly, watching her daughter nervously. Nana looked at Yuki Akikawa, her lips moved, and then she suddenly stretched out her arms toward her and asked coquettishly, "Mommy, hug." Hearing her daughter's soft voice, a joyous smile blossomed on Yuki Akikawa's face. She couldn't wait to hug Nana, holding her daughter's small body tightly in her arms. Embraced by her mother, Nana also hugged Yuki Akikawa's neck tightly, burying her little face in her shoulder. After a while, she released her grip, looked up at Yuki Akikawa and whispered, "Mommy, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have hit anyone." She paused, then looked into Yuki Akikawa's eyes and apologized sincerely. "Also, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you or ignored you." Listening to her daughter's sincere apology, Yuki Akikawa's eyes instantly turned red. She hugged Nana tightly, not knowing what to say. Watching the mother and daughter hugging, a satisfied smile appeared on my face. I stood up and headed to the kitchen, retrieved the beautifully packaged cake from the refrigerator, and brought it back to the living room. Wow! Strawberry cake! Nana caught sight of the cake in my hand, her eyes brightening instantly, her voice full of surprise. Sensing the little person in her arms move, Yuki Akikawa released her hug. Nana immediately ran toward me with small steps, lifting her little head and looking longingly at the cake box in my hands, her mouth slightly agape. I smiled and placed the cake box on the coffee table, then reached out to gently stroke my daughter's upturned nose, my voice full of indulgence. "Little glutton." I looked at my daughter's sparkling eyes and deliberately slowed down my pace, saying gently, "This cake was bought especially for Nana by Mommy." Yuki Akikawa looked up at me in shock upon hearing this. When did she buy a cake? She had absolutely no memory of it. She opened her lips, about to ask. Before she could speak, Nana let out an even louder cheer. The little one turned and dove into Yuki Akikawa's arms. "Thank you, Mommy. Mommy is the best." She wrapped her small arms around Yuki Akikawa's neck and gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. Yuki Akikawa subconsciously reached out to hold her daughter's warm, soft body, feeling the unreserved affection. A complex and indescribable warmth welled up in her heart. She looked at me, a flicker of hard-to-detect emotion in her eyes. I smiled and opened the cake box, picked up the small fork that came with it, cut off a small piece, and handed it to Nana, who was gazing at me expectantly. Nana carefully held the small paper plate with the cake. Instead of eating it herself, she turned and held the first piece to Yuki Akikawa's lips. "Mommy, you eat first." Yuki Akikawa looked at her daughter's expectant gaze, her heart warming. She opened her mouth and ate the piece of cake filled with her daughter's affection. The sweet cream and the fresh fragrance of the strawberry instantly spread throughout her mouth. "It's so delicious. Thank you, Nana," Yuki Akikawa praised with a smile. Receiving her mother's praise, Nana blinked happily, then used her small fork to scoop up another bite and turned toward me. "Daddy, you eat too." I smiled, lowered my head, and cooperated by eating the cake my daughter fed me. Only after doing this did Nana lower her head in satisfaction, use her little fork to scoop up a piece for herself, and take a happy bite. Yuki Akikawa watched her daughter's small movements and remembered that the piece of cake I had just eaten was with the same fork she had just used. Her cheeks turned slightly red involuntarily. She lowered her eyes to hide the strange emotion in them, feeling inexplicably happy. Seeing my daughter eating contentedly, I reached out and patted her head indulgently. "Daddy is going to finish cooking. You and Mommy eat the cake first." I stood up and headed back to the kitchen. Yuki Akikawa's gaze followed my broad back, the corners of her mouth curling into a gentle arc involuntarily. An unspeakable sense of happiness quietly sprouted in her heart. Yuki Akikawa's heart completely relaxed, and she stood up and followed me into the kitchen. I was standing at the stove watching the chicken wings sizzling in the pan. Hearing the movement behind me, I turned around. "What's wrong?" Yuki Akikawa shook her head, walked over to my side, looked at the tempting cola chicken wings in the pan, and said softly, "Thank you." I smiled, turned the heat down a bit, and looked at her. My tone was gentle. "Why thank me? You are Nana's mother. Naturally, I don't want to see a rift between you and her. A mother's love is very important for a child's growth." As I spoke, I carefully scooped out the perfectly cooked cola chicken wings, the aroma filling the room. Yuki Akikawa nodded, not knowing what else to say for a moment. Seeing me pick up the plate as if to leave, she hurriedly stepped forward. "Let me do it." She carefully took the plate, walked out of the kitchen, and called out to the living room. "Nana, go wash your hands for dinner." "Coming," Nana responded crisply, put down her little fork, and trotted toward the dining table. A moment later, the three of us sat down at the table. Dinner was simple, 3 dishes and a soup. I first put a chicken wing on Nana's plate, then naturally did the same for Yuki Akikawa. I looked at Yuki Akikawa and asked casually, Have you mentioned the existence of me and Nana to your grandparents? Yuki Akikawa was eating rice in small mouthfuls. Upon hearing this, she looked up, shook her head, and asked with some confusion, "Why tell them beforehand? Can't we just go back and see them?" My hand holding the chopsticks paused, and the corner of my mouth twitched imperceptibly. Just go there. I hadn't expected Yuki Akikawa to be such a dedicated granddaughter. Why hadn't I noticed? Is she afraid that the surprise for the two elders won't be big enough? Suddenly appearing with a grandson-in-law plus a great-grandchild. She isn't even worried about scaring the elderly. I grumbled silently to myself, but on the surface I remained calm, only asking with a hint of inquiry. Are you sure your grandparents' health can handle it? Yuki Akikawa didn't seem to hear the deeper meaning behind my words and thought about it seriously. My grandparents are in good health. In good health, huh? I nodded thoughtfully, my voice lowering, almost talking to myself. Maybe I should bring 2 bottles of fast-acting heart pills just in case. My voice was very soft. Yuki Akikawa didn't hear it clearly and looked at me suspiciously. What did you say? Nothing. I immediately looked up with a warm smile, placed a chicken wing in Yuki Akikawa's bowl, and changed the subject. Eat more. Soon, the 3 of us finished, watched cartoons in the living room for a while, until Nana started rubbing her eyes and yawning. We went to wash up, and after a simple routine, we lay down on the bed. Yuki Akikawa lay on her side, watching her daughter's sleeping face in the dim light, the corners of her mouth curling up involuntarily. She pulled the quilt up slightly to cover her daughter's small shoulders, then carefully adjusted the child who was arching up to make her sleep more comfortably. After doing all this, she looked at me beside her. I noticed Yuki Akikawa's gaze, turned my head, and met her clear eyes. I felt a bit uncomfortable being watched, my face heating up slightly. I coughed unnaturally and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Yuki Akikawa didn't answer immediately. She just watched me, a faint smile blooming at the corner of her lips. That smile seemed exceptionally gentle in the hazy light. "Mugi, you are really just like your mother." I was stunned upon hearing this, blinking my eyes in confusion. Yuki Akikawa continued, her tone filled with a touch of emotion. Just as gentle. Hearing the word gentle, my expression stiffened and I fell into silence. Gentle? Was she talking about my mother? This reminded me uncontrollably of my childhood, when I was mischievous, and my mother chased me around the yard with a feather duster. When I didn't do well on tests, my mother would scold me while pulling my ear. That image didn't seem to have anything to do with being gentle. I tugged at the corner of my mouth, looked at Yuki Akikawa with complex eyes, and asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Are you serious?" Yuki Akikawa nodded with a serious expression. I fell into silence again. Looking at Yuki Akikawa's certain expression, I didn't know how to explain it. Should I tell her that I was actually a little troublemaker in my childhood, and that my mother's gentleness was mainly expressed through her physical discipline? Seeing me remain silent, Yuki Akikawa assumed I had agreed and asked curiously, "When you were a child, did your mother teach you gently, just like you taught Nana today?" Hearing this, my thoughts drifted for a moment. Gently taught? I recalled my childhood carefully. When I made a mistake, my mother usually started with a verbal lecture. If my attitude toward admitting the fault was good, I might escape unscathed. But if I remained stubborn or refused to reform, the next step would likely be a, quote, bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat, a beating. It was simple, direct, and effective. Regardless, after one beating, any grievance or rebellious feeling would basically vanish. I pulled my thoughts back, maintained a calm expression, and said with a smile, "I didn't make many mistakes as a child, so I was never beaten." Yuki Akikawa tilted her head and thought about it. That makes sense. Seeing how gentle I was when teaching, she didn't have the slightest doubt. Seeing that she didn't continue to ask, I breathed a sigh of relief, quickly mentioned that I had class the next day, and closed my eyes. Yuki Akikawa murmured an acknowledgement and also closed her eyes. Before long, we both gradually drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and spilled onto the faces of the 3 of us as we slept soundly. I woke up first. I turned my head to look at the sleeping faces of the big one and the little one beside me, the corners of my mouth curving upward slightly. I then got up on tiptoe, washed up, changed my clothes, and went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. After Yuki Akikawa and Nana got up and finished eating, I gave Yuki Akikawa a few instructions before picking up my backpack and heading to school. The morning was filled with major courses, so I couldn't drop Nana off. After all, I didn't want to fail. Before long, I walked into the classroom, and just as I entered, a voice suddenly rang out. "Mugi!" I followed the sound and saw Yohei sitting by the window, waving vigorously at me with a beaming face. I smiled, walked over, sat in the empty seat next to him, and asked casually, looking at you, all radiant, "Did you have a good chat with your old man last night?" "Hee, of course." Yohei lifted his chin proudly, then took a brand new bank card out of his pocket and shook it in front of me. We talked happily, and the results were significant. I raised an eyebrow, reached out to take the card, weighed it, and asked with a smile, "How much pocket money did he give you to soothe your wounded soul?" Yohei mysteriously held up one finger. I tossed the bank card back to him and teased, "Only 10,000? You're a cheap son, aren't you?" Yohei gave me a playful smack, then leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said with uncontrollable excitement, 10,000 a day. I looked at him with surprise. 10,000 a day, Yohei repeated, his smile widening. 300,000 a month. How about that? Generous, right? I squinted my eyes, then chuckled. Not bad. 30,000 a month in pocket money? Your dad is really good to you. Yohei grinned, carefully put the bank card back into his pocket, then elbowed me and asked with a wink, "What about you? How much pocket money does Yuki Akikawa give you?" I glanced at him and said indifferently, "None." Yohei was stunned, looking quite strange. "No? Yuki doesn't seem like the stingy type." I lifted the corner of my mouth, took a bank card out of my bag, and handed it to him casually. She gave me this. Yohei took it skeptically. After seeing the card clearly, his eyes widened into saucers, and his voice went up an octave. "A secondary gold card?" He held the card, turning it over and over, then looked up at me with disbelief. "For real? Yuki is too good to you, isn't she? Giving you a secondary gold card. This thing isn't just handed out to anyone." I found his ignorance of such things amusing. I reached out to take the card back and casually shoved it back into my bag's side pocket, acting as naturally as if it were a common transit card. I guess so. I didn't really look at it closely. I shrugged, my tone flat. I haven't used it. I don't really spend much money anyway. That wasn't me posturing. My life was indeed simple. I cooked my own meals, and I didn't spend much money. Occasionally eating out with friends or buying daily necessities didn't amount to much. Of course, except for the occasional sneaker purchase, that was it. Yohei stared at me, dumbfounded by my nonchalance, feeling deeply moved. Why was the gap between people so wide? While he was ecstatic over 10,000 a day, I was sitting here with a gold card and didn't even care. But then he thought about it. This was his best friend, and he was happy for him. Furthermore, Yuki Akikawa being so good to Mugi indirectly showed how much Mugi weighed in her heart. He patted my shoulder hard and said with a smile, "Even if you have a gold card, you're still covering all our internet cafe bills from now on. And if we stay overnight, we must eat instant noodles with added eggs, sausages, and double portions." Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. I looked at him sideways, as if looking at a rich man's silly son. I said, "Young Master Yohei, you're making 300,000 a month now, and you're still obsessing over staying overnight at an internet cafe?" Yohei was stunned by my question. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh. "Why didn't I think of that? I'm a rich second generation now. Why go to an internet cafe? I'll just open one myself, a chain, right next to the university town." I rolled my eyes, feeling completely speechless. However, Yohei quickly put those thoughts aside. "Hey, I almost forgot the main point. Come to my place for dinner tonight." I raised an eyebrow. "What's the sudden reason for the dinner?" Yohei smiled, explained, "My dad found a new place for my mom and me, so we're moving in a few days. The place we're staying at now, although a bit small, has some sentiment. I thought I'd make it lively before we move. Let's do hot pot and some barbecue. How about it?" "Hot pot and barbecue? Sounds good." I thought about my schedule for the evening. There was nothing special, so I nodded. "Sure." Yohei was very happy. "By the way, don't forget to bring Yuki Akikawa and Nana too. The more people, the merrier." I smiled and agreed. "Good, I'll tell them later. Do I need to bring anything? Drinks or fruit?" No need. My sister had her assistant buy everything. We have it all at home. You guys just show up." Yohei gestured with his hands, looking wealthy and grand. I nodded and didn't insist. Yohei paused, as if remembering something, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Old Mugi, bring your sister too. I was slightly stunned, then agreed. I'll ask her, but she might not be able to come. I didn't think much of it, after all. Uru had really taken good care of Yohei when they were kids. Good. Yohei immediately beamed, looking very happy. Watching him look so pleased, I changed the subject, my expression becoming more serious. By the way, Yohei, there's something I need your help with. Name it. Yohei patted his chest. Ask your sister to help find out more about Yuki Akikawa's parents. I lowered my voice. The smile on Yohei's face stiffened. He frowned, looking at me with confusion. Didn't we already ask about that before? Why do we need to ask again? I explained. Yuki Akikawa said she's taking me to meet her grandparents in a few days. Meeting the family? Yohei's eyes lit up. Old Mugi, that's great. This is good news. Good news is good news. I rubbed my temples, but that's the problem. Yohei was even more confused. He scratched his head. What's the problem? Meeting the grandparents means they approve of you. I looked at him, feeling quite speechless at his lack of insight. She only mentioned the grandparents, not her parents. Isn't that clear? Yohei? Yohei was stunned, carefully pondering my words. Only mentioned grandparents. Didn't mention parents. Is there a connection? He seemed to understand, but not quite. I sighed. The information your sister found last time was very vague. It has no reference value at all. Yohei didn't really understand, but said, My sister is coming to dinner tonight. You can ask her yourself then. I took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rub this guy's face into the floor. This dog deserves to be single. I didn't bother arguing with Yohei anymore. I took out my phone, opened the chat interface with Yuki Akikawa, and started typing. Do you have any plans tonight? Yohei is hosting a dinner before he moves. Want to go together? Elsewhere, in the president's office of the Akikawa group, Yuki Akikawa was sitting behind her large desk, intently reviewing the documents piled in front of her. Suddenly, the phone screen on the corner of the table lit up and emitted a slight vibration. She put down her pen and picked up her phone to see the message I had sent. Looking at the text on the screen, a hint of warmth bloomed in Yuki Akikawa's cold eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved up into a barely perceptible arc. Her fingertips tapped lightly, and she quickly replied with one word. Okay. Looking at the phone, her mind wandered. Just then, the office door was gently knocked. Yuki Akikawa composed herself, returning to her usual cold demeanor. Assistant Chen pushed the door open, stood respectfully before the desk, and reported, Yoko is here. Yuki Akikawa frowned slightly, surprised that Yoko had come. She didn't overthink it and said, Please, ask her to come in. Understood, Assistant Chen replied, turning to leave. A moment later, Yoko, dressed in a sharp professional suit, walked in. Yoko entered the office expressionlessly, scanned the room, and finally fixed her gaze on Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa looked up at her, her expression calm and placid, and asked in a flat tone, Yoko, are you here to discuss matters regarding our subsequent collaboration? No. Yoko shook her head, her tone sounding somewhat unnatural. A flash of surprise crossed Yuki Akikawa's eyes. Not for business? Then what was she here for? Yoko seemed to see through her confusion and stated her purpose directly. I came specifically to invite Yuki to have dinner at my house tonight. Upon hearing this, Yuki Akikawa wasn't too surprised, since I had just spoken to her about it. She nodded and replied, Okay, I will go tonight. Assistant Chen, standing to the side, had her eyes widen in shock. What was going on? Yoko had personally come to invite Yuki to dinner, and Yuki had actually agreed. When had these two become so close that they could sit at the same table? Yoko didn't seem to expect her to agree so readily, and she instinctively blurted out, I thought you might not be free. Yuki Akikawa didn't respond, simply picking up the glass on the table and taking a sip. Seeing this, Yoko tactfully decided not to push further and said, Then I won't disturb your work. See you tonight. Having said that, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Just as Yoko turned, Yuki Akikawa suddenly called out to her. Yoko stopped and looked back, somewhat confused. Is there something else? Yuki Akikawa looked at her, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but she still asked, Yoko, have you dated many boyfriends? Once this question was out, not only was Yoko stunned, even Assistant Chen almost stumbled. What did Yuki mean by this? Why was she suddenly asking about Yoko's private life? Yoko's brow furrowed, her confusion deepening. She didn't understand why Yuki Akikawa would ask this, but she nodded anyway. Yuki Akikawa set down her glass, cleared her throat, and said in a slightly awkward tone. Before she could finish, Yoko seemed to realize something, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips as she interrupted. "Is it for a friend?" Yuki Akikawa felt somewhat uncomfortable under her perceptive gaze, her cheeks heating up. She nodded unnaturally. Yes, she is a bit shy and doesn't know how to improve the relationship with her husband. After speaking, she looked up at Yoko but met her smiling eyes, as if her little secret had been completely seen through. Yuki Akikawa immediately looked away, her earlobes turning red. Yoko walked forward 2 steps with interest, crossing her arms over her chest, and looked at her amusedly. "So your friend wants to charm her husband?" "It's my friend, not me." Yuki Akikawa panicked upon hearing this and immediately argued. All right, it's your friend." Yoko nodded readily, though the smile on her face deepened. She drew out her tone. "That's simple. Just have your friend try acting coy with her husband." "Acting coy?" Yuki Akikawa frowned, her cold face filled with doubt and a hint of subtle resistance. It was that simple? In her view, such behavior seemed entirely at odds with her usual style, and she couldn't imagine what it would look like in reality. Yoko nodded affirmatively, her gaze meaningfully scanning Yuki Akikawa up and down. "Of course, if someone as beautiful as your friend acts a little coy with her husband, wouldn't it leave him head over heels and completely smitten?" Mentioning Mugi, Yuki Akikawa's heart skipped a beat, and the heat that had just faded from her face rushed back. She opened her lips, wanting to emphasize that it was truly a question for a friend. Yoko didn't give her a chance to explain, stepping in first. "I'm just giving an example. I understand. It's for a friend." Yuki Akikawa coughed lightly, trying to maintain composure, and avoided Yoko's gaze, her voice dropping lower. "But what if my friend doesn't know how to do it?" Yoko looked as if she had heard something incredible. Not know how to act coy? Wasn't this a natural talent for women? She paused for a second, then a playful smile appeared on her face, scanning her again. Yuki Akikawa felt even more embarrassed under her gaze, the heat in her ears almost spreading to her neck. Yoko beckoned to Yuki Akikawa with her finger, her voice alluring. "Do you want me to teach you?" Yuki Akikawa's eyes flickered. She seemed genuinely tempted and subconsciously nodded, but then immediately realized what she had done. Her cheeks grew hotter, and she rushed to explain, "No, I know," Yoko interrupted, her smile as bright as a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. "Once you learn it, you can teach it to your friend, right?" Yuki Akikawa opened her lips to refute, but the words were stuck in her throat. She raised her hand to brush a stray lock of hair behind her ear, avoiding Yoko's teasing gaze, and eventually nodded gently, a barely audible escaping her. Assistant Chen, standing to the side, thought to herself, "Is this a drama I can watch for free?" Yoko was just about to begin the lesson when she caught a glimpse of Assistant Chen standing there anxiously. She arched a brow and turned to her with a playful smile. "Chen, do you want to learn too?" Assistant Chen, who had been listening intently to try and digest this world-shattering scene, was suddenly called out. She nodded subconsciously, then immediately realized and shook her head like a rattle, her face flushing crimson. No, Yuki, Yoko. I just remembered I have a file to process. I'll head out now." With that, not waiting for a response, Assistant Chen slipped out of the office as if she had greased her feet, carefully pulling the door shut behind her. With only the two of them left in the office, the atmosphere became subtle. Yoko turned her gaze back to Yuki Akikawa and beckoned to her. "Come here." Yuki Akikawa hesitated but walked over and stood before Yoko, looking down, seemingly afraid to meet her eyes. Yoko stood with her arms crossed, observing her and saying with a hint of command, "Now I am your husband. Call me darling. First." Yuki Akikawa's eyelashes fluttered. She looked up and met Yoko's playful eyes, her cheeks burning uncontrollably again. She opened her lips, her throat feeling as if it were blocked. After a long while, she squeezed 2 words out from between her teeth. Darling. The voice was dry, light, and fast, carrying a hint of stiffness. It sounded more like she was reading a report. Yoko immediately frowned, her face clearly showing distaste. Ugh, what was that? It had no feeling at all. It was so stiff anyone would think I owed you money. Yuki Akikawa gritted her teeth in silence, her ears growing even redder. Yoko shook her head helplessly at her appearance. She cleared her throat and demonstrated personally. Listen well, look into my eyes. Yuki Akikawa looked up instinctively. She saw Yoko's expression soften, her eyes becoming tender and soft, her lips curling into the perfect arc. Her voice softened as well, laced with charm and reliance, as she gently called out, Darling. The voice was soft and sweet, sounding like a hook. The trailing note rose slightly, carrying a numbing current that seemed to drill right into one's bones. Yuki Akikawa felt all her hair stand on end. Goosebumps broke out across her skin. An indescribable sense of awkwardness washed over her, making her extremely uncomfortable. Yoko looked at her stunned, thunderstruck expression and raised a brow in satisfaction. How about it? Do you understand now? Yuki Akikawa nodded, indicating she understood. Good, as long as you understand. Yoko nodded, lifting her chin slightly. Then try calling me one more time. Yuki Akikawa took a deep breath, trying to recall Yoko's tone and demeanor, but those two words felt glued in her throat, unable to come out. She tried to open her mouth, but eventually gave up in defeat. Her cold face was full of resistance and embarrassment. I can't say it. It's too cheesy. Yoko knitted her brows, completely baffled. Can't say it? Are those two words so hard? In my opinion, this is the most common of nicknames. Why does it become so difficult for you? Watching Yuki Akikawa's stiff, resistant appearance, with her ears so red they were about to drip, a flash of inspiration crossed Yoko's mind. A bold guess emerged. She suddenly leaned in close to Yuki Akikawa, eyes searching, and lowered her voice. You wouldn't happen to. The warm breath brushed against Yuki Akikawa's ear, making her want to back away instinctively. Yoko didn't give her the chance, continuing, Haven't you gotten intimate with Mugi yet? As the words fell, Yoko's hand landed on her firm hips, patting them twice with moderate force. Yuki Akikawa stiffened suddenly, as if struck by an electric current. Her whole body tensed up. She almost immediately recoiled a step, increasing the distance between her and Yoko. Her face lost all its color for a moment before a deeper crimson rushed up, and she glared at Yoko, both shy and annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Her voice trembled with embarrassment, and her eyes darted away, not daring to meet Yoko's knowing gaze. Yoko watched her pure reaction, becoming more certain of her guess, the smile on her face growing more playful. Yuki Akikawa felt incredibly uncomfortable under her gaze, her eyes darting frantically to the side. After stammering for a long time, she defended herself in a voice as low as a mosquito's hum, without even realizing the touch of grievance in it. He is still too young. Yoko nodded with a smile, patting her shoulder with an air of confidence. Don't you worry. I'll give you a gift tonight. I guarantee that after tonight, you two will be inseparable. Who knows, Nana might even get a little brother or sister. Before Yuki Akikawa could react, Yoko turned and walked out of the office with long strides. Hearing Yoko's parting words, the flush that had just faded from Yuki Akikawa's face crept back again, and even her ears felt scorching hot. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her erratic heartbeat. However, she didn't realize that she had subconsciously started treating Yoko as a friend. Yuki Akikawa steadied herself, smoothed out her slightly disheveled collar, and sat back in her office chair, feeling a hidden sense of anticipation for what Yoko's gift might be, and whether it would truly be as she said. Yoko got into her customized sports car and closed the door. She raised her left hand to her eyes, her fingers curling slightly, as if lingering on a sensation. In her mind, the image of Yuki Akikawa's incredibly pure appearance surfaced. It was simply too interesting. The smile at the corner of Yoko's mouth grew more pronounced, even slightly lewd. The texture really was quite good, so firm and perky. I really want to, she murmured to herself in realization. She stopped her dangerous thoughts just in time, shook her head, suppressed the slightly lewd smile on her face, and started the car. She sped off toward the city's largest shopping mall, She had to carefully pick a great gift to ensure they would be filled with passion. In a blink of an eye, it was 4 in the afternoon. Mugi and Yohei walked out of the teaching building side by side. "Old Mugi, make sure you arrive early tonight," Yohei said, bumping me with his elbow. I was about to speak, but my gaze crossed the crowd, and I caught sight of the familiar red beetle across the street. My eyes lit up, and I quickened my pace, walking toward the car. "I know," I answered without looking back. Yohei watched my eager back, shrugged, and muttered, "You prioritize a woman over your friends." I walked quickly to the car, expertly opened the passenger door, and sat inside. "Yuki Akikawa," I said as I buckled my seatbelt, looking over at Yuki Akikawa in the driver's seat with a smile. Yuki Akikawa turned her head to look at me, gave a soft, and then quickly looked away, starting the vehicle. The red beetle merged into the traffic and drove toward the kindergarten. Yuki Akikawa held the steering wheel, her gaze seemingly focused on the road ahead, but the corners of her eyes couldn't stop glancing at me in the passenger seat. The bold words Yoko had spoken in the office that afternoon, and that slightly over-the-top teaching session replayed in her mind like a film strip. Especially the way Yoko had performed the word darling, soft, sweet, and bone-numbing, lingered like a demonic sound. Her cheeks heated up uncontrollably, and even her ears were tinged with a thin layer of red. She coughed lightly, trying to use the action to cover up her discomfort. She opened her mouth, but the shame made it impossible for her to say those 2 words. After trying a few times, she gave up like a deflated balloon and kept her lips tightly sealed, giving up on the attempt. I noticed her subtle anomaly and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yuki Akikawa looked awkward and shook her head, her eyes avoiding my gaze as she said in a lower than usual voice, "No, nothing." I looked at her slightly red earlobes and frowned. I hadn't done anything, so why was she blushing? Was it because it was too hot? Thinking of this, I closed the window and turned up the air conditioning. Before long, the beetle slowed to a stop at the kindergarten entrance. We both stepped out of the car, and I reached out to hold Yuki Akikawa's hand naturally. Yuki Akikawa's fingers curled slightly for a moment, but upon feeling the warmth of my palm, she relaxed and let me hold her hand. She watched me walking in front of her, and a smile climbed onto the corners of her lips involuntarily. We stood side by side before the cold iron railings, peering inside together. On the kindergarten playground, the children were lining up under the guidance of the teacher, ready to leave school. Noisy laughter drifted over. We searched through the lively little figures, wanting to find that tiny silhouette immediately. Not far behind them in the crowd, a well-dressed, middle-aged woman was tapping her toes, looking around listlessly. Her gaze landed on my tall back. Ayumi was stunned. "Isn't that Mugi? What is he doing at the kindergarten?" As the person in front moved aside, she immediately saw me holding hands with a woman. A flash of surprise crossed Ayumi's eyes. "What's going on? Who is that cold-tempered woman next to Mugi? Could she be Mugi's girlfriend?" Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ayumi's face. "This rascal is doing well, getting a girlfriend so soon. And coming to pick up a little brother or sister, he's much braver than Yu. Ayumi muttered to herself, and almost subconsciously, she pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo. A soft click echoed. Ayumi sighed, looking at the blurry photo on her screen with regret. The distance was too great. She hadn't been able to capture the woman's face. Although she didn't see the face, the elegance was quite good, and she looked like a good match standing next to Mugi. Without overthinking, she tapped the screen and forwarded the photo to Fumi. The kindergarten gate opened and parents walked in an orderly fashion. I held Yuki Akikawa's hand, searching for our child among the noisy kids. A tiny figure ran through the group toward us. "Daddy, Mommy!" Nana's crisp voice was full of joy. I bent over and caught my daughter steadily, picking her up. The little girl immediately grabbed my neck. I smiled, held Yuki Akikawa's hand again, and turned toward the kindergarten exit, asking, "Was Nana happy today?" Nana nodded and smiled. "Happy! Today, Kaito even bought me cake. It was so delicious." Watching her daughter's happy appearance, Yuki Akikawa looked filled with joy and couldn't help but pinch her little cheek with indulgence. Little glutton! The family of 3 walked out of the kindergarten, laughing, and got into the red beetle. Nana sat in her child's safety seat, swaying her little legs, and looked up at me in the passenger seat, saying in a baby voice, "Daddy, Nana wants to eat beef stew with potatoes tonight. I turned to look at Nana and smiled. We aren't eating at home tonight. Nana's little face immediately fell, and she pouted her lips. I quickly added, Daddy is taking you to eat a big feast. A feast even better than beef stew with potatoes. Really? Nana's eyes brightened instantly, filled with anticipation. I nodded with a smile. Of course, it's true. Yay, big feast! Nana immediately cheered, forgetting all about the beef stew. Yuki Akikawa looked at the excited daughter in the back seat, and then at me, a gentle smile appearing on her lips unconsciously. Subsequently, I took out my phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, and a tired woman's voice came through. Why are you calling me? Let's get this straight. If you want money, I don't have any. I twitched the corner of my mouth and said, Sis, it's me. No kidding. I know it's you. Tell me, what is it? Uru's voice sounded somewhat impatient. Come over for dinner tonight, I said concisely. Uru on the other end was clearly stunned, and her tone turned surprised. Dinner? You're inviting me to dinner. Has the sun risen in the west? Since when did you have such a good conscience? She paused and suspected. You aren't trying to get me to pay the bill, are you? My temples throbbed as I explained. No, it's Yohei. He's moving, so we're all getting together. Oh, so Yohei is moving, Uru realized. Got it, I'll be over later. I responded, then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in a spacious apartment in the old district, Fumi was lying comfortably on a soft sofa. Hiroshi wore a fawning smile, pressing on her back with moderate force. Wife, how is this pressure? Is it all right? Hiroshi asked, his tone full of flattery. Fumi didn't even open her eyes, giving a lazy humph. If you're up to no good, you're up to no good. Speak, what do you want now? Are you out of money again? Hiroshi's hand paused, and his face immediately took on a serious expression as he questioned. What kind of talk is that? I'm just looking at how hard you've been working lately and wanted to help you relax. How did it become ill intent on your end? Fumi shot him a side glance without saying a word, but her expression clearly read, I'd be a fool to believe you. Hiroshi saw this look and immediately put on a fawning smile again, leaning in closer to whisper, Hee, you know me best, wife. Old Wang invited me to go fishing tomorrow afternoon. Fumi finally opened her eyes and glanced at him. Go ahead, just make sure you're back early. You got it, Hiroshi beamed, his massage movements becoming even more vigorous. Just then, the phone on the coffee table chimed with a notification. Fumi didn't get up, just raised her hand slightly. Hiroshi understood immediately, showing great perceptiveness as he picked up the phone and handed it to her. Fumi unlocked the screen and opened the chat interface with her sister-in-law, Ayumi. A photo popped up, and she clicked to enlarge it. Although the photo was a bit blurry and taken from a distance, Fumi recognized that tall silhouette at a glance. It was her son, Mugi. In the photo, I was holding a woman's hand. After the initial surprise, an irrepressible smile climbed onto Fumi's lips. Hiroshi saw his wife smiling so happily, and curiously leaned his head over to ask, What are you looking at? Why so happy? Fumi turned the screen toward him, pointing at the photo and laughing. Our son found a girlfriend. Hiroshi stared at the blurry photo for a long time, his brows gradually furrowing as he asked, It's just a back view. How can you tell it's our son? Fumi was speechless. I gave birth to him. Of course I can recognize him. When you go fishing, you can tell the species of fish from far away before it even bites the hook, so why can't you recognize your own son now? As she said this, she reached out and accurately pinched Hiroshi's ear, pulling slightly. Ow, ow, ow! Wife, it hurts! Hiroshi pleaded for mercy, his face breaking into a smile as he said, I'm just joking, I'm just teasing you. How could I not recognize our son? Fumi snorted and let go, but her look was full of warning. I think your mind is just entirely on fishing. That's it, you're not allowed to go tomorrow. Huh? Hiroshi's smile froze instantly, as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Fumi in disbelief and wailed, Don't do this, wife! I already promised old Wang! Fumi raised an eyebrow, unmoved. If you promised, then cancel it. Hiroshi felt as if the sky had collapsed. He slumped against the sofa, looking completely lifeless. In his heart, he screamed, "Why did he have to fall in love right now and ruin my big fishing plans?" Fumi ignored Hiroshi and returned her attention to the phone screen. She carefully examined the back of the woman being held by her son in the photo. Although blurry, the figure made her feel like she had seen it somewhere before. She tapped Hiroshi and asked, "Hey, do you think this girl's back looks familiar?" Hiroshi was still immersed in the grief of losing his fishing trip. He looked up absent-mindedly and cast a casual glance at the screen. The photo was already blurry, and his mind wasn't in it, so he just shook his head dismissively. "Familiar? It's just a back view, you must be seeing things." Fumi frowned, staring at the photo for a few more seconds. She felt she had seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall it for the moment. Was she really mistaken? She thought about it, but decided not to dwell on it. Since they were her son's partner, they would meet eventually. There was no rush. We soon arrived at the apartment complex where Yohei lived. I led them out of the elevator, went to the second floor, and knocked on the door. Soon the door opened from the inside, and Yohei, wearing casual clothes, appeared at the door. "Uncle Yohei," Nana called out sweetly first, then pointed at the milk dragon doll at her feet as if presenting a treasure. "Uncle, look, I brought the milk dragon too, so you won't be lonely tonight." Yohei heard this and his mouth twitched. He looked at me, his eyes questioning if she was serious. I coughed, averted my gaze, and led Yuki Akikawa and Nana straight inside. Yohei scanned the hallway and, not seeing the person he wanted to see, asked, "Where's your sister? Hasn't she arrived yet?" "She should be on her way," I replied casually. Yohei nodded. Fearing I would notice something odd, he stopped asking and led them toward the living room. As soon as Nana entered the living room, her eyes lit up. She let go of my hand and trotted over to the coffee table. She helped herself to a potato chip, popping it into her mouth, looking as relaxed as if she were in her own home. While eating, Nana looked around the living room, and not seeing a familiar face, she turned to Yohei and asked in her baby voice, "Uncle Yohei, didn't Godmother come?" Before Yohei could answer, the kitchen curtain was lifted, and Yoko came out carrying a plate of freshly washed grapes. "Godmother!" Nana exclaimed in surprise, dropping her bag of chips and running toward Yoko. Yoko set down the fruit plate, bent over to pat Nana's head, and smiled indulgently. "Nana's here. Did you miss Godmother?" As she spoke, she pinched Nana's cheek. "I did." Nana nodded vigorously, her voice loud and clear. Yoko was very happy to hear this. Although she hadn't fully accepted the godmother role, Nana was just too cute. Most importantly, hearing Nana call her that gave her the feeling of being a mother without the labor. However, what puzzled her most was how Yuki Akikawa, a woman who didn't even know how to act coy, could give birth to such a charming daughter. With this in mind, she couldn't help but look at Yuki Akikawa, who was sitting next to me. Yuki Akikawa happened to look at her at that moment. Their eyes met, and Yuki Akikawa suddenly recalled the scene from this morning and flushed crimson. She adjusted her glasses and looked away. Seeing this, Yoko's smile grew even wider. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The sound came again. I was about to stand up. But Yohei, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, was faster. He stood up and almost blurted out, "I'll get it, I'll get it." He walked quickly to the door, and one could even notice him subtly adjusting his clothes. The door opened, and there stood Uru. She was carrying a fruit basket in one hand and her bag in the other. When Yohei saw her, a hint of unnatural red seemed to appear on his cheeks. His eyes flickered and his voice dropped lower than usual. "Uru, you're here." Uru nodded, gave a faint, and walked past him into the house. I, in the living room, took in the whole scene, and my brows immediately furrowed. This son of a gun, was he just blushing? I muttered to myself, eyeing Yohei sharply. Yohei noticed my sharp gaze. By the time he turned to close the door, the awkwardness had vanished completely, and he looked normal again, as if nothing had happened. Nana also saw Uru, let go of Yoko, and ran over on her short legs to hug Uru's knee. "Nana!" Uru smiled, bent down to pick her up, and pinched her. Our Nana seems to have gained weight. Holding her, she naturally looked at Yoko, who had just come out of the kitchen, and then at Yohei, asking with a curious smile, "Girlfriend?" Yohei was stunned, then panic flashed across his face. He waved his hands to explain. "No, no! Sister Uru, don't misunderstand! This is my own sister, Yoko." Then he turned to Yoko and introduced, "Sister, This is Sister Uru, Mugi's sister. Yoko smiled at Yohei and then nodded to Uru. Uru nodded lightly while holding Nana, then walked to the living room to sit on the sofa. Yoko looked at her brother with interest. Yohei sensed his sister's gaze and his eyes flickered, not daring to meet her stare. Seeing his behavior, Yoko curled her lips into a knowing smile, having guessed Yohei's little secret, but she didn't expose him. Yohei cleared his throat and announced, "All right, everyone's here. Let's eat." Following his lead, everyone headed to the dining room. In the center of the table, the Mandarin duck hot pot was bubbling with red spicy broth and white fresh broth, and various ingredients filled the table. So much yummy food! Nana sat in her chair, eyes sparkling as she looked at the spread, full of anticipation. Yuki Akikawa smiled and put a small cooked fish ball in her bowl, cooling it down before giving it to her. I naturally picked up the serving chopsticks to add food to the pot and served the cooked beef to Yuki Akikawa. Yohei also eagerly served food to Uru, saying, "Sister Uru, try this tripe. I picked it out at the market myself. It's very fresh." Uru politely thanked him and swished the tripe in the spicy broth. Yoko watched her brother's fawning behavior and chuckled to herself. She looked at Nana opposite her and said with a smile, "Nana, this shrimp paste is also delicious." "Thank you, Godmother," Nana said, her mouth full, thanking her unclearly. After everyone had their fill, they sat in the living room to rest. Yohei came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit, placed it on the coffee table, and invited everyone. "Come and have some fruit to clear the palate." Yoko picked up a cherry and handed it to Nana beside her. The little girl happily opened her mouth to accept it. I leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the contentment of a meal. Just then, Yohei seemed to suddenly remember something. He slapped his thigh and stood up. "By the way, Mugi, you left some things at my place." Saying this, he turned and walked toward his bedroom. Yohei walked out carrying a slightly old cardboard box and placed it on the floor next to the coffee table. I raised an eyebrow at the box and asked casually, "Are you sure it's mine?" Yohei nodded with a serious face. "Unless it's mine?" A look of surprise appeared on my face, followed by confusion. When had I left my things at his place? Why didn't I remember? Nana was sitting on the sofa closest to the box. Hearing this, she curiously leaned over, poking her small head toward the box. Yohei smiled and reached out to open the box. Nana's little hand immediately reached in, fumbled around for a moment, and pulled out an object. It was a transparent, star-shaped glass jar filled with colorful little stars folded neatly, shimmering under the lights. Nana's eyes lit up instantly. She held the glass jar high, showing it off to everyone like a treasure. "Daddy, Mommy, look, this is so beautiful!" The eyes of Yuki Akikawa and Yoko turned toward it, and they saw Nana holding a full jar of stars in her hands. Uru also tilted her head to look. When she saw that jar of stars, a smile immediately curled at the corners of her lips. As for me, the moment I saw the glass jar, I froze. My eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't the one I folded when I was a kid, right? No way! This thing is still around?" Before I could speak, Uru, sitting on the sofa, smiled at her brother with a teasing tone. "You still have this? Don't tell me you're still thinking about that, first love, whose name you never told us." Saying this, she couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of mischief. When she said that, I couldn't hold my head up, especially feeling Yuki Akikawa's gaze landing on me. I quickly leaned toward Uru and lowered my voice, muttering, "Sis, you are my real sister. Do you really want to watch your brother's family fall apart?" Uru didn't care at all, gently patting my shoulder with a tone of comfort. "Oh, come on, who didn't have someone they secretly liked when they were a kid? Besides," she continued, "at that time you weren't even fully grown yet. What did you know about liking someone? Don't worry, Yuki Akikawa won't be angry." Saying that, she looked at Yuki Akikawa on the side. Yuki Akikawa didn't respond immediately. Even the curve of her lips didn't change, but the gaze she directed at me through her lenses became a bit dangerous. Feeling like I was sitting on needles, I gave a dry laugh, trying to explain that was all just childhood ignorance. Before I could go on, Nana tilted her little head and frowned. She pointed her small finger at the stars in the jar, then looked back at Yuki Akikawa and muttered in her baby voice, "These stars look just like the ones Mommy has." Once those words were out, The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze snapped toward me. The smile on my face stiffened instantly. I looked at Nana in total bewilderment, instinctively asking, "What do you mean they look like them?" Uru took her hand off her brother's shoulder, her smile fading. Her eyes turned complex. She patted me again, this time with more force. "Well done, Mugi! You really are something." Her tone was unclear whether it was praise or sarcasm. To actually take stars you folded while pining for someone else back then and use them to woo your wife. You really are something else. Standing on the side, Yohei watched my helpless, trapped expression. He didn't say a word, but silently gave me a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Yoko picked up her teacup and gently blew on the hot liquid, her peripheral vision sweeping over everyone. She seemed indifferent, but the subtle, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her interest in watching the drama. Yuki Akikawa remained silent, but the face that had been mild until now turned completely cold. She lowered her eyes, refusing to look at me, and her hands on her lap tightened involuntarily. Her heart felt blocked, bubbling up with an unexplainable sourness, grievance, and a hint of unspeakable sadness. I saw Yuki Akikawa's visibly depressed mood, and my heart tightened. I wanted to explain, but I didn't know where to start. Those stars were indeed folded by me when I was young, but they had absolutely nothing to do with any first love. Just as I was scratching my head in anxiety, Uru decided to twist the knife. She gently nudged me with her elbow and asked with a raised eyebrow, "You wouldn't have folded these for Imi, the girl from the Sato family, would you?" The name Imi Sato sent an even more subtle tension through the room. Yuki Akikawa looked up immediately. Her eyes hidden behind her lenses clearly reflected my face. My heart jumped when she looked at me like that, and I quickly waved my hands to explain, "Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? How is that possible? I never liked Emi Sato at all." My reaction was abnormally intense, and I denied it repeatedly, afraid that others wouldn't believe me. Seeing this, Yohei stood up very loyally and nodded heavily in agreement. Yes, I can testify to this. Mugi absolutely never liked Emi Sato." Upon hearing this, I shot a look of profound gratitude at Yohei, screaming in my heart, "Good brother!" I hadn't even finished letting out a sigh of relief when Yohei changed the subject and looked at Uru, asking with a look of reminiscence, "Sister Uru, do you remember? In the 7th grade, Mugi got food poisoning and was hospitalized for vomiting and diarrhea?" Uru was stunned by this abrupt question, then blinked and nodded. "I remember. It was quite serious. He stayed in the hospital for several days. So what does that have to do with this?" Yohei nodded and continued. "Of course it's related. Aunt Fumi and Uncle Hiroshi happened to be away, and you were at tutoring classes, so Aunt Fumi found a student to look after Mugi." Yohei paused at the right moment. Uru understood almost instantly, a look of realization dawning in her eyes as she looked at her brother. Good grief, no wonder this kid started acting like he was in love and wouldn't even say who it was. It turns out it was Mom who pulled the strings. Meanwhile, Yuki Akikawa, hearing these words, was slightly stunned before finally coming to the realization. The person Mugi liked when he was a child was her. The sourness and grievance from the first love vanished in an instant, replaced by a mixture of shock and a trace of undetectable sweetness. She looked up at me, her gaze no longer icy, but instead filled with a touch of gentleness. Those lips that had been tightly pursed, now unconsciously curved upward into a faint smile. I was currently burning with irritation at Yohei's loyal testimony, wishing I could rush over and grab his collar. I never expected this guy to have such a good memory. He could still remember this. At this moment, I felt Yuki Akikawa's gaze on me. I guiltily looked away, my face flushing red and then pale. I stammered a defense. I was young back then. Yuki Akikawa looked at my trapped, boyish appearance, the smile at the corner of her lips deepening, but she just watched me quietly without saying a word. I felt a chill under her gaze, my heart pounding like a drum, more nervous than when I was surrounded by everyone just a moment ago. I cleared my throat, just about to say something to salvage the situation, when I felt my pant leg being tugged gently. Nana had run to the front of me at some point, looking up with her big eyes flickering as she asked, "Daddy, can I have these beautiful stars?" I was stunned, and didn't even have time to open my mouth. Yuki Akikawa had already smiled and reached out, taking the glass jar from Nana's hands. She gently stroked Nana's head, her voice soft. "Be good, Nana. This was a gift your daddy gave Mommy a long time ago. It belongs to Mommy." I heard this, and the corner of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. I instinctively looked at my sister, Uru, hoping she would help me say something. However, Uru acted as if she hadn't received my plea for help, casually turning her head away with an air of complete detachment. I didn't give up and turned my pleading eyes toward my good brother, Yohei. Yohei was grinning and watching the drama. When he received my look, he was stunned for a second, then very naturally raised his hand, scratched his nose, and lowered his head, pretending to be a fool. I was completely speechless and silently withdrew my gaze, sighing in my heart. What kind of cheap friendship is this? Nana heard her mother's words, her little mouth pouting slightly, and a layer of moisture quickly welled up in her big eyes. She looked a bit unhappy, muttering, "But Nana likes these stars too." Yuki Akikawa squatted down and looked at her daughter patiently, coaxing her softly. "If Nana likes stars, we can have Daddy fold some new ones for you." Nana heard this, looked up with grievance, and fixed her big, watery eyes on me, her baby voice filled with deep anticipation. "Daddy, can you fold many, many stars for Nana?" Seeing her daughter's teary-eyed appearance, I couldn't harden my heart to refuse anymore. My heart softened, and I nodded quickly, my voice becoming noticeably gentler. "Of course I can." "Yay! Daddy is the best!" Nana immediately burst into a smile, happily throwing herself into my arms and rubbing her small head against my chest. Without realizing it, the hour hand on the wall clock quietly pointed to 9. Nana leaned against me, her little head bobbing as her eyelids fought to stay open. I noticed my daughter's drowsiness and looked down, seeing her little mouth slightly agape, breathing evenly. She was clearly exhausted. I looked up at everyone and said softly, "It's getting late. We should head back." Yuki Akikawa heard this and looked at her daughter in my arms, then nodded, saying, "Yes, it is time to go." Uru stood up and stretched, saying, "I have to go too. I have an early meeting tomorrow." After exiting the building, Yuki Akikawa walked over to her beetle. Just as she was about to open the door, Yoko called out to her, "Yuki, wait a moment." Yuki Akikawa turned back, looking at her with some confusion. Yoko walked quickly to her own sleek sports car parked nearby, opened the trunk, and took out a delicately packaged, flat box. She handed it to Yuki Akikawa with a smile and said, "This is a gift for you. Make the most of tonight." Yuki Akikawa met her gaze, feeling a bit shy, but took it with a smile before getting into the driver's seat. I carefully placed the now-asleep Nana into the child's safety seat in the back, tucked the small blanket around her, and only then did I get into the passenger seat. Uru walked to her car, waved at them, and said, "I'm off then. Drive safely," before speeding away. About 10 minutes later, the beetle arrived at our apartment building. I got out, went to the back, gently picked up the sleeping Nana, and turned to head upstairs. Yuki Akikawa turned off the engine, holding the leash for the milk dragon in one hand and the gift box from Yoko in the other following behind me. Back at the apartment, I carried Nana into the bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, took off her small jacket and shoes, covered her with a blanket, and then stepped out quietly. The living room was lit by only one lamp, casting a soft glow. Yuki Akikawa was standing by the dining table, drinking some water. I softened my footsteps as I approached her, hearing the noise. Yuki Akikawa looked at me, her eyes gentle and a slight smile curling her lips, though she said nothing. I stood beside her, hesitated for a moment, and finally explained, "About those stars. Honestly, I didn't even know her name back then. I was just a kid having a moment of madness, a bit impulsive, and that's why I had that little secret crush." My tone was uncomfortable, and my face felt quite embarrassed. Yuki Akikawa listened to me quietly, then nodded slightly. She didn't dwell on it, but instead asked a question that seemed to come out of nowhere. "Do you really not remember anything at all?" I frowned, not catching what she meant. I asked weakly, "Should I remember something?" Seeing my confused expression, Yuki Akikawa chuckled and shook her head without answering. She smiled as she picked up the gift box. Seeing her holding the item, I cleared my throat and pointed at the delicately packaged flat box, asking, "What is that?" Yuki Akikawa answered casually, "It's a gift from Nana's godmother." As she spoke, she used her slender fingers to untie the ribbon on the box and gently lifted the lid. The moment the lid opened, a vibrant purple color greeted us. It was a very boldly designed, hollowed-out, purple lace lingerie set. The thin, sheer material was clearly high quality, with delicate lace edges at the hem. Most importantly, there was also a toy included: rabbit ears, a rabbit tail, and a leather strap. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. My brain buzzed as if it had been struck by something heavy, and I stood there completely rigid. I stared wide-eyed at that thin gossamer piece of purple lingerie in the box, my Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. Yuki Akikawa was also stunned. A deep blush immediately spread across her fair cheeks, reaching even her earlobes. She instinctively tried to close the box, but her movements were a beat too slow. We met each other's eyes at the same time, the silent spark of electricity seeming to pass between us. My face turned bright red, even more so than Yuki Akikawa's, and the heat spread to my neck. I looked away, my heart pounding like a drum, not daring to look into her eyes again. Yet, despite trying to drive that vision of purple out of my mind, my brain couldn't stop imagining her fair skin and graceful silhouette. I caught a glimpse of her standing in front of me, eyes swirling with emotion, lips slightly parted. Meanwhile, Yuki Akikawa's mind was filled with shameful images of being completely overwhelmed. She was shocked by her own thoughts and quickly shook her head, not daring to continue down that path. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and my blood felt like it was boiling. A split second later, a warm sensation came from my nose. Something uncontrollable trickled out. I instinctively reached up to touch it, and my fingertips were covered in a smear of bright red. I had a nosebleed. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa flushed even deeper and looked away in a panic. In her flurry, she instinctively handed me the glass of water she had just been drinking from. I stared at the glass held out to me, stunned and silent. What did she mean by this? Was she serious about stopping a nosebleed with water? Yuki Akikawa saw me staring blankly at her without taking it, her cheeks burning hot. She looked up at me, saw the glass in her own hand, and suddenly realized she had grabbed the water glass, not a tissue. Oh! Her face turned completely red, like a ripe apple. She quickly pulled back her hand and placed the glass heavily on the table with a sharp clack. Not daring to look at me, she averted her eyes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. I'm gonna wash up. With that, she grabbed the box and rushed toward the bedroom as if fleeing from a predator. The door slammed shut with a bang, only I was left in the living room with the persistent warmth flowing from my nose. I quickly regained my senses, grabbed a tissue, but I couldn't seem to stop it. Yuki Akikawa rushed into the bedroom, her cheeks burning, slamming the door behind her and leaning against it, her heart still pounding wildly. She took a few deep breaths to calm down, looked down at the box in her hands, and felt another wave of heat. What kind of things is Yoko sending? She walked quickly into the bathroom, closed the door, and put the box on the vanity. After a moment of hesitation, she opened the lid again. Her gaze fell on the furry rabbit ear headband. On a whim, she reached out and picked it up. She looked in the mirror and hesitantly placed the rabbit ears on her head. Her long hair cascaded down, her cheeks were crimson, and those two cute white rabbit ears added a sense of playfulness and allure she didn't usually possess. Yuki Akikawa took one look and turned even redder, looking like a ripe tomato. She quickly snatched the ears off and threw them back into the box, as if they were burning her hands. She patted her burning cheeks, sneaked open the bathroom door, and peeked into the bedroom. I wasn't there yet. She breathed a sigh of relief and shoved the box into the deepest part of the closet, finally feeling at ease. After doing all that, she grabbed her light blue silk pajamas and returned to the bathroom to wash up. About half an hour later, she emerged from the bathroom with her hair damp and drying. As soon as she walked out, she saw me pushing open the bedroom door. Our eyes met briefly. I looked away unnaturally and cleared my throat, my voice somewhat raspy. I'm going to wash up. Having said that, I walked quickly to the closet, pulled it open, grabbed a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and sprinted into the bathroom as if running for my life. The door shut with a click. Yuki Akikawa watched my back as I fled and couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head and walked to the bed, watching Nana sleeping soundly with a satisfied smile on her face. Yuki Akikawa leaned over, gently moved Nana toward the inside of the bed to make enough room, then lifted the covers and laid down between Nana and the edge of the bed, turning on her side to face her daughter. Before long, the water in the bathroom stopped. I walked out wearing my t-shirt and shorts, my hair still slightly damp. I saw the silhouette of Yuki Akikawa in the middle of the bed, her back toward me. Her long hair spread across the pillow, leaving only a graceful, slender profile. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and walked over hesitantly. I lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down beside her. The mattress dipped slightly, with her back to me. Yuki Akikawa could clearly feel the movement of me lying down, and the crisp, clean scent of a post-shower man, mixed with a hint of male pheromones. Her breathing instantly grew shallow and tense, her heart skipping a beat. She didn't open her eyes, but gripped Nana tighter in her arms, a sense of inexplicable anticipation rising in her heart. I lay down, but remained very proper and stayed still. I inhaled the faint, sweet scent coming from Yuki Akikawa's hair and body, but my mind was uncontrollable, imagining her in that purple lace and those rabbit ears. I swallowed hard again, feeling feverish and agitated, but dared not make a single extra move, fearing I wouldn't be able to restrain myself. I closed my eyes, trying desperately to purge those swirling images from my mind, but the more I resisted, the clearer they became. Yuki Akikawa waited for a moment, but the person behind her remained completely still. He didn't wrap his arms around her like usual, and he even deliberately softened his breathing. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit confused. Why wasn't he holding her? Before she could overthink it, I, lying beside her, shifted outward, putting more distance between us. Yuki Akikawa noticed my movement, and a sense of disappointment washed over her. Was she not charming enough? Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and quietly shuffled in my direction. I had just managed to breathe a small sigh of relief after shifting away, when my nose was suddenly enveloped by that familiar, sweet scent once more. Yuki Akikawa had actually followed me, her soft body pressed almost entirely against my arm. Her natural fragrance was like a gentle feather, lightly tickling my strained nerves and rushing straight to my brain. I froze, my internal alarm bells ringing loudly. No way! How can anyone withstand this kind of test? Before I could react, or even think about how to handle the situation, Yuki Akikawa suddenly made a new move. With a graceful turn, she flipped over to face me directly. In the darkness, I could feel her warm breath gently hitting my cheek. I trembled, and in the next instant, Yuki Akikawa's soft, warm hand accurately grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were slightly cool, but the texture was so delicate that my heart skipped a beat. Before I could react, I felt an irresistible force pulling at my wrist. Caught off guard, my body followed her lead, and we ended up face to face. Immediately after, she gently placed my hand on her slender waist. The sensation of her softness, felt through the thin silk pajamas, made my palm feel as if it had been branded by a hot iron. Before I could recover from this series of events, Yuki Akikawa had already wrapped her arms around my waist, her soft body clinging tightly to mine. She buried her small head into the crook of my neck, her hair brushing against my chin, ticklish and warm. With her soft, fragrant embrace filling my arms, a loud boom went off in my head, and my mind went completely blank. Yuki Akikawa held me tightly, the corners of her lips curling upward. Feeling the warmth and the firmness of my muscles, her heart beat rapidly, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. However, just as she was immersed in this sudden intimacy, she suddenly noticed something very hard pressing against her lower abdomen. Yuki Akikawa opened her eyes wide, and her body instantly stiffened. A wave of heat rushed from her feet to her head. Her cheeks exploded into a deep red, even redder than when she saw that purple lingerie, almost as if it could drip blood. Yuki Akikawa buried her head deeper, wishing she could find a crack in the floor to hide in, her earlobes burning red. The atmosphere from the living room seemed to have followed them into the bedroom, reaching its peak. The air was filled with heart-pounding tension, and, in the quiet room, only the sound of their increasingly heavy and ragged breathing remained. As time ticked by, the person in my arms began to breathe steadily and deeply, clearly having fallen into a dream, but I was wide awake. Yuki Akikawa was almost pressed completely against me, her soft scent constantly drifting into my nose, and my chest was tightly occupied by her warmth. I lay there stiffly, not daring to move a muscle. I tried to gently shift the arm she had draped over my waist, hoping to create just a little bit of distance. However, the moment I moved, Yuki Akikawa whimpered like a startled kitten. She tightened her arm, curled further into my embrace, and nuzzled her head into my neck, finding a more comfortable position. I instantly gave up the struggle, fearing I might wake her. Fine, just like this then, I thought, closing my eyes and trying hard to ignore the anomaly in my body and the unsettling softness against my chest. But the harder I tried to ignore it, the clearer my senses became. How could I possibly fall asleep? I opened my eyes in the darkness, sighed helplessly, and stared blankly at the ceiling. The next morning, I stared at the ceiling with two heavy, dark circles under my eyes. The exhaustion of a sleepless night washed over me like a tide. Yuki Akikawa, still lying on top of me, was sleeping soundly, a faint smile on her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. One of her legs was casually draped over me, and she had wrapped herself around me like an octopus. Suddenly, I felt some rustling movement from the side. I turned my head slightly and glanced out of the corner of my eye. Nana was awake, lying on the edge of the bed with her small hands propping up her chin. Her big, bright eyes were twinkling with curiosity and amusement as she watched her mommy and daddy tightly wrapped in each other's arms. Yuki Akikawa seemed to sense something too. Her long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She blinked groggily, and the first thing that came into her view was her daughter's large, smiling face. Ah! Yuki Akikawa's face turned bright red, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. She instinctively realized the position she was in, hugging me tightly with most of her body on top of me, and wished she could disappear. She quickly made a "ish" gesture to Nana, whispering, "Be good, Nana. Don't wake Daddy up. Daddy is still sleeping." Nana tilted her small head at her mother's words. She looked at me, saw that my eyes were partially closed, then looked back at her mother. Though a bit confused, she obediently covered her mouth with her small hand, her large eyes filled with suppressed laughter. Seeing this, Yuki Akikawa felt a wave of relief, though her face remained flushed. She carefully, bit by bit, slid off me, fearing she might wake me. When she finally disentangled herself and sat up to look at me, she realized I hadn't been sleeping at all. I was lying there with wide eyes, two visible dark circles, and a complex look of fatigue and unexplainable emotion on my face as I watched her. The air went stagnant. Yuki Akikawa's cheeks grew even hotter. She cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment, her voice raspy. "You're awake." I didn't speak, just shifted my stiff body slightly. Yuki Akikawa looked at my weary expression, a flicker of apology surfacing in her heart. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Why don't I take Nana to kindergarten today? You should rest a little longer." I shook my head, my voice hoarse. "No need. I have an 8 a.m. class today." Yuki Akikawa listened to my raspy voice and saw the dark circles under my eyes. She nodded, blushing, not knowing what else to say. She turned to look at Nana beside her. The little girl was still covering her mouth, her amusement nearly overflowing. Yuki Akikawa felt ashamed and gently poked Nana on the forehead with her index finger, muttering, "Little rascal." She picked Nana up from the bed and hurried into the bathroom. Only when the bathroom door closed did I finally feel the weight lifted off my shoulders. I let out a long, deep sigh and collapsed back into the soft mattress. I covered my eyes with my arm, whispering in exhaustion, "This is truly torture. Every second of last night was absolute ecstasy and absolute agony." After catching my breath for a while, I pulled back the covers, sat up slowly, rubbed my stiff neck, and walked toward the bathroom. Just as I reached the door, it opened from the inside. Yuki Akikawa came out carrying a freshly washed Nana. The little girl was humming a random tune, clearly in a great mood. Seeing me at the door, Yuki Akikawa paused, a faint flush creeping onto her cheeks again. She instinctively looked down, not daring to meet my gaze, and hurried past me with Nana in her arms, looking every bit the shy, newlywed bride. I watched her hurried, retreating figure without saying a word, a faint smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of my lips. After a quick wash, the family of 3 headed out. Before long, the car pulled up to the kindergarten entrance. We walked hand in hand toward the gate. At the entrance, Nana stopped, looked up at Yuki Akikawa, then at me, and pointed to her left and right cheeks with her soft fingers, babbling coquettishly, "Daddy, Mommy, kiss." Yuki Akikawa and I exchanged a look, our smiles filled with doting love for our daughter. We instinctively squatted down at the same time, each of us planting a kiss on Nana's chubby little cheeks. A huge smile bloomed on Nana's face, her eyes curving into 2 cute crescents. Happily waving her small hand, she shouted, "Bye-bye, Daddy and Mommy!" before turning and skipping into the kindergarten. Yuki Akikawa and I stood there, watching our daughter's small figure head into the school, both of us wearing gentle smiles. Only when Nana disappeared around the corner did we straighten up. We withdrew our gazes, our eyes meeting briefly before darting away as if shocked by electricity. Yuki Akikawa broke the silence first. She turned slightly, hair brushing against her cheek, and said softly, "I'll drive you to school." I nodded, and we got into the car, one after the other. Yuki Akikawa started the engine and drove toward University A. The cabin was quiet for a while. Having barely slept, I leaned back in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, my mind wandering. Yuki Akikawa focused on driving, but occasionally glanced at the man beside her. The dark circles under my eyes made her heart ache with guilt once more. A moment later, the car pulled up smoothly at the university gate. "We're here," Yuki Akikawa said softly. I regained my composure, unbuckled my seatbelt, and before pushing the car door open, I instructed, "Drive safely on your way." Yuki Akikawa nodded in agreement. Once those words were spoken, I got out, closed the door, and was just about to turn toward the school gate. Yuki Akikawa's voice came from behind. I stopped and looked back, puzzled, at her in the driver's seat. Yuki Akikawa took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind about something. She unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and got out. She walked quickly toward me and stopped. She lowered her head slightly, a suspicious blush staining her fair cheeks. Then she reached out with her slender fingers and gently tapped her own smooth cheek. I frowned slightly, not grasping her meaning for a moment. What was she trying to say? Seeing that I didn't move, Yuki Akikawa's cheeks turned even redder. She raised her eyes, gave me a fleeting glance, and quickly looked down again. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet it clearly reached my ears. A kiss. I froze, my whole body went stiff. I even suspected that I was hallucinating from staying up too late. Was she really saying that to me? Seeing that I still had no reaction, the courage she had mustered evaporated, replaced by an indescribable sense of disappointment. She slowly raised her eyes to look at me, her gaze flickering with a touch of hidden grievance and sadness. Had she been too forward? As I looked at her pitiful appearance, my heart was hit hard. A wave of uncontrollable heat surged from deep within me, rapidly spreading through my limbs. I swallowed hard. In that moment, I wanted to pin Yuki Akikawa down and make her mine. Yuki Akikawa sensed the unconcealed possessiveness in my eyes and trembled slightly. Far from feeling repelled, a secret pleasure surged within her. She took a deep breath and took a small step forward, narrowing the distance between us. Then, to my surprise, she rose slightly on her tiptoes, and her soft lips gently brushed against my cheek. I felt as if a spell had been cast on me, and I stood rooted to the spot. My mind went blank. All I could feel was the soft, warm touch on my cheek, and the faint, unique fragrance of Yuki Akikawa. She pulled back as soon as she made contact. The blush on her cheeks had spread to her earlobes. Struggling to stay calm, her voice trembling slightly, she said, "I'll come pick you up after class at noon, and we'll go back to the Akikawa family home together tonight." Having said that, she didn't dare look at me again. She turned around shyly and hurried back to the driver's seat. It wasn't until the car disappeared from view that I was finally released from my trance. I subconsciously raised my hand and touched the cheek Yuki Akikawa had just kissed. It seemed to still hold the softness and warmth of her lips, along with a lingering trace of her scent. An indescribable ecstasy surged through me like an electric current. My lips curled upward uncontrollably, and my eyes were filled with disbelief. She had actually kissed me. My heart hammered uncontrollably. The fatigue and drowsiness from last night seemed to vanish, replaced by an unreal sense of happiness, as if I were in a dream. Hey, just as I was lost in this sudden sweetness, smiling like an idiot, a familiar voice rang out from behind me, followed by a nudge to my arm. I snapped back to reality, though the smile on my face hadn't fully faded. I saw Yohei holding a half-eaten bun in one hand and soy milk in the other, frowning at me with a strange expression. "What are you standing at the school gate for early in the morning, grinning like a fool? Are you possessed or just lovesick?" Yohei looked me up and down, full of concern. My smile froze and vanished instantly, replaced by my usual aloof expression. I glanced at Yohei and retorted, "None of your business," As I spoke, I caught him off guard and snatched the bag of buns he was holding, taking one for myself. "Hey! My bun!" Yohei was caught by surprise and wailed as he watched me eat his breakfast. I chewed the bun and said vaguely, "Whatever." Without minding his protest, I turned and strode into the school. Neither of them noticed Kaori Natsume watching everything from beneath a camphor tree nearby. She widened her eyes in disbelief. It turned out Mugi really did have someone he liked. Just as Kaori Natsume was lost in thought, a sound of an engine approached, and within a few breaths, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up to the roadside. The door opened, and a bodyguard in a black suit stepped out of the passenger seat and respectfully opened the back door. Yu stepped out of the car. A bright smile on her face, she waved in Kaori Natsume's direction. "Kaori!" She lifted her skirt and prepared to walk over. Another person stepped out of the car, a graceful, noble woman in her 40s, well-maintained and wearing a tailored champagne-colored suit. "Yu," the woman called out softly to stop her. Yu stopped and turned around with a sweet response. The woman walked over to Yu and gently smoothed a lock of hair from her forehead. Her eyes filled with doting love. "Mom isn't against you dating, but you must protect yourself, okay?" Yu hugged the woman's arm with a spoiled air and leaned her head on her shoulder. "I know, don't worry about me." The woman smiled at her daughter's antics and patted her hand. In the distance, the moment Kaori Natsume saw the woman's face, her heart skipped a beat and her pupils constricted. She was shocked. Her best friend's mother looked remarkably similar to Mugi's girlfriend. If it weren't for the obvious difference in age and temperament, Kaori Natsume would have thought she was mistaken. A bold guess sprang to mind. Mugi's girlfriend was Uyu's older sister. Once this thought took hold, Kaori Natsume's mind flashed back to the movie she had watched late last night, the sister-in-law falling in love with the brother-in-law. Oh my god, this was so scandalous, just as Kaori Natsume was letting her imagination run wild. Yu walked over to Kaori Natsume and affectionately took her arm, still wearing that bright sunny smile. "Kaori, what were you staring at? You looked like your soul had flown away." Kaori Natsume was brought back by her crisp voice. Her heart thumped and she quickly hid her internal turmoil. She forced a rigid smile and shook her head. "Nothing, just... I saw your mother and thought she was very elegant." Yu lifted her chin proudly. "Of course, my mother is a great beauty." Kaori Natsume let out a sigh of relief as she saw Yu suspecting nothing. She snuck a glance at Yu and couldn't help but ask, "Yu, do you have an older sister?" Yu blinked her beautiful eyes and shook her head. "No. Why?" She looked at Kaori Natsume with curiosity. Kaori Natsume waved her hand, her gaze shifting. "Oh, nothing. I was just asking. Was it really just a coincidence?" "Oh, God," Kaori Natsume muttered to herself, trying to suppress that unreliable thought. Maybe she had just been too influenced by the movie she watched last night. She took a deep breath, decided to drop the issue, and turned back to Yu. "Right, Yu, do you still intend to keep chasing Mugi?" Yu didn't even think, a look of determination lighting up her beautiful face. "Of course I'll keep chasing him!" Kaori Natsume stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Yu sternly, her tone darkening. "Mugi has made it very clear. He doesn't like you. Why are you being so persistent? Just give up." Yu was indifferent. She flipped her smooth hair and curled her lips in a confident smile. "Whether he likes me or not is his business. My liking him is mine. I believe that as long as I persist, I'll be able to win him over one day." Kaori Natsume frowned deeply. She didn't want her best friend to stray further down the wrong path, nor did she want her to become a homewrecker. She took a deep breath and tried to persuade her. "Yu Mugi, he already has a girlfriend. What you're doing is interfering in someone else's relationship, you know?" "Interfering?" Yu acted as if she had heard a funny joke. She raised an eyebrow dismissively. "You can't put it that way. They aren't even married. This is called bravely fighting for my own happiness. How can it be called interfering?" Kaori Natsume was stunned by this justification. She couldn't believe these words were coming from her best friend. She jerked her arm away from Yu and stepped back, looking at her in disbelief, her voice trembling. "You know he has a girlfriend and you still want to pursue him? If that's not being a Third party, what is? UIU opened her mouth as if to explain. But Kaori Natsume didn't want to hear it. She looked at UIU with disappointment, sighed, and said with exhaustion and finality, "If you are truly determined to interfere in someone else's relationship, then let's stop being best friends." After these words, Kaori Natsume didn't look at UIU again and turned to walk straight into the school gate. UIU stood stunned in place watching Kaori Natsume's retreating figure. The smile on her face gradually froze. Could it be... does Kaori know something? Or perhaps, does she know about the relationship between me and Yuki Akikawa? Mugi and Yohei walked into the classroom one after another, finding 2 seats toward the back. As soon as I sat down, the exhaustion from last night washed over me like a tide. I yawned, my eyelids fighting to stay open, my head bobbed, and I was on the verge of falling asleep on the desk. Yohei finished his half-eaten bun and took a large gulp of soy milk. Turning, he saw me looking like I was about to pass out. He nudged me with his elbow and lowered his voice. "Hey Mugi, what did you do last night? You didn't sleep?" I squinted, my voice thick with sleepiness as I mumbled, "It's not just that I didn't sleep well. I didn't sleep at all." Yohei's eyes widened. He leaned closer, teasing, "Wow, you're really that desperate? Even if you are, you have to be careful with the kid around." I was stunned by his random remark, but then I realized what he meant. I was speechless. I rolled my eyes, looked at Yohei listlessly, and said, "I'm too tired to explain it to you." Yohei chuckled and didn't press further, changing the subject instead. "By the way, which hospital does Uru work at?" I narrowed my eyes slightly and looked at Yohei with a questioning gaze. Before I could speak, Yohei waved his hands hurriedly. "I have a physical checkup in a couple of days, and I wanted to have Uru take a look at it for me." Upon hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, looking at Yohei like he was a monster, and asked with a strange tone, "You, a grown man, want a gynecological exam?" Yohei almost spat out his soy milk. He coughed violently, his face turning red. "What gynecologist? It's for my mom and my sister. I just thought Uru would be more reliable as a doctor." I suddenly realized what he meant, the strange look fading from my eyes. I nodded, rubbing my throbbing temples, and said, "Fine, I'll ask later and send you the hospital address." Yohei's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, nodding repeatedly, looking very happy. I was so exhausted that I didn't even notice the change in him. I just put my head on the desk and closed my eyes. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Akikawa group in the CEO's office, Yuki Akikawa sat in her chair, the corners of her lips curling upward uncontrollably. Resting her chin on one hand, she stared at a potted plant on the desk, the smile on her face growing wider, looking a bit silly, mixed with an indescribable shyness. Just then the office door was pushed open and Assistant Chen walked in. The moment she saw her boss, she froze. The usually stern, high-pressure Yuki Akikawa was actually giggling. That smile carried a girlish shyness and a sweetness that was completely unlike the decisive, Ice Queen CEO she was every day. Assistant Chen wondered if she had been working too long and was hallucinating. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes and looked again. Yes, she was definitely smiling, and very sweetly at that. Assistant Chen felt numb, a storm rising in her heart. Who on earth turned their wise and powerful boss into this? Yuki Akikawa was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice Assistant Chen enter until she felt a gaze on her. She looked up and met Assistant Chen's eyes. The smile on Yuki Akikawa's face froze instantly, and in a split second, she regained her usual cold, distant demeanor. She coughed lightly to cover up the lapse and asked in her calm, professional voice, "What is it?" Assistant Chen was startled by the sudden shift. She quickly lowered her head, suppressing her internal shock, and reported respectfully, "CEO Akikawa, Yoko is here." Yuki Akikawa frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Let her in." "Yes," Assistant Chen replied, as if granted an escape, and quickly hurried out of the office. Before long, the office door was pushed open again. A beautiful figure walked in, Yoko. She was wearing a crisp white pantsuit today, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face wore a bright, arrogant smile. Yoko clicked her heels as she walked straight to Yuki Akikawa's desk. She leaned her hands on the edge of the desk, looking directly at Yuki Akikawa, and asked with a laugh, Did you like the gift I gave you yesterday? Yuki Akikawa's face flushed red, and even her ears grew hot. She glared at Yoko and snapped, "What kind of sane person gives that as a gift?" Yoko laughed even harder at her shy and angry reaction. She stood up straight, crossed her arms, and raised an eyebrow. "You can't say that! If I didn't give you that, how would you have landed Mugi?" She looked Yuki Akikawa up and down with an inquisitive, mischievous glint in her eyes. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "You didn't actually use it, did you?" Yuki Akikawa coughed lightly and looked away, not answering the question. Yoko saw her evasiveness and knew exactly what it meant. Frustrated, she reached out and poked Yuki Akikawa on the forehead. "Such a good opportunity, how could you not take advantage of it?" Yuki Akikawa leaned back slightly from the poke and murmured, "Isn't it? A bit too early for that." "Too early?" Yoko acted as if she had heard a preposterous joke. "Wake up, Yuki Akikawa! I'm in university now. Do you have any idea how many young, beautiful, and proactive girls are around him? Aren't you afraid he'll get snatched away?" Yuki Akikawa shook her head, not showing much panic but rather a hint of confidence. "I trust him." Yoko was almost annoyed to laughter at her calm demeanor. She took a deep breath, reached out with both hands, and gently held Yuki Akikawa's face, forcing her to look at her. "My dear CEO, men are visual creatures. They love young, beautiful, energetic girls." Yoko's eyes were sharp as she spoke word for word. "Do you really have no sense of crisis at all?" Yuki Akikawa met her serious gaze, blinked, and said, "But I'm young and beautiful too." "For now," Yoko interrupted her mercilessly, "what about in a few years? When you're busy with work and gradually lose your age advantage, what will you have to compete with those endless young girls?" This question left Yuki Akikawa silent for a moment. She thought about it carefully and replied with a flat tone, "I have wealth." Yoko fell silent as well. The atmosphere in the office became heavy. After a moment, Yoko let go of her face and looked at her with complex eyes. "When men get money, they turn bad. Do you want him to spend your money on keeping young women on the side?" Upon hearing this, a look of tension appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face. She shook her head. She couldn't imagine such a scenario. She looked up at Yoko and asked anxiously, "Then, what do you suggest?" Yoko's lips curled up, and she said confidently, "To catch a man's heart, you must first catch his stomach." Yuki Akikawa fell silent, her gaze landing on Yoko's face with curiosity and uncertainty. "Does that really work?" Seeing her hesitation, Yoko nodded heavily, looking more serious than ever. "Of course it works," she said, tone as firm as if it were absolute truth. Yuki Akikawa frowned, a look of difficulty on her face, and her voice lowered. "But I don't know how to cook." She thought for a second and added, "I only know how to boil noodles, and only plain ones at that." "If you don't know how, you can learn." Yoko waved her hand dismissively. "Cooking is simple. Just look at some online tutorials and you'll get it in 2 glances. Besides, you're so smart. What don't you pick up quickly?" Yuki Akikawa nodded thoughtfully, feeling there was some logic to it. She looked up at Yoko and asked with curiosity, "Do you know how?" Yoko was on a roll and answered without thinking, "I don't." The air in the office seemed to freeze for an instant. The bit of expectation on Yuki Akikawa's face vanished, leaving only silence. She looked at Yoko and muttered, "You don't even know, and you're teaching me?" Yoko realized she had let it slip, but she was thick-skinned and didn't show any embarrassment. Instead, she puffed out her chest and said righteously, "Hey, it doesn't matter if I can or not. The important thing is that the method works. Trust me." Yuki Akikawa looked at her with deep suspicion. After a while, she asked, "Where did you learn this from?" "I read it in a novel," Yoko answered honestly. Yuki Akikawa fell into silence again, this time for even longer. She felt her temples throbbing and began to wonder if letting Yoko into her office today was a mistake. She frowned and asked again, "Is this reliable?" "Of course it's reliable," Yoko patted her chest, guaranteeing. "I'm telling you, that book is super popular." The male lead was super cold at first, but the female lead used her cooking skills to make him delicious food every day, and eventually, his heart melted. She became more and more excited. And at the end, the male and female leads are so happy. Yoko leaned in close to Yuki Akikawa. They even had 8 kids in one pregnancy. 8 kids in one pregnancy? She took a deep breath, silently muttering, "That's way too many." The house would turn into a kindergarten. She already felt satisfied with just Nana, but then she thought, sometimes Nana does look a bit lonely at home. If she had a younger brother or sister to keep her company, that wouldn't be bad. But what if the 2 kids don't get along and fight every day? That would be an even bigger headache. Who would mediate? Well, I'll just have one more. 3 children. When there is conflict, there will always be someone who can act as the peacemaker, right? Thinking of this, a smile rose unconsciously on her face, and her eyes softened, only to be replaced by a trace of worry. 3? Would that be too many? Would he be willing? Kyoko looked at the ever-changing expression on Yuki Akikawa's face, from being lost in thought to her lips curling up unconsciously, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She reached out and waved her hand in front of Yuki Akikawa, asking curiously, "CEO Akikawa?" Yuki Akikawa was pulled back to reality by her voice. Her cheeks flushed hot, and she hurriedly restrained her silly smile. Shaking her head unnaturally, her voice carried a hint of shyness. Nothing. Who was Kyoko? She saw through her little thoughts at a glance. Seeing her flushed cheeks and flickering eyes, she couldn't help but reveal a playful smile, eyeing Yuki Akikawa up and down. SS's? Her face is so red and she says it's nothing? Kyoko leaned closer and lowered her voice, whispering, "Are you thinking about how to use your future, excellent culinary skills to completely conquer Mugi and then have 8 children in one go?" She deliberately drew out the final tone. Yuki Akikawa felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. She coughed unnaturally, avoiding Kyoko's probing gaze, and her voice dropped lower. "I will try my best." Upon hearing this, Kyoko's smile grew even brighter, nodding in satisfaction. She reached out and patted Yuki Akikawa on the shoulder, wearing an expression of relief. "That's the spirit. I'll come to check the results in a few days. You better work hard and don't disappoint me. Your sister here is rooting for you." After saying this, she turned around in satisfaction and left the CEO's office. The office door closed again. Yuki Akikawa sat alone in the office chair, but her lips couldn't help curling upward. However, when she recalled the look of disgust on my face when I first ate the noodles she made, her heart sank a little. She suddenly remembered that she was going to take me and Nana to the family estate tonight, so she hurriedly picked up the phone beside her and called grandmother. Meanwhile, at the Akikawa family estate, Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa were sitting in the living room, happily looking at photos of Nana at kindergarten. The smiles on their faces never faded. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, the phone beside them rang. Grandmother Akikawa glanced at her husband. Grandfather Akikawa put down the photos with impatience and picked up the phone while grumbling. When he saw it was his granddaughter calling, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Hello?" However, before Grandfather Akikawa could finish speaking, Grandmother Akikawa had already snatched the phone from his hand with quick reflexes. "Yuki? It's Grandma." Grandmother Akikawa's voice was full of affection and joy. Seeing this, Grandfather Akikawa didn't get angry. Instead, he hurriedly leaned over, his ear pressed tightly against the phone receiver, afraid of missing a single bit of his granddaughter's voice. From the other end of the line, Yuki Akikawa's cool voice came through. The smile on Grandmother Akikawa's face deepened, and she asked softly, "Yuki, is something the matter?" Yuki Akikawa took a deep breath and said, "I'm coming back to the estate for dinner tonight. Please ask Sra Tanaka to prepare some extra food." Grandmother Akikawa's joy was overflowing. She and Grandfather Akikawa beside her exchanged glances, both seeing the undisguised excitement in the other's eyes. Their granddaughter's partner and their great-granddaughter were coming back together. Grandmother Akikawa nodded repeatedly at the phone, her voice even trembling slightly. "Good, good, good. Grandma knows now. I will definitely have Sra Tanaka prepare extra." Listening to her grandmother's excited voice, Yuki Akikawa's lips curled up unconsciously as she responded softly, "I'll hang up first. I still have work at the company. See you tonight." "Take care on the road," Grandmother Akikawa instructed. After hanging up the phone, Grandmother Akikawa excitedly grabbed Grandfather Akikawa's arm and shook it vigorously, her smile radiant. "Old man, did you hear? We are finally going to see our granddaughter's partner and our great-granddaughter. Grandfather Akikawa was also beaming, nodding excitedly. The wrinkles on his face smiled like a flower. I heard! This girl finally brought them back! Great! On the other side, after Yuki Akikawa hung up, Kyoko's warped theory of, quote, capturing a man's heart through his stomach kept circling in her mind. She bit her lip, picked up her phone again, and her fingertips tapped hesitatingly on the screen, searching for quick cooking tutorials for beginners. A dazzling array of results popped up on the screen, and Yuki Akikawa felt overwhelmed. Her gaze stayed on the most common home-cooked dish: stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Every step in the video tutorial was explained clearly. Yuki Akikawa watched it with extreme seriousness, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were studying an important business plan. So it's actually this simple. After watching the video once, she murmured to herself, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was much easier than she had imagined, and a sense of inexplicable confidence began to sprout in her heart. Her mind couldn't help but picture what it would be like if she actually learned how to cook. Perhaps on a cozy evening, the sunset glow would spill through the window into the kitchen. She would be wearing an apron, busy at the stove. I would gently hug her from behind, resting my chin on the crook of her neck, my voice low and gentle. What delicious food is my wife making today? And Nana would hold on to her, looking up with her little face, and call out in a milky voice, Mommy, Nana wants to eat the food Mommy made. When the fragrant meal was served on the table, I would take a bite, raise my eyebrows in surprise, eyes full of appreciation. Wife, the food you made is delicious. Nana would also imitate the adults, nodding her head vigorously. The food Mommy makes is the best in the world. Thinking of these things, Yuki Akikawa's cheeks were stained with a blush, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl upward, revealing a somewhat silly smile. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Yuki Akikawa's thoughts. She snapped back to reality. The blush on her face quickly faded, and that silly smile vanished instantly. She cleared her throat and regained her usual cold, professional tone as CEO. The office door was pushed open. Assistant Chen walked in holding documents and said respectfully, "This document requires your signature." Yuki Akikawa reached out to take the file and looked down as she flipped through it. When she saw the words Follow-up Cooperation Intent Letter on the title, her movements paused slightly. She raised her eyes to look at Assistant Chen, asking in a flat voice, "Was this sent by Kyoko?" Assistant Chen shook her head and reported truthfully, "No, CEO Akikawa. This document was sent by people from Old Lady Kenji's side." Upon hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's eyes turned icy. She tossed the document back onto the desk and said coldly, "Tell Kyoko to come and negotiate this contract with me in person. Anyone else is out of the question." Assistant Chen felt a chill, hurriedly lowered her head and replied, "Yes, CEO." Just as she was about to retreat, Yuki Akikawa called out to her again. "Wait," Yuki Akikawa said. "Push all of this afternoon's work to tomorrow." "Yes, CEO." Assistant Chen responded before quietly retreating from the office. Near noon, I walked out of a shop nearby, side by side with Kenji. Kenji's gaze fell on a small paper bag I was carrying, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Kenji raised an eyebrow and asked, "Old Mugi, why are you buying heart-saving pills? Has life been too exciting lately?" I sighed lightly and explained, "They're not for me. Yuki and I are taking Nana to eat at her grandparents' house tonight." I paused and continued, "I'm afraid her grandparents will be too excited, and if they get scared into having an incident, that wouldn't be good." Kenji pondered for a moment, then realized, "You mean Yuki Akikawa hasn't told her grandparents about Nana yet, but she's bringing you back to the family estate?" I nodded and added, "Yeah, but they know of my existence, and I assume they've already looked into Nana's as well." Kenji opened his mouth wide, looking surprised. Then he changed the subject. "Since she's already brought you home to meet the parents, what about your parents? When do you plan to confess this to them?" I sighed and said in a low voice, "Let's get through tonight first. As for my parents, I still want to live a few more years." Kenji patted my shoulder sympathetically. "This can't be hidden for long. It's gonna happen sooner or later." I looked at Kenji, forcing a reluctant smile as if to say, "I know, you don't have to remind me." Kenji didn't want to pressure me, So he joked, "However, when you do decide to confess to your parents, don't forget to tell me in advance. I'll book the best VIP hospital room for you." I chuckled, looking at Kenji, and a warm current flooded my heart. Kenji smiled, shook his fist, tapped it gently against his left chest, and then pointed it at me. "You bet." Then he waved his hand at me and said, "All right, I'm heading back." I watched his back, feeling speechless, but then I thought about it. Staring at it all the time isn't a solution, and it's not fair to Yuki Akikawa. Last Sunday, Nana got along well with my parents. For the sake of Nana, they shouldn't do anything drastic, right? Thinking of this, I nodded in agreement. After all, there's an old saying that a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. No matter what, I am their biological son. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just then, Yuki Akikawa drove her Beetle and pulled over to the side of the road, slowly. Seeing this, I stepped forward, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Yuki Akikawa turned her head, looked at me, and asked softly, "What were you thinking about just now? You were so absorbed." I buckled my seatbelt and replied casually, "Nothing." Upon hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's eyes dimmed imperceptibly for a moment. Her fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, and a trace of disappointment flickered in her heart. However, the next second, I spoke up again. "How about coming home to meet my parents this Sunday?" Yuki Akikawa slammed on the brakes, the Beetle letting out a piercing screech as it stopped abruptly on the side of the road. Her eyes welled up with disbelief and surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of panic. She turned to look at me, her voice trembling. "Ooh, what?" I looked into her wide eyes and explained calmly, "To tell them about our relationship and everything about Nana, of course." Yuki Akikawa blinked and stammered, "Isn't it a bit too early?" "Didn't you say earlier that we should let Nana spend more time with your parents first and wait until they get used to her before we confess?" My tone remained flat as I said, "We have to tell them sooner or later anyway, so it's better to just get it over with. I don't want to drag it out any longer. It wouldn't be fair to you." Yuki Akikawa gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice filled with deep tension and unease. What if your parents don't like me?" She was bold and decisive in business, never shrinking from the toughest negotiations, but now, at the thought of meeting my parents, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating. I sensed the tension in her voice, reached out and gently covered her hand on the wheel. My voice softened, soothing her. "Don't worry, my parents are very good people." My hand felt warm, making her inexplicably at ease. "I'm here," I said, looking into her eyes earnestly. These 3 simple words were like a warm current, instantly washing over Yuki Akikawa, dispelling the panic and unease in her heart. She looked up, met my gaze, and felt inexplicably steady. Beep, beep! Just then, an impatient car horn sounded from behind. Yuki Akikawa snapped back to reality, realizing she had stopped in the middle of the road. She blushed slightly, quickly released the brake, restarted the car, and drove toward the apartment. The car fell silent again, but Yuki Akikawa had a faint smile on her face, feeling both nervous and expectant. I started calculating in my heart whether or not to invite her grandparents on Sunday, but decided against it after some thought. I didn't want to send them into a state of shock. Before long, we returned to the apartment. I put down my things and headed to the kitchen. "I'll go prepare lunch." Yuki Akikawa nodded, her voice carrying a hint of imperceptible lightness. She didn't just sit there. She walked to the balcony, took down the dry laundry one by one, hung up the clean clothes from the washer, put the folded clothes away in the bedroom, and finally headed to the kitchen. Yuki Akikawa leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching me work in silence. Her heart felt soft. She couldn't help but ask, "Mugi, when you learned to cook, did you pick it up quickly?" My hand paused while chopping vegetables. A bad premonition arose in my heart. Why did she suddenly ask this? Did she want to learn how to cook? The thought made my scalp tingle. I turned my head without thinking and said, "Cooking isn't that simple. When I first learned, I almost blew up the kitchen. My parents almost disowned me." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa giggled. Her cold, elegant features curved into a beautiful crescent shape because of the smile, her voice light and cheerful. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Secretly, she thought, I never imagined he could be so clumsy. Seeing her laugh, I felt relieved, but my guard wasn't completely down. I asked cautiously, "By the way, why did you suddenly ask?" Yuki Akikawa was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes darted around, and a shallow smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Her tone was casual. "Nothing. I just saw you doing it so well and thought you were very impressive, so I was curious. Just asking." I can't tell him yet that I want to learn to cook and give him a big surprise. That wouldn't be as fun. "I see," I replied, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. My heart settled. Good, it was just a random question. I never wanted to eat her plain noodles ever again. Collecting my thoughts, I turned back to continue prepping. A moment later, several home-cooked dishes, aromatic and appetizing, were placed steaming on the dining table. We sat across from each other, eating in silence. After the meal, I made 2 cups of digestive tea and brought them to the living room. We sat side by side on the soft sofa to rest. Without Nana there, we rarely got to enjoy such pure time together. At this moment, I took a sip of tea, but couldn't help glancing at Yuki Akikawa beside me. I set the cup down, stretched, and took the opportunity to wrap my arm around her shoulder, pulling her into my embrace. Yuki Akikawa's lips curled upward, and she naturally leaned against my shoulder, feeling the warmth of my embrace. I looked at the person in my arms and asked with a cough, "So Yuki, do your grandparents have any special preferences? We can't go empty-handed for the first meeting, right? Should I prepare a gift?" Yuki Akikawa thought for a moment and said, "No need. They don't lack anything. They have everything at home." I pondered a bit. While that was true, going empty-handed didn't feel right. Wouldn't that be a bit improper? It's the first meeting, so I should show some sincerity. Yuki Akikawa smiled softly, looked up at me, and said, "But aren't we bringing Nana?" Once I heard that, I realized, yes, why wouldn't Nana count as a gift? Yuki Akikawa looked at me and said softly, "Actually, their biggest wish is to see me get married. Although we aren't married yet, we are bringing back a great-granddaughter." My lip twitched as I looked down at her, as if to say, "Are you sure they'll be happy about that?" Yuki Akikawa seemed to see that I was nervous and laughed to soothe me. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. My grandparents are very, very good people. They won't give you a hard time." I nodded and pulled her tighter, feeling the fragrance of her scent. I started to feel drowsy. I know. The moment the words left my mouth, I couldn't help but yawn. Yuki Akikawa saw how tired I looked and remembered that I hadn't slept at all last night. She felt a bit apologetic and shy. "You can nap for a while," she whispered. I rubbed my eyes. I'm not sleepy yet. But just a moment later, I leaned my head against Yuki Akikawa and fell asleep. Yuki Akikawa felt my steady breathing and didn't say anything. She shifted slightly, lifted her head, and took the opportunity to pull me into her arms, letting me rest against her chest. Watching my sleeping face, a happy smile appeared on her lips unconsciously. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 p.m. I slowly woke up from the sofa. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and felt a bit stiff. I looked around the living room and didn't see Yuki Akikawa. Just as I was about to stand up to look for her, the apartment door was pushed open. I looked toward the sound and saw Yuki Akikawa walking in, holding Nana by the hand. "Daddy!" Nana spotted me in the living room immediately. Her little face bloomed with a happy smile. She let go of Yuki Akikawa's hand and ran toward me on her short legs. A smile also appeared on my face as I bent down and opened my arms. Nana dove into my embrace, looked up with her little face, and cried out crisply, "Hey, Nana is back!" I laughed, picked her up, and kissed her soft little cheek. Nana giggled, wrapping her arms around my neck and refusing to let go. I held Nana and looked at Yuki Akikawa, who was changing her shoes at the door. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Yuki Akikawa looked up, her cold face carrying a touch of hidden gentleness. "You were sleeping so soundly. I wanted to let you sleep a bit longer." Hearing this, a warm current flowed through my heart. A slight flush appeared on my face and I coughed to hide my emotions. "What time are we going to see your grandparents?" Yuki Akikawa checked her watch. "Let's go change our clothes and leave now." As she spoke, she walked over to me, took Nana from my arms, and headed toward the bedroom. A moment later, the family of 3 went downstairs. Yuki Akikawa buckled Nana into her child seat in the back, then sat in the driver's seat. I sat in the passenger seat. The Beatles slowly started, entered the flow of traffic, and drove in the direction of the Akikawa family estate. I leaned my head to the side, looking at the street scenes flashing by the window. I felt very nervous. After all, it was the first time meeting the parents-in-law. I hadn't felt much before, but once I got in the car, I couldn't suppress the unease. Now, I felt like I had nothing, without a family background or status matching Yuki Akikawa's. Feeling intimidated was normal. Or maybe inferior was the better word. Yuki Akikawa, driving beside me, glanced at me from the corner of her eye and instantly sensed my nervous mood. But she said nothing. It was normal to be nervous the first time meeting the parents formally. She didn't think much of it, and focused her attention back on the road. About half an hour later, the car pulled up slowly outside a house, planted with 2 tall, sweet osmanthus trees. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I pushed the door open, stepped out first, walked around to the back to open the door, and carried Nana out. Yuki Akikawa stepped out of the driver's seat, walked to my side, and looked at my slightly tense profile. Very naturally, she reached out and gently held my free hand. I was slightly dazed and looked at her. Yuki Akikawa gave me a comforting smile. The softness and warmth from her palm calmed my nervous mood significantly. The two held hands, leading Nana, and walked inside together. As soon as the 3 of them entered the main gate, they saw Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa rushing out to greet them. Just as the 2 elders were about to speak with warm smiles, Nana suddenly hid behind my legs, her little hands clutching my pants tightly, only peeking out half of her little head. She stared at them wide-eyed, her little face filled with shock and fear. The expressions on Grandfather Akikawa's and Grandmother Akikawa's faces froze for a moment. They clearly hadn't expected such a reaction from Nana. Grandmother Akikawa was the first to snap out of it. She nudged Grandfather Akikawa with her elbow and whispered in a reproachful tone, "It's all your fault for wearing such a stern face all the time. You've frightened the child." Grandfather Akikawa looked innocent, his brows slightly furrowed, and he touched his own face. "Am I that scary? I was clearly smiling just now." Just then, Nana, who was hiding behind me, tugged lightly on Yuki Akikawa's skirt and said in a timid voice, "Mommy, are they the living great-grandmother and great-grandfather?" Her voice was small, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Grandmother Akikawa and Grandfather Akikawa froze upon hearing this, looking at each other in stunned bewilderment. Grandfather Akikawa squinted his eyes, looking at Nana and then at Yuki Akikawa, unable to process it for a moment. He said, "Not living? What, are we dead?" Yuki Akikawa and I naturally understood what Nana meant, so we exchanged a look and nodded at each other. Immediately, Yuki Akikawa walked over to Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa and called out softly, "Grandpa, Grandma." She paused, her expression becoming solemn, and continued, "There is something I need to tell you two privately." As she spoke, she naturally reached out and took hold of their arms, signaling them to head toward a gazebo at the side of the courtyard. The look of bewilderment had not yet faded from the faces of Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa, but hearing this, although filled with questions, they nodded blankly and let their granddaughter lead them away. After taking a few steps, Yuki Akikawa didn't forget to look back at the person standing not far away. "Mr. Azusagawa, please take Mugi and Nana into the living room first." The butler, Mr. Azusagawa, bowed respectfully and replied, "Very well, miss." With that, he walked over to me and Nana, bowed slightly, and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Mugi, little miss, please follow me." I nodded, held Nana, and followed him toward the living room. Nana clutched my neck tightly, her little head resting on my shoulder, looking back fearfully at the retreating figures of her great-grandparents. Once inside the living room, Mr. Azusagawa went off to prepare tea. It was only then that Nana whispered, "Daddy, are the great-grandmother and great-grandfather going to eat Nana's brains tonight?" I was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant. I felt both amused and helpless. I gently patted Nana's back and whispered soothingly, "Silly Nana, great-grandmother and great-grandfather are alive and well. They aren't zombies, so of course they won't eat Nana's brains." Hearing this, Nana let out a long sigh of relief, her little body relaxing quite a bit. But her brows soon furrowed again, and she looked up at me, confused. "Daddy, if great-grandmother and great-grandfather are alive, then why did Mommy take Nana to the cemetery to visit them before?" The smile on my face faltered for a second, and a wave of complicated emotions surged in my heart. I remained silent for a moment, then gently ruffled Nana's soft hair and whispered, "Nana is still young. There are some things you will understand when you grow up." I paused, looking into my daughter's clear eyes, and added, "But Daddy can tell you that great-grandmother and great-grandfather like Nana very much, just as much as your grandparents do. So Nana doesn't need to be afraid." Hearing this, Nana nodded as if she understood, her big eyes blinking. Then, a sweet smile appeared on her little face, and she said, "Mommy also said that great-grandmother and great-grandfather would definitely like Nana." I looked at her innocent face and smiled too, though behind the smile hid a trace of undetectable worry. I didn't know if Yuki Akikawa's grandparents would be able to easily accept the truth once they learned it. "Daddy! Daddy! I'll take you to a place!" While I was still worrying, Nana had already slid out of my arms and was running toward the stairs on her short legs. By the time I reacted, Nana had already run up. I was startled and hurriedly got up to follow her, shouting, "Slow down, Nana!" With that, we both ran upstairs. Nana didn't slow down, heading straight for the room at the very end of the right corridor. I noticed that Nana seemed exceptionally familiar with the layout here, as if she had been here many times before. On the other side, Yuki Akikawa led Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa to the gazebo by the yard. As soon as Grandfather Akikawa sat down, he asked impatiently, "Yuki, what did Nana mean just now? What do you mean by living great-grandmother and great-grandfather?" "I don't understand." His brows were locked, and his face showed clear confusion. Grandmother Akikawa nodded as well, looking at Yuki Akikawa with a tone full of concern. "Yes, Yuki, what does this mean?" Yuki Akikawa looked at their concerned and puzzled expressions. Her nose felt sour, and the emotions she had been suppressing could no longer be held back. Her eyes turned red in an instant. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Grandmother Akikawa saw her granddaughter in this state and couldn't bear it. She reached out and gently held Yuki Akikawa's hand. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Yuki Akikawa sniffled, suppressed her emotions, looked at her grandparents, and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, she came back from the future." Once those words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa froze instantly. They were both stunned, looking at each other. They were clearly shocked and couldn't process it for a moment. The future? How is that possible? Yuki Akikawa saw their reaction and, knowing it was hard to believe, recounted the whole story of how Nana had appeared out of thin air in her company office. She spoke very slowly, trying her best to make them understand. The gazebo fell into silence. Only the rustling of bamboo leaves could be heard in the breeze. After hearing it, the look of shock on the faces of Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa deepened. But looking at their granddaughter's earnest and sorrowful expression, they felt that Yuki Akikawa had no reason to lie to them about this. Although it sounded incredible, like a fantasy, they chose to believe her. At this moment, Grandfather Akikawa seemed to suddenly realize something, a flash of clarity in his eyes. He muttered, "Coming back from the future. In that case, what Nana said about the living great-grandmother and great-grandfather." Grandmother Akikawa also understood instantly. She looked at Yuki Akikawa's slightly reddened eyes, her heart aching. She finally understood why her granddaughter was suddenly so sad. She knew their future outcome. There was no sorrow on Grandmother Akikawa's face. Instead, a look of relief appeared. She gently patted Yuki Akikawa's hand and said in a feigned casual tone, "Oh my, I thought it was something major. Why cry over this?" Grandfather Akikawa also nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. "That's right, Yuki. We've lived long enough. Life, old age, sickness, and death. We knew this day would come." Hearing the forced casual comfort from her grandparents, Yuki Akikawa's grief burst forth like a broken levee. She could no longer contain it, and tears began to fall. She threw herself into Grandmother Akikawa's arms, holding her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, and unable to say a word. Grandmother Akikawa felt her granddaughters trembling in her arms, and her own heart was filled with mixed feelings. She reached out and gently patted Yuki Akikawa's back. Her own eyes welled up, yet she continued to smile and comfort her softly. "Silly child, what are you crying for? Just seeing you grow up has made us very happy and satisfied." Grandfather Akikawa nodded and took over, his voice filled with acceptance. "That's right, Yuki. Your grandmother is right. For us old folks, Our biggest concern in this life has always been you. Before, we were worried that after we were really gone, what would you do all by yourself?" He revealed a gratified smile and continued, "Now it's better. Knowing that you not only got married in the future, but also gave birth to such a lovely Nana, and are living a happy and fulfilling life, the last piece of worry in our hearts has been resolved. You should be happy for us." Grandmother Akikawa nodded with a smile, reaching out to gently wipe the tears from Yuki Akikawa's cheeks. Her voice was gentle. "Exactly, Yuki. This is wonderful news. We can know in advance that your future is bright. What else could we be unsatisfied with? Give Grandma a smile. It doesn't look good if you keep crying." Yuki Akikawa sniffled, looking at the two old people through her teary eyes. Their smiles dispelled much of the sorrow in her heart. She tried her best to pull the corners of her lips, forcing a tear-stained smile, though her voice remained hoarse. Grandmother Akikawa saw her smile. Though it was forced, she was smiling nonetheless, and touched her head affectionately. "That's the spirit." Grandfather Akikawa, seeing that his granddaughter had stopped crying, changed the subject. "Speaking of which, Yuki, your eye for people really does take after your grandmother. It's much better than your father's." Yuki Akikawa, whose face was still tear-streaked, couldn't help but flush slightly upon hearing her grandfather's compliment, and the corners of her lips curved into a shy smile. Grandmother Akikawa, listening from the side, first nodded in agreement with a gratified smile, but upon hearing the second half, her smile froze instantly. She quickly lifted her foot and gave Grandfather Akikawa's leg a firm kick. Grandfather Akikawa, feeling the pain, realized he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly looked at Yuki Akikawa. He saw that the smile was still on Yuki Akikawa's face, but it didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it showed an undisguised loss and sorrow. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa both felt their hearts tighten with pity. Grandmother Akikawa hurriedly took Yuki Akikawa's hand, wanting to say something to comfort her. Just then, a crisp and pleasant piano melody unexpectedly drifted over from the direction of the second floor, breaking the silence in the gazebo. All three were startled and looked up together in the direction of the sound. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa's faces instantly showed a hint of worry, and they looked at Yuki Akikawa subconsciously. Yuki Akikawa, however, tilted her head slightly, listening quietly for a moment, and a shallow, gentle smile slowly spread across her face. "I never imagined Nana could play the piano." She collected her thoughts, her eyes growing brighter, and she turned to look at Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa, smiling. "Grandpa? Grandma? Let's go up and see." The two elders looked at the genuine smile on her face and were slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a reaction. However, seeing that she was genuinely interested, they nodded and replied, "Let's go take a look." Meanwhile, just a few minutes earlier, Nana had run to the room at the very end of the right corridor on the second floor and reached out to open the door. Just as she was about to step into the room, I grabbed her by the back of her collar. Nana tilted her little head, her clear, large eyes filled with confusion. I was just about to tell her not to run around, when my peripheral vision caught sight of a piano placed inside the room, appearing particularly eye-catching in the somewhat empty space. My heart stirred, and I looked at Nana, asking gently, "Nana, do you know how to play the piano?" Upon hearing this, a proud glow immediately bloomed on Nana's little face. She nodded vigorously. "Mommy taught me." As she spoke, she grabbed my hand and excitedly led me into the room. "Daddy, come and see!" I was pulled into the room by her. My gaze landed on the cabinet, where several trophies were neatly arranged, shining dazzlingly under the light. I let go of Nana's hand and walked over slowly. I looked closely and discovered that those trophies actually had fine cracks, as if they had been dropped or thrown. Some were even missing small corners. My brows furrowed, and a sense of confusion welled up in my heart. What happened here? "Daddy!" Just as I was pondering, Nana's crisp voice brought me back to reality. I turned my head to see that Nana had already run to the piano and was struggling to pull off the white dust cover. Pushing aside my doubts for the moment, I walked over quickly and asked gently, "What is it, Nana?" Nana looked up, pointed at the piano, and looked at me with sparkling eyes. "Daddy, help me open the piano, please." Watching my daughter's expectant gaze, I nodded, reached out, and completely lifted the dust cover, revealing the shiny black piano. I then gently opened the lid. The moment the cover opened, I noticed a small dent on the edge of the piano lid. Although it wasn't obvious, it could still be seen upon closer inspection, as if it had suffered some kind of impact. I withdrew my gaze without showing any emotion. Nana had already impatiently climbed onto the matching piano bench. Her small body looked somewhat comical sitting on the large bench. She adjusted her posture and placed her little hands on the keys as if she were a pro. Crisp, youthful piano notes flowed from her small fingertips. Although it was a bit stumbling and occasionally had wrong notes, the overall performance was fluent and skillful. She had clearly put in the effort. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps came from outside the door, getting closer and closer. I raised my head and looked toward the doorway. I saw Yuki Akikara and the others standing at the door. "Mommy!" As soon as Nana saw Yuki Akikawa, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her little face. She stopped playing and waved her little hand excitedly at Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa curled her lips and walked straight toward Nana. "Nana plays really well," Yuki Akikawa said as she walked to the piano, praising her gently with a smile. She naturally sat on the other side of the piano bench and leaned slightly to look at her daughter. Being praised by her mommy, Nana was full of pride. She looked up at Yuki Akikawa expectantly. "Mommy, let's play together." Yuki Akikawa smiled and nodded, placing her slender fingers gently on the keys. "Okay, let's play together." As she finished speaking, the melody began again. This time the piano music became fluent and harmonious. Two pairs of hands, one large, one small, danced on the black and white keys, and warm notes filled the entire room. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa, standing at the door, saw this scene and revealed satisfied smiles. The worry on Grandfather Akikawa's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a kind smile. Watching the scene of his granddaughter and great-granddaughter getting along so harmoniously, a warm current surged in his heart. Meanwhile, I stood to the side, looking at the profile of Yuki Akikawa playing the piano gently, then glanced at the grandparents at the door who were clearly relieved. But my brows furrowed even tighter. A moment later, the piano music hit its final note. Yuki Akikawa and Nana looked at each other and smiled, full of tacit understanding. Then, they both turned their eyes toward me. I looked at the mother and daughter, a gentle smile appearing in my eyes. Then, I signaled to Nana and cast a subtle glance at Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa at the door. Nana was bright and clever. She understood her father's meaning immediately. She slid off the piano bench and ran happily toward Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa at the door. "Great-grandma, great-grandpa!" Her voice was crisp, sweet, and cute. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Grandfather Akikawa's and Grandmother Akikawa's faces instantly bloomed like chrysanthemums, incredibly radiant. Grandmother Akikawa hurriedly squatted down and opened her arms. "Oh, my sweet great-granddaughter." Grandfather Akikawa was also laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Nana threw herself into Grandmother Akikawa's arms, and Grandfather Akikawa reached out to pat her little head affectionately. Yuki Akikawa sat in the chair watching this scene, the curve of her lips deepening unconsciously. Grandmother Akikawa held Nana, and Grandfather Akikawa teased her from the side. Both of them had their attention entirely on Nana, and as they led her downstairs, they had no time to spare for the two people left in the room. Soon, only I and Yuki Akikawa remained in the room. I looked at Yuki Akikawa and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to play the piano so well." Hearing my compliment, Yuki Akikawa's lips curled up slightly, with a touch of imperceptible pride. She reached out and gently closed the piano lid with a soft clap. "Grandma taught me when I was little," she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. I nodded, my gaze sweeping casually across the cabinet in the corner of the room where the trophies were placed, then returned to Yuki Akikawa's face. I asked as if it were nothing. "It seems you won a lot of awards when you were a child, then." The faint smile on Yuki Akikawa's face paused slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered. She remained silent for a moment, avoided my gaze, and said softly, "Let's go downstairs too." I looked at her profile and clearly perceived the change in her emotions. Knowing she didn't want to continue the topic, I didn't press further, just nodded and replied, "Okay." Yuki Akikawa and I walked side by side toward the stairs. Just as we reached the landing, we saw the heartwarming scene in the living room below. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa were surrounding Nana. One was holding a small toy to tease her, and the other was telling her jokes. From time to time, Nana's crisp, childish laughter could be heard. Yuki Akikawa looked at this sight, and the corners of her lips curled into a gentle curve. Her entire demeanor softened, and her eyes were filled with warmth. I lowered my eyes to look at her, and seeing her genuine smile, my heart softened. I reached out, gently wrapped my arm around her waist, and pulled her toward me. Yuki Akikawa was slightly startled, then looked up at me. As our eyes met, the smile in her eyes deepened. She leaned against me, feeling the warmth of my embrace, and happiness quietly filled her heart. After dinner, Grandmother Akikawa and Yuki Akikawa played with blocks on the living room rug with Nana, and the room was filled with laughter. I went with Grandfather Akikawa to the gazebo outside. The night wind was cool, blowing away the heat of the day. A tea set was already laid out on the stone table in the gazebo. Grandfather Akikawa gestured for me to sit down. I sat down as instructed and watched Grandfather Akikawa brewing tea in a slow and orderly manner, but I couldn't help feeling nervous. I subconsciously straightened my back. Grandfather Akikawa pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of me and glanced at me. With a knowing smile in his eyes, he said, "No need to be so nervous." He spoke slowly, his voice calm. I nodded slightly, smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Grandfather Akikawa continued, "Since Yuki Akikawa chose you, we elders will naturally respect her choice." Hearing this, my tense heartstrings suddenly loosened, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. I let out a silent sigh of relief. Grandfather Akikawa looked at me with a kind smile in his eyes and continued, "The two of us old folks don't have many years left. When the day finally comes that we are gone, I leave Yuki Akikawa to you to take good care of." Upon hearing this, my heart tightened, and I quickly said, "Grandpa, you and Grandma are both in good health. You will definitely live a long life." Hearing this, Grandfather Akikawa just smiled. The smile carried a hint of worldly wisdom, but he didn't reply. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked into the distance as if recalling something. He then spoke slowly, his voice calm but carrying a hint of imperceptible melancholy. "There is no such thing as a long life. Being able to see Yuki Akikawa settle down, having you and having Nana in this life, we are already very satisfied." Listening to his calm tone, my heart felt inexplicably heavy. I didn't want to continue this slightly sad topic. My gaze shifted, thinking of the strangeness of the two elders in the piano room during the day, as well as Yuki Akikawa avoiding the topic of the trophies. That doubt surfaced again in my heart. I pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Grandpa, speaking of which, why haven't I seen Yuki Akikawa's parents?" Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the gazebo suddenly froze. Grandfather Akikawa's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by deep silence. He lowered his head to look at the tea leaves floating in the cup and didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, Grandfather Akikawa finally sighed softly. That sigh seemed to contain endless vicissitudes and helplessness. He looked up, his gaze complex as he looked at me. "Hasn't Yuki Akikawa mentioned her parents to you?" I met his gaze and honestly shook my head. "No, never." I paused and added, "That's why I wanted to ask you." Grandfather Akikawa's eyes dimmed slightly. He slowly set down his teacup with a soft clink, which sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet night. He turned around, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit living room in the distance. Through the window, the blurred figures of Yuki Akikawa and Nana playing together were visible. His voice, filled with sadness, slowly drifted out. "Yuki. She was an unwanted child." As these words were spoken, I was completely stunned, unable to process them for a moment. I subconsciously furrowed my brows and whispered, "An unwanted child? Grandpa, what does that mean? How could parents not want their own child?" Grandfather Akikawa's expression grew even more somber, etched with the weariness of time. He explained slowly, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible hoarseness. Yuki's parents met in college, but within just 3 years of marriage, they went from initial deep devotion to eventually looking at each other with mutual loathing. I was struck with disbelief, a wave of shock surging through my heart. Just as I was about to say something, Grandfather Akikawa offered a bitter smile, filled with helplessness and sorrow. He waved his hand, signaling for me to listen further. "Don't be so surprised, son." Both of their personalities were too strong. Neither was willing to take a step back for the other. Two such people were destined to struggle to stay together. Grandfather Akikawa paused, his eyes reflecting deep exhaustion. It was right at that time, when they had decided to separate, that Yuki's mother discovered she was pregnant. He sighed heavily at this point. Under the strong insistence and pressure from both sides of the family, she still gave birth to Yuki. Grandfather Akikawa's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were already red-rimmed, glistening with a thin layer of moisture. He let out a long breath, as if trying to expel all the heaviness pent up in his chest. Indeed, Yuki was an unwanted child. My heart sank, as if something had grabbed it tightly. It felt heavy and suffocating. It was hard to bear. Grandfather Akikawa's voice continued, filled with unspeakable desolation. From the time Yuki was born until she was 8 years old, she was a child who never received any love. Her parents' hearts were simply not focused on her at all. By the time we truly realized the problem, Yuki had already developed some psychological issues. At this, Grandfather Akikawa's face was filled with deep remorse and self-reproach, his voice becoming hoarse. It was our fault for not noticing sooner, for not bringing her to our side earlier. Hearing this, I wasn't particularly surprised. Grandfather Akikawa's words merely confirmed what I had already suspected. I finally understood why, in our daily interactions, Yuki Akikawa always gave off a sense of being overly cautious, even bordering on ingratiating. Whether facing me or Nana, she seemed habituated to observing others, facial expressions first, terrified that she might do something wrong and cause displeasure. So that was it. Her subtle insecurity and sensitivity all stemmed from the lack of love and safety in her childhood. Thinking of this, my heart felt like it was being twisted by an invisible hand, throbbing with pain. My pity for Yuki Akikawa reached its peak in this moment. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my surging emotions, and then asked softly, "And those broken trophies in the piano room? What happened there?" Upon hearing this, Grandfather Akikawa's wrinkled face showed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. He shook his head slightly, his voice low. "I don't actually know that clearly either. I only remember that she came home from school that day without saying a word and ran into the piano room by herself. Then, we heard the sound of things being smashed inside. When we went in to check, everything had already been shattered by her. Since that day, she never touched the piano again, and she rarely mentions anything related to it." Listening to Grandfather Akikawa, I frowned, falling into deep thought. I could hardly imagine what a devastating blow that must have been to young Yuki Akikawa. Those trophies were perhaps the only things she could grasp at the time to prove her own value. When that support also collapsed, how heartbroken and desperate she must have been. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look toward the living room, a surge of unspeakable emotions rising within me. Just then, Yuki Akikawa held Nana's little hand as they walked out of the living room, heading slowly toward the gazebo. Nana's crisp voice broke the silence of the gazebo. She let go of Yuki Akikawa's hand and ran toward Grandfather Akikawa. The heaviness and sorrow on Grandfather Akikawa's face instantly vanished, replaced by the unique, kind smile he reserved for his great-granddaughter. He laughed and responded, "Why did you come over, Nana?" Nana ran up to Grandfather Akikawa, tilted her little head, and said in a milky, soft voice, "Great-grandma says it's time for you to take your medicine." Hearing this, Grandfather Akikawa's smile deepened. He reached out to pat Nana's little head affectionately and said warmly, "Great-grandpa will go take his medicine now." As he spoke, he stood up and, holding Nana's little hand, they walked together toward the living room. Yuki Akikawa arrived at the gazebo at this moment and sat down on the stone bench next to me. She picked up the teapot, first refilled my cup, and then poured one for herself. She took a sip of her tea before turning her head to look at me, asking softly, "What were you and Grandpa talking about?" I looked at her gentle profile, a soft smile rising in my eyes. I whispered, "Grandpa told me to take good care of you." As I said this, I leaned forward, slowly moving closer to Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa looked at me with a smile, about to say something. In the next second, I felt a warm, soft touch on her lips. I nibbled gently on her crimson lips. Yuki Akikawa was slightly stunned, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times. She blinked, a look of obvious surprise appearing on her face. "You." I looked at her somewhat flustered expression, the smile in my eyes deepening. I said quietly, "Grandma and Grandpa have already accepted me as their grandson-in-law. What's wrong with kissing my own wife?" Hearing my righteous tone, Yuki Akikawa's cheeks couldn't help but heat up further. She subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet my gaze. Her shy appearance was extremely cute to me. I leaned forward again, wrapped my arm around her, and pulled her into my embrace. Before Yuki Akikawa could react, I pecked her warm cheek lightly. "That one was what I owed you from this morning," I whispered in her ear, my tone filled with amusement. Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's mind instantly flashed back to the scene at the school gate that morning, when she had stood on tiptoe to kiss me. Boom! She felt the heat on her face climb instantly, as if she were blushing enough to drip blood. Shy and annoyed, she buried her head directly into my neck. The scent of my clean, fresh fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose, making her feel inexplicably safe and attached. For a moment, she couldn't bear to separate. In a daze, she opened her mouth slightly and gave my neck a tiny, gentle kiss. My body stiffened slightly. I clearly perceived the subtle touch on my neck. It didn't hurt, but rather felt a bit ticklish. I lowered my eyes to look at Yuki Akikawa, who had buried her face even deeper. A glint of mischief and laughter flashed in my eyes. Yuki Akikawa instantly realized what she had just done. A wave of intense embarrassment rushed over her. She suddenly lifted her head from my arms, her cheeks glowing red, and her eyes darted away. "I'm going to go check on Nana." Leaving that panicked sentence behind, she moved quickly to leave the gazebo, as if she were fleeing. I watched her somewhat hurried back and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I reached up and touched the spot she had kissed, the curve of my lips deepening. "How can she be such a kisser?" I muttered to myself, my tone full of doting. Then, I also stood up and headed toward the living room. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa were sitting on the sofa, watching us with smiles. Grandmother Akikawa shifted her gaze and soon noticed the faint red mark on my neck. She asked, "Young Mugi, what happened to your neck? Why is it red over there?" Hearing this, I let a meaningful smile tug at my lips. I shifted my gaze toward Yuki Akikawa at my side but didn't say a word. Yuki Akikawa caught my look. Her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks heated up uncooperatively again. She hurriedly avoided my gaze. Grandfather Akikawa took all of this in, smiled knowingly, and gently tugged the sleeve of Grandmother Akikawa next to him, sending her a suggestive wink. Grandmother Akikawa instantly understood. Looking at Yuki Akikawa's shy expression, she couldn't help but lower her voice, teasingly saying to Grandfather Akikawa, "I really couldn't tell. Our Yuki usually looks so cold, like a big block of ice. I never expected her to be so playful in private." Grandfather Akikawa listened to his wife and tried hard to suppress his laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly. Although Grandmother Akikawa's voice was intentionally lowered, in the quiet living room, Yuki Akikawa and I heard every word clearly. Yuki Akikawa felt a buzz in her brain. Blood rushed to her face instantly. She was so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She glared at her grandmother in frustration, then turned around and headed toward the stairs without looking back. "Oh, the child is shy now," Grandmother Akikawa said, watching her hurried back, and couldn't help but laugh softly. Yuki Akikawa on the stairs heard this, and her steps became even faster. She was essentially running for her life. Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa exchanged a smile, then looked at me. With a gentle, kind smile on her face, Grandmother Akikawa spoke. "It's getting late today. Why don't you just stay the night here?" Before I could respond, Nana clapped her little hands joyfully and chimed in first. "I want to sleep with Great-Grandma!" I looked at the little one's excited appearance, smiled, and nodded. "Okay." Receiving an affirmative answer, Nana jumped happily into Grandmother Akikawa's arms. Grandmother Akikawa smiled, hugged her great-granddaughter, and said to me, "Yuki's room is on the 3rd floor. You'll see the toiletries once you go up. I'll have Mrs. Tanaka send some up to you later." Hearing this, my cheeks heated up slightly. I nodded gently and replied, "All right, thank you, Grandma." After saying that, I turned and headed toward the stairs as well. A short while later, I arrived on the 3rd floor. I spotted the room with the light on at once. The door was slightly ajar, and I could vaguely hear faint sounds from within. I lightened my footsteps and slowly approached. As I reached the doorway, I saw Yuki Akikawa lying on a waist-high crocodile doll, her little fists pounding the innocent toy one after another. She was muttering something to herself, though her voice was too soft to make out. Her demeanor was a far cry from her usual cold and calm image, carrying a childlike, cute silliness. Watching her like this, the corners of my lips curled upward involuntarily, and my eyes filled with a gentle smile. I thought this side of Yuki Akikawa was truly adorable. I couldn't help but chuckle aloud. That chuckle sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Yuki Akikawa, who was lying on the crocodile doll, stopped her movements abruptly and froze. She slowly rolled over and looked toward the doorway. When she saw me standing there, she felt as if the sky were falling. How could she have forgotten to close the door? It was incredibly embarrassing. She wished she could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. I walked into the room, my gaze falling on the crocodile doll she had been beating. Because it had endured so much violence, the doll's eyes were bulging outward, looking quite comical. The smile on my face deepened. Yuki Akikawa looked up at me, and, seeing that I wasn't looking at her, but rather staring with great interest at the crocodile doll beneath her, she followed my gaze. Seeing the doll's eyes bulging, her cheeks instantly heated up again. She hurriedly reached out, scrambled to press the crocodile's bulging eyes back into place, and then cleared her throat, trying to change the subject. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. "Are we going home now?" I finally tore my gaze away from the poor crocodile doll and looked at her flushed face. I walked to the bed, sat down beside her, shook my head, and said in a muffled voice, "We aren't going back." Yuki Akikawa was slightly stunned, looking at me with confusion. "Not going back?" I met her questioning gaze, the corners of my lips slightly raised, and my eyes filled with amusement as I said, "Yeah, tonight, we're staying right here." Yuki Akikawa's heartbeat skipped a beat, and the heat on her cheeks climbed again. She subconsciously lowered her eyes and nodded, her voice tight. "Then I'll go give Nana a bath." It seemed that only by finding something to do could she hide her current panic. However, I grabbed her wrist, stopping her from getting up, and said with a smile, "Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa said that Nana is sleeping with them tonight." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa became even more at a loss, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. But deep down, a faint, inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up. I released her hand and naturally lay down on the bed, pillowing my head with my arms, and let out a satisfied groan. "This bed of yours is much more comfortable than mine." Yuki Akikawa turned her head to look at me lying on her bed. Her lips curved up. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then lay down beside me. Yuki Akikawa scooted closer to me, but was blocked by the crocodile. Without a second thought, she pushed the crocodile off the bed and slowly moved closer to my side. Detecting her little movements, I suddenly turned over, propped my head up with one hand, and looked smilingly at the sneaky Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa didn't expect me to turn around so suddenly. She froze for a moment and looked up at me. Making eye contact, she felt the embarrassment of being caught. She grabbed my clothes, shyly closed her eyes, and bumped her head against my chest a few times. I was caught completely off guard, taking 3 or 4 bumps, and let out a muffled groan. Are girls' heads always this hard? I didn't have time to think. I quickly pulled Yuki Akikawa into my arms, not daring to let her bump me again. If she kept going, I feared I'd meet my ancestors. Early the next morning, when Yuki Akikawa slowly woke up, she found herself lying securely in a warm embrace. She moved slightly, her nose brushing against a firm chest, and smelled a faint, clean fragrance that belonged to me. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She didn't open her eyes immediately, but instead lingered greedily in this embrace for a while longer. A moment later, she opened her eyes quietly and looked up at my face just inches away. A soft emotion surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but reach out, wanting to lightly touch my eyebrows. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact, I suddenly moved. I opened my eyes and met her gaze, which she hadn't had time to pull away. My eyes were still hazy with sleep, but quickly filled with a smile. "Morning," I said, my voice raspy. Yuki Akikawa's heartbeat skipped a beat, and her cheeks turned burning hot instantly. She panicked and pulled her hand back, responding quietly, "Morning," then quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When we went downstairs, Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa were already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Seeing us come down, they both wore kind smiles. "Come have breakfast," Grandmother Akikawa greeted. Nana was already sitting properly in her seat, eating a small, steamed bun, while calling out vaguely, "Daddy, Mommy." Yuki Akikawa and I smiled at each other, answered, and then walked over to sit at the table. The breakfast table was warm and lively, full of the feeling of home. Yuki Akikawa looked at everything before her, feeling an unprecedented sense of stability in her heart. After breakfast, Yuki Akikawa and I took Nana and said our goodbyes to Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa sat in the driver's seat. I sat in the passenger seat. Nana sat in her safety seat in the back. The car slowly drove out of the Akikawa estate, heading toward the kindergarten. Soon, the car stopped at the gate of Nana's kindergarten. Nana put on her little backpack, excitedly unbuckled her seatbelt, waved her little hand, jumped out of the car, and ran into the kindergarten. Yuki Akikawa and I smiled and responded, "Goodbye, Nana." Watching her figure disappear into the entrance, Yuki Akikawa withdrew her gaze and restarted the car. Soon, the vehicle stopped slowly in front of a university. Yuki Akikawa pulled the car over to the side of the road. I unbuckled my seatbelt, turned to face Yuki Akikawa, and was about to say goodbye. Her voice sounded a bit hesitant. I looked at her, my eyes full of inquiry. "I have something to do this afternoon," Yuki Akikawa said softly, lowering her eyes. "Can you go pick up Nana?" Hearing this, I let a smile curl the corner of my lips and replied, "Sure." After saying that, I pushed the car door open, but just as I was about to step out, I suddenly stopped. I turned back and leaned my body back toward the driver's seat. Before Yuki Akikawa could react, my face was already right in front of her. The next second, a warm, soft touch landed on her lips. I nibbled gently on her crimson lips and instructed, "Be safe on the road." With that, I reached out and gently patted her head. Yuki Akikawa stiffened completely. She stared at me, wide-eyed, just inches away. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as fire. She subconsciously nodded, her eyes darting away. Yet she couldn't control the corners of her lips from turning upward. The smile was like a shy, sweet newlywed. Watching her like this, my heart felt incredibly soft. The smile in my eyes deepened. I didn't say anything more, just smiled, got out of the car, and headed toward the school. Yuki Akikawa sat in the car, watching my back until I disappeared into the school gate. Her cheeks were still burning, and her heart was beating fast. She replayed the scene over and over in her head. "Wait, he just patted my head? That brat, he's getting bolder." Meanwhile, I walked into the classroom. There was still some time before class started, so there weren't many people inside. I spotted Yoichi sitting by the window immediately. "How come you're here so early today?" I asked as I walked over to Yoichi's side and pulled out a chair to sit down. Yoichi didn't answer immediately, but looked up and glared at me fiercely, his eyes filled with obvious resentment and dissatisfaction. "You have the nerve to ask?" Yoichi said irritably. You liar! You ungrateful wretch!" I was baffled, a look of confusion on my face. What liar? What ungrateful wretch? What's wrong with me? Yoichi snorted coldly, turned his head away, and said with even more dissatisfaction, "Yesterday, you promised to send me the hospital information for Yuki's sister. Well, you haven't sent it yet. Did you forget?" Hearing this, I suddenly realized, yesterday I had been busy meeting Grandfather Akikawa and Grandmother Akikawa with Yuki Akikawa, and later stayed over at her house, so I had forgotten all about it. I smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Yuki Akikawa took me to meet her grandparents, and I just forgot for a moment." As I spoke, I took out my phone, found Mugi's sister's Yuki's sister name card, and sent it to Yoichi. "There, my sister's contact info is sent. You can ask her yourself." Hearing this, Yoichi's eyes lit up instantly, and the dissatisfaction on his face vanished. He grabbed my shoulder, his tone extremely affectionate. "Good brother, I knew I could count on you." I was speechless, letting him drape his arm around me. After he let go, Yoichi couldn't wait to click Add Friend. "By the way, Yoichi said while operating his phone, tapping my arm, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know about Aiko and Natsu breaking up?" I shook my head, my expression indifferent. "No, and I'm not interested." Yoichi looked at me and said with a smile, "Because of a man." He lowered his voice and continued, "Guess what kind of man could make the two most beautiful girls in the art department turn against each other?" He didn't forget to raise an eyebrow at me. My expression remained calm, and I shook my head. Not curious. Yoichi clearly didn't believe it. He leaned in closer and asked, "Really not curious? Those are the two campus belles of the art department. They used to be as close as can be, and now they're fighting over a man. Do you really not want to know who the man is?" I glanced at him, the corner of my lips curling into a faint smile. Seeing me like this, Yoichi gave a cheeky laugh and made a zipping the lips motion with his index finger and thumb, indicating he wouldn't say another word. Soon it was 10:30, and the bell for the end of class rang. Yoichi and I walked out of the classroom with the crowd toward the school gate. "How about we go have a big meal for lunch?" Yoichi said, putting his arm around my shoulder. I shook my head, rejecting his proposal. "No, I have to go back to Father and Mother's house." Yoichi looked a bit regretful but nodded. "All right then, be safe on your way back." I nodded. About 20 minutes later, I arrived at my front door by bus. I checked my pockets and realized I had forgotten to take my keys when I left. Without thinking, I just raised my hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Hiroshi was bringing a plate of cut apples to the living room. He placed the plate on the coffee table, picked up a fork, skewered an apple, and handed it to Fumi's lips as she sat on the sofa. "Try it. Today's apple is quite sweet," Hiroshi said with a smile. Fumi opened her lips and took a bite of the apple. Just as she swallowed, she heard the knocking. "Who is it?" Fumi asked Hiroshi. Hiroshi got up and walked toward the door. When he opened it, he saw his own good son standing there, grinning like a fool. The first thing Hiroshi thought of when he saw his son was the 500 yuan in private savings he had been frightened out of. The smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by disgust. Without waiting for me to speak, Hiroshi slammed the door shut. He turned and walked toward the living room as if nothing had happened. "Who is it?" Fumi asked again, looking at Hiroshi with some confusion. Hiroshi plastered a smile back on his face and said casually, "A junk collector. He got the wrong house." No sooner had he finished speaking than the knocking sound came again, accompanied by my voice from outside. "Old man, it's your son." Hearing this, Fumi raised an eyebrow and looked at Hiroshi with a playful expression. That look seemed to be saying, "Are you sure it's a junk collector?" The smile on Hiroshi's face froze. He walked quickly to the door and opened it again. This time, the disgust on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an enthusiastic look. "Oh son, why are you here? Come on in," Hiroshi said while reaching out to pull me inside. I gave a cold snort, ignoring his change of face, and walked straight into the house. I immediately spotted the fishing rod hanging in the entryway and smiled. "Dad, the new fishing rod is quite nice, huh?" I said with a hint of sarcasm in my tone. As soon as Fumi heard "new fishing rod," her gaze instantly locked onto Hiroshi. Hiroshi's back went cold instantly. He hurriedly waved his hands, explaining urgently, "You saw wrong. Son, you saw wrong. This fishing rod was bought last year." Fumi snorted and asked me with a smile, "Why did you suddenly come back?" I smiled and sat on the sofa in the living room, casually picking up a piece of apple and putting it in my mouth. As I chewed, I said, "Well, I missed you both, so I came back to see you." I got up and headed toward the kitchen. I opened the refrigerator, scanned the contents, and saw pearl barley, lotus seeds, pork ribs, and some river shrimp inside. Seeing these ingredients, a thought crossed my mind. With all these ingredients here, I could make a special, heartfelt lunchbox for Yuki Akikawa. Thinking of this, I checked the time. It was just past 11. If I started cooking now and delivered it, it would be just in time for her lunch break. With that in mind, I immediately took out the ingredients and began to wash and prepare them. In the living room, Hiroshi watched his good son rummaging through the refrigerator and grumbled, "I don't think he came here to visit us." I heard this from the kitchen and replied with a laugh without turning back, "It's all the same. Seeing what's in your fridge tells me exactly how you've been living." Hiroshi snorted but said nothing more. He smiled as he sat beside Fumi and instructed, "Make it light. Your mother's stomach hasn't been feeling well lately." I agreed. Got it. Soon the sounds of chopping and running water filled the kitchen. I efficiently processed the ingredients, first blanching the ribs, then placing them in a clay pot, adding the pearl barley, lotus seeds, and red dates, pouring in an appropriate amount of water, and covering it to let it simmer. After about 40 or 50 minutes, a fragrant aroma drifted out of the kitchen. I turned off the stove, wiped my hands, and asked toward the living room, "Mom, where do we keep the thermal containers?" Fumi thought for a moment and said, "On top of the refrigerator, make sure to wash it before using it." I acknowledged this, walked over to the refrigerator, took the container down from the top, and went to the sink to wash it thoroughly. Just as I started packing the stir-fried dishes into the container, Fumi and Hiroshi in the living room seemed to react at the same time. They both turned around simultaneously, their eyes burning as they looked toward me, busy in the kitchen. Fumi frowned and whispered to Hiroshi, "Our son has something going on." Hiroshi nodded, his eyes fixed on his son's movements, but he didn't say a word. Fumi looked at Hiroshi and whispered, "Go and find out." Hiroshi immediately shook his head like a rattle. "I'm not going, you go." Fumi widened her eyes and scolded with a stern face. "Go!" Staring at his wife's glare, Hiroshi felt his back stiffen. He immediately put away his resistance, plastered on a kind smile, and walked toward the kitchen. Hiroshi stepped into the kitchen, glanced at the food in the container and the soup in the pot, and smiled. "That's quite a feast. Stir-fried chives with river shrimp? Oh, you even drew a heart on it. Not bad. You've got a bit of your old man's talent." Seeing my dad come in, I quickened my pace, covered the thermal container, and tucked it into the insulated bag. I looked up at him briefly and quickly looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You brat?" Hiroshi asked, looking at his son's expression. "You're in love, aren't you?" I scratched my head shyly and nodded, whispering, "I guess so." I chose not to hide it. After all, I was planning to take Yuki Akikawa to meet them in a few days. There was no point in playing dumb, and it would be better to give them a heads up so they would be easier to accept when the time came. Thinking of this, I looked at the old man and asked, clearing my throat, "Dad, let me ask you something." Hiroshi raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. "What is it?" "Well, if I'm dating a girlfriend and she's a little bit older than me, just a little bit," I worded it carefully, observing Hiroshi's reaction. "Would you object?" Hiroshi laughed heartily, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Is that all? That's not an issue at all." His smile grew even wider. "How could we object to that? We aren't old-fashioned people. Besides, being a little older is good. They know how to care for people." Hiroshi lowered his voice and added, "Your mother is the exception, of course." I couldn't help but laugh. I whispered, "You're not afraid Mom might hear you? Be careful she doesn't make you sleep on the sofa tonight." Hiroshi laughed and said, "Your mother is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Every time, she ends up covering me with a blanket in the middle of the night anyway." I was speechless and frowned at the old man. Was he showing off? Once that was done, I carefully poured the soup from the clay pot into another thermal container, put it in the insulated bag, and walked into the living room. Fumi was sitting on the sofa, smiling broadly at me. I walked over to the coffee table, picked up a bag of washed fruit, and said, "Mom, I won't be eating at home." Then, grabbing the insulated bag and the fruit, I turned and prepared to leave. "Okay, take it slow, don't spill the soup," Fumi said, smiling as she saw how flustered I was. "Got it!" I shouted to my parents and dashed out the door before they could reply, heading straight for the Akikawa group. Seeing her son leave, Fumi stood up and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Hiroshi drinking the soup, she was speechless and asked, "Forget the soup for a second. Tell me, what's going on with our son?" Hiroshi smiled and said, "He's definitely in love." He paused and added, "From what I gathered, he found an older student." Fumi took the bowl, paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. I knew this brat wasn't being honest. A short while later, the taxi stopped steadily in front of the Akikawa Group headquarters. I paid the fare, carried the insulated bag, and walked into the lobby. I went straight to the front desk and asked politely, "Hello, may I ask which floor Yuki Akikawa's office is on?" A woman at the desk, dressed in professional attire and appearing to be the lead receptionist, looked up. When she saw who it was, her face broke into a professional smile. "Hello, Yuki-sama's office is on the top floor." The receptionist clearly recognized me and immediately made a gesture. "I'll take you there." "Thank you," I nodded. The receptionist led me to the private elevator and swiped her security badge to grant access. The elevator was already programmed to go straight to the top floor. She smiled and walked away. I thanked her again and stepped into the elevator with the insulated bag. The doors slowly closed as it rose steadily. Meanwhile, the lead receptionist returned to her post and quickly pulled out her phone to send a message to Assistant Chen. "Assistant Chen, Mugi-san is here." I sent him up via the private elevator. On the top floor, Assistant Chen had just come out of the president's office, holding several files that needed processing, and was standing at the elevator bank waiting to go down. She frowned, thinking about the work details Yuki Akikawa had just assigned. Her phone vibrated. She took it out and looked at the message, her eyes flickering slightly. Before she could react, the elevator dinged and opened. Assistant Chen looked up instinctively. Inside the elevator, I was holding the insulated bag. I saw Assistant Chen and nodded politely. As I walked out, I asked, "Which room is Yuki-sama's office?" Assistant Chen quickly regained her composure, put away her phone, and gave a standard professional smile. She bowed slightly and said, "Sir." She stepped aside and gestured. "Yuki-sama's office is this way. Please follow me." I nodded and followed Assistant Chen down the quiet corridor. Assistant Chen stopped in front of a heavy wooden door and knocked gently. Inside the office, Yuki Akikawa sat behind her desk, head bowed, watching a gourmet cooking tutorial video on her phone. Every now and then, she picked up a pen and jotted down a few points in her open notebook. Knock, knock, knock. The door was tapped lightly. Yuki Akikawa, thinking it was Assistant Chen returning, didn't look up and replied coldly, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Assistant Chen stepped slightly aside. Carrying the insulated bag, I stepped inside. I immediately spotted Yuki Akikawa bent over her wide desk, intently focused on her phone, pen in hand, as if recording something serious. Hearing footsteps, Yuki Akikawa thought it was still Assistant Chen, so she asked, "What is it? Is there anything else?" As she asked, she raised her eyes from her notebook toward the door. When she saw who was standing there, Yuki Akikawa froze. She blinked, wondering if she was so hungry she was having hallucinations about me. Seeing her staring at me blankly, I smiled and asked, "Not happy to see me?" Hearing my voice, she suddenly realized it wasn't a hallucination and quickly shook her head. "No," she said, a smile blooming on her face. The next second, she realized she was still looking at a cooking tutorial. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Almost subconsciously, she turned off the screen and slammed her notebook shut. Immediately after, she stood up in a panic, her clear, bright eyes looking at me with a guilty conscience. "Why are you here?" Her voice held confusion, but more importantly, joy. I lifted the bag in my hand and smiled. "Of course, I'm here to bring you lunch." Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa's heart warmed instantly, as if it had been gently nudged. He was worried I'd go hungry, so he cooked this and brought it over personally? Thinking of this, the smile on her lips deepened. He's quite thoughtful, isn't he? I saw her staring at me, smiling like a fool without saying a word. I frowned slightly. Is she hungry enough to be silly? I cleared my throat and asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" Yuki Akikawa snapped out of her trance and shook her head, a hint of joy in her voice. "Not yet." She hurried from behind her desk, took my hand and led me to the sofa nearby to sit down. I sat down, placed the insulated bag on the coffee table, and took out one container after another. As the lids were opened, the rich aroma of food instantly filled the spacious office. Yuki Akikawa smelled the aroma and swallowed audibly. Her stomach gave an untimely growl. Her face turned red, and she lowered her eyes in embarrassment, though she snuck a peek at me. Seeing her looking so cute, I couldn't help but chuckle. I handed her a pair of chopsticks and said, "Hurry and eat. I specifically made this soup for you." Yuki Akikawa took the chopsticks and was about to say something. My gaze caught Assistant Chen still standing at the door. I asked in confusion, "Assistant Chen, have you eaten? Would you like to eat with us?" Before Assistant Chen could respond, an icy, piercing gaze shot toward her, making her tremble involuntarily. Assistant Chen struggled to look toward the source of that gaze, only to see her own Yuki Akikawa giving her a look of deep warning and anger. It was as if she were saying, "If you dare to eat the food my husband made by hand, Prepare yourself to go mine coal in Africa." Assistant Chen swallowed hard. Her survival instincts made her shake her head immediately, her voice trembling. "No need, Mogi-san. I still have work to do. I'll be going now." She finished and practically fled the president's office, being very sensible as she closed the door behind her. Standing outside the door, Assistant Chen let out a long sigh and patted her chest, still shaken. She muttered to herself, "It's over, it's over. Yuki-sama is a love brain. She's done for life." Inside the office, I handed the soup to Yuki Akikawa and said softly, "Hurry and try this soup. Pearl barley, lotus seeds, and pork rib soup, specially stewed for you. It's great for beauty and skin, and boosts metabolism." Yuki Akikawa took the bowl, blew on the steam, and took a small sip. The fragrance of lotus seeds and the richness of the ribs blended perfectly. The taste was excellent. She blinked in satisfaction and looked at me, her eyes overflowing with happiness and sweetness. "It's delicious." I raised my eyebrows triumphantly and smiled. "Of course. Who do you think made it?" Yuki Akikawa was amused by me and laughed, her dimples appearing. She suddenly realized that I had been busy stir-frying and stewing for so long. I must not have eaten anything yet. Thinking of this, she quickly picked up another pair of clean chopsticks, moved a large portion of the rice into an empty bowl, added a lot of the dishes, and pushed it toward me. "You haven't eaten, have you? Let's eat together," Yuki Akikawa said softly. I looked at her, and my heart warmed. I took her hand. "I'm not hungry. You eat." Yuki Akikawa wouldn't have it. She picked up her chopsticks, put a piece of rib into my bowl, then added some chives and river shrimp. "No, you must eat," she said, putting on a cold face. "If you don't eat, then I won't either." I smiled helplessly at her words and said, all right, I'll eat. Will that do?" As I spoke, I quickly picked up my chopsticks and took a bite of rice. Seeing me eat, a smile curled at the corners of Yuki Akikawa's lips. She diligently served me more food and said, "This shrimp is very fresh. Have some more. And try these vegetables too." I looked at the mountain of food piling up in my bowl, unable to laugh or cry. That's enough. You should eat too. If you keep serving me, I'll end up eating all the food." Yuki Akikawa finally nodded in satisfaction, picked up her own chopsticks, and began to eat in small bites. Before long, we were both full. I packed up the tableware, put it back into the insulated bag, and handed the bag of fruit I had prepared to Yuki Akikawa. Yuki Akikawa took it, picked up a grape, and held it to my lips. Without thinking, I opened my mouth and took it in. My warm lips inadvertently brushed against her delicate fingertips. Yuki Akikawa felt a tingling sensation spread from her fingertips throughout her body. The memory of our morning kiss flashed through her mind, and her face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. She hurriedly pulled her hand back and lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering as she dared not look at me. Seeing her inexplicably lower her head, I raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yuki Akikawa shook her head slightly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Nothing." She picked up a grape and slowly put it into her own mouth. As the sweet juice spread in her mouth, her mind began to wander. Does what just happened count as an indirect kiss? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a faint smile. I didn't notice the subtle change in her expression or the waves in her heart. I thought to myself that I didn't seem to have anything particularly important to do this afternoon. So I took out my phone and sent a message to Yoichi, asking him to meet me at the internet cafe later, and telling him to pick me up at the Akikawa Group building. After sitting on the sofa for a while longer, I let out a lazy yawn, rubbed my eyes, and said, "I'm heading back now," as I prepared to get up. Hearing this, Yuki Akikawa reached out almost instinctively and grabbed my wrist. My movements stalled, and I looked at her in confusion. Before I could even ask, she spoke first. "Why don't you take a nap here for a while?" I subconsciously glanced at the sofa. Before I could say anything, Yuki Akikawa added, "There's a small room inside." As she spoke, she stood up, took my hand, and led me into a small side room next to the office. The room wasn't very large, but it was set up quite simply. It contained a small bed that looked very soft and comfortable, along with a small coat rack holding a few spare changes of clothes. I checked my phone. Yoichi hadn't replied yet. I figured it would take at least an hour for him to get from his place to the Akikawa Group building after seeing the message. A quick nap would still leave me plenty of time. Thinking of this, I nodded and said, "All right then." Seeing me nod, a smile appeared on Yuki Akikawa's face. She pulled me over to the bed and gestured for me to lie down. Then, she lay down beside me. As the soft mattress sank slightly, Yuki Akikawa turned to face me. Bathed in the gentle light, she hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Have you told your parents about us yet?" Hearing this, I turned to look at her. Meeting her gaze, which held a mix of nervousness and anticipation, I smiled and said, "I gave them a hint. At noon today, I told my dad that I was dating a girlfriend who was a bit older than me." Yuki Akikawa's heart tightened slightly, and she held her breath, waiting for the rest of my words. Watching her nervous little expression, I paused intentionally before continuing. "They aren't against it." Hearing this, the heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Watching her look of relief, I patted the back of her hand soothingly and said softly, "Don't be nervous. My parents are actually quite open-minded. It shouldn't be a big problem." I added, "Besides, my mom is actually half a year older than my dad, so they definitely won't care too much about things like age." Listening to me, the corners of Yuki Akikawa's mouth twitched imperceptibly. "Half a year?" she thought to herself silently. "That's hardly the same. I'm 6 whole years older than him." However, she didn't voice her inner thoughts. Instead, she reached out, pulled me directly into her embrace, and said, "All right, don't think about it anymore." I was stunned by her sudden movement. By the time I reacted, my cheek was already pressed against something soft and fragrant. A faint scent unique to her filled my nose, mixed with a hint of a milky aroma. My throat bobbed involuntarily as I swallowed. I froze on the spot, not daring to move. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the morning, or perhaps the embrace was just too warm and secure, but before long, I fell into a deep sleep. Yuki Akikawa watched me sleeping soundly in her arms, a tender smile blooming on her face, her heart feeling incredibly soft. She lowered her head slightly and planted a light kiss on my forehead. Her cheek rested gently against my soft hair, and her nose was filled with the fresh, pleasant scent of my skin. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of contentment and peace, as if time had stood still just by being held by me like this. As she thought about it, drowsiness began to set in, and Yuki Akikawa also fell into a deep sleep, holding me in her arms. I don't know how much time passed, but my eyelashes trembled slightly as I slowly opened my eyes. What came into view was delicate, snow-white skin, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. I subconsciously nuzzled against it, laughed, and let out a satisfied groan from my throat. So soft. I closed my eyes again, feeling satisfied and prepared to take another nap. The next second, I opened my eyes wide, my consciousness returning in an instant. Wait, when did I fall asleep? I sat up abruptly and looked at Yuki Akikawa, whom I had been cuddling just moments ago. She was sleeping soundly, but somehow several buttons on her shirt had come undone, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, delicate skin. Her clothes were slightly disheveled, adding a layer of lazy allure, looking like she was waiting for someone to take their pick. I subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a surge of heat rushed straight to my lower abdomen. Just then, Yuki Akikawa's long, slender eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her groggy eyes. With one blink, she saw me staring straight at her. She followed my gaze and looked down. When she saw her shirt open at the chest and a large expanse of white skin exposed to the air, her face turned a deep, intoxicating shade of crimson, and even her earlobes turned red. She instinctively reached out to cover herself, but realized it was like trying to hide something that was already obvious. Yuki Akikawa bit her lip, her voice hoarse and shy from just waking up. "How much longer do you plan on watching?" Hearing her voice, I finally snapped back to reality. I looked up at Yuki Akikawa. She was looking down slightly, her cheeks flushed and her eyes swimming with shyness. That bashful appearance made my heart skip a beat, and a thought uncontrollably popped into my mind. She must look beautiful when she cries. Just then, my phone on the nightstand started vibrating, breaking the intimate atmosphere in the room. I jolted back to my senses as if startled awake and quickly looked away, reaching out to grab the phone. Yuki Akikawa watched me trying to act composed, and the shyness in her eyes faded slightly, replaced by a faint, proud smile at the corners of her mouth. I picked up the phone. As the screen lit up, I saw a string of unread messages and missed call alerts from Yoichi. My heart sank. Oh no. Who set the phone to silent? I quickly glanced at the time at the top of the screen. It was past 3 in the afternoon. My scalp felt numb, and I felt terrible. Yuki Akikawa had already tidied her slightly messy clothes. Seeing my expression, she asked softly, "What's wrong?" I took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in my heart, shook my head, and squeezed out a smile. "Nothing." I paused and then continued, "I have to go now." Before the words were even out of my mouth, I pushed aside the thin blanket, quickly got out of bed, and walked out of the room with somewhat hurried movements. Seeing me in such a rush, Yuki Akikawa urged, "Be careful on the road. Don't forget to pick up Nana." I paused at the door, gave a vague response, "Yeah, I know, you get back early tonight too." I hurried out of the side room, grabbed the insulated bag from the office coffee table, walked toward the main door without looking back, and pressed the elevator button. Standing in the elevator, I felt a wave of exhaustion. I've truly experienced what they mean by a nest of tenderness today. It was terrifying, but I had to admit it was also quite thrilling. Thinking of this, I chuckled, but then scolded myself. Is now the time for this? I shook my head violently, thinking, surely Yoichi wouldn't be stupid enough to wait downstairs all afternoon, would he? Just as I was thinking this, the elevator dinged and arrived at the first floor. The doors slowly opened, and I walked out quickly with the insulated bag, heading straight for the main entrance. Just as I stepped out of the revolving glass door, my eyes subconsciously scanned the entrance. The next second, my gaze fixed on the small fountain nearby. I saw a familiar blue scooter parked there, and Yoichi was squatting right next to it. At this moment, Yoichi had lost all of his usual playfulness. His face was as dark as a soot-covered pot, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his eyes were burning with a rage that seemed like he wanted to devour someone alive. When Yoichi saw me, those fire-breathing eyes lit up and his anger intensified. He jumped up from the ground and charged toward me like an enraged leopard. My heart skipped a beat. This is bad. "Mugi!" Yoichi roared and reached me in an instant. Before I could even react, he reached out and grabbed my collar with such force that I stumbled backward. "You brat, you've got some nerve!" Yoichi gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "You're inside enjoying the AC with your wife, and you tell your brother you're going to the internet cafe? And here I was waiting for you for 2 hours. Do you think I'm a fool?" Feeling the intense anger radiating from him, my scalp tingled. I quickly squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to explain, "Old Yang, listen to me. This is a misunderstanding, a massive misunderstanding." Yoichi laughed in anger upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Watching him look like he was going to eat me alive, I didn't dare to argue and just nodded weakly. Seeing this, Yoichi's anger burned even brighter. He asked through gritted teeth, "Have you ever seen a sandbag as big as my fist, kid?" My mouth twitched violently. I muttered to myself, has this guy been driven crazy by anger? I forced a smile that looked worse than crying, shook my head, and reached out to grab Yoichi's sandbag-sized fist, laughing along and saying, "Old Yang, I'm your closest friend and brother, aren't I?" "Ha!" Yoichi sneered, shook off my hand, and raised his arm to land a blow on my face. Seeing this, I was scared out of my wits and immediately squeezed my eyes shut, resignedly waiting for the pain to descend. However, the anticipated punch never landed. Yoichi's raised arm stopped abruptly just centimeters from my cheek. "No, this jerk is my future brother-in-law! I can't hit him, I can't! My future happiness all depends on him." Thinking of this, the veins on Yoichi's forehead throbbed. Finally, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He slowly released his grip on my collar, spun around, and stood with his back to me, hands on his hips, breathing deeply to calm the turbulence in his chest. "Calm down, Yoichi," he told himself. "You must stay calm. This is your future brother-in-law. For the sake of your future happy life, you must endure this." After a long while, Yoichi exhaled a long breath of frustration. I waited for a long time without feeling the imagined pain. I carefully opened one eye and peeked. Seeing Yoichi standing with his back to me, I blinked in confusion. What's wrong with him? Before I could think it over, Yoichi suddenly whirled around, wearing a brilliant, beaming smile. Seeing his beaming expression, a strong sense of ominous foreboding surged in my heart. I subconsciously took a small step back, wrapped my arms tightly around myself, and looked at Yoichi vigilantly, saying dryly, You calm down. I have a family and a daughter now. 3 people won't be happy." Hearing this, the smile on Yoichi's face froze instantly. He whirled around, back to me, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Jerk, I really want to beat him to death." After cursing, he took a deep breath, turned around again, and instantly replaced his face with a smile so brilliant it was almost fake. He took a stride forward, enthusiastically threw his arm around my shoulder, and said loudly, "Oh, old Mugi, look at what you're saying. It's just a small matter. How could it affect our relationship?" As Yoichi said this, he even patted my chest affectionately, and continued with sincere-sounding tone, "Who are we to each other? We're the closest of friends and brothers. We're family. Waiting for my brother for 2 hours. Is that even a thing?" I was left completely stunned by his sudden enthusiasm and the 180-degree turn in his attitude. Watching Yoichi's beaming face, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, since when did this jerk become so easy to talk to? Before I could think it through, Yoichi hooked his arm around my shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go. Big brother will take you for milk tea. Internet fees are on me, and there's all the instant noodles you can eat." Hearing this, my eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa, really? I hesitated for a moment and then cautiously probed, "Old Yang, how about we grab that milk tea another day? I have to pick up Nana later, and I'm afraid I won't have time to hang out at the internet cafe with you." The radiant smile on Yoichi's face stiffened for a fleeting second, then instantly returned to a cheerful expression. "Is that all? Picking up the kid is more important. We're brothers, we're family. This is nothing. How could Big Brother not understand that? Don't worry about it. It's really fine." Seeing his burning enthusiasm, I felt even more uneasy. I gave 2 awkward laughs and nodded repeatedly, echoing, Right, we're family. Family." Changing the subject, I tested the waters again. "By the way, old Yang, since we're family, do you think I could borrow your scooter? It would make picking up Nana a lot more convenient." As soon as those words left my mouth, the air seemed to freeze. Yoichi's smile vanished completely, replaced by a livid expression. The next second, he lunged forward, grabbed me by the neck, and shook me violently. With veins bulging on his forehead and a ferocious scowl, Yoichi roared, "Mugi, you son of a asterisk, 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 I've been putting up with you for a long time. You dare to push your luck? You want to ride my scooter? Look at yourself, you look more like a donkey." I was choked until my eyes rolled back and my tongue started to hang out, so I quickly stammered, "Family, we're family." Hearing the word family, Yoichi's movements froze. Stay calm, he thought. His sister is Uru. This is my future brother-in-law. For the sake of future happiness, endure it. I must endure it. Meanwhile, I was riding Yoichi's flamboyant blue scooter, speeding like a whirlwind, toward the kindergarten where Nana was. Arriving at the kindergarten gate, I parked the scooter in the designated area, took off my helmet, looked around, found a discreet corner, and squatted down to wait for Nana to get out of class. At the same time, Yuki Akikawa had left the company. She drove her red Beetle straight to a nearby supermarket. Standing before the endless aisles of produce, she felt a bit conflicted. After all, she couldn't just make one dish for dinner. She first thought of Nana, who loved roasted ribs, so that was a must. Then she thought of me, only to realize she didn't actually know my specific taste preferences. But on second thought, I didn't seem to be a picky eater, so she decided to make a few simple, easy-to-cook home dishes. A while later, Yuki Akikawa left the market, satisfied with a bag full of ingredients. Back at the apartment, she pushed the bags into the kitchen, pulled out her phone to open a tutorial, tied on an apron, and officially began to get busy. Half an hour passed quietly. Yuki Akikawa stroked her chin, staring at the lump in the pan, a pile of indeterminate matter with patches of red and yellow, and fell into a deep silence. She muttered to herself, "Why? How is this completely different from the scrambled eggs with tomato in the video?" Just as she was debating whether to take a bite, her alarm went off. Checking the time, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Nana and I would be home in half an hour. Yuki Akikawa didn't have time to worry about the eggs, so she scooped them out, and hurriedly moved on to the next dish. Seeing the large chunk of ribs on the cutting board, she frowned again and whispered, "It should be fine if I don't cut them, right?" Regardless of the consequences, she tossed the entire slab of ribs into the pot. As the temperature rose, the pot began to hiss and sizzle, but instead of the tempting aroma of meat, a nauseating smell of burning, mixed with a strange, gamey stench, filled the air. Yuki Akikawa sniffed, and the odor hit her right in the sinuses, making her gag. She was even more confused. Is this how it's supposed to be? Why is it so different from the fragrant results in the tutorial? Time flew by, and the sun began to set. I rode the scooter with Nana on the back, slowly arriving at the foot of our apartment building. Nana hopped off the back seat and stood steadily on the ground. She looked up at me with bright, expectant eyes and said, "Daddy, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomato tonight." I smiled, patted her little head, and promised gently, "If our Nana wants it, Daddy will make it for you." "Yay! Daddy is the best!" Nana jumped for joy, her smile even brighter than the sunset. Father and daughter walked into the elevator, chatting. When it reached the 8th floor and the doors opened, a strange, indescribable odor drifted in. I frowned and subconsciously sniffed the air, muttering, "Oh, what is that smell? Did someone's septic tank explode? It's so stinky." Nana, standing next to me, smelled it too. She immediately wrinkled her little nose, covered her mouth and nose with her free hand, and said, "Daddy, it's so stinky." Seeing my daughter's discomfort, I sighed and comforted her. "It's okay. It'll be gone once we get home." I held Nana's hand and walked toward our door. The closer we got, the more intense the stench became. I had a bad feeling. I grabbed the doorknob and turned it. The door swung open, and instantly, a wave of pungent, burnt, and fermented odor, more concentrated than in the hallway, rushed out like a flood. Nana and I bent over at the same time and dry heaved. That intensely thick smell felt like a physical impact, drilling straight into our nostrils and up to our brains. Who the hell did this? I thought, covering my nose with one hand and leaning against the wall with the other, my stomach churning. Just then, Yuki Akikawa walked out of the kitchen wearing a cartoon apron and holding a wooden spatula. Seeing the two of us leaning over and gagging in the entryway, she smiled and said brightly, "You're back." I looked up. When I saw her appearance, I froze. At some point, her face had been smudged with black and yellow stains, like a little kitten that had just crawled out of a chimney. Combined with that battle-worn spatula and the apron that felt so out of place on her, a chilling premonition took root in my heart. Nana, standing beside me, widened her eyes and opened her mouth in a perfect O shape. Her expression was exactly like mine, filled with unbelievable terror. Yuki Akikawa seemed to notice our strange expressions, and her cheeks turned slightly pink. A hint of subtle embarrassment crept into her smile. As if remembering something, her eyes lit up. "Oh, the ribs should be ready." Without waiting for our reaction, she hurried back into the kitchen, calling out, "Go wash your hands, dinner is ready." Leaving Nana and me alone in the foyer, I leaned in and whispered, "Did you upset her?" Nana shook her head vigorously, her little face filled with innocence, then asked back, "Did you upset her?" I shook my head too, muttering, "That doesn't make sense. She was in such a good mood at noon. Why did she decide to cook?" A moment later, the three of us sat around the dining table. Looking at the strange, multicolored, indescribable object in front of me, I furrowed my brow and cautiously poked it with the tip of my chopsticks. It didn't budge. It was rock hard. I swallowed hard and looked up at Yuki Akikawa, who was looking at us expectantly. "What is this?" Yuki Akikawa blushed, looking a bit shy, and said, "Scrambled eggs with tomato." At those words, Nana and I exchanged a glance. Nana's little face wrinkled up like a bun, her eyes filled with fear for this unknown food, and she kept her head down, refusing to look at the plate again. I fell into a deep silence. I couldn't connect this heap of stuff with the home-cooked dish in my memories. I forced a laugh, cleared my throat, and turned my gaze to a piece of meat sitting in a stainless steel basin. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady, and asked, "And this, is this?" Yuki Akikawa replied, "Isn't Nana fond of ribs? I made them especially for her." Hearing this, Nana shivered slightly. She looked up at the rib, which looked thicker than her own arm, and quickly covered her face with her little hands, secretly swearing to herself that she would never eat sweet and sour ribs again. I looked at the giant piece of meat, or rather, the remains of an entire pig, and my eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. I scanned the area near the ribs and suddenly spotted a small, wooden textured fragment lying in the basin, standing out against the charred mess. I reached out with my chopsticks, carefully lifted it up, and examined it. "What is this?" I asked, confused. "This doesn't look like an ingredient." Yuki Akikawa leaned in to look, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. A second later, she had a realization, and her face turned shy. That should be part of the spatula." "Part of the spatula?" I didn't quite understand. Yuki Akikara lowered her head, scratched her neck, and explained in a much smaller voice. "I had the heat too high when I was making the ribs. When I tried to flip them, I accidentally snapped it. I was looking for it earlier and couldn't find it. I guess it fell into the pot." I felt my lip twitch. I remembered that wooden spatula clearly. I'd had it for 6 whole years, and it had never once given me any trouble. I couldn't believe Yuki Akikawa had managed to snap it on her very first try. How much force and heat does it take to achieve that? I didn't know what to say. Yuki Akikawa still looked expectant, even a bit excited. "Try it. See how it tastes." My eyelid jumped. I slowly turned my head, staring at Yuki Akikawa's face, smudged with soot but beaming with a bright smile, and then shifted my gaze toward the colorful, rock-hard scrambled eggs, my throat bobbing up and down. I painfully tore my eyes away and looked at the giant, charred, gamey-smelling ribs, then back at Yuki Akikawa. "Are you being serious?" Yuki Akikawa felt uncomfortable under my gaze and lowered her head bashfully, but she kept sneaking glances at me. I swallowed back what I wanted to say. I took a deep breath, forced a smile, and pushed the plate of scrambled eggs toward Nana. "Didn't Nana want eggs? Here, why don't you try them first?" "See how Mom's cooking is," I said gently, though my voice trembled slightly. Nana lowered her hands from her face and looked at her dad, as if to say, "Daddy, look at me. Open your eyes and see that I'm your own flesh and blood. How can you say such things? Are you even human?" She looked at the weapon on the table, her face fell, and she pushed the plate back to me. "Daddy, you must be tired from picking me up today. You eat first. Teacher taught us to respect our elders today." I laughed awkwardly, cold sweat forming on my forehead. Which teacher teaches that kind of thing? I didn't have time to think about it and pushed the plate back to Nana. "Daddy's not really hungry, really. Nana is growing, you need to eat more." Just as the plate was being pushed back and forth between father and daughter, neither willing to take the first bite, Yuki Akikawa said with a radiant smile, "Oh, don't fight over it. There's plenty for everyone. You both have to try some." As soon as those words were out, Nana and I froze, like we had been hit with a pause button. We stared at Yuki Akikawa in disbelief, as if she were a judge about to hand down our death sentences. Meanwhile, seeing the father and daughter's touched expressions, Yuki Akikawa felt a thrill of pride. Young Ziwei was right, she thought. To win a man's heart, you first have to win his stomach. "Look, I just made a casual meal, and they're already moved to tears. If I made a few more, that'd be something." Thinking this, her smile grew even sweeter. "Hurry and eat, don't be shy." Nana sniffled, her voice full of despair and a touch of grievance. With reddened eyes, she looked at Yuki Akikawa and asked, "Mommy, do Daddy and Nana have to die today?" Yuki Akikawa froze, not having expected this question at all. I chimed in, "Murder is a crime. You're the president of the Akikawa group. You have a bright future. You can't just throw it away on a moment of impulse." I said it righteously, as if she were about to shove a rib down my throat at any second. Yuki Akikawa blinked, looking at my nervous demeanor in Nana's face, which screamed, "I'm ready to meet my maker." She finally realized. They weren't crying because they were moved by her cooking. They were terrified of eating it. An indescribable feeling of bitterness and grievance flooded her heart. Her nose felt sour, and she lowered her head, asking in a slightly raspy, quiet voice, "Is my cooking really that bad?" Yuki and Nana and I looked at each other simultaneously upon hearing this, then glanced at the 2 dishes before us. Silence was the Cambridge of this night. The little girl's mouth puckered, as if she wanted to say something, but dared not speak. I cleared my throat, stood up from my seat, and walked over to Yuki, sitting in the empty spot beside her. I reached out, gently patted her shoulder, and said as gently as possible, "Actually, it's not bad. It's just that some of the details weren't handled quite right." Upon hearing this, a spark of light reignited in Yuki's dim eyes. She looked up abruptly, her gaze filled with urgency and anticipation as she looked at me and asked. I was stunned by her hopeful gaze. The excuses I had prepared were instantly stuck in my throat. I truly couldn't bring myself to lie and say it was delicious, but facing Yuki's clear, crystal-like eyes, which were filled with expectation, I couldn't bring myself to say anything too discouraging either. Seeing that I didn't speak, the light in Yuki's eyes dimmed bit by bit until it was completely extinguished. She let out a long sigh, her voice filled with disappointment. Forget it, let's just pour it out. Seeing her look so dejected, I felt a bit uneasy too. I quickly offered comfort. Don't do that. Even if we can't eat it, we shouldn't waste food. I paused, scanning the dining room, as if searching for something. Suddenly, my gaze fixed on the balcony, my eyes brightened, and I pointed at the milk dragon doll on the balcony. We can give it to the milk dragon. It will definitely like it. Nana, who had been keeping her head down trying to minimize her presence, heard this, and her eyes lit up too. She nodded her little head like a bobblehead and echoed, Give it to the milk dragon. The milk dragon eats everything. Yuki followed the direction of our fingers and looked toward the balcony. I saw that the milk dragon, which had been huddled in its kennel with its head buried deep in the cushion, suddenly shook its entire body upon hearing its name. It lifted its head abruptly, and its face now revealed a sense of terror and despair that was almost human. Without a second thought, the milk dragon bolted out of the kennel and turned to charge fiercely toward the balcony railing. Meow! Its posture clearly indicated an intention to leap from the 8th floor to defend its dignity as a cat. I coughed dryly. I turned to look at Yuki with a cautious expression and asked tentatively, Maybe we should just pour it out after all. Yuki's shoulders slumped slightly, and the expectation she had been forcing on her face disappeared completely. She lowered her head dejectedly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyelids, and she replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had been granted an amnesty. I stood up immediately, deftly picked up the plate of colorful scrambled eggs with tomato and the pot of charred sweet and sour ribs, and walked briskly into the kitchen. Sounds of rustling came from the kitchen, accompanied by the noise of a trash bag being opened and then tied shut. Before long, I walked out, even carrying a light sweat on my forehead. I went to the kitchen and let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if I had unloaded a heavy burden. Yuki watched me silently with a complex look in her eyes. When I walked up to her, she lowered her head, twisting her fingers together anxiously, and said softly, I'm sorry. Her voice had a hint of a sniffle, like a child who had done something wrong. I just wanted to make a meal for you guys. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Hearing her apologetic and aggrieved voice, my heart softened. I walked over to Yuki and crouched down in front of her, meeting her gaze. I reached out and gently took her hands, which were still twisting anxiously. Why are you apologizing? Actually, I'm still very happy. Upon hearing this, Yuki looked up slightly, her delicate eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Happy? She ruined dinner and even broke a spatula, and he says he's happy? I looked at her puzzled expression and offered a gentle smile. Because I know you care about me, that's why you wanted to learn how to cook. I gently squeezed her hands and continued. Although this time it was a mess, I am still very happy about the gesture. Yuki listened to my words, and a thin layer of red gradually appeared on her cheeks. She avoided my gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked elsewhere. She pouted her lips and whispered, But it was still ruined, wasn't it? As she spoke, she pulled her hands from my warm palms, looking a bit unhappy. Seeing her like that made my heart grow even softer. I couldn't help but chuckle. I reached out and gently cradled Yuki's small face, which was stained with soot, and wiped the dirt off her cheek with my thumb. My voice was filled with laughter. Compared to my mother, you are already at the level of a master chef. Yuki blinked her still moist eyes and looked up at me with a hint of uncertainty and a nasal tone. Really? Her little face still bore the remnants of her disappointment. But now, because of my words, a hint of hope shone through. I nodded heavily. Really? Let me tell you, when my mother decided to cook on a whim when I was a kid, guess what happened? I purposely left her in suspense, watching Yuki's curious expression before continuing. She ended up sending my grandparents and my uncle all to the hospital. They were vomiting and having diarrhea for 3 days. Ever since then, my grandparents never dared to let her into the kitchen again. Compared to that, this is already very, very good. At least Nana and I are still standing here, perfectly fine without missing any limbs, and we don't need to report to the hospital. As I spoke, I once again gently stroked her cheek with my fingers, my gaze filled with sincerity. Yuki couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was crisp and bright, instantly dispelling all the unhappiness in her heart. She reached out and gave my shoulder a light shake, her cheeks flushing a captivating red from the earlier crying and current shyness. "You don't know how to comfort people at all." Although she said that, the laughter in her eyes couldn't be hidden. "So what are we eating tonight?" Yuki asked, rubbing her nose, which was still a bit sore. I stood up with a smile and pulled her along. "Of course, we're going out to have a proper meal." Yuki stood up and nodded, answering softly. I helped her tidy up the messy bangs on her forehead, my fingertips inadvertently brushing against her forehead in a natural and intimate gesture. "Go wash your face quickly," I said, looking down at her with a gentle smile. "You're almost a little kitten. You still have dirt on your face." Hearing this, Yuki instinctively reached up to touch her cheek. Sure enough, she felt the fine particles of dirt. Her cheeks instantly flushed even redder, and with a bit of shyness, she gave a soft, and turned to head toward the bedroom. I let out a long breath and looked at Nana. The father and daughter walked toward the living room in tacit understanding. When Yuki reached the bedroom door, her slender fingers rested on the handle, but she suddenly paused. She hesitated for a moment, as if having made a decision, and turned slowly to look at me as I was about to walk into the living room. I noticed her gaze and stopped, looking at Yuki and asking in confusion. Yuki bit her lip, and the blush on her fair cheeks didn't fade. Instead, it seemed to intensify. She took 2 light steps in my direction, stopping at the boundary between the living room and the bedroom. Then, under Nana's and my slightly surprised gaze, she slowly extended her fair arms toward me. Her voice was very light, with a hint of a spoiled nasal tone as she whispered, "I want a hug." This sudden contrast was so cute that my heart melted. My mind went blank, and I walked up to Yuki instinctively, almost impatiently reaching out to pull her tightly into my arms. Yuki was circled by my strong arms, her cheeks pressed against my warm chest. Listening to my steady heartbeat, a feeling of indescribable joy and peace welled up in her heart. She also reached out and gently wrapped her arms around my waist. The two of us felt each other's heartbeats as an indescribable emotion spread through our hearts. Just then, Nana's soft, milky voice came from the side. "Daddy, Mommy, Nana wants a hug too." Hearing this, I subconsciously wanted to let go of Yuki to hug my daughter. However, the moment I moved, Yuki and my arms hugged me even tighter, as if afraid I would run away. I was slightly taken aback and looked down at the person in my arms, a helpless but doting smile rising at the corners of my lips. I turned to look at Nana, who was full of expectation, and said dismissively, "Go hug your chair. Can't you see your mom and I are busy?" Nana heard this, pouted her little mouth, snorted coldly, and twisted her head away, no longer looking at them. Yuki was moved to laughter by the interaction between the father and daughter. She let go of me, crouched down in front of Nana, and opened her arms, her voice so gentle it could drip with water. "Be good, Nana. If Daddy doesn't hug you, Mommy will." As she spoke, she pulled Nana tightly into her embrace and planted a firm kiss on her pink little cheek. Nana happily kissed Mommy on the cheek in return. I stood to the side, watching this scene with a look of astonishment on my face. Why do I feel like I've been cast aside? Yuki let go of Nana, stood up, stuck her tongue out playfully at me, and turned to walk quickly into the bedroom, leaving behind a fragrant trail. I watched her disappear behind the door and then slowly walked over to the sofa in the living room and sat down. My lips curled up involuntarily, and I whispered, "This is too cute." The scene just now replayed in my mind frame by frame. The more I thought about it, the sweeter I felt inside. My whole body felt like it was floating on clouds, and I couldn't help but lie down on the soft sofa, twisting around like a happy worm. Nana, watching her own father twisting around on the sofa with absolutely no image, showed a look of undisguised disgust on her little face, as if to say, "Is that all the capacity you have?" A moment later, the bedroom door clicked open gently. Yuki had changed into a clean white dress. The style was simple and generous, showing off her exquisite figure. Under the lights, her skin looked even whiter than snow, and her beautiful face wore no makeup, yet it was breathtaking. I was still lost in the sweet memory, a silly smile on my lips, when I instinctively looked up at the sound of the door opening. The moment I saw Yuki, I was like someone under a freeze spell. My eyes went straight, and I even missed a beat in my breathing. Yuki saw my stunned expression, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips, like a spring breeze brushing over a lake, creating layers of ripples. She walked gracefully toward me, asked in a soft voice, with a hint of a young girl's coquettishness, "Do I look good?" Her voice was soft, scratching at the tip of my heart like a feather. I swallowed hard, taking a long time to find my voice, my eyes still a bit dazed as I stuttered. "Good, really, really good. You're so pretty." Nana also ran over with her little legs, hugging Yuki and looking up at her with bright eyes. Being praised like that by the two of them, Yuki's cheeks flushed slightly, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She bent down, gently touched Nana's little head, and said softly, "Nana has such a sweet mouth." Then she stood straight and said to me, "Then let's go." I immediately agreed, a hint of hard-to-conceal excitement in my voice. Yuki drove the father and daughter to a Western restaurant in the city center. Just as they entered the restaurant, the rich aroma of butter and the sizzling sound of pan-seared steak greeted them, accompanied by the melodious violin music, creating a romantic and high-end atmosphere. Nana's little head looked around curiously. "Godmother." Nana's crisp voice rang out with great surprise. She pulled her hand away from Yuki and dashed toward a booth not far away. Yuki and I followed the sound. There, sitting face to face at a window seat, were Yoichi and Ruru, the brother and sister. Hearing Nana's call, Ruru looked up. When she saw Yuki and me walking in together, the expression on her face was clearly stunned. Her hand holding the fork paused in midair. She blinked in confusion, her gaze lingering on Yuki as her brows furrowed slightly, filled with incomprehension. That's not right. Shouldn't Yuki be at home right now, wearing an apron, preparing a heartfelt dinner for Mugi and Nana? Why are they here eating steak? Could it be that her stomach conquest plan failed? Or did she skip the process and decide to conquer him with beauty? But that doesn't seem like Yuki's style. However, she didn't think much further and picked Nana up onto her lap. Yuki sat beside Ruru, raised her hand, and ordered 3 well-done steaks. I sat beside Yoichi. Hearing Yuki order 3 well-done steaks, I had no objections. After all, this was my first time in a place like this. My gaze inadvertently fell on the plate in front of Yoichi. I saw that the piece of beef had a distinct red color, and one could even vaguely see traces of blood. My brow furrowed, and a look of undisguised disgust appeared on my face. "Wait, old Yang, your meat isn't even cooked. It's still bleeding. Can you eat that?" Yoichi gave me an annoyed glare. "You country bumpkin, you don't understand this. The beef used here is raised by the Japanese. It even has radiation. This taste, let me tell you, is the specialty of Western food. You eat it for this tenderness." As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of beef and took a big bite. The next second, he started dry heaving, hurriedly spitting out the raw beef. He cursed, "That's disgusting, and they dare to charge me 8,000 yuan for this? It's really damn. Honestly, it's not even as good as the hand-grabbed pancakes at our school entrance." Ruru heard this and felt speechless. She said faintly, "I told you to order well done, but you insisted on ordering rare. Now you know it tastes bad?" Yoichi smiled awkwardly, picked up the lemon water on the table, and gulped it down, trying to wash away the disgusting taste. His eyes darted toward me, who had been wearing a look of disgust from beginning to end, and he immediately changed the subject. "Old Mugi, do you want to try it? This is high-quality stuff. 8,000 yuan?" I felt like I had heard the biggest joke in the world. My brow furrowed even tighter, and I waved my hands repeatedly, even leaning backward. No, you keep it and savor it slowly yourself." Yuki watched the interaction between the two of them with a smile on her lips, saying, "Let's go." She then prepared to stand up. "I'll go with you," Ruru said immediately upon seeing this. As she spoke, she carefully placed Nana, who had been on her lap, into the chair beside her, instructing, "Sit still, Nana. Mommy and Godmother will be back in a moment." Nana nodded obediently. I watched their intimate backs as they walked away, feeling a bit surprised. I nudged Yoichi, who was still feeling dejected beside me, with my elbow and asked in a low voice, "Since when did they become so close?" Reminded by me, Yoichi also reacted, blinking blankly. Since when did they get so close? As her younger brother, he didn't seem to have noticed when the friendship between his sister and Yuki had warmed to this extent. Seeing him just as clueless as I was, I couldn't help but feel speechless. Yoichi quickly snapped out of his confusion regarding his sister and Yuki. He leaned in close to me with a flattering smile and asked mysteriously, "Old Mugi, let me ask you something. What does Ruru usually like?" Hearing this, I looked at him vigilantly. "Why are you asking this? Are you trying to get my sister in trouble?" I didn't think Yoichi would ask about his sister's preferences for no reason. "Oh, what are you thinking?" Yoichi waved his hands quickly to explain. "It's just that my mother has a checkup in a few days, and she wants to properly thank Ruru." I understood. So it was his mother's idea. I shook his hand and said casually, "There's no need to be so polite. It's just a small matter." That said, a flash of inspiration struck me. I looked at Yoichi with a meaningful smile. "However, if your mother really wants to thank my sister, there is a way." Yoichi's eyes lit up. "What way?" I said slowly. "Just have your mother introduce a reliable partner to my sister." Yoichi's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he immediately agreed. "That works." Looking at his eager demeanor, I warned him with concern. "But you have to make sure your mother vets them carefully. My sister can't just find anyone. It absolutely cannot be some kind of bottom-tier loser." Upon hearing this, Yoichi immediately patted his chest and took full responsibility. "Old Mugi, your sister is my sister. This is on me. You don't trust my mother's judgment? I guarantee we'll find your sister someone satisfactory so she can live a happy life." Seeing his confident display, I felt truly touched. I reached out and patted his arm, saying, "Good brother, that's decent of you. Being this concerned about my sister's affairs, this brotherhood was worth it." Just then, the elegant, revolving door of the Western restaurant turned again, and two figures walked in together. Nana, sitting in her chair, caught a glimpse of the people entering from the corner of her eye. When she saw one of the figures clearly, her small mouth opened slightly and her grape-like eyes blinked. She whispered in an almost inaudible voice, "Grandma." Although the voice was soft, it clearly reached my ears as I was closest to her. My expression froze. Grandma? Why would Nana suddenly call for Grandma? I was filled with suspicion, and in the next second, as if by reflex, I turned around and looked straight toward the restaurant entrance. I saw Tsukiko walking with her arm linked with a graceful, noble woman. The noble woman was wearing a well-tailored dark suit with a string of gentle pearls around her neck. Her every move carried the elegance and poise of someone who had long held a high position. There was a proper smile on Tsukiko's face as she spoke softly to the woman beside her. I could vaguely hear her call her Mom. However, the moment my gaze touched the face of the noble woman, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. My pupils contracted suddenly, and my breathing seemed to stop for a moment. I widened my eyes, filled with unbelievable shock. The noble woman Tsukiko, called Mom, was 60 to 70% similar to Yuki, especially those eyes and the charm between her brows. They were almost identical. If not for the obvious difference in age and temperament, I would have thought I was seeing Yuki decades later. My brain was a bit muddled, but I soon straightened out the relationships. No wonder I felt Tsukiko and Yuki were somewhat similar when I first saw her. I never expected they would be sisters from the same mother but different fathers. Yesterday, I learned from Yuki's grandfather about some things regarding her parents. People whose marriage has come to an end wouldn't want children, so there was only one possibility. At this moment, Yoichi also snapped out of his initial shock. He bumped my arm with his elbow and teased, "I'm telling you, old Mugi, no wonder they both like you. So they are sisters. You lucky guy, you're blessed." Upon hearing this, I turned to look at Yoichi with a speechless expression. I didn't speak. Yoichi made eye contact with me, shrank his neck awkwardly, immediately shut his mouth, and sat back in his seat, pretending to be ignorant. I withdrew my gaze and sat back in my chair. My face was grave. Yuki had never mentioned her parents in front of me, clearly unwilling to recall that past. If she saw this scene, she would definitely be heartbroken. At this moment, Nana looked at me and called out in a muffled voice. Nana's voice pulled me back to my thoughts. I looked at Nana and asked, "What's wrong, Nana?" Nana lowered her eyes, her little face practically writing the words, "I'm unhappy." She said, "I don't like Grandma. Can we go home, please?" With a slight frown, I got up, crouched down beside Nana, reached out to touch her head, and asked gently, "Can you tell Daddy why you don't like Grandma?" Nana's little mouth pouted slightly, but her tone was unusually firm. Grandma doesn't like Mommy, so Nana won't like Grandma either. Hearing this, I gently stroked Nana's little head, curled my lips into a smile, and whispered, "Daddy understands. When Mommy comes back, we'll go home, okay?" Nana nodded, though the unhappiness on her little face didn't dissipate in the slightest. How could I not understand that Nana didn't want to let Yuki be heartbroken? I didn't say much, and stood up to sit back beside Yoichi. When Tsukiko walked in, she had already noticed me and the little girl sitting opposite me. She couldn't help but guess. If I and her daughter were both here, then Yuki must be here too. Thinking of this, she clutched her mother Setsuko's arm and walked toward me. Setsuko was confused but let her daughter pull her along, her eyes full of doting. However, when she saw the little girl in the booth ahead, her footsteps suddenly paused, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. In that instant, she felt as if she had seen the daughter she had ignored. The little nose and eyes were just too similar. They were practically cut from the same mold. She was dazed for a moment, but soon shook her head. Tsukiko didn't have a boyfriend yet, so it was impossible for her to have children. Tsukiko frowned and looked at her mother, asking, "Mom, why did you stop?" Setsuko regained her composure and withdrew her gaze. "It's nothing," she said. She didn't think too much, assuming it was just a coincidence that the child looked like her. Tsukiko pulled Setsuko and sat down in a booth behind and to the left of mine. "Why sit here?" Setsuko looked around. Although this location was quiet, it wasn't the best viewing spot. Tsukiko smiled and said, "Mom, it's all the same wherever we sit." As she spoke, she raised her hand, summoned the waiter, and began to order. Setsuko didn't say anything, just dotingly looked at her daughter opposite. She noticed that although Tsukiko was ordering, her eyes were always drifting to the front right, the position of the little girl just now. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" As she spoke, she was about to turn around. Tsukiko quickly said, "No, nothing, I just saw a junior." After saying this, she shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Setsuko understood everything. She chuckled lightly and didn't ask further. After all, children her age are very shy, although she was curious about what the boy her daughter liked looked like. Meanwhile, a few minutes ago in the restroom, Ruru blocked Yuki beside the sink, with her arms crossed, staring sharply at her with a questioning tone. "Give it to me straight. What is going on here?" Yuki felt a bit uncomfortable being watched by her. She reached out to tidy the strands of hair by her temples and laughed dryly. "What do you mean? What's going on?" "Don't play dumb with me." Ruru raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be at home right now, preparing a dinner full of love for me and Nana? Why have you run here to gnaw on steak?" Yuki's cheeks heated up slightly. She avoided Ruru's scrutinizing gaze and explained with a weak voice, It's because they, father and daughter, think I'm too exhausted from work, so they won't let me cook." "Exhausted?" Ruru repeated, clearly not believing it. Yuki nodded, looking as if she wanted to write sincere all over her face. Ruru squinted her eyes and looked her up and down, as if discerning the truth from her words. She stared at her for a few seconds, seeing that her expression was calm, before slowly withdrawing her gaze. At least that father and daughter have a bit of a conscience. Yuki, seeing that Ruru didn't suspect her, let out a long breath. If she knew that she didn't even eat the food she cooked herself, she would be laughed at by her for the rest of her life. Ruru then reached out and gently hooked Yuki's small chin with her index finger, forcing her to make eye contact. Then, "Are you planning to take down Mugi in other ways tonight?" Ruru's tone was teasing. Her lips curled into a wicked smile. "For example, seduction?" As she spoke, she lightly patted Yuki on the buttocks. Yuki's face turned beet red at the word seduction, like a ripe apple. She quickly slapped Ruru's hand away, her eyes dodging, and she stuttered in rebuttal. "You! What nonsense are you talking about? How is that possible?" "Why not?" Ruru looked at her amusedly, her eyes lingering on Yuki's exquisite figure for a moment. "God gave you this face that could cause the downfall of states and cities, and this soul-stirring body. If you don't make good use of it, it's a waste." Ruru's eyes took on a hint of playfulness, and while Yuki was still shy, she suddenly reached out and grabbed a handful of Yuki's fullness. Yuki cried out in surprise. Like a frightened rabbit, she immediately protected her chest with both hands and shrank back, her cheeks turning so red they were about to drip blood. She glared at Ruru with a mix of shame and anger, bit her lower lip, and turned to walk out of the restroom. Ruru looked at her like this, was stunned for a moment, then blinked and whispered, "So cute, so big, it feels so good. I really want to touch it again." I really can't imagine how well that little brat Nana ate when she was young. She quickly came to her senses. Seeing Yuki about to walk away quickly, she hurriedly chased after her and grabbed Yuki's wrist. "Hey, don't be angry, I didn't mean it," Ruru said with an apology, but there was no apology in her eyes. Yuki stopped and turned her head, glaring at her with puffing cheeks. The flush on her face had not yet faded, making her look pitiful and like a little spoiled wife. Ruru saw her appearance and screamed in her heart. I didn't expect the aloof CEO to have such a cute side. Damn it, if I had become friends with her earlier, how happy I would have been. This is my lucky day. She felt angry inside, but the thought flashed by. Her eyes turned, and she had a plan. She deliberately puffed out her chest, approached Yuki, lowered her voice, and said in a seductive tone, "How about I let you touch it back, so you can take advantage too?" Yuki opened her eyes even wider upon hearing this, looking at Ruru in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe those words had come out of her mouth. Ruru laughed out loud at her shocked expression, waved her hand, and said, all right, I'm just teasing you. Look at you, so nervous. Do you think I could eat you?" As she spoke, she put away her joking expression, held Yuki's hand, and said more seriously, "But seriously, tonight is a good opportunity. Take out that battle gown I prepared for you and take down Mugi in one go. If worst comes to worst, Nana can sleep with me tonight." Yuki was red-faced at Ruru's words, her heart in a panic. She responded vaguely, "We'll see when the time comes. Let's go back first." Having said that, she walked quickly toward the booth like she was fleeing. Ruru looked at her slightly hasty back, shook her head helplessly, full of regret. But she also knew that such things couldn't be rushed, so she could only sigh lightly and step up to follow her. The two walked back to the booth one after the other. Just as Yuki adjusted her slightly rapid breathing, she raised her eyes and saw Tsukiko in the booth ahead and to the left. The smile on her face dissipated instantly. Looking at Tsukiko, the expression in her eyes was complex. Meanwhile, Tsukiko seemed to have noticed Yuki's gaze and tilted her head to look over. When her eyes met Yuki's, the corners of her lips curled up imperceptibly. A smug look was clearly reflected in those beautiful eyes, as if she were silently showing off something. Yuki just glanced at her lightly and withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened. As if Tsukiko were just an unimportant background board in the restaurant, and didn't cause even half a ripple in the lake of her heart. Mom! Nana, sitting next to her, looked at her, reached out her little hand, and tugged at Yuki's hem, whispering, "Mommy, Nana wants to go home." Yuki heard Nana's voice, looked down at Nana, curled her lips slightly, and raised her hand to flick her nose. I had been paying attention to the changes in Yuki's expression since she came back. The subtle changes on her face just now were all caught by me. I reached out and covered the back of Yuki's hand, which was on the table, and asked gently, "Shall we go home?" "Go home? Why?" Ruru asked, looking up at me in confusion, not understanding. "The steak hasn't even been served yet. Why would we go home?" As soon as Yoichi heard his sister, he was so anxious he nearly jumped out of his chair. He frantically began signaling at her with his eyes. Ruru noticed Yoichi squinting and twitching over there as if he were having a seizure. She couldn't help but furrow her brows, looked at him with an expression of disgust, and asked, "Is something wrong with your eyes, or are you having a seizure?" Seeing this, Yoichi immediately deflated and rolled his eyes in frustration. Yuki felt a slight stirring in her heart. She held my hand back, her thumb gently stroking the back of my hand, and a gentle smile spread across her face. She wasn't foolish. She could naturally guess that I might know about her relationship with Tsukiko. She looked at me and said in a relaxed tone, "The steak hasn't been eaten yet. Why go home?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and dotingly touched Nana's head, saying softly, "Be good, Nana. Let's finish our meal before we go home, okay?" Upon hearing Yuki's words, Nana pouted slightly, but she nodded obediently. She didn't want to make Mommy sad, but she also didn't want Mommy to go hungry. I looked at Nana, a gentle smile appearing on my face. I reached out and gently patted her head, saying softly, "Fine, listen to Mommy. Let's finish our meal before we go home." Hearing her father's words, the unhappiness on Nana's little face diminished somewhat. After all, with Daddy here, Daddy would certainly not let Mommy be unhappy. Meanwhile, Setsuko, who was sitting opposite Tsukiko, noticed that her daughter's mind was clearly not on the food, as she would occasionally cast her gaze toward the booth to the front right. Just as Setsuko was feeling puzzled, she noticed that Tsukiko's eyes suddenly lit up, the corners of her lips curling upward imperceptibly. A clear sense of pride radiated from those beautiful eyes. This pride made Setsuko even more confused. What did her daughter have to be proud of here? Just as she was bewildered, a familiar voice drifted clearly from behind and entered her ears. Hearing this familiar voice, Setsuko's body stiffened abruptly, her pupils contracted, and the expression on her face froze in a moment of astonishment. At this moment, how could she not understand? At the same time, Setsuko realized the little girl was her daughter's child, her own granddaughter. Thinking of this, a bitter smile spread across her lips. No wonder the little girl looked so much like her. However, she had no idea when she had gotten married or when she had had a child. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt. Tsukiko, sitting opposite her, completely failed to notice the change in Setsuko. Her gaze frequently drifted toward Yuki. Seeing her smiling and laughing, and completely ignoring her previous show of pride, the nameless fire in her heart burned ever brighter. She gave a light snort, a disdainful arc curling her lips. She simply assumed Yuki was feigning composure and forcing a smile. A moment later, the waiter brought over the fragrant steaks, serving our booth first. Yuki picked up her knife and fork and began to cut the steak for Nana. The soft light fell on her focused profile, making her look exceptionally gentle. Nana tilted her little face, watching her mother cut the steak for her obediently, unable to help but drool. Seeing this, I smiled, withdrew my gaze and picked up my knife and fork, imitating Yuki's movements to cut the steak. I wasn't very skilled at first, but after a few tries, after all, I had been able to skillfully use chopsticks since I was 4. Using a knife and fork wasn't exactly a challenge. The waiter also brought the steak to Tsukiko and Setsuko's table. The expression on Setsuko's face had already returned to normal, showing no trace of her earlier emotional volatility. She picked up her knife and fork and began to cut her steak. Seeing this, Tsukiko curled the corners of her lips and looked at Setsuko charmingly, calling out in a voice with deliberate sweetness. Setsuko looked at her, her eyes still filled with doting. Your steak looks so delicious." Tsukiko acted spoiled. "Can I have a taste?" Setsuko's movements paused slightly, then a gentle smile appeared on her face. She cut a small piece of her own steak, put it on Tsukiko's plate, and said calmly, "You lazy bones." Yuki had just finished cutting the steak for Nana and pushed the plate toward her. As she looked up, she met the gaze Tsukiko was casting in her direction. Tsukiko made eye contact with her, and the smile on her face became even more radiant. She turned to Setsuko, her voice sounding so sweet it could drip with water. "Mom, feed me." As she spoke, her gaze drifted provocatively toward Yuki to the front right, her eyes filled with undisguised pride and provocation. The smile on Yuki's face faded quite a bit. Although she no longer longed for it, seeing the scene still made her feel inexplicably hurt, as if something were stuck in her chest. Seeing this, Tsukiko's smile became even more intense, her sense of triumph visible in every expression. Setsuko sighed helplessly, used her fork to pick up that small piece of steak, and brought it to Tsukiko's lips while saying, "And you said you wanted to lose weight." As she spoke, she looked up at Tsukiko and clearly saw the undisguised provocation and pride in her daughter's eyes. Her hand stopped in mid-air as she looked at this face that was both familiar and yet felt somewhat strange. She was stunned for a moment. Was this still her simple and innocent daughter? Just as she was in a daze, Nana, sitting next to Yuki, took in Tsukiko's behavior. She glared at Tsukiko with dissatisfaction, then stood up on her chair, reached out her little hand, and grabbed the fork next to the plate, unceremoniously piercing a piece of the beef I had just cut. Then she held the fork up and brought the beef to Yuki's lips, her voice crisp and loud, full of pride. "Mommy, eat!" Yuki looked at the beef in front of her, and a bright smile spread across her lips involuntarily. Her heart felt soft, and she lowered her head to gently eat the piece of beef. Yuki smiled, reached out to touch Nana's little head, and laughed. "Our Nana is so well behaved, knowing to feed Mommy neat." Praised by her mother, Nana's little face immediately bloomed with a happy smile. Her eyes curved into little crescent moons, and she shook her head proudly. Sitting opposite, I watched my own daughter's operation and fell into a brief silence. It wasn't that I opposed her showing filial piety, but why use the beef I had just cut? More importantly, she had performed all the opportunities to show off, so what was left for me? I felt quite dejected. Just then, Nana put down the fork, leaned her small body slightly out of the chair, and shouted to Yuki with all her might in a crisp and loud voice, "Mommy, I love you!" This sudden and high-decibel confession left Yuki slightly stunned. Guests at other tables in the restaurant couldn't help but cast curious glances. Nana didn't care at all. She dove directly into Yuki's arms, hugged Yuki's neck tightly, and gave her a forceful kiss on her warm cheek. Then, with a hint of pride, she added in a milky voice, "Nana loves Mommy very, very much." Hearing her daughter's immature yet incredibly sincere words, Yuki felt a warm current instantly flood her entire body. The discomfort in her heart was dispelled without a trace. She reached out and hugged the little person in her arms tightly, gently touching her head, and then planted a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. "Mommy loves Nana too." Yuki's voice had a hint of an unnoticeable rasp, and she hugged Nana even tighter. At this moment, she felt her heart filled to the brim by her daughter's love, and the smile on her face was even more gentle and moving than before. Tsukiko, in the booth diagonally behind, took in this scene and her brows tightened instantly. A pair of eyes revealed deep jealousy, almost overflowing. She squeezed the knife in her hand tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white. Why? Why is Yuki able to be happy? She was unwilling to accept it. Just as Tsukiko's heart was burning with rage and she was almost unable to control her expression, she unintentionally looked up and met Setsuko's gaze. That look carried a touch of scrutiny and strangeness she had never seen before, making her heart jump. Tsukiko instantly came to her senses, as if she had been doused with a basin of cold water. The jealousy and unwillingness deep in her eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. She averted her gaze in a panic, not daring to look at Setsuko again, and subconsciously loosened her tight grip on the knife. Setsuko watched her daughter's suddenly changing expression and that deliberately evasive gaze, sighed softly in her heart, but didn't say anything more. She just silently withdrew her gaze and continued to cut the steak on her plate, though her movements seemed a bit slower than before. Ruru, sitting next to Yuki, looked at the pair of mother and daughter acting intimately without anyone else around, her corners of her mouth twitching, and she finally couldn't help but speak. "I'm telling you to. Are you here to eat? Or are you here specifically to show off your deep mother-daughter bond?" Yuki heard this, but instead of feeling any embarrassment, she raised her chin slightly, and the pride on her face was almost overflowing, as if she were saying, "My daughter is cute, I am proud." Seeing her like this, Ruru rolled her eyes in silence and turned her head away, unwilling to continue watching this sappy pair. At this moment I looked at my daughter, acting spoiled in Yuki's arms, and then looked at Yuki's smile full of happiness, and suddenly felt like I was extra. Why did I feel so uneasy? Where did this little brat learn her tricks? How was she better at coaxing people than me? Yuki seemed to have noticed something. Her gaze turned to me, meeting my slightly dejected and sour eyes, and the smile on her lips deepened. I was stunned by her look and reacted immediately, a touch of embarrassment flashing across my face. I quickly coughed, moved my gaze away with feigned composure, pretended to be completely indifferent, and picked up my water glass to take a sip. Yuki smiled, gently patted Nana's back, then let go of Nana and said, "Be good, Nana, let's eat." Nana smiled and nodded, looking at the steak in front of her, licking her lips. Not long after, the 5 of them were full. I wiped my mouth with a napkin and was the first to stand up, saying, "Let's go." Yuki, Ruru, and the others also stood up one after another. As the group stood up and walked out of the restaurant, I keenly noticed that Yuki's body stiffened for a moment. Her breathing seemed to hold, and her footsteps were slightly hesitant. I understood the situation, but didn't say much. I just reached out, took her slightly cool hand into my warm palm, and squeezed it. Yuki felt the temperature from her hand, subconsciously looked up, met my gentle gaze, and couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. The tension and unease in her heart dissipated quietly like mist, dispelled by the sun. She squeezed my hand back, a faint smile reappearing on her lips, and we walked out together. When passing by Tsukiko and Setsuko's booth, Yuki's footsteps paused imperceptibly, but immediately returned to normal. Setsuko's gaze landed on the backs of Yuki and the others. That look was complex and hard to distinguish. There was reminiscence, exploration, and even some indescribable emotions surging within. She looked at those two figures, one big, one small, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Tsukiko keenly noticed her mother's absent-mindedness and called out softly, her voice carrying an unnoticeable tension. Setsuko was awakened by this voice, her body shuddering slightly, and she quickly came back to her senses. She withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Tsukiko. That look was calm and waveless, but seemed to carry a bit more depth than usual. Then she lowered her eyelids as if nothing had happened and continued to cut the steak in her plate in a leisurely manner, as if the earlier distraction had never occurred. Tsukiko saw that her mother was no longer looking in that direction, lowered her head slightly, and fiddled with her napkin unconsciously without saying anything more. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat subtle because of this brief interlude. She held Yuki's hand, tilted her little face up, and asked with bright eyes, "Shall we go to the amusement park? Nana wants to ride the carousel in the little train." Yuki heard this, looked gently at her daughter's excited little face, and thought about it. The time wasn't too late yet, and there was nothing to do tomorrow. However, she didn't promise directly, but slightly tilted her head to look at me, asking for my opinion with her eyes. I received her gaze and smiled gently, reached out and rubbed Nana's little head, and said in a relaxed tone, "I don't have class tomorrow morning, so it's all fine." Yuki heard him say this, smiled and nodded, and said to Nana, "Then let's go to the amusement park." "Awesome!" Nana was so happy she almost jumped up, her crisp cheering sounding exceptionally melodious in the night. She let go of Yuki's hand, ran to my side, hugged my leg, looked up, and said sweetly, "Daddy is the best. I love you." I bent down, picked her up, and dotingly flicked her little nose. Yuki turned to look at Ruru and asked with a smile, "Do you want to come with us?" Ruru smiled and nodded in response. "Sure, anyway, staying in is staying in. Going to join the fun isn't bad." Yoichi naturally had no objections. After all, he could take the opportunity to inquire about some of Ruru's preferences. It was killing two birds with one stone. Wait, why was it killing two birds with one stone? He thought about it, but decided not to think about it. Anyway, he wouldn't lose out. So the group headed toward the parking lot. On the other side, inside the Western restaurant, Setsuko slowly put down the knife and fork in her hand. The sound of the tableware colliding with the porcelain plate was exceptionally clear in this quiet atmosphere. She looked up, her gaze landing on Tsukiko's face opposite her. "Tsukiko," Setsuko's voice was calm, asking with a hint of exhaustion, "Do you understand what you were just doing?" Having spent so many years struggling in the business world, how could she not guess the relationship between them? If she couldn't even see through that, she wouldn't be the president of the Ryu group. Tsukiko's fingers tightened slightly around her knife, and she then put down her cutlery. She looked up, met Setsuko's scrutinizing gaze, and nodded imperceptibly. Her voice carried a hint of stubbornness. "I know." After a pause, she added, "Mom, I am just bravely fighting for what I want." Setsuko's brow furrowed imperceptibly, her tone tinged with irony and disbelief. "The junior you like, are you unaware that he is your sister's husband?" Tsukiko's eyes flickered, and she avoided Setsuko's direct gaze, but her voice remained firm. "I know. However, the one who isn't loved is the third party." Upon hearing this, Setsuko's pupils contracted sharply, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She couldn't believe such words would come from her own simple and innocent daughter. "So, this is your reason for competing with your sister for the same man?" Her voice trembled slightly from astonishment. Tsukiko acted as if she had heard a joke, the corners of her lips curling into a miserable arc. "I never had a sister." Watching her daughter, the shock in Setsuko's heart was gradually replaced by a sense of powerlessness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and her voice softened slightly. "Do you really love him, or do you just want to snatch him away from her?" The five of us arrived at Starlight Amusement Park. As soon as Nana got out of the car, she was attracted by the lively scene before her, excited light shimmering in her large eyes. The amusement park wasn't particularly crowded, but it was bustling. She looked around, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She pulled on Yuki's hand and sprinted toward a figure not far away, shouting crisply, Auntie, Auntie! Amidst the crowd, a tall woman in casual attire turned her head at the sound. Seeing Nana charging toward her like a little calf, a look of joyful surprise bloomed on her face. She bent down and steadily caught the little girl, who threw herself into her arms. "Nana, why are you here?" Uru picked Nana up and kissed her soft pink cheek, her tone filled with happiness. Nana hugged Uru's neck, her little face beaming with a brilliant smile, and replied in a milky voice. Nana came with Daddy, Mommy, Godmother, and Uncle Yoichi. As she spoke, she pointed her little finger toward the direction behind her. Uru looked in the direction she pointed and happened to see me, Yuki, Ruru, and Yoichi walking over together. I was very surprised to see my older sister. Being a homebody who would rather stay home than go to work, the fact that she would come to an amusement park made me frown as I asked, "Sis, what spare time do you have to come to an amusement park?" Uru smiled and explained, "Your friend Swanchuan gave me some tickets for the ice castle. She said they expire in a few days. I thought since I had nothing to do tonight, I'd come to play." I nodded upon hearing this, indicating I understood. Suddenly, as if I had remembered something, my eyes shifted slightly, and I quickly looked at Yoichi beside me and signaled at him with my eyes. Yoichi met my gaze. He put on a warm, enthusiastic smile and walked quickly to Uru's side, asking with a smile, "Sister Uru, the ice castle sounds interesting. Do you have any extra tickets? I'd like to go see it too." Holding Nana, Uru smiled upon hearing this and nodded. "Yes, Zhuanchuan gave me several." "That's great!" Yoichi was so excited he almost clapped his hands. He immediately turned to Nana, who was in Uru's arms, and asked, "Nana, do you want to go to the ice castle together?" Not waiting for her reply, as if afraid the little one would refuse, he quickly added, "I can buy you ice cream later." Nana hugged Uru's neck, giggled, held up 4 little fingers, and said in a milky voice, "I want 4." "4 it is," Yoichi agreed without a second thought. As long as he could spend more time with Uru, let alone 4 ice creams, he would be happy with 40. Watching Yoichi's savvy performance from the side, I secretly gave a thumbs up. "Good brother, you're a real one." Uru, holding Nana, couldn't miss her brother's little scheme. A subtle smile curled at the corners of her lips. She didn't point it out, just bounced Nana in her arms and said with a smile, "Then let's set off now." With that, she carried Nana toward the ice castle in the distance. Seeing this, Yoichi immediately followed along eagerly. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging in the sky right now. Watching the 3 of them walk away, I withdrew my gaze with satisfaction, and then naturally reached out to hold Yuki's hand. Feeling the temperature from my palm, Yuki turned to look at me. I coughed lightly and said, "Let's go take a look over there too." As I spoke, I took Yuki by the hand toward the Ferris wheel. The corners of Yuki's lips rose involuntarily, and she nodded softly. "Okay." The 2 looked at each other and walked side by side toward the Ferris wheel. At this moment, only Ruru was left behind all alone. She looked at the 3 heading to the ice castle and then at the 2 walking toward the Ferris wheel, unable to stop her brow from furrowing. She put her hands on her hips and was suddenly so angry she laughed. "What is this? Is it just me who is the extra one? These people, putting friendship and family aside for romance. I'll remember this." A while later, I held Yuki's hand, and we sat together in a Ferris wheel cabin. As the door closed, the cabin slowly left the ground and began to climb upward. The dazzling lights of the amusement park gradually spread out beneath our feet, turning into a colorful painting. Yuki leaned against the window, her gaze attracted by the scene below. Her face was full of pure happiness, like a child who had received a cherished candy. I stood beside her, watching her quietly. Her profile, illuminated by the soft lights inside the cabin, appeared exceptionally tranquil and beautiful. I could feel her genuine joy at this moment. When the Ferris wheel rose to midair, the field of vision became even broader, and the distant city nightscape was faintly visible. I withdrew my gaze from the window and landed it on Yuki's smiling face, speaking in a gentle voice. "Can you talk to me about your parents?" Upon hearing this, Yuki's body stiffened imperceptibly. The smile on her face dissipated like water ripples brushed by a breeze. She turned her head back, no longer looking at the scenery outside, and the light in her eyes dimmed as she fell into silence. Seeing her like this, I understood, and immediately said softly, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too." Yuki remained silent. The cabin continued to rise slowly, The bustle of the city seemed to be isolated outside this small space. She took a gentle breath and then slowly leaned her head on my broad shoulder. I let her lean, just slightly tightening my arm. Silence spread between us for a moment as the Ferris wheel rose higher and higher. Then, Yuki's voice sounded. Her voice sounded a bit raspy as she asked, "You know Tsukiko, right?" I gave a light, and didn't ask further, just waiting quietly for her to continue. "She is my sister." Yuki's voice remained very light. "A sister from the same mother, but a different father." Yuki's lips curled slightly, and she let out a long breath, continuing. "When I was 8, I knew I had a sister. At that time, I thought she would be like me, ignored and neglected. I was even worrying whether she would be like me, always alone. Until one day after school, I passed a restaurant. Through the glass window, I saw them. She sat opposite her, smiling very gently, patiently feeding her, carefully peeling shrimp for her, and putting the shrimp meat into her bowl. Even when she was making a mess, she was still smiling. There was no impatience, no anger. Her eyes were full of doting." Speaking of this, her voice carried a hint of choking. Only then did I know that she wasn't naturally cold, nor was she someone who didn't love children. She just didn't love me. Those last few words were light, but they hit my heart like a heavy hammer. I felt a heart-wrenching pain. Subconsciously, I reached out and pulled her tighter into my arms, my arm encircling her slightly trembling shoulders. Yuki buried her face in the crook of my neck, her shoulders shaking gently. I could feel warm moisture seeping through the thin clothing onto my skin. I gently patted her back and asked in a low voice, "What about your father?" Yuki rubbed against my chest, sniffled, and said with a heavy, muffled voice, "That man, he never liked me. My existence to him was probably just a constant reminder of how failed that marriage was." Listening to her calm but endlessly desolate tone, my throat felt as if it were blocked by something, leaving me speechless. Looking at her, a wave of unspeakable guilt flooded my heart. I shouldn't have asked these things. I shouldn't have made her tear open these wounds again. Yuki lifted her head from my arms, her red-rimmed eyes still holding undried tears. She looked at me, the corners of her lips pulling into a faint arc, and asked, "Am I very pathetic?" Looking at her, a wave of pity flooded my heart. I didn't know how to answer. However, she shook her head, a smile appearing on her face. "No, I'm not pathetic. I have the best grandparents in the world. They gave me all their love. Now I also have Nana." Mentioning Nana, her eyes instantly became gentle, as if the winter sun had dispelled the haze between her brows. Watching her, the guilt on my face was gradually replaced by heartache and tenderness. I raised my hand, gently wiped away the remaining tears at the corners of her eyes, and smiled. "You forgot. You also have me." Yuki was slightly stunned, her watery eyes staring at me quietly, as if she wanted to engrave my appearance at this moment deep in her heart. In the next second, she suddenly moved a step closer to me. In this cramped cabin space, the distance of that step made her almost entirely press against me. My breathing hitched. I could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from her hair, and the softness against my chest. Immediately after, Yuki reached out her arms to wrap around my waist. With soft beauty in my arms, I subconsciously swallowed. Whoa, what is the situation? Playing things so intensely? Wait, I just finished steak, did I rinse my mouth? Will she despise me for having a smell? Just as I was caught up in my wild thoughts, a sharp sting suddenly came from my waist. My body trembled violently. I almost jumped up, teeth gritting in pain. I lowered my head to look at Yuki. I saw she was still holding my waist, just that the hands wrapped around it were pinching the soft flesh on my side. Yuki lifted her little face, looking at me angrily. She huffed. "I'm telling you, if you get snatched away by Tsukiko, I will immediately dump you, take Nana, and go far away, so you'll never find us for the rest of your life." I shook my head quickly and reached out to gently grasp the hands she still had on my waist, my tone carrying a bit of flattery. "Don't worry, I only have you in my heart. No one can take me away." Listening to my serious assurance, Yuki let out a light huff and finally let go of my soft flesh. She turned around, no longer looking at me, and cast her gaze out the window, overlooking the brightly lit amusement park below. I secretly let out a sigh of relief, reached out to rub my waist, and muttered in my heart, "She's got a strong grip. I wonder what she ate growing up." I withdrew my thoughts and let my gaze fall back onto Yuki's back. She stood quietly by the window, overlooking the city's night view. Her back was indescribably lonely. I walked behind her without speaking, just reaching out my arms to gently encircle her from behind. Yuki's body stiffened slightly and then relaxed, leaning back naturally against my warm chest. She tilted her head slightly, her silky hair brushing against my chin, bringing a hint of ticklishness. I lowered my head and happened to meet her clear eyes looking back at me. Eye to eye, the soft light in the cabin reflected on both our faces. Something seemed to be quietly fermenting in the air, a faint, lingering kiss-like atmosphere flowing slowly between us. My Adam's apple rolled involuntarily, and I swallowed. I looked at her face so close, my own figure reflected in those watery eyes. My heart stirred, and I lowered my head slowly, kissing her pomegranate red lips. Yuki looked at my face, gradually enlarging, feeling my warm breath brush against her cheek. The corners of her lips curled into a shallow arc, and she closed her eyes obediently. Our lips met. At first it was just a light touch, carrying tentative tenderness, but it gradually became urgent and eager. Our breaths intertwined, the scent of each other filling the narrow space, and the temperature rose accordingly. After a long while, the kiss ended. Both of us had unsteady breathing, our chests rising and falling. Yuki's cheeks were flushed with a moving crimson, her eyes watery and clear, carrying a bit of intoxication. She was panting slightly, seemingly still immersed in the aftertaste of the kiss, feeling unsatisfied. In the next second, she suddenly turned around, extended her arms, and took the initiative to wrap them around my neck. She stood on tiptoes and gave a quick kiss on my cheek. After this bold move, the blush on her face intensified, like a ripe apple. Afraid to look at me again, she quickly buried her face in my broad chest. Her sudden move made my heart flutter, followed by a surge of great joy and excitement. I felt the shyness and reliance of the person in my arms. I tightened my arms, holding her tightly, as if I wanted to knead her into my very bones. I bowed my head, my chin gently rubbing against the top of her soft hair. My voice carried a hint of a husky laugh, yet it was full of indescribable satisfaction and tenderness. At this moment, the Ferris wheel rose to its highest point. The entire city's dazzling night view was in full view, but none of it compared to half the beauty of the person in my arms. We held each other for a long time, reluctant to let go. Half an hour ago at Starlight Amusement Park, Yoichi and Uru were each holding one of Nana's little hands. The little girl was wearing a thick down jacket, her little face flushed red from the cold, yet she was excitedly looking around. Yoichi's gaze drifted from time to time toward Uru beside him. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her profile appeared soft and tranquil under the glow of the lights. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sister Uru, how come you never replied to my messages?" His voice carried a hint of imperceptible tension. Uru kept her eyes straight ahead and replied without a second thought, "The hospital is too busy. I haven't had a chance to check my phone." Yoichi responded softly, the corners of his lips curling upward involuntarily. So, she was just busy. He had thought she didn't want to talk to him. This realization sparked an inexplicable joy within him, making even the surrounding ice sculptures seem more pleasant to look at. Just then, Nana, who was being held between the two of them, suddenly lifted her little head and looked at Yoichi on the left, then at Uru on the right. She shook her head like a little adult, sighed softly, and muttered, "Uncle Yoichi is so pitiful. I'll eat one less ice cream later." Yoichi was immersed in his joy when a sudden chill crawled up his back, making him shiver for no reason. He looked back subconsciously, but there was nothing unusual. "What's wrong?" Uru noticed his movement and tilted her head to ask. Yoichi rubbed the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly, saying, "Nothing. Maybe it's just too cold in this ice castle." Mentally, however, he was wondering if he had forgotten someone, but when he tried to think, he couldn't remember, so he simply stopped trying. At that moment, Nana shouted excitedly, pointing her little finger at an ice slide not far ahead. "I want to play on the slide!" The little girl, without further ado, pulled Yoichi and Uru forward. "Hey, slow down, Nana!" Uru was also pulled along, a look of helpless yet gentle amusement tugging at the corners of her lips. The ice slide wasn't high, but it had a unique design that shimmered under the lights, attracting many children. Nana was having a great time. Uru and Yoichi stood to one side. His gaze drifted toward Uru from time to time. He couldn't help but start fantasizing about a beautiful married life, and the smile on his lips was impossible to hide. On the other side, the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. The cabin door opened, and I walked out first, then reached out to help Yuki down. The night amusement park was still bustling with noise and excitement. As we walked side by side, I held Yuki's hand tightly, as if afraid she might get lost. I caught a glimpse of a small stall with pink lights not far away and said to Yuki, "Wait here for me." Without waiting for an answer, I let go of her hand and hurried toward that direction. Yuki looked in the direction I was running and saw a cotton candy stall. Seeing my slightly eager figure, a gentle smile appeared on her face as she waited obediently. A cool night breeze blew, tucking a few strands of hair behind her cheeks. For some reason, Yuki suddenly felt a chill on her back. Perhaps it was because it was late and the wind had picked up, but she didn't pay it any mind. A moment later, I came back quickly, holding 2 pink and white cotton candies. I walked toward Yuki with a smile and handed one to her. Yuki looked at me and then at the fluffy, soft cotton candy. The gentleness in her eyes was almost overflowing. Just then, a familiar sound of laughter came from not far away. "Mommy! Daddy!" I saw Uru carrying Nana, with Yoichi following beside them, walking toward us. Nana's little hands were occupied. In one, she held a strawberry-flavored ice cream cone, and in the other, a chocolate one. Her little mouth was stuffed full, and there were milk stains on her face. She was incredibly cute. As soon as she saw Yuki and me, her eyes lit up immediately, and she shouted sweetly. Both Yuki and I smiled and walked up to meet them. "Eat slowly, you little glutton," Yuki said with a smile, reaching out to help wipe the corners of her mouth. However, Nana immediately locked eyes on the large cotton candy in my hand. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't even bother to lick her ice cream anymore. She stretched her little neck, observing it curiously, and asked in a milky voice, "Daddy, what is this? Did you buy it for Nana?" Watching my daughter's greedy little expression, I was speechless. Yuki laughed when she saw this. She gently stroked Nana's little head, and then naturally took the strawberry ice cream from Nana's hand, saying with a smile, "Does Nana want to eat cotton candy? Then how about giving this ice cream to Mommy?" She then took the cotton candy from my hand and brought it to Nana. Nana's eyes immediately curled into little crescent moons. She nodded happily, then eagerly reached out her little hands to take the cotton candy that was larger than her own face. The little girl hugged the cotton candy, leaned her head in, and took a light lick. The sweet taste made her blink happily. Just as Nana was about to take another big bite, a somewhat cold voice came from behind, breaking the heartwarming atmosphere. "You all seem to be having a lot of fun." Everyone turned toward the source of the sound to see Ruru standing not far away, wearing a cold smile as she watched them. When Yoichi saw his older sister, his heart went cold. "I see, so that's who I forgot. I left my sister behind." Nana looked at Ruru, blinked her large eyes, and immediately broke into a sweet smile. When Yoichi saw Nana smile, he also grinned, offering a flattering smile. The next second, Ruru walked over in a few strides and, without waiting for anyone to react, slapped Yoichi on the back of the head. Smack! Although it wasn't hard, it was loud enough. "Still having fun, are you?" Ruru arched an eyebrow, her tone less than pleasant. Seeing this, Nana's smile quickly faded, and her little hands holding the cotton candy tightened. She said weakly, "Godmother, if you hit Uncle Yoichi, you can't hit Nana anymore." Ruru laughed upon hearing Nana's words, leaned closer and said, "Do I look like the type of person who hits people?" Nana giggled, shook her head and said, "Godmother is the gentlest." Ruru nodded with a smile, then, in the next second, snatched the cotton candy from Nana's hand, crumbled it into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth. Nana was stunned as the huge cotton candy disappeared in an instant. She blinked her eyes, as if asking what had just happened. Yuki and I, whose smiles were about to brighten, stiffened instantly. We exchanged a look, neither of us speaking. Yoichi clutched the back of his head, teeth gritting, but didn't dare say a word. Ruru let out a cold snort and turned her gaze to Yuki, saying unpleasantly, "I never expected the great CEO of the Shen Group to value romance over friends. You really are something." Yuki blushed slightly upon hearing this, lifted her head in embarrassment, and was about to explain. Ruru didn't give her the chance and turned her gaze back to her brother. Yoichi stiffened and subconsciously wanted to shrink back, but he didn't dare to move. He looked away, not daring to meet her eyes. Ruru reached out her finger and poked Yoichi's forehead mercilessly, saying word for word, "Just you wait. We'll settle this when we get home." Saying that, Ruru reached out and pinched Yoichi's ear. Ignoring his wails, she dragged him out of the amusement park. "Sis, be gentle. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Yoichi winced as he was dragged away, not forgetting to look back and throw a look of rescue at me, his words mumbled and indistinct. "Old Mugi, save me, save me." I acted as if I hadn't heard him, not even sparing him a glance, and handed the surviving cotton candy to Yuki. Yuki took the cotton candy with a smile, looked at me, and said softly, "It's getting late. Let's go home too." I nodded, looking at her gently. Uru, hearing this, bent down to put Nana down, stroked her little head, and said with a smile, "Goodbye, Nana." "Goodbye, Auntie." Nana waved her little hand and said goodbye in a milky voice. Afterward, Yuki took Nana's hand, and with me standing by her side, the family of 3 walked toward the parking lot. The night grew darker, and the amusement park speakers gradually faded in the distance. Yuki took a bite of the cotton candy. The sweet, rich feeling made her heart happy. She turned her head, looked at me, held the cotton candy out to my lips, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to try some?" I lowered my head and took a small bite from where she had licked. The cotton candy melted in my mouth. I nodded and said with a smile, "It's very sweet." Yuki also laughed. We looked at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with a sweet scent. The atmosphere was inexplicably. Just then, Nana, who was walking on Yuki's other side, looked eagerly at the cotton candy in her mother's hand. Her little tongue licked her lips unconsciously. She shook Yuki's hand gently and whispered, "Mommy, Mommy, I want some too." However, Yuki, whose eyes and heart were focused only on me, didn't hear her daughter's call. She took another bite of the cotton candy, but then she frowned slightly. Seeing her frown, I asked with concern, "Is it too sweet?" Yuki shook her head, looked at me, and said, "It doesn't seem sweet at all anymore." I was surprised. I reached out, took the cotton candy, and tasted it again, savoring it carefully, then stated firmly, "No way. It's very sweet." Yuki's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at me, her voice so soft it was barely audible. "Then let me taste yours." I was stunned for a moment, looking at her with confusion. "How do you want to taste it?" Yuki didn't speak. She just took a small step forward, narrowing the distance between us. In the next second, she stood on her tiptoes, looked up, and pressed her soft lips against mine. Our breath mingled, and the sweetness of the cotton candy merged in our mouths. Yuki pulled away quickly, keeping her head slightly lowered. Her pale cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She said, with a hint of shyness and sweetness, "It is sweet, after all." I remained frozen on the spot, taken off guard by this sudden kiss. My heart felt like it had been lightly brushed by a feather, itchy and numb. I looked at Yuki, who was standing with her head down in embarrassment, and my brain felt dizzy. I swallowed, and the corners of my lips rose involuntarily. Nana, who was stuck between the two of them, frowned tightly. She crossed her arms, her little face filled with an exasperation that didn't match her age. At that moment, she really wanted to say, "What's going on?" Early the next morning, the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, falling softly on the bedroom floor. Yuki's eyelids flickered, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting my sleeping profile. The corners of her lips curved into a gentle, involuntary smile. She reached out her slender fingers, playfully and gently poking my cheek. My thick lashes moved, and I opened my eyes, still filled with lingering sleepiness. I accurately grabbed her restless little hand and spoke with the laziness unique to the morning. Caught in the act, Yuki wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she giggled, pulled her hand back, and dived into the warmth of the duvet. There was a flurry of rustling sounds under the covers. The next second, Yuki's little head poked out from the collar of my clothes. Her hair a bit messy, her face flushed red. She looked at me with a smile, leaned forward, and kissed my cheek. "Good morning," she said, her lips curving upward. Seeing her cute appearance, my heart skipped a beat. I reached out, gently patted her head, and full of doting, said, "Good morning." Just then, a small head poked out from above the two of us and said in a milky voice, "Daddy, Mommy, good morning." The smile on Yuki's face stiffened instantly. She realized Nana was still there, and the thought that her daughter might have seen her childish behavior made her cheeks burn hot red. Like a frightened little rabbit, she buried her head in the quilt, too embarrassed to face anyone. I looked at her behavior, then at my innocent daughter. Nana crawled into the quilt, wiggled her little head, and curiously burrowed toward where Yuki was hiding, asking in a small, confused voice, "Mommy, what are you doing under the quilt?" Yuki felt her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg. She threw the quilt off, but instead of coming out, she acted quickly and covered my head with the quilt. Yuki quickly picked up Nana, stepped out of bed, and headed straight toward the bathroom, saying in a panic, "I'll take Nana to kindergarten in a bit." Beneath the quilt, I responded with a smile, then pulled the cover off my head. Watching the backs of the mother and daughter as they disappeared through the bedroom doorway, I reached up and gently touched the cheek she had kissed. Remembering her shy expression moments ago, I couldn't help but murmur softly, "This is too cute." As I said this, the smile on my lips deepened. Not long after, Yuki dropped Nana off and drove straight to the Shen Group headquarters. Assistant Chen was already waiting in the lobby on the first floor. She held a tablet, glancing toward the door from time to time. Seeing Yuki's figure appear, Assistant Chen immediately hurried forward and gave a respectful bow. As she spoke, she handed over the tablet. "This is the schedule for today, along with several urgent documents that require your review." Yuki reached out to take the tablet, her gaze sweeping quickly across the screen. She then looked up, offered a faint smile to Assistant Chen, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Chen." Assistant Chen was just preparing to report the next item on the agenda when she caught Yuki's smiling eyes and froze. She blinked, then blinked again, almost thinking she was hallucinating. She smiled. The CEO, who was usually beautiful but possessed an imposing aura and rarely smiled, had actually smiled at her and told her thank you for her hard work. Assistant Chen's mind went blank. Subconsciously, she raised her hand and gently tapped her own cheek. Smack. It wasn't hard, but it was enough for her to feel a sting. She whispered to herself, "Ouch. Isn't this a dream?" Seeing Assistant Chen standing there with one hand holding the file and the other covering her cheek, Yuki couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She asked, "Assistant Chen, what is wrong?" Assistant Chen suddenly snapped out of it, quickly dropped her hand, and explained with a dry laugh, "No, nothing is wrong." Yuki didn't pay it any mind and handed the tablet over. Assistant Chen took it and continued to report on the work. Time flew by until the afternoon. When I walked into the classroom, most of the seats were already taken. I swept my gaze across the room and saw Yoichi huddled alone in the corner of the back row. I walked over, sat in the empty seat beside him, and nudged his arm with my elbow. Lowering my voice with a hint of teasing, I asked, "When you got home last night, did your sister tear you apart?" Yoichi shook his head, yawned, and said, "What are you thinking? We're siblings. She wouldn't have the heart for that." I arched an eyebrow, wanting to laugh but holding it back. Yoichi leaned closer to me and whispered, "Last night, I looked into the situation with Tsukiko." Hearing this, I leaned in and asked, "So did your sister find anything out? Tell me about it." Although Yuki had told me a bit about her parents while we were on the Ferris wheel the previous night, it had only been a rough outline. I was very curious. Why, when both are daughters, was Yuki's mother so biased, ignoring Yuki while being so caring and attentive to Tsukiko? Yoichi looked grave and said my sister said that Yuki's parents never actually divorced. Hearing this, I wasn't too surprised. I had already guessed as much, because when I had previously researched Yuki, I paid attention to the Shen group and noticed that at the time, there was cooperation between the Shen and Liu families. If their parents had been divorced, it would have been impossible for the two families to cooperate. Seeing my calm expression, Yoichi frowned and asked, "Wait, is this your reaction? Could you please respect me and give me some feedback, okay?" I replied speechlessly. "Is it that hard to guess? Continue, what else did you find out?" Yoichi responded and continued. However, they have each started new families. Yuki's father is an internationally famous pianist who has lived abroad for years. Rumor has it that he has a son and a daughter abroad, and the son is a year older than Yuki. Hearing this, I held my breath. For a moment I couldn't react. Yoichi went on. They say they were going to divorce back then, but the Liu family ran into some trouble. For the sake of the family, Yuki's mother didn't divorce him. Externally, they kept up the facade of being a loving couple to maintain face for both families. It's said that years ago, Yuki's older brother tried to take over the Shen group before Yuki even graduated. But he was kicked out of the country by old man Shen. Even Yuki's father was kicked out of the country. I frowned deeply and couldn't help but curse. That's terrible. Isn't her father a complete piece of work? Yoichi nodded in deep agreement, echoing, "You can say that again." I was silent for a moment and then asked, "Did you find anything else?" Yoichi shook his head and said, "That's all for now. My sister is still investigating. I'll let you know if there's any new information." I nodded and whispered, "Thank your sister for me." Yoichi waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't mention it. We're brothers, right?" He bumped my arm, was silent for a moment, and then his expression became somewhat complex as he lowered his voice. "By the way, old Mugi, there's one more thing. My sister found out that Yuki seems to have seen a psychiatrist in the past." I turned my head to look at Yoichi. Yoichi nodded and continued to whisper, "Think about it. Growing up in that kind of family environment, a mother who doesn't care, a father who might as well not exist, and then having a half-brother show up trying to steal the inheritance. Anyone who suffers trauma like that in childhood is going to have some psychological issues." He paused to warn me, "I'm telling you, according to those novels, with a yandere female lead, Yuki might actually be one. You better be careful. Don't let her decide to lock you up at home one day. You won't even have a place to cry then." Hearing this, I blinked. "Lock me up?" In my mind, I couldn't help but picture Yuki's cold face, mixed with a hint of shyness. If she really did lock me up. Thinking of this, not only was there no worry on my face, but a flash of joy crossed my expression. I murmured softly, "Is there really such a good thing?" Yoichi, who had heard my murmur clearly, was instantly dumbfounded and looked at me speechlessly. "Are you serious, brother?" His lips twitched as he examined me with the look one might give a monster. He felt like he was truly getting to know me for the first time. My expression didn't change. If anything, that strange joy intensified. I touched my chin and said to Yoichi quite seriously, "You don't understand. This is called flirting." Yoichi opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he just rolled his eyes in total defeat. He remained silent for a few seconds before changing the subject. Fine. My worries were wasted. But anyway, it looks like my sacrifice last night wasn't in vain. If you can say things like that, it means your progress is rapid. Hearing him, my mind flashed back to the kiss on the Ferris wheel, the sweetness of the cotton candy, and the kiss that morning. Image after image flashed by, and the corners of my mouth curled higher and higher until I couldn't help but laugh out loud. That smile carried a bit of silliness, but it was filled with sweetness. Yoichi watched my goofy smiling expression and thought, "It's over. It's only been a few days and she's already turned him into a fool. He's going to be completely under her thumb from now on." Thinking this, he shook his head, already imagining my future status at home. Just then, Yoichi paused, realizing something. Why am I feeling sorry for this dog? At the very least, he has a wife. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Thinking of this, the expression on Yoichi's face instantly collapsed. He rested his cheek in his hand and looked out the window, wondering when he would be able to win over Uru. Time flew by to Friday afternoon. Yoichi and I were crouching side by side under a lush, large tree on the side of the road. The shade cast a bit of coolness that barely managed to dispel the summer heat. We each held a banana, slowly chewing on them. I finished my banana in 3 bites, tossed the peel aside, and turned to look at the brooding Yoichi. "Hey, seriously, tell me why you dragged me out here." I pointed to the pile of banana peels scattered on the ground, my tone carrying a bit of impatience. "My friend, we've been crouching here all afternoon, eating bananas the whole time." Yoichi rubbed his head, pulled a bright red apple from his pocket, and handed it to me, saying, "Why don't you have an apple instead?" I looked at the apple presented to me, my lips twitching in exasperation. I reached out, took the apple, and bit into it hungrily. "It's not about what I'm eating," I said with my mouth full. "I'm asking you, why did you call me out here?" Yoichi pulled an apple from his other pocket and took a loud, crunchy bite. He lowered his eyes, his voice a bit muffled. "My friend, I've been dumped. The third bite of apple I was chewing nearly flew out of my mouth. I whipped my head around, full of surprise, and then a smile broke across my face. Dumped? Since when were you dating someone? Who is the woman? Tell me. Let your brother here have a good laugh. Yoichi looked up, gave me a resentful glare, and his expression grew even sadder. He sighed and said, You know her. You know her very well. The smile on my face faded slightly, and my brow furrowed with confusion. I know her very well? Yoichi nodded, saying nothing. I took another bite of the apple, thinking rapidly. With a tone of suspicion, I asked, Wait, are you sure it's a woman? Yoichi glared at me and blurted out, Uru. I was chewing the apple, but when I heard that name, I froze. I subconsciously muttered, Uru. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The next second, I reacted suddenly. Uru! I looked at Yoichi. Our eyes met, and Yoichi nodded at me. The next second, I threw the half-eaten apple onto the ground, stood up abruptly, and grabbed Yoichi by the throat with both hands. You dog! I treat you like a brother, and you actually dare to go after my sister. Yoichi was caught off guard by the sudden move. The intense pressure on his throat made his face turn red, and breathing became difficult. He flailed his arms around, kicking his legs on the ground. Let go! Yoichi squeezed the words out from his throat with great difficulty, while frantically trying to pull something out of his pocket. He managed to pull out a thin card, and held it up in front of my face with effort. 1 million! Yoichi's voice was intermittent. I saw the bank card, and my hand on his throat paused for a second. My gaze lingered on the card for a few seconds, then I frowned even harder, though my anger didn't diminish. You'll have to add more. What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I'm someone who would sell out his own sister for profit? As I said this, I increased the force on his throat and shook him back and forth. Yoichi's head bobbed like a doll. Monthly! 1 million monthly! Yoichi used every ounce of strength he had to push out the words, his eyes wide with a desperate desire to survive. 1 million monthly? I paused the shaking, and my eyes widened, filled with disbelief. 1 million monthly? I let go of his throat and snatched the bank card from his hand. I looked at it a few times, flipping it over, and then looked at Yoichi, who was still coughing violently, and asked, You kid, don't you only get 30,000 a month in allowance? Where did you get all this money? Yoichi finally managed to catch his breath, the redness on his face beginning to fade. Rubbing his sore throat, he explained intermittently. I told my mother 2 days ago. She gave it to me. I was stunned at first, and then, as if remembering something, my expression changed. I pointed at Yoichi with annoyance. You brat! I previously told you to find your friends, sisters, or female cousins to get some experience, and you decide to aim at my actual sister instead. Yoichi looked at my expression, which was slowly softening, chuckled twice, and took the opportunity to wrap his arm around my shoulder, saying seriously, Hey old Mugi, listen to me. There is an old saying, don't let the fertile water flow into outsiders' fields, right? Besides, Uru has watched me grow up. We know everything about each other. You can trust me with your sister more than some stranger you don't know the background of, right? Hearing this, I glanced at him sideways, nodded thoughtfully, and murmured to myself, Now that you put it that way, it actually makes a lot of sense. Yoichi saw this and his smile became even brighter, quickly striking while the iron was hot. Exactly! Think about it. What's our relationship? We know each other inside and out. Our parents would definitely be at ease. I rolled my eyes, not wanting to argue about that anymore, and changed the subject. All right, stop talking about that. You said dumped earlier. What was that about? As soon as that was mentioned, Yoichi's face collapsed again, his voice filled with grievances. What else could it be? Sister Uru takes forever to reply to my messages. I was speechless as I looked at him. This is it? You're lucky she even replies to you at all. When I send her messages, she replies with an when she's in a good mood, and when she's in a bad one, she ignores them completely. Yoichi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He looked up at me with a hint of disbelief. Really? Uru treats you like that too? I nodded, reached out to pat his shoulder, and said, Don't worry about it. You know how many matchmakers my sister has driven away? Half the marriage agencies in the city have probably blacklisted her. I'm telling you, it's unlikely she'll find a partner in the short term. As for the future, I glanced at Yoichi and fell silent for a moment. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to have a partner in the future as well. As Yoichi listened to me, the heavy stone in his heart finally landed, and his expression relaxed significantly. Looking at his demeanor, I continued, "If my sister really had a partner with my mother's personality, do you think she could hide it? She definitely would have been beating drums and making sure everyone in the city knew about it, so don't be discouraged." Yoichi nodded heavily, the gloom on his face wiped away. Seeing him like this, I nodded with satisfaction, then changed the subject. "All right, since the misunderstanding is cleared up, what is the bank card password?" Yoichi showed a shy smile and said, "The password is Uru's birthday." Upon hearing this, my expression froze, and I stood there stunned. Yoichi looked at me, frowned, and asked, "What's wrong, old Mugi? You don't mean to tell me you don't remember Uru's birthday, do you?" I snapped out of it, coughed twice, and forced myself to remain calm. "She is my own sister. How could I not know her birthday?" Although I said this, my eyes wandered clearly. Just then, my phone rang. I breathed a sigh of relief, quickly pulled it out of my pocket, saw that the caller ID was wife, and answered, putting it on speaker. "What's up, sister?" The anxious voice of Uru came through the phone. "You need to come to the hospital quickly. Mom is in the hospital." My pupils constricted. Hearing this, my mind went blank. Before I could react, Yoichi suddenly sprang up from the ground and urged, "What? Mom is in the hospital? Which hospital? I'm going there right now." Without waiting, Yoichi snatched my phone and turned to walk toward the small scooter parked on the side of the road. I looked at his hurried back, stunned for a moment. Was that my phone? Just then, a gentle female voice came through the phone, clearly. "Dr. Uru, please don't worry too much. Your mother's condition is not very serious. The doctor determined it is acute appendicitis and surgery is needed. If you sign the consent form, we can arrange it immediately." Uru's anxious heart settled back into place after hearing the nurse. She let out a long sigh and said into the phone, "Mom is fine, it's just an appendectomy. You need to get to the first hospital immediately." After saying this, she hung up the phone in a hurry. Yoichi, who had already mounted the scooter and was about to turn the key, paused, let out a long breath and looked at me. "That's great." I stepped forward, took back my phone, and glared at him. "Wait, who is actually her son?" Yoichi gave a cheeky laugh, showing no embarrassment, and said righteously, "Obviously you. I was just anxious. Concern leads to confusion, you know." With that, he hopped off the scooter and urged, "All right, you go ahead. Be safe on the road." Speechless, I threw my leg over the scooter, my movements clean and efficient. "I know." Before the words left my lips, I twisted the throttle and sped off toward the first hospital. On the other side, at the kindergarten gate, Yuki had just picked up Nana and reached the car. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard her phone ping. She took it out and saw a message from husband. "Mom is hospitalized with appendicitis. I won't be picking up Nana together today." Yuki sent a brief message of concern, then took Nana into the car. Nana tilted her small face to look at Yuki, her big dark eyes filled with worry. Her small, milky voice was urgent. "Grandma, what happened? Why is Grandma in the hospital?" Yuki drove while gently explaining. "Grandma is a little sick and needs to go to the hospital so the doctor can take a look. She's going to have a small surgery and will get better very soon." Nana nodded as if she understood. After a while, she looked up at Yuki and said, "Mommy, I want to go see Grandma." Yuki felt a warmth in her heart and stroked her daughter's head, but didn't immediately agree. After thinking, she said gently, "How about Mommy asks Daddy first, okay?" Nana nodded vigorously. Though the worry on her small face did not disappear, Yuki pulled the car over to the side of the road and took out her phone. With a light tap, she found my number and called. Meanwhile, in the hospital's VIP suite, Ryu looked at his children guarding the bed and said, "All right, you two don't need to waste time here. Go to the cafeteria and get something to eat. I'm here." I exchanged a glance with Uru. I was indeed a bit hungry. "All right, Dad, sorry to trouble you to look after Mom," Uru said. "We'll be back soon." I agreed as well, and we stood up to leave the ward, heading toward the hospital cafeteria. Not long after we left, a phone rang. Ryu looked around and found the sound was coming from the nightstand. There, a phone was lying where I had placed it earlier. He picked up the phone. On the screen, the words wife were flashing. Ryu raised an eyebrow, shook the phone toward the woman in the bed, Fumi, and teased, "Hey, when did you go behind my back and find a wife?" Fumi rolled her eyes and muttered, "What are you talking about? That's our son's phone." "Oh," Ryu responded casually. In the next second, he and Fumi seemed to realize something at the same time. They were stunned, their gazes met, and they both saw undisguised surprise and an indescribable joy in each other's eyes. Wife. Ryu looked at the screen again, confirming he hadn't misread it. With a touch of disbelief, he looked up at Fumi, asking with excitement, "What do you say? Should I answer it?" Fumi snatched the phone from his hand, glared at him, and said, "Answer it? What do you want to do? That is our son's privacy. We must respect him." Ryu touched his nose and said sheepishly, "I'm just curious." He paused and asked, "Don't you feel curious?" Fumi glanced at the still vibrating phone. The word wife on the screen was particularly striking. She pursed her lips and honestly nodded. Curious. Then she changed the subject, straightened her face, and said righteously, "Curiosity is one thing, but the boy has grown up and has his own little secrets. As parents, we must respect him and cannot just pry." I nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. We must respect the child." He paused, his tone filled with emotion, as well as curiosity and reflection. "I just don't know what kind of girl she is to have actually managed to capture our brat." Fumi listened to him, not knowing what her future daughter-in-law looked like. Meanwhile, in the car, Yuki looked at the unanswered notification on the phone screen and put it down with a sigh. She turned to look at Nana in the back seat. The little one was staring at her expectantly, her small lips pouting, her face full of grievance. Nana's voice had a hint of a hidden sob. Yuki's heart softened. She couldn't bring herself to say the rejection that reached her lips. Seeing her mother silent, Nana reached out her little hand to pull on Yuki's sleeve, her voice muffled with a heavy nasal tone. "Mommy, I want to see Grandma, please." Yuki looked at her daughter's expectant and worried little face, took a deep breath, reached out to touch Nana's head, and said softly, "Okay, Mommy will take you to see Grandma." "Mommy is the best!" Nana immediately changed from tears to laughter, and a happy smile bloomed on her face again. Yuki shook her head helplessly, restarted the car, and drove toward the hospital. 20 minutes later, the car pulled steadily into the hospital parking lot. Yuki held Nana's little hand and walked quickly toward the inpatient department. On the way to the hospital, she had already called the dean to ask for Fumi's room number. Before long, the two of them arrived at the VIP ward area. Yuki pushed open the door to Fumi's room. As soon as the door opened, Nana saw Ryu and Fumi. She let go of Yuki's hand and ran toward the bed, shouting clearly, "Grandpa! Grandma!" Fumi and Ryu, who was accompanying her, were both startled when they heard the sound, and they looked up in unison. When they saw Nana running in and Yuki following behind, they both showed surprised expressions. "Nana? Yuki?" Fumi was a bit surprised, her voice filled with delight. "Why are you here?" Ryu also stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Yuki walked to the bedside, placed the fruit basket on the nightstand, and looked at Fumi's pale face with concern. After thinking for a moment, she explained, "My assistant said she saw you at the hospital this afternoon, so I thought I'd come with Nana to see you. Are you all right?" Fumi nodded, smiled, stroked Nana's small face, and looked at Yuki, saying softly, "I'm fine. It was just a small surgery. I'll be better after resting for a few days." Nana blinked her big dark eyes, her small face filled with worry, and asked in a milky voice, "Grandma, does it hurt?" Seeing the little one's concern, Fumi's heart warmed, and her smile grew even gentler. She shook her head and coaxed softly, "It doesn't hurt. Grandma isn't in pain at all." Seeing that Fumi was fine, Yuki felt relieved. She smiled and said, "Teacher Fumi, you should rest well. We won't disturb you any longer." Then, looking at Nana by the bed, she said, "Say goodbye to Grandma, Nana. We have to go home." "No," Nana said, shaking her little head like a rattle. She reached out her small hands to grab Fumi's hand, tilted her head, and pleaded with a touch of begging, "Nana wants to stay with Grandma." Fumi saw the little girl's reliance and felt her heart warm. Her smile grew wider as she gently stroked Nana's head, her voice tender. "Nana, be good. Grandma needs to rest now. Why don't you go home with Mommy and come see Grandma again when she gets better, okay?" Ryu also smiled and echoed, "That's right, Nana. Grandma needs quiet to recover. Be a good girl." Nana's small lips curled slightly, and her big eyes filled with reluctance. She looked pitifully small. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. Uru and I walked in, laughing and chatting, carrying the food we had packed from the cafeteria. When we saw Yuki standing in the ward and the little figure crouched by the bed, the smiles on our faces froze. We both stood stunned in place. "Daddy? Auntie?" Nana called out as she saw us. Fumi and Ryu looked toward the door at the same time. Seeing Uru and me standing there, they both froze as well. Yuki's body stiffened. She slowly turned around to look at us, equally stunned. For a moment, her mind was blank. Fumi's gaze darted between me at the door and Nana at the bedside. She pointed at me, still in a state of petrification at the door, and asked Nana with a hint of uncertainty and exploration, "Nana, is that your daddy?" Nana blinked her large, dark eyes, seeming not to understand why Grandma would ask such a thing. Instead of answering directly, she climbed onto Fumi's bed, hands and feet together. Mimicking an adult, she reached out to touch Fumi's forehead, then turned her head to look at me at the door and asked, "Daddy, why has Grandma become silly?" The air in the room seemed to solidify at that moment. Fumi looked at Ryu and asked, "What did she just call our son?" Ryu's Adam's apple bobbed as he turned his head with difficulty toward his wife, his voice raspy. "Father?" Fumi blinked, her eyes, slightly fatigued from the surgery, widening suddenly as she stared directly at me at the door. The color drained from my face at a visible speed, and the corners of my lips forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Fumi turned her head slowly, her gaze landing on Yuki's face. Yuki met Fumi's gaze, struggling to pull the corners of her lips into a smile, and called out, "Mother?" Fumi felt the world spin, her body went limp, and she collapsed backward. Seeing her grandmother suddenly close her eyes, Nana tilted her little head, her clear, large eyes full of confusion. She turned to look at Yuki and me, who were equally stunned, and asked in a milky voice, "Daddy, did Grandma hang up?" The little girl turned her head again to look at Ryu. Ryu met Nana's innocent and pure eyes, felt a wave of dizziness, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed softly to the side. Nana blinked her eyes, watching her grandparents fall one after another, and looked at her parents again. Her little face was full of bewilderment. "Daddy, did Grandpa hang up too?" Yuki, Uru, and I snapped out of it at the same moment. "Doctor! Quick, call a doctor!" Half an hour later, Fumi's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly regained consciousness. Ryu opened his eyes around the same time, his gaze still somewhat dazed. "Mom? Dad?" Uru had been guarding the side, and seeing them wake up, she immediately called out and pressed the call button by the head of the bed. The doctor arrived quickly, checked them over thoroughly, and said, "It's nothing serious, just a bit of a shock. Their emotions were too volatile." The doctor adjusted his glasses, looked at the two on the hospital beds, and then turned to the family members with a serious tone. "The patients have just finished surgery, and their bodies are very weak. They must not be shocked again. Please make sure the patients maintain a peaceful state of mind." Yuki and I stood to the side, nodding repeatedly. The ward fell into a weird silence. Yuki looked at Fumi, whose face was still pale, and then at Ryu, who looked worn out, feeling a wave of guilt. She tugged on my sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought Nana here." She paused and asked quietly, "Should I take Nana and leave first?" I grabbed her hand and said, "No need." Yuki felt the strength in my grip and nodded, her body leaning closer to mine involuntarily. After a moment of silence, Fumi's gaze slowly fell on Yuki. There was confusion in her eyes, along with an indescribable complexity of emotion. "Child? Out of everyone, why him?" Fumi's voice was weak but clear. "Why did you choose him? Isn't this just holding you back? Are you even from the same world?" Upon hearing this, the color faded from Yuki's face. She lowered her head subconsciously, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, a sour ache rising in her heart. Seeing this, I frowned slightly. I stepped forward and moved to shield Yuki behind me, looking straight at Fumi with an urgent tone. "Yuki is great. So what if she's a few years older than me? There's an old saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. Your son is holding 2, so why can't he like her?" Uru, who had been silent, drifted over to my side, patted my arm gently and said in a hesitant voice, is there a possibility that Mom is talking about Yuki, not you?" I froze. Yuki was also startled and looked up subconsciously. I looked at my mother, unable to believe my ears. I took 2 steps forward and waved my hand in front of Fumi's face. "Mom, I'm your biological son. I wasn't found in a trash can or given away as a promotional gift. Do you really have to talk about your own son like that?" She rolled her eyes and ignored me, exhausted. I wanted to say more, but was stopped by a look from Ryu. Ryu cleared his throat and looked at Yuki, then at Nana, who was crouching by the bed curiously staring at the adults. He tried to keep his tone gentle. What exactly is going on?" He pointed at Nana, then at me, the confusion on his face overflowing. Yuki parted her lips and looked at me for help. I cleared my throat. "Mom, Dad, I know this sounds ridiculous, but..." I carefully chose my words, trying to find a starting point that was easy to accept. Nana came back from the future." As soon as these words were out, the ward fell into a deathly silence. Fumi looked at me, pointed to her own abdomen and said, "Brat, get this straight. Your mother had an appendectomy, not a brain surgery. If you're going to lie to me, can you at least use a believable excuse?" I sighed. "Mom, it's true. I'm not lying." Ryu spoke up. "Son, tell the truth. I promise I won't beat you. If I beat you, then I'm not your father." Hearing this, my lips twitched as I looked at my dad, wondering if he was speaking like a human. I looked at Uru for help. Uru sighed softly, pulled over the only empty chair in the ward, and sat by Fumi's bed. She looked at her mother, who was still pale, glanced at Ryu and spoke slowly. "Mom, Dad, my brother is telling the truth." Ryu heard his daughter's words and looked at me with even less friendliness. "You little rascal, you even bought off your sister?" Fumi looked at Ryu speechlessly, slapped him, and said irritably, "Shut up, let Uru finish." Uru said seriously, "They took Nana for a DNA test previously, and the results show that Nana is indeed my brother's daughter. I've seen the report. Furthermore, Yuki came to our hospital for a checkup last month. Her physical indicators are all normal and she has never given birth." Once this was said, the room fell into a deathly silence again. Fumi and Ryu stared blankly at their daughter, then at Yuki and me. Although their daughter seemed a bit unreliable at times and occasionally tricked her brother, they believed she would not lie about matters of principle. Yuki and I met the elders, gazes, a smile appearing on our faces. Then, the two of them looked at each other, seeing the incredulous look in each other's eyes. Their granddaughter really did come back from the future. Thinking of this, their eyes dropped down to Nana by their side. At this moment, Nana was tilting her head, curiously examining the stainless steel thermos on the nightstand. Fumi looked at Nana, then at me, and muttered, "No wonder when I first saw Nana, I thought she looked a bit like someone. So this is my son's kid." Ryu heard this and looked over, very curious. How did she see that? Why couldn't he see it? But he didn't dare say these things out loud. Nana seemed to sense their gaze. She turned her head, her grape-like eyes blinking. The little girl gave a giggle, pointed her finger at the thermos, and said in a milky voice, "Grandpa, Grandma, what is this?" Hearing this, Fumi reached out and gently flicked her little nose. "You have a sharp nose." Nana giggled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Fumi looked at Nana with comfort, then signaled to Ryu on the side. Ryu understood immediately, a gentle smile on his face. He reached out and unscrewed the lid of the thermos. A rich aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the ward, with a hint of herbal scent, extra tempting. Smelling it, Nana couldn't help but swallow, her eyes shining as she stared at the steaming thermos. "Drink slowly. Watch out for the heat," Ryu said with a smile, carefully handing the thermos to Nana. Nana nodded, held the warm thermos with her small hands, took it to her lips, blew on it just like an adult, and started drinking in small sips. The fragrant chicken soup slid down her throat, and the little girl blinked comfortably, a satisfied smile blooming on her small face. Fumi looked at Nana, and the more she looked, the closer she felt. She slowly retracted her gaze and looked at me and Yuki. Before Fumi could ask, I explained the whole situation, describing the sequence of events. Yuki, worried that they were still doubtful, sent a message to Assistant Chen, asking her to bring over the DNA report. After all, the persuasive power of just saying it out loud was limited. A moment later, Fumi and Ryu looked at the DNA test in their hands, silent for a long time. Uru watched her parents still not believing it, and was speechless. She snorted lightly, breaking the silence. "Mom, Dad, is this that hard to believe?" Fumi and Ryu slowly looked up, eyes fixed on their daughter, nodding in unison. That expression seemed to be asking, "What do you think?" Uru shook her head helplessly, tapped the DNA report on the table, and said, "Nana is 4.5 years old now." She paused and turned to her brother. "My brother just turned 18. Even if we calculate the pregnancy forward, Yuki would have had to get pregnant 5 years ago. 5 years ago, my brother was only 13 years old." Uru emphasized her tone. At that time, he hadn't even grown up yet. Yuki couldn't hold back a laugh and covered her mouth, though her shoulders shook slightly. My handsome face turned the color of the bottom of a pot. Uru acted as if she didn't see my look and continued, "Besides, think about it. What was my brother like at 13? He was like a little chick, as thin as a monkey, and dressed like a hillbilly. With him like that, would Yuki have ever looked at him?" Once this was said, another weird silence fell over the ward. Fumi and Ryu looked at each other. Their daughter's words made some sense. A 13-year-old brat, skinny and earthy, and back then Yuki should have been in college. She was the campus belle in middle school, and even more so in college. Looking at it this way, they didn't seem like they could have sparked a flame. Even Yuki herself, listening to Uru's description, couldn't help but picture a vague image of a skinny little boy, her lips twitching slightly. The veins on my forehead throbbed. I glared at my sister through gritted teeth. "Sis, so I was a bit skinny and dressed a bit poorly. Do you have to talk about your own brother like that? Do I have no dignity?" Uru lowered her voice to a volume only we could hear. "Brother, I'm doing this for your own good." Seeing that I didn't believe her, she continued, "Look, Mom and Dad are starting to believe what you're saying." I realized she was right. Of course. How could Yuki have liked me back then? I looked at Uru, and my eyes turned red. "You are truly the best sister in the world." Uru's lips twitched invisibly as she glared at my tearful, grateful look. She felt disgusted, but didn't say anything. After all, Mom and Dad's attention is entirely on Nana now. Doesn't that mean I'm temporarily saved from being nagged to get married? Ha ha ha! I'm a genius. Fumi and Ryu looked at Nana drinking the chicken soup, remembering Uru's analysis and the black and white DNA report. Although the idea of a granddaughter traveling back from the future sounded preposterous and challenged their decades-old worldview, the evidence was right in front of them. They couldn't help but believe it. Fumi looked at Nana, her lips curving upward, murmuring that she was already a grandmother. Her voice was filled with a bit of worry, but also a strangely wonderful feeling. Ryu, on the other hand, was full of joy. The happiness was overflowing from his eyes. He rubbed his hands, excited. That morning, a guy in their group was showing off that his grandson could call him Grandpa, and by that afternoon he had become a grandfather himself. The more Ryu thought about it, the more smug he became. He had to show off. He immediately took out his phone from his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, found his friend Shu's avatar, and sent a voice message directly. "Hey Shu, I'm not going fishing tonight. I'm telling you, I've become a grandfather." Then he pulled up the principal's contact and sent another voice message. "Principal Lin, I quit." The air in the ward became somewhat subtle because of Ryu's sudden string of voice messages. The first to react was Fumi. She frowned and looked at the smug Ryu, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. "Old Ryu, what did you just tell Principal Lin? That you're quitting?" Ryu nodded and said, "That's right, I'm quitting. Since I'm a grandfather now, why would I keep working? I must go home and focus on taking care of my granddaughter." Fumi's lips twitched as she looked at him, speechless. "You just quit your job like that?" Ryu waved his hand dismissively. "I quit, so what? I don't care about that meager salary at the school anymore." Once this was said, everyone in the ward looked surprised, except for Yuki and Nana. I bumped Uru's arm and asked, "Sis, when did Dad become so wealthy? He doesn't even care about a 4,000 yuan salary anymore." Before Uru could speak, I suddenly realized something. Could I actually be a rich kid? Thinking of this, I rushed to Ryu in 2 or 3 steps, my eyes glowing as I asked, My dearest dad, you wouldn't happen to be a hidden billionaire, right? Am I actually a rich second generation? Ryu looked at his son's "I understand" expression, and a few lines of sweat slid down his forehead. He raised his hand, wanting to give the brat a knock on the head, but considering he had just become a grandfather, he had to maintain a gentle image, so he held back. Ryu retorted irritably, "What kind of daydreaming are you doing? If I were a hidden billionaire, I'd be your father." Hearing this, the excitement on my face collapsed instantly. TCH. I pursed my lips and silently moved back to my original spot, disappointed. Fumi asked, "Then what did you mean by not caring about the school salary?" Ryu chuckled and explained, "Don't I have a few old houses under my name? They are going to be demolished for redevelopment." Fumi's voice was unreadable, but her eyes were as sharp as a knife as she stared straight at Ryu. "How come I didn't know you had old houses in your name? And several of them?" Ryu felt his heart skip a beat under her gaze. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. He laughed dryly, his voice sounding weak. "Well, just the ancestral home back in my hometown and a few bungalows. When we got married, didn't I mention it to you? It wasn't worth much back then, so I didn't go into detail. Don't worry, if they really get demolished, I'll save every penny for you. I won't keep a cent." Upon hearing this, Fumi's expression softened quite a bit. It seemed like that was the case. She hadn't paid much attention to it back then. When I heard this, I turned around and looked at Ryu with a pained expression, my tone full of dissatisfaction. "Old Ryu, what is going on with you? How could you not explain such a big thing to Mom? Do you have any respect for her? Do you have any idea about her status in this family?" Fumi looked at me, rolled her eyes, and said irritably, "Get lost and go play somewhere else." I smiled and answered naturally, "Yes, Mother." Then I retreated to the side and crouched down. Fumi's gaze turned to Yuki, her expression softening significantly. She beckoned to Yuki and said, "Yuki." Seeing this, Uru immediately understood. She stood up from the chair by the bed, gave up her seat, smiled at Yuki, and said, "Sit here." Yuki walked to Fumi's side, feeling a bit awkward, and sat on the chair carefully. She placed her hands on her knees with her back straight, like an elementary school student waiting for a teacher's question. Fumi looked at Yuki's reserved demeanor and couldn't help but smile. She reached out and patted Yuki's hand. "I never expected this. You actually became my daughter-in-law." Fumi's voice carried undisguised joy. Yuki's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her eyes, not knowing how to respond. Her fingers curled slightly, but she didn't pull her hand away from Fumi's gentle pats. The air in the ward seemed to turn warm. Fumi looked at Yuki's profile, her gaze filled with reminiscence. "Do you remember? You used to hold Mugi when he was in his senior year of high school. You even took care of him. I remember Mugi was only in elementary school back then." Yuki nodded when she heard her, but her peripheral vision was secretly looking at me crouching on the side. I, who was crouching nearby, heard my mother's words and suddenly looked up at Yuki, blinking my eyes, then turned to my mother and asked, "Wait, Mom, what did you just say?"